Chapter 1. The frail boy in a dilapidated little shack. Dim light filters through, revealing a sparse arrangement of rudimentary furnishings. Although the space is not expansive, it is meticulously organized. In one corner lies a tattered mat upon which a frail boy reclines. Intermittently emitting faint groans, the boy appears to be around 10 years of age, clad in garments riddled with holes. Had he been outside rather than within this shack, one might mistake him for a beggar. Yet, he is not a beggar. It is evident that he is unwell, having suffered from an illness for 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door swings open, and a smaller figure rushes in, a little girl. Likely 7 or 8 years old, her malnourished face displaying a flicker of vitality. "Brother, are you feeling any better?" she calls out anxiously as she hurries to the mat where her sibling lies. Fillier, where have you been?" The boy, bleary-eyed, gazes at his sister's concerned expression, attempting to sit up, but his feeble body, weakened by illness, resists his efforts. "Brother, just lie still. I went to Uncle Carlo in the village to fetch some medicine. You must drink it. Uncle Carlo said it will help you recover swiftly." The little girl beams, holding up a small vial in her tiny hand. "Medicine?" The boy offers a bitter smile, aware that if such concoctions were indeed effective, he would have healed long ago. Deep down, he comprehends the truth that Uncle Carlo's potion is merely a ruse. However, seeing his sister's eager eyes, he nods in acceptance. "Alas, this is hardly a remedy. It would be a miracle if it doesn't poison me instead." Gritting his teeth against the unpleasant odor of the liquid, he forces it down. "Brother, you should rest. I will prepare some food for you." The little girl, relieved that her brother has at last taken the medicine, reassures him. "All right," he replies, enduring the discomfort wrought by the potion as he reclines on the mat. Closing his eyes, with each closure, familiar yet alien images flood his mind. Towering skyscrapers, airplanes, automobiles, and battleships, all reminders that he is no longer the person he once was, having arrived in this world nearly a decade ago. The boy has acclimated to this life, in truth, following the untimely demise of his parents 2 years prior. The weight of familial responsibilities has rested heavily upon his slender shoulders. That time, he was merely 8 years old. Had it not been for the wisdom acquired over 2 decades in his previous life, an ordinary child would have succumbed to starvation, especially with a younger sister to care for. In his former existence, he was known as Tong Mingyun, a special forces operative and a descendant of a lineage steeped in ancient medicine. After retiring, he managed his family's apothecary, leading a relatively comfortable life. However, just a month before his wedding, his neighborhood fell under the control of terrorists. In the ensuing struggle, he fought valiantly, eliminating all but one of the assailants, who detonated a bomb, taking him along with them. "Farewell, my loved ones. Farewell to the one I vowed to protect." Upon regaining consciousness, the memories of his past life linger like shadows, buried deep within his heart. Upon his arrival in this realm, his father bestowed upon him an awkward name. Philcisco, a distinctly foreign appellation. His only sister, whom he cherishes deeply, is named Filio Cisco. For over 2 years, they have relied on one another for support. Thus, Tong Mingyan transformed into Phil Cisco, with his former life fading into obscurity, while a new obligation to safeguard his sister emerged. In these 2 years, the 8-year-old Phil has had to shoulder the burdens of the household. Regrettably, his physical development has been stunted. Despite practicing the ancestral martial arts from his previous life for several years, he remains inherently frail, lacking strength and physique. Phil has resorted to setting simple traps to lure small creatures from the forest, barely managing to sustain their household. Recently, after being struck by a sudden downpour, he has fallen ill, further complicating their already dire situation. With a wry smile, he attempts to channel the internal energy cultivated over the past 4 or 5 years, for as a descendant of ancient healers, he possesses considerable knowledge of health preservation. The martial arts he practices, known as the Hisu medical canon, has 6 levels, with tales of ancestors living beyond 150 years attributed to their mastery of the 2nd level. Phil, in his past life, had only attained the 2nd tier of the 1st level, yet his physical prowess was remarkable. However, the current state of Phil's body is far from ideal. Over the years, he has occasionally unearthed herbs from his previous life to nourish himself, but the effects have been limited. After all, without sufficient food, how can one's health improve? Progress in his martial arts has been exceedingly slow. The disparity between his current physical condition and that of his past life is stark. After barely managing to circulate his energy for a week, he ceases, realizing that the trace of genuine energy he cultivated a year ago remains pitifully thin. Had he not been intimately familiar with this practice from his previous life, he might not have even recognized its presence. Phil has no knowledge of the world beyond this small village, for he has never ventured beyond its confines. The villagers speak of this hamlet as a remote enclave nestled within the vast mountains, entirely isolated from the outside world. The most knowledgeable person in the village, Uncle Carlo, is a former mercenary who, having sustained severe injuries in the mountains, has chosen to remain and survive in this secluded community. According to Carlo, escaping this place requires traversing the perilous edges of the sunset forest, a journey that could take months. Thus, this small village has remained insular, relying on the land for sustenance and avoiding conflict. After several days of illness, Phil finally overcomes his ailment. In this village, when someone falls ill, it is customary to seek out Uncle Carlo for his so-called remedies, which surprisingly lack any genuine healing properties. Although Phil possesses medical knowledge, the rapid onset of his illness left him unable to forage for herbs to treat himself. He could only manage the simplest of remedies with warm water. The consequence of Phil's illness has been a complete depletion of their food supplies. Little Philier has spent the past few days gathering wild vegetables and mixing them with scraps of dried meat to sustain them. Feeling that his body is ready to venture outside, Phil struggles to rise. Remaining bedridden would surely lead to starvation. In this village, where everyone lives on the edge, Phil has never considered asking for help. After their parents' deaths, there were those willing to assist the two orphaned children, but such assistance came with strings attached. Whenever he recalls those who sought to exploit him, Phil's anger flares. Those so-called benevolent families had the audacity to suggest that Philier become their child bride. As if he, Phil, would allow his sister's happiness to be bartered away. The family he lost in his past life is forever out of reach, and now, the only family he has is this sister. When their parents died, he silently vowed to protect her at all costs, refusing to let her become anyone else's pawn. Consequently, Phil harbors no affection for the villagers, choosing instead to live by his own principles, resolutely refusing to seek assistance from others. The result? The siblings endure a life of hardship. Their parents left behind a small dwelling at the far end of the village, adjacent to the woods. Fortunately, the larger predators have been hunted to near extinction, or else the siblings might have been carried off by beasts without anyone noticing. For the past few years, Phil has relied on small woodland creatures and wild vegetables for sustenance. Even with his eyes closed, he fears not losing his way in the forest. Grasping his rudimentary hunting tools, Phil strides into the woods. Due to his frail strength, even setting simple traps must be done with care. His most frequently used method is a noose, which he ties into a slipknot and places in the woods, managing to catch careless small animals each day. He has been engaged in this work for over 2 years, becoming quite adept at it. In truth, had it not been for his inherent physical limitations, he would not feel as utterly helpless as a scholar unable to lift even a chicken. In his past life, he had been a top-tier special forces operative, possessing not only exceptional military skills, but also remarkable physical prowess. He had never lost a duel. Comparing his former self to this current frail body is disheartening. Yet, Phil acknowledges that being given a second chance at life is a tremendous blessing. If he is weak, he must strengthen himself. Despite the grueling nature of his existence, Phil finds a measure of contentment. In his previous life, he was pressured by his family to pursue a career in medicine, and in a bid to escape attending medical school, he enlisted in the military. After retiring, he had taken over the family apothecary. Were it not for this unexpected journey, he might have been running that centuries-old apothecary alongside the one he loved. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he acknowledges the impossibility of returning. This world is entirely different from the one he once knew. From a young age, Phil learned from his parents and the villagers that this land is known as the Ryan continent. While he is familiar with the Eurasian continent, the Ryan continent seems to be an entirely different realm. He never imagined he would become an alien on another planet due to his frail condition. Phil, after setting up the snares, discreetly sat beneath a large tree. The only valuable inhabitants of this forest were the small animals, as the medicinal herbs had largely been foraged by Phil to nourish his weakened body. Hence, he felt no inclination to move, merely waiting for some creature to wander into his trap, ensuring his meal for the day. Drowsily, Phil unexpectedly succumbed to sleep, only to be jolted awake by the sound of a struggling wild rabbit caught in the snare. "Ah, a rabbit. Ha ha, I can feast today," he exclaimed. After subsisting on wild vegetables and cured meat for several days, Phil's palate had grown weary of such fare. If not for his debilitating weakness, he would have eagerly sought out more substantial food. With the rabbit securely ensnared, Phil glanced at his hands with a sense of resignation. Without the trap, his current strength would have been inadequate to capture the creature. Elated, he carried the rabbit back home. Enough sustenance for him and his sister for 2 days. As for the other snares, He would check them tomorrow for any further bounty. Chapter 2. The transformation of the mountain village as the night approached. Phil was astonished to realize he had slept for the better part of the day in the woods. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach, he hastened toward home, though his pace was only slightly quicker than normal. However, as he neared his home, an ominous premonition gripped him. In the distance, thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Phil knew this was no ordinary cooking smoke. It bore the unmistakable signs of a fire. A fire? In the entire village? Panic surged within him as he dropped the rabbit and sprinted off. Although the direction of his home was free of smoke, his concern did not lie with his own dwelling. Rather, it was for his sister, Philia Cisco. Since his birth, the small mountain village had always been tranquil, with few outsiders ever visiting, and thus, no significant events had occurred. Yet, witnessing the current scene, Phil could intuitively sense that something grave had transpired. While he could accept that calamity had struck, as long as it did not endanger his sister's safety, he was indifferent to the fate of the other villagers. The pressing concern was that his sister was likely within the village. As she often ventured to the clearing to gather wild vegetables, heaven help her, may she be unharmed. While running, Phil prayed fervently. The bond between him and his sister was strong, and being a person of deep emotions, he could not help but feel anxious. Yet, with his frail body, it took him over 20 minutes to reach the village. Upon arrival, he was met with a horrifying sight. Flames engulfed the surrounding houses, and on the ground lay a scene of carnage. Villagers, of whom he held little fondness, were scattered lifelessly, their forms grotesque in the flickering firelight. Even Phil, with his resilient nerves from a past life, was momentarily stunned. Such brutality was something he had only ever witnessed on screens. Although he had taken lives before, having executed numerous missions in his former life, this visceral slaughter was a harrowing first-hand experience. Philia, where are you? Phil suddenly snapped back to reality, desperately searching among the flames. Please, let her be safe. Ignoring the gruesome scene, he scoured through the fallen bodies, torn between not wanting to see his sister and desperately hoping to find her. His heart trembled with conflict, yet after searching through the remains, he found no trace of her. A wave of relief washed over him. If her body was not among the dead, the likelihood of her survival had increased significantly. However, gazing at the nearly charred remnants of the houses, his heart sank once more. He could only encourage himself internally. His sister would be all right. Just as Phil pondered the calamity that had befallen them, a faint groan reached his ears from a nearby direction. Igniting a spark of hope within him, he hastened towards the sound. Despite his misgivings about the villagers, having even one survivor would be beneficial, as it could provide insight into the events that had unfolded. After a thorough search, Phil finally located the source of the voice amid a thicket of thorns. It was Kars, the former mercenary who had resorted to selling counterfeit medicines after sustaining injuries. Uncle Kars, how are you? What on earth happened? Phil struggled to clear the thorns and reached Kars's side. He pressed his fingers against Kars's pulse, urgency flooding his voice. Cough, cough, cough. With great difficulty, Kars opened his eyes, already on the brink of death. A long wound on his body was oozing blood, pooling beneath him. This former mercenary had lost at least half of his blood. Phil, you are still alive, Kars stammered, momentarily surprised to see Phil, the weakest person in the village, having survived this catastrophe. Yes, Uncle Kars, what happened? Have you seen my sister? Phil knew Kars's time was limited. His pupils were dilating slowly. Your sister, they were taken away by Karo, C.S., Crosha, King. Kars's voice trailed off as his head tilted. And he succumbed to death. His injuries were too severe. Karo C. Crosha King. Phil echoed Kars's last words. He was aware of Crosha, for according to territorial divisions, this small village was indeed part of the Crosha kingdom. But what connection did this hold? Hearing that his sister was at least alive, Phil finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was living, he would find her one day. Karo C. Crosha King. Whoever you are, if anything happens to my sister, I will make you regret it. Phil clenched his fists tightly. Although he had no particular affection for this village and felt indifferent to the villagers' demise, Philia was his sole family in this life. He vowed to protect her. Despite his frail health, he refused to abandon his principles. His sister was his life's sacred bond. He would not permit anyone to harm her. And that was all there was to it. Quietly returning to his home, he found that it was the only structure left standing in the village, shielded by distance in the surrounding woods from the flames. Phil retrieved the rabbit he had discarded earlier. Despite the calamity, he still needed to eat. Only by surviving could he venture beyond this village, which had been rendered desolate, to seek out his sister. Thus, he began to butcher the prey, understanding that some matters could not be rushed. The following day, feeling significantly better, Phil exerted himself to gather the remains of the villagers and drag them to a low-lying area for burial. Although he held no fondness for these individuals, they were still part of the same village. Respect for the dead dictated that he could not allow their corpses to rot in the open. Moreover, he would need to remain here for a while. Given his current state, attempting to traverse the setting sun forest to reach the outside world was nothing short of folly. He would likely become a meal for some beast the moment he stepped beyond the village's boundary. Most of the houses in the village had been consumed by the flames, yet Phil knew the villagers had a habit of storing food and valuables in their cellars. Thus, over the next few days, he scoured the burned village, salvaging anything useful from the basements. After all, the original owners were no longer present, and Phil felt no guilt in claiming what was left behind, considering it a form of compensation for his efforts in collecting the dead. In this vast village, only a 10-year-old child remained alive. Had it not been for Phil's extraordinary courage honed in his previous life, he might have succumbed to despair. With ample provisions secured, he no longer had to worry about hunger. Phil finally began to devise a training regimen. Previously, his frail condition and the need to care for his sister had consumed his time with survival. After all, with his rudimentary snares and traps, it was not unusual for days to pass without a catch, leaving his stomach unfilled and his mind too preoccupied to focus on training. Moreover, his body was quick to fatigue. Now, his foremost priority was to restore his health. As a practitioner of ancient medicine, Phil knew well how to nurture his body. Previously, he lacked the means. Now, he could manage, albeit with some difficulty, to rehabilitate his body. Mere sustenance would not suffice. Phil turned his attention to medicinal cuisine, which required herbs. While the mountain harbored such resources, they were unlike those from his past life, as the herbs here were aged and potent. Aside from Phil, few understood their value, and Kars merely dabbled in deceiving the villagers. With the right herbs, combined with the various cured meats stored by the villagers, Phil could nourish himself while also strengthening his body. This body, somewhat akin to one born with inherent deficiencies, indeed frustrated him. After several days of foraging, Phil gathered all the usable herbs surrounding the village. He dared not venture far, for this was a deep forest, fraught with danger. Previously, the village hunters would roam these woods daily. But now he was the sole inhabitant, and caution was paramount. It is indeed peculiar, Phil mused, that in such a vast village, where hunters are perpetually on the prowl, there exists the possibility of a complete massacre. Aside from the young child who had dozed off in the woods, not a single soul managed to escape, a circumstance that is rather astonishing. Phil, however, had no time to ponder the inexplicable. After foraging for medicinal herbs, he commenced his regimen to restore his health according to plan. Once his body was sufficiently robust to endure the rigors, he could begin to practice the martial techniques he had acquired from his previous life in the military. A month later, Phil was elated to discover that, as his body gradually strengthened under the nourishing effects of various herbal dishes, his internal cultivation, which had stagnated for over a year, finally experienced a breakthrough. The internal techniques of a healer emphasize the regulation of bodily functions. With the stimulation from the herbal concoctions, the family legacy of internal cultivation had finally taken its first steps. The years of prior training had yielded little due to his frail condition, but now, with the internal nourishment from this cultivation, coupled with daily herbal meals, Phil was confident he could develop his body into one as formidable as in his former life. Indeed, the reason Phil had possessed such a robust physique in his previous life, ultimately becoming a super special forces soldier, was largely due to the internal cultivation he had practiced since childhood. The techniques of a healer consistently tap into the body's latent potential, all without any adverse side effects. Chapter 3. Exiting the forest half a year later, through the nourishment of herbal dishes and the refinement of his healer's internal techniques, Phil had finally managed to restore his body to a state of normalcy, what he deemed normal being the physical condition he had experienced at this age in his former life. This reveals just how dire his previous physical condition had been in his past life. He had not possessed the means to consume aged medicinal herbs as daily sustenance. Fortunately, the internal cultivation prevented him from being overwhelmed by excessive nourishment, allowing him to persevere. During these 6 months, Phil had nearly exhausted the village's food supplies. Although he was but a solitary child, not everything could be crafted into herbal dishes. Thus, under his discerning gaze, all valuable resources had found their way into his stomach. Concurrently with his internal cultivation and herbal nourishment, Phil practiced health-preserving martial arts daily. A scion of a family of healers, Such practices were imperative. For instance, he devoted 6 months to mastering Hua Tuo's 5-animal play. These health-preserving exercises were devoid of lethal intent, focusing solely on well-being, aligning perfectly with Phil's current objective of fortifying his body. As a former Super Special Forces soldier, he was adept in lethal techniques. After half a year of conditioning, Phil's body was finally capable of enduring rigorous training, and he initiated his training regimen, meticulously planned over the past months. He understood that gradually increasing the intensity of training, in accordance with his body's capabilities, was the prudent approach. Had he commenced with a Special Forces training program from the outset, his frail frame would likely have succumbed to the strain in no time. From foundational exercises like running, push-ups, and sit-ups to military boxing, combat techniques, ancient martial arts, and even Muay Thai and karate, Phil incrementally incorporated various training elements based on his physical condition. These were all skills he had mastered in his previous life, and he found that his reacquisition of these abilities was swift. As long as his body held up, it was merely a matter of time before he could regain his former prowess. A year later, Phil was no longer the frail youth he once was. The transformation from a powerless boy to a robust young man was remarkable. Now in his teenage years, his body was developing rapidly. Standing at approximately 123 centimeters tall, aside from his flowing golden hair, which he found rather vexing, he had little else to complain about. What brought him the most joy, however, was that over the past year, his healer's internal cultivation had finally begun to flourish, allowing him to enter the first level of training, focusing on the 8 extraordinary meridians. This initial stage involved cultivating the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians based on the foundational principles of his body, encompassing all acupoints throughout his being. The first tier of the 8 extraordinary meridians involved cultivating vital energy from the dantian, traversing the meridians, regulating the body's channels, and fortifying his essence. The internal cultivation of a healer emphasizes a gentle, nourishing approach. Even in his previous life, Phil had only managed to reach the second layer of the first level before stagnating, as his grandfather would remark, due to the overwhelming aura of violence he had acquired during his military service, which was deemed contrary to the natural order. Achieving the first layer at the age of 11 was commendable. With vital energy to support him, Phil could endure any exertion. Although the healer's internal cultivation lacked lethal efficacy, it was unrivaled in terms of internal nourishment. Armed with newfound resources, Phil was determined to shed his previous gentleness. Enhancing his strength was now paramount. The sooner he could elevate his capabilities, the more assured he would be in navigating the treacherous sunset forest and uncovering the truth regarding his predicament. For the subsequent training, Phil replicated the special operations training he had experienced in the military. Absent firearms, he crafted all necessary equipment himself. Though rudimentary, their practicality sufficed, as they were merely temporary tools not warranting excessive sentiment. The Sunset Forest, a primal wilderness in the northern mountainous regions of Croatia, teemed with a multitude of wild beasts and psychic creatures, making it a frequent haunt for adventurers from the Kingdom of Croatia. The small village where Phil resided was situated on the periphery of this forest. However, several kilometers behind the village lay an unfathomable abyss that one could only traverse by flight. As a result, if the villagers wished to venture beyond their confines, they were compelled to traverse the edges of the Sunset Forest. Even this seemingly simple endeavor was fraught with peril, for the forest was rife with ferocious beasts and various psychic creatures endowed with extraordinary abilities. Phil no longer cursed the ancestors who had chosen this forsaken village as a refuge. Instead, he now faced the daunting task of finding a way out. With sun-kissed skin, robust muscles, and golden hair complemented by cerulean eyes, coupled with a resolute countenance, Phil epitomized the archetype of a foreigner. In his past life, he would have been considered exceptionally striking. Yet in this isolated hamlet, he was merely the sole human presence. Despite his limited interactions with the villagers, Phil was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within the Sunset Forest. Thus, he prepared his travel gear well in advance. Besides his well-honed physique, Phil's greatest asset was the wealth of experience he had accumulated in his past life, which afforded him the means to survive. As for what lay beyond the treacherous confines of the Sunset Forest, he would contemplate that only after successfully emerging from its grasp. After all, a boy not yet 12 years of age attempting to traverse the forest's edge alone would require his utmost focus. Equipped with his weapons and a modest supply of provisions, Phil set forth. There was little left to bind him to the village. Nearly 2 years had passed since he was captured, during which time he had transformed from a frail youth into a sturdy young man. The most significant contributors to his metamorphosis were undoubtedly the herbal dishes crafted from the villagers' stored provisions and the internal cultivation he had achieved to the first level. The systematic training had merely facilitated the restoration of his former skills. Phil's arsenal was modest: a sword, a spear, and 2 hand crossbows. The sword was a short blade left behind by Carlo. Discovered while organizing the cellar of the Carlo family, it was likely a weapon he had used during his mercenary days. The blade was of good quality, fitting comfortably in Phil's small hands. And combined with the combat and assassination techniques he had mastered in his previous life, it held considerable potential. The hand crossbows were crafted based on military models Phil had previously employed in special operations. A range of effective weaponry beyond firearms was essential. Although Phil was dissatisfied with the 2 hand crossbows due to the materials used, he had utilized all available resources in the village and had no choice but to make do. These crossbows had an effective range of 20 meters and could penetrate a thick wooden plank, serving as his means of ranged combat. Complemented by several specially modified arrows, the spear was among the few weapons available in the village. Previously used by hunters for capturing game, Phil took it along, recognizing that a short sword would be at a disadvantage against large beasts. Thus, he required a long weapon. Shortly after departing the village, Phil encountered a leopard. In the 2 years since hunters had ceased their activities around the village, many wild animals had begun to regard the area as their playground, with some even attempting to invade the village. Had Phil not regained his strength, he might have found himself in dire straits. This was an adult leopard, its lithe form brimming with explosive muscle. Phil regarded the creature with seriousness, his spear pointed forward against this formidable beast. Known for its speed, the hand crossbow would serve no purpose, and the short sword was ill-suited for such a large foe. Hence, he was left with no choice but to wield the spear. The beasts in this region differed from those he had encountered in his past life. This leopard, while resembling its African counterpart in visage, lacked the distinctive spots, its coat a brilliant golden hue. Nevertheless, its agile movements were on par with the African leopard. Phil remained patient, fully aware that while his body had regained its former strength, he still lacked the raw power of an adult. Even seasoned hunters would hesitate to confront such a beast one-on-one. However, he possesses his own advantages. Having trained for over a year in various combat techniques, he is now indistinguishable from his former self. Confronting a mere wild leopard poses no challenge for him. The wild leopard, losing its patience during the standoff, charged at the diminutive figure before it, who, despite wielding a spear, was still just a child. With that leap, the battle commenced. The leopard, evidently experienced in combat, approached from an unusual angle, and before Phil could thrust his spear into its abdomen, it twisted in midair, evading the sharp tip, and lunged at him with its powerful forepaws. Phil swiftly turned the shaft of his spear to block the leopard's claws, and with a swift motion, he raised his left foot and delivered a fierce kick to the leopard's belly. In that fleeting moment, had his reaction been even slightly slower, he might have been gravely injured. The leopard was sent flying but quickly regained its footing. It had suffered a significant blow. Phil's kick had nearly dispersed its energy. And now the wild creature regarded the child before it with a hint of fear. As the leopard remained still, Phil took the initiative. He had no intention of lingering here confronting a leopard. He needed to resolve this predicament swiftly. For the leopard bore grudges and would not hesitate to follow him, creating a persistent threat. Seeing Phil charge forward, the leopard instinctively advanced as well. Though not the king of beasts, it had its own pride. Being intimidated by a mere child was an unforgivable affront. However, this time, the leopard was not as fortunate. Phil's spear struck with the precision of a serpent's fang, piercing through its fur and leaving several equally sized wounds. The leopard, caught off guard, collapsed without the chance to evade. Utterly bewildered by the prowess of this human child. Chapter 4. A sudden turn of events. Having dealt with the leopard, Phil continued on his journey, heading eastward from the village to reach the nearest town. This path lay within the bounds of the Sunset Forest, and it would take him at least 20 days of travel. Along the way, Phil made every effort to avoid encounters with wild beasts, typically opting to circumvent them at a distance. The potent scent of a certain plant sap he had applied minimized his own odor, rendering him nearly undetectable to ordinary wildlife. Such measures were essential for traversing the jungle, especially now that he was alone. Being discovered by a ferocious beast would certainly be disastrous. He preferred to pass unnoticed rather than engage in combat with the creature, by employing his scent-masking techniques and exercising caution in his stealthy movements. Phil successfully evaded most of the ferocious wildlife, which all had their territories. His goal was simply to navigate the edges of these territories. Yet, even so, traversing the Sunset Forest in this manner was no small feat. At present, Phil found his path obstructed by a rabbit. Yes, a rabbit, but not the kind he often consumed. Phil had spotted the rabbit leisurely grazing from a distance, initially perceiving it as harmless and contemplating it for lunch. However, he soon realized that this was no ordinary rabbit. Armed with a hand crossbow, which was far more convenient for small game than a short sword or spear, Phil prepared to shoot to his astonishment. The powerful bolt he released halted just a meter from the rabbit, then inexplicably reversed direction and shot straight back at him. Is this some kind of bad luck? Phil dodged, incredulous as he stared at the rabbit, which seemed to mock him with its eyes. Growing up in a small mountain village and rarely interacting with the villagers, Phil was unaware that in this world, beasts were divided into ordinary beasts and thought beasts. Ordinary beasts were akin to those he had encountered in his past life, while thought beasts possessed unique abilities that in this world, there existed a power known as thought force. Those capable of cultivating it among humans were called thought wielders, while beasts born with this ability were termed thought beasts. Furthermore, humans also cultivated a form of energy called mysterious force, akin to martial artists. Naturally, Phil was oblivious to all of this. Now, he found himself utterly bewildered by the rabbit. Experiencing firsthand the marvels of thought force, the rabbit effortlessly reflected all his attacks, and he felt as if his body was ensnared by some unseen force, rendering his movements sluggish. Ultimately, under the rabbit's mocking gaze, it bounded away. Being toyed with by a rabbit left Phil speechless. This world was evidently far from simple. For the first time, curiosity about this world filled his heart. Until today, his sole focus had been to reunite with his sister. But the rabbit's antics made him realize that exploring this world could also be worthwhile. After retrieving the bolt that had been deflected back at him, Phil became even more cautious. If a seemingly innocuous rabbit could possess such extraordinary abilities, then other small creatures might also be capable of the same. Without any understanding of thought force, Phil could only describe this bizarre capability as the rabbit having become enlightened. In the following days, Phil refrained from provoking any animals, only hunting small game when necessary for sustenance, even avoiding those that appeared harmless. After all, his primary objective was to exit the forest, and he had no intention of squandering time and energy. If all went according to plan, in just over 10 days, he should be able to completely leave the Sunset Forest, traveling primarily along its periphery, where, theoretically, there should be no particularly fierce beasts or thought beasts. However, it seemed that fate was determined to demonstrate the might of thought beasts to him. Phil soon encountered a wolf, one endowed with thought force. There is no clear classification between thought beasts and ordinary beasts. A beast will become a thought beast if it is born with thought force. Thus, it is nearly impossible to discern whether a beast is a thought beast merely by sight. The wolf Phil encountered was a result of his misjudgment that it was not particularly large, likely still a juvenile. Having trekked for half a day and feeling hungry, Phil could not pass up the opportunity to hunt this solitary young wolf. Concealing himself, he fired 2 bolts from his crossbow, expecting to secure his meal. Suddenly, he found himself in a situation reminiscent of that day with the rabbit. His lethal bolts froze in mid-air, while the wolf, having detected his hiding spot, approached him. What sent chills down his spine was that the arrows did not reflect back but rather inexplicably disintegrated into thin air. What in the world? Phil exclaimed, bolting in panic. The situation was bizarre and uncertain. Retreating was the only sensible option. Yet, just a few steps away, he felt an inexplicable force immobilizing him. As if he were ensnared by some binding energy. He recalled feeling similarly when facing the rabbit, albeit less intensely. As the wolf drew closer, Phil struggled desperately, but the more he fought, the tighter the binding force became, soon leaving him drenched in sweat. Am I really going to be taken down by a wolf? No, absolutely not, Phil thought, defiantly gazing at the approaching wolf, its sharp teeth glistening in the light. Just as the wolf closed in, Phil's internal energy, which had previously been unresponsive, surged forth in a desperate outburst. His right hand broke free from its constraints, and he thrust his short sword directly into the heart of the juvenile wolf. The wolf's expression froze in disbelief. It could not comprehend how this seemingly powerless human had escaped its thought force binding. Yet, it had no chance to react further, with its heart pierced. The wolf's life force rapidly faded, and the binding energy on Phil dissipated as well. Gasping for breath, Phil had narrowly escaped death, casting a wary glance at the lifeless wolf. Had it not been for his fortuitous timing and desperate channeling of his internal energy, he likely would have perished at the jaws of this creature. Phil practiced healing techniques, which nourished the body but had never been noted for any other effects, even in his family's records. Dragging the wolf to a concealed spot, Phil sat cross-legged, determined to comprehend what had just transpired. In this perilous sunset forest, any useful ability was invaluable, especially with regard to his internal energy. As he circulated his techniques, Phil found nothing amiss. His internal energy flowed as usual, but he surmised that the surge of energy in his right hand had allowed him to break free from the binding. Yet now, no special sensations accompanied the energy's movement to his right hand. Having discovered nothing unusual or beneficial, Phil reluctantly set aside his thoughts. His family's internal techniques had been cultivated for hundreds of years, and it seemed improbable that any capabilities would remain undiscovered. Could it have simply been a fluke? As he gazed at the wolf lying before him, Phil began to process it. This wolf would provide sustenance for several days. Had he not exhausted his supplies, he would not have needed to confront this seemingly easy prey. Setting up a fire, Phil began to roast the meat. It was the only viable method of cooking in the wild. To his surprise, when he split open the wolf's skull, a crystal the size of a thumb sprang forth. The crystal was translucent and resembled the quartz he had seen in his past life. Do wild beasts have crystals in their heads? Phil wondered. Shaking his head in disbelief, he collected the crystal, sensing it might be something valuable, despite not knowing its true nature. Having consumed wolf meat, Phil continued his journey, wrapping the remaining portions in animal hide. With this provision, he could avoid attracting any creatures for at least 2 days. The animals in this region were of no interest to him, especially as he wished to steer clear of that peculiar beast with its uncanny abilities. 10 days later, Phil finally stumbled upon a proper path, signifying his exit from the sunsetting forest. During these days, Phil had adopted a cautious demeanor, choosing to evade any beasts he encountered, apart from securing food when necessary. He had managed to avoid provoking any creatures. Through his diligent stealth, he successfully navigated the perils of the sunsetting forest, albeit only its outskirts, which was a commendable feat in itself. A crucial element to his success was the concoction he had smeared on himself to mask his scent. There have been several instances where he nearly compromised his position. Had he not remained composed, this journey would not have been so smooth. Upon spotting a road frequented by travelers, Phil felt a sense of relief. Following this route would surely lead him to a place inhabited by humans, where he could gather information. Yet, Phil seemed to have overlooked the fact that areas populated by humans are often no safer than those teeming with beasts. Shortly after his emergence, trouble found him, and it was significant trouble indeed. That a caravan was before him, and Phil had no inkling as to whom it belonged. He merely wished to inquire about directions. However, this inquiry would prove to be his undoing. Good sirs, might I ask where this road leads and how long it takes to reach a settlement or village? Phil suddenly appeared at the resting spot of the caravan, posing his question to several middle-aged men taking a break by the roadside. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? The men, evidently perplexed by Phil's sudden appearance, failed to realize that he had concealed himself nearby. Observing them for quite some time before approaching, having deduced they were likely part of a merchant guild. I am but a hunter, having just emerged from the sunsetting forest, seeking a place to rest. I kindly ask for your guidance regarding the direction ahead. Phil endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, but upon closer inspection, he noticed an air of menace surrounding these men. The lethal aura they exuded reminded him only of his comrades from his past life in special forces, and their formidable presence suggested they were not to be trifled with. Haha, who would have thought we were nearing our destination and could increase our earnings? Young man, accept your fate. Before Phil could comprehend the situation, one of the men lunged toward him. What are you doing? Phil instinctively dodged, but before he could react further, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 5. The slave base. When Phil regained consciousness, he was met with a throbbing headache. As he attempted to rub his temples, he suddenly realized he was bound. What is happening? Struggling to sit up, he discovered he was on a wagon, surrounded by 6 or 7 children, approximately 10 years of age, all similarly restrained. Their faces bore an expression of despair, devoid of any vitality. Observing Phil's bewilderment, one of the children sighed deeply. Brother, you find yourself on a slave trader's cart. We are all their prey. You must accept your fate. What? Slaves? Are you saying we have become slaves? Phil was momentarily taken aback. He understood the concept of slavery, yet he could not fathom how such a reality still existed in this world. Indeed. Have you not noticed the mark on our foreheads? That signifies our binding to a slave contract, and our lives are no longer in our own hands. This is the symbol of a slave contract. But what does it entail? Phil gazed at the mark on the child's forehead, resembling a birthmark etched into their skin. You are unaware of the slave contract? No wonder, judging by your attire. You must be a hunter from a mountain village. so it's understandable you lack this knowledge." The child appeared resigned to his fate and began to explain. Through the child's words, Phil gradually grasped the nature of the slave contract. In this world, there existed a power known as telekinesis, and the slave contract was a manifestation of this ability. By communicating with the soul of the slave, the practitioner could extract a fragment of it and seal it onto a magical parchment, thereby establishing the contract. Through this bond, the master could control the life and death of the slave. Phil was astounded to discover such capabilities existed in this realm, reminiscent of the strange powers he had encountered with the peculiar beasts. He began to inquire further, seeking to comprehend the broader context of this world. The child seemed eager to share his knowledge, perhaps as a means of distracting himself from the harsh reality of their enslavement. From what Phil gleaned, this individual named Ali was certainly no ordinary person. The complexity of this world far exceeded Phil's expectations. Primarily, it was a realm of humans, yet it was also home to various other races, such as the Dark Clan, the Spirit Tribe, and humanity's sworn enemy, the Beast Men, along with several other rare races that were becoming increasingly scarce on the continent. Humanity occupied approximately 3/4 of this land, divided into 3 great empires, 4 kingdoms, and 4 territories. The 3 empires were the Empire of the Moon, the Rodria Empire, and the Rosefield Empire, collectively claiming 2/3 of the human realm. The 4 kingdoms, Ingesis, Crothia, Brains, and Ketliza, accounted for nearly 1/3 of the territory, while the remaining 4 territories comprised 4 independent cities of modest size. Beyond these 3 empires, 4 kingdoms, and 4 territories stood a transcendent entity, the Temple of Light. The temple's headquarters resided on the sacred island, located in the Western Sea, its expanse rivaling that of any empire, boasting a formidable military and prowess. Moreover, branches of the temple could be found throughout the continent, its influence surpassing that of any empire by a considerable margin. Fortunately, the temple generally maintained a neutral stance regarding the continent's affairs, and the occasional miracles attributed to it instilled a sense of reverence among the populace. The priests of the temple frequently traversed the land, healing ailments, thereby bestowing upon the temple unparalleled prestige. In the vast forests of the continent's northwest, fierce beastmen thrived. Historically, humans and beastmen had been mortal enemies, frequently engaging in warfare. Other races remained hidden in various corners of the continent, seldom seen. This world also hosted martial artists, who practiced a discipline known as xianli. Their Xuanli advanced. Martial artists were categorized into ranks: warrior, master, sect leader, spirit warrior, saint warrior, supreme warrior, emperor warrior, and god warrior. Currently, the most prominent figures were at the saint warrior level. The ranks of supreme warrior and god warrior had not been seen for ages. In contemporary human society, the most formidable beings were the top 10 saint warriors. Apart from martial artists, Phil was particularly intrigued by the practitioners of telekinesis. These individuals cultivated telekinetic power, a unique ability, and as their prowess grew, they were classified into ranks: telekinetic scholar, telekinetic master, telekinetic sect leader, telekinetic spirit, telekinetic saint, telekinetic supreme, telekinetic emperor, and telekinetic god. At present, the strongest known practitioner was at the saint level, with the most powerful among them also being one of the top 10 telekinetic saints. It is noteworthy that, aside from humans and other races, the world was populated with numerous beasts and telekinetic beasts. The rabbit and wolf Phil had previously encountered were types of telekinetic beasts. Under Eli's guidance, Phil finally understood that the strange abilities of these beasts stemmed from telekinesis. Telekinetic beasts were divided into 9 ranks, with those above the 6th rank possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. 9th-rank telekinetic beasts could transform into human form and articulate speech. The telekinetic crystals found within these beasts were highly coveted by human telekinetic practitioners, prompting Phil to recall the crystal he had extracted from the wolf's head, which was undoubtedly seized by those nefarious individuals. Telekinetic beasts could form contracts with humans, becoming their telekinetic companions. If a human practitioner possessed a telekinetic beast, their strength would significantly increase. Likewise, a martial artist with a telekinetic beast could potentially acquire telekinetic abilities. Thus, telekinetic beast cubs were considered luxury items within human society, often fetching exorbitant prices. The reason for this preference for cubs over adult telekinetic beasts lay in the low probability of adults becoming companions to humans. After absorbing this wealth of information, Phil lost interest in further inquiries, being inexplicably thrust into slavery, with his life now in another's hands, was an exceedingly dire predicament. From Eli's discourse, Phil understood that once bound by a slave contract, The chances of reversal were virtually non-existent. Was he truly destined to accept this fate? Phil could scarcely fathom that he had merely sought directions and had inadvertently become ensnared in such a predicament. It seems my only option is to find an opportunity to reclaim that damned contract. I refuse to believe there is no way, he resolved. When the time comes, I shall demand double the recompense. Unlike a lie, Phil had never been one to concede defeat. Given the circumstances, seizing an opportunity to turn the tables was imperative. His primary objective was to survive, for only then could he seek to reclaim the contract and, ultimately, search for his sister. With his thoughts clarified, Phil felt a sense of calm wash over him. As long as he drew breath, there remained a glimmer of hope. After all, he had only become a slave. The future would require him to play the role of a subordinate. Having undergone special forces trainings, Phil possessed unwavering mental resilience, and becoming a member of an elite special forces unit required more than just superior military skills. In a previous life, Phil had assumed over a dozen different roles to fulfill his missions, disguising himself so convincingly that he managed to survive until retirement. After several days of travel, the caravan finally came to a halt. Upon stepping out of the carriage for the first time, Phil discovered that they had seemingly ventured deep into the mountains. To his dismay, he found himself once again ensnared in the very wilderness he had only recently escaped. As they formed a line, Phil caught sight of the middle-aged man he had previously asked for directions. The realization that he had unwittingly walked into a trap made him bitterly smile. Indeed, misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a group emerged from the opposite side of the mountain. The middle-aged man hurried forward to pay his respects to the elderly leader. After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man handed a substantial stack of documents to the elder. Phil surmised that these were the slave contracts concerning himself and the others, and he recognized that his current objective was to escape this cursed contract. It appeared that the two groups were familiar with one another, as the elder instructed his subordinates to bring forth several boxes of gold coins. The middle-aged man's cohort departed eagerly with the coins, leaving behind over 40 slaves and a contingent of warriors. Listen up, boys. Regardless of your past identities, you are now merely slaves. To embrace this existence, you must possess the mindset of a slave. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will deeply regret their arrival in this world. Now, follow me closely and do not fall behind. Those who lag will be left to feed the beasts. The elder's commanding voice resonated, surprising Phil with its vigor. Under the watchful eyes of the elder and his men, the group of over 40 children trudged along the treacherous mountain path for more than a day before reaching their destination. Among them, 2 children who fell behind were mercilessly killed by the pursuing warriors, revealing to Phil the brutal nature of these slavers, who exhibited no semblance of humanity. Their destination turned out to be an underground realm, which Phil observed to be a naturally formed cavern that had been artificially enlarged by the organization to serve as a training ground. In the following days, Phil and the others spent their time in a spacious underground chamber, left in the dark about the intentions of those who had purchased them. After a few days, all the slaves were gathered together, and Phil realized that their group was merely a fraction of a much larger cohort, with at least 500 children concentrated in a vast plaza, each bearing the distinctive symbols of slavery on their foreheads. Welcome to Training Base Number 1. Boys, here, you may either become exceptional assassins or merely the dung of the beast. If you wish to survive, you must earn your keep through effort. I care not if none of you survive. We have no use for waste in our organization. Therefore, to secure your lives, unleash your full potential and complete the training. Otherwise, death awaits you, for this is your purpose here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cree, the supervisor here. A robust, scarred middle-aged man stood upon a high platform, his cold voice sending shivers through the crowd. Aside from Cree, all present wore masks. The 500 children were divided into 25 groups of 20, undergoing training that was more akin to a life and death trial than mere instruction. Each child received an iron mask, emblazoned with a number that would serve as their identity within this grim establishment. Hurry up, have you not eaten? Move it. 10 masked figures clad in black wielded whips, chasing the 20 exhausted children who had been running for most of the day. The initial days consisted of so-called physical training, during which the relentless pressure of the whips forced everyone to extract their utmost potential. By the end of the first day, all had collapsed from exhaustion, treated like discarded dogs and tossed into individual cells. At dawn on the second day, after a meager meal, they were compelled to run again, though there were those who resisted. The first 2 to voice their objections quickly lost their heads to the black-clad enforcers, extinguishing any remaining courage among the others. Phil gritted his teeth, maintaining an appearance of compliance. Having restored his physique and trained for a year, he found this level of training manageable. Yet he understood the importance of not standing out too much amidst the uncertainty of their fate. As they endured this relentless regimen for several days, all ultimately succumbed to exhaustion multiple times, until at last, the dreaded instructor with the silver mask appeared before them. Have you enjoyed the past few days? This is merely the beginning. I will now take over your training. To be frank, of you little brats, no more than 5 will survive a year from now. Thus, from this moment forward, you should hope for the demise of each other. For that will increase your own chances of survival. The silver-masked instructor's chilling voice sent a wave of dread through the group, for to these 11 and 12-year-old children, death felt alarmingly imminent. Are you afraid? I assure you, those who fear death will perish the quickest. Now, I want each of you to run vigorously for the next incense stick's duration, 100 laps. Fail to meet this requirement, and you will be punished. The last one will die. With a wave of his hand, the merciless instructor set them off, and the children desperately began to run. The ground allocated to them had been trampled into a muddy mess over the past few days. The field was nearly half the size of a football pitch, and each lap measured a daunting 200 meters. Completing 100 laps was nearly beyond their limits, as the instructor seemed intent on pushing them to their breaking point. Phil ran amid the pack, conserving his energy, aware that if he pushed too hard at the start, he would surely falter long before the end. Having undergone extensive endurance training in his previous life, he understood the importance of moderation, especially given his 12-year-old body. As the instructor had ominously stated, only 5 out of the 20 would survive, and it was only natural for them to wish for the downfall of others. This time, there were no whips driving them onward. The black-clad figures had previously tested their limits, and now it was a matter of who would falter first. Phil maintained a steady pace in the middle of the pack, neither leading nor lagging. As the first incense stick burned down, the instructor began timing the second. Everyone was on high alert, having completed over 50 laps, but exhaustion was palpable. The front runners began to slow, soon overtaken by the throng behind them. As Phil passed them, he could clearly see the despair etched on their faces. Those who had sprinted at the beginning now regretted their choices, though it was too late to turn back. Ultimately, when the second incense stick was extinguished, none had managed to complete the 100 laps, despite their best efforts. Garbage. You are all worthless, a waste of food. Since you have failed, you will go without meals today. With a dismissive wave, the silver-masked instructor signaled to a black-clad enforcer, who seized the last child to finish. I said, the last one will die. Execute. Yes, sir. The enforcer affirmed. No, please don't kill me. The last child struggled desperately, but his already exhausted body was lifted effortlessly like a mere chick, and with a swift motion, his head rolled away. You see the cost of failure. In the future, you will face similar consequences. If you wish to live, keep your wits about you. With that, the silver-masked instructor departed, leaving behind 17 terrified children. The fear reflected in their eyes, visible through their masks, was palpable. This marked the third death they had witnessed in a matter of days. Who would be next? Dragging their weary bodies, Phil returned to his cell, knowing that food was not an option today. Battling hunger and fatigue, he sat up. If he succumbed to sleep now, he might not awaken in the morning. With great effort, he began to circulate his internal energy, as it was the only source of relief available to him. The medicinal properties of this energy could alleviate some fatigue, but an empty stomach could not be overlooked. At dawn the next day, all were assembled in the training grounds for another day of torment. Fortunately, the instructor seemed to recognize their physical limits, as they were not subjected to further grueling exercises. Instead, he explained the essential skills they would need to learn as assassins. Their training would now revolve entirely around these skills. After enduring until midday, they finally had the chance to eat. Phil realized that the instructor's harshness the previous day had likely been a calculated show of force to instill obedience in the children. Once fed, they were gathered to learn literacy. Most of them were illiterate. Beyond the physical training, the camp had a small library filled with invaluable resources on assassin training, which would play a crucial role in determining the potential of these young trainees. Thus, addressing the literacy skills of these slaves gathered from various corners is crucial. In the words of the silver-faced man, anyone who fails to read within a month shall be executed, under the threat of death. No one dares to slacken their efforts, and this is likely the simplest requirement here, as no one wishes to forfeit their life over such a matter. It must be said that this training base has a systematic approach to training assassins. After Phil and the others resolved their literacy issues, each was provided with 2 small booklets, initiating their self-cultivation of either the mysterious energy or the mental force. One must be chosen, and those incapable of cultivating either would meet their demise. The cultivation of mysterious energy is relatively simple, so although Phil is quite curious about the peculiar abilities of mental force, he chooses to follow the majority in cultivating mysterious energy until his life is assured. The method of cultivating mysterious energy bears some resemblance to that of internal martial arts. Phil is somewhat astonished to discover that the so-called roots for the operation of mysterious energy in the booklet bear similarities to the internal techniques he practices, with key points located along the extraordinary meridians, differing only in their pathways. Could it be that this mysterious energy is merely another form of internal energy? Phil muses, but he quickly dismisses this thought, realizing that the priority is to cultivate this so-called mysterious energy as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, the black-clad individuals will show him no mercy. Following the instructions in the booklet, Phil concentrates his thoughts, allowing them to flow along the designated route of the technique. His true energy has already been sealed within his dantian, preventing any interference. Phil swiftly completes a cycle of the technique, for he is intimately familiar with the meridians in his body and requires no gradual exploration of the technique's pathway. However, upon completion, he senses nothing. It seems as though nothing has transpired. Have I mispracticed? Phil frowns, flipping through the booklet once more but finding no apparent issues. Let us try again. I refuse to believe I cannot cultivate this mysterious energy. Phil resolves fiercely. For failing to cultivate it would mean death, and he does not wish to be unjustly executed. Once, no response. Twice, still no response. Thrice, yet again no response. Phil, undeterred, continues to repeat the technique, losing count of how many times he has performed it. Finally, a faint, unusual force emerges within his meridians. It is only after several more attempts that he becomes aware of this subtle force. He senses this force, which is entirely different from his true energy. Phil finally breathes a sigh of relief and continues, still unaware of how this force has manifested. With each cycle of cultivation, Phil eventually perceives a slight attraction in his body towards the external environment. It is due to this attraction that the unusual force gradually increases in tandem with the technique's operation. Could it be that the cultivation of this mysterious energy involves absorbing external forces? But what is this external force? Is it what they call spiritual energy? Phil remains puzzled, as the booklet provides only a rudimentary outline of the technique without detailed explanations. Days pass, and Phil senses that his mysterious energy has finally stabilized. Having increased several-fold, he feels a measure of relief, at least no longer fearing an inexplicable execution at this juncture. Phil turns his attention to studying the cultivation methods of mysterious energy, comparing them to his family's traditional medical techniques. He discovers that the cultivation of his ancestral internal energy is an inward process, generating true energy from within the body to nourish it, whereas the cultivation of mysterious energy relies on the absorption of external forces. True energy and mysterious energy are fundamentally different. Can true energy and mysterious energy coexist within the body? Phil furrows his brow, recognizing this as a pressing issue. His family's true energy serves as a safeguard for his life, as long as it remains. He can withstand severe injuries with a greater chance of survival, a fact proven many times in his past life. Yet, he must now cultivate mysterious energy or face annihilation. Currently, he is sealing his true energy within his dantian. But this is not a sustainable solution. The cultivation of true energy continually stimulates his body's potential, a fact validated in his previous life, while the cultivation of mysterious energy is essential for immediate survival. Is it possible to merge true energy with mysterious energy in my cultivation? Phil contemplates the gentle nature of his family's true energy and believes it worth attempting. The cultivation of true energy is designed to strengthen oneself, and at critical moments, it can be released to heal others. Perhaps it can be integrated with mysterious energy. I'll give it a shot. I must try, Phil resolves firmly. As time is not on his side, and he must swiftly resolve this dilemma. If true energy and mysterious energy cannot merge, he can still recultivate any consumed mysterious energy with determination. Phil draws his true energy from the dantian, guiding it upward, then operates the mysterious energy technique to direct that strand of mysterious energy into the intersection of the two techniques. The pathways of the two techniques differ significantly. The ancestral technique guides energy through the extraordinary meridians to nourish the body and then return to the dantian, while the mysterious energy technique appears less constrained by meridians and is more straightforward. Phil now seeks a point of convergence where he can test the potential for merging true energy with mysterious energy. The point Phil selects is at the zhong dantian, specifically at the point known as the shan zhong xue.at. This moment, his true energy has been drawn from the dantian and remains there. As mysterious energy circulates within his body, Phil cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. This is an experiment within his own body. However, to his astonishment, when the strand of mysterious energy encounters true energy at the zhongshui, it is suddenly enveloped by the true energy and then merges into it. The mysterious energy Phil cultivated is consumed by the true energy. What just happened? Phil stares in astonishment, quickly checking his true energy. He notices that the true energy, having absorbed the mysterious energy, seems to have undergone a transformation. The medical true energy, once gentle and harmonious, now carries a hint of wildness, albeit subtly concealed. Phil knows his true energy intimately. Any change is detectable to him. The absorbed mysterious energy has indeed altered the true energy, imbuing it with a degree of aggression. However, Phil is frustrated that this mutated true energy lacks the distinct characteristics of mysterious energy. If subjected to examination, he would undoubtedly be executed by the black-clad individuals. Yet, this attempt has revealed to Phil that his true energy and mysterious energy can indeed merge, and the resulting mutated true energy possesses qualities that his medical true energy lacks, potentially granting him greater strength. With this knowledge, Phil feels a sense of relief. He compresses his true energy back into the dantian, and although the true energy has transformed, he can still manipulate it freely. After compressing it back into its original state, Phil once again operates the mysterious energy technique, successfully cultivating mysterious energy once more in preparation for inspection. As long as he passes this phase, he can gradually explore the mutated true energy resulting from the fusion of true energy and mysterious energy. Moreover, since the cultivated mysterious energy can be absorbed by true energy, it will not be wasted. During this period, the silver-faced man does not appear, allowing ample time for the others to cultivate. It is only 2 months later that he finally reappears before them. Well done, you little ones possess commendable aptitude, surprisingly. Out of 17, 15 of you have managed to cultivate mysterious energy. This means that 15 of you can continue to survive. With a wave of his hand, 2 black-clad individuals step forward, dragging away the 2 youths who failed to demonstrate any response to either mysterious energy or mental force. Another 2 lives lost. I have stated that this place has no need for the worthless. Do not think for a moment that you are safe now. What follows is the true commencement of your assassin training. Come with me to the training ground. The silver-faced man appears quite satisfied with the reactions of the remaining 15 slaves, at the very least. No one seems to be trembling in fear anymore. Learning to disregard life and death is a necessary trial for an assassin. The ultimate goal of an assassin is assassination, regardless of the means. If you can eliminate your target, you have succeeded. Now, I shall begin teaching you how to kill. Those who cannot learn will be executed. The silver-faced man's cold demeanor, punctuated by the word kill, instills an unyielding seriousness in everyone present. There are many weapons available to assassins. A weapon is your lifeline. Now, each of you shall choose a weapon that you deem suitable. The silver-faced man gestures toward the weapon rack behind him. Phil is witnessing an array of weapons from this world for the first time. There are swords, daggers, heavy hammers, spiked clubs, and long spears. The remaining 15 slaves take turns selecting their weapons, and when it is Phil's turn, his gaze is drawn to a short sword. The sword is remarkably simple, reminding Phil of the rusted blade of the heartless swordsman Afei from the television series. It resembles that very sword. By some strange twist of fate, he selects this perhaps the most unremarkable and unassuming weapon in the entire place and returns to the line. The silver-faced man's eyes linger momentarily on Phil as he picks up the short sword before shifting his attention to the others. Little did they know, this seemingly inconspicuous short sword was once a weapon used by the silver-faced man himself, carelessly left behind, only to be chosen by Phil. Chapter 7. Mid-year assessment. Once everyone had selected their weapons, the silver-masked man distributed a booklet tailored to each individual's choice. He lacked the time to instruct each person individually. Survival here depended solely on one's own efforts. The booklet contained the fundamental techniques for using their chosen weapons. Meticulously compiled by the assassin organization, their current task was to master the techniques outlined within. As for additional materials, the training camp's library held ample resources for each individual to explore as needed, sparing the instructors from any additional burdens. The role of these trainers was merely to eliminate unsuitable candidates at appropriate intervals. In the face of life-threatening circumstances, no method proves more effective than this. A lesson learned from the training camp's experience. In pursuit of survival, these young individuals dared not exhibit any laziness. The assassination skills they acquired were the most suited to their individual styles. A one-size-fits-all approach would stifle the development of exceptional assassins. The upcoming arrangements were rather relaxed, allowing Phil and the others to manage their time freely. However, Assessments would occur every 6 months, and the 2 lowest-ranking individuals would face elimination, under the looming threat of death. The remaining 15 youths began their self-training. Indeed, self-training. Those wishing to learn new techniques or skills could consult the library, while those aiming to hone their unique abilities would also find resources there. This necessity for literacy was evident and served a vital purpose. Self-training under the pressure of potential death often yields superior results compared to uniform instruction. This was another lesson from the training camp's assassin training. To become a successful assassin, one must possess strength, a multifaceted concept encompassing both mystical and mental prowess. However, the most critical aspect remains assassination techniques, which include stealth, intelligence gathering, execution, and evasion. An assassin who can kill but fails to escape is ultimately a failure. Thus, aspiring assassins must learn an extensive array of skills, as evidenced by the vast collection of books in the library. Phil returned to his dormitory, short sword in hand, along with the booklet he had chosen. The next 6 months were entirely at his disposal, granting him greater flexibility. Having some prior experience with short swords from his previous life, he found the assassination techniques outlined in the booklet to be rather simplistic, merely a collection of peculiar striking methods. Within just a few days, Phil had mastered all the techniques to a commendable degree. However, mere technique would not suffice to create genuine lethality in this environment. Phil held a distinct advantage at just 12 or 13 years of age. He possessed over 20 years of life experience compared to the other 14 youths. Among those years were 5 to 6 years of special forces combat experience, which formed the foundation of his capabilities. As a former Special Forces operative, Phil had mastered numerous killing techniques, and his choice of the short sword allowed him to effectively apply those skills in combat. The techniques in the booklet were, in his estimation, rather trivial. Moreover, his past experiences had taught him that a true assassin's prowess extends beyond mere close-quarters killing. A genuine assassin must be capable of dispatching targets unseen and unheard. Phil had such experience in his previous life, understanding that close-quarters assassination was merely a last resort. Yet, despite this knowledge, he could not afford to display it now, nor could he overlook the importance of close-quarters combat. While it may be a last resort, it remained an indispensable skill for any assassin. To be a successful assassin in close combat demands specific qualities, and Phil's insights were undoubtedly on par with those of the silver-masked man. To succeed in face-to-face killing, one must excel in speed, accuracy, and lethality. The reason Afei had become a feared killer was due to his unmatched swiftness, so rapid that one might lose their head before even blinking. Once a technique reaches a certain speed, all techniques become illusory. Thus, after practicing the techniques from the booklet, Phil focused on enhancing his speed, relegating other concerns to the background for the time being. In his previous life, he had been renowned as a quick-draw expert. However, drawing a sword differs fundamentally from drawing a gun. To wield a sword swiftly, one must first draw it quickly. Consequently, Phil devoted the following months to incessantly training his sword-drawing speed. Disregarding techniques and styles, aiming solely for the fastest draw possible. This practice continued uninterrupted for half a year. The underground training facility lacked the distinction of day and night, perpetually illuminated by torches. It had been 6 months since they had selected their weapons and embarked on self-training, and today marked the moment of assessment. Each of the 15 youths had made progress over the past 6 months. The silver-masked man, having vanished for half a year, reappeared to impose the necessary pressure for self-training. "I trust you are all aware of today's significance," he intoned coldly. "Half a year of training has the potential to transform many aspects of your abilities. Now, it is time to evaluate your progress. Each of you will have the opportunity to engage in combat. A win earns you a point, while a loss deducts a point. You will start with a score of 0. Let the drawing of lots commence. The lowest scoring and those who are incapacitated will face death." The chilling words of the silver-masked man sent shivers down the spines of the 15 youths, who had not heard the word death in 6 months. Their gazes turned icy as they regarded their companions. The implication was clear: to be rendered incapacitated in this trial would equate to a death sentence. Thus, victory must be absolute, and even in defeat, they must ensure they do not become incapacitated. Each of the 15 would face a match, beginning with the first 7 pairs drawn from the lot. Stepping onto the designated arena under the watchful eyes of 7 cloaked figures, those fortunate enough to avoid immediate combat would await their turn in the next drawing. Given that everyone wore masks, their identities remained concealed, distinguishable only by the numbers on their masks. Phil's number was 70826, while his opponent was 70829, a slender youth. Over the past 6 months, Phil had diligently practiced his mystical energy. Unlike true chi, which could be compressed into the dantian, mystical energy flowed throughout his entire body, preventing him from cultivating true chi for fear of fusion, which would leave him in a state of despair. Additionally, he had focused on drawing his sword, having scarcely practiced the techniques outlined in the booklet. Although he had initially mastered them, he had since neglected them. As he faced his opponent armed with a dagger, Phil stood casually, confident in the insights gained from thousands of sword draws practiced daily. Even in a relaxed stance, he could adapt his draw to counter his opponent's movements. Phil's nonchalant demeanor irked 70829, who had noticed that Phil had seldom appeared in the training grounds over the past 6 months, preferring to remain in his solitary dormitory after collecting his rations. Consequently, no one knew the depths of his abilities. While others had spent time honing their techniques, seeing the apparent openings in Phil's stance, 70829 opted for an aggressive approach. The dagger, a weapon of close combat, demanded significant speed and agility from its wielder. 70,829's speed was commendable. He seemed to accelerate instantaneously, launching a sudden attack while altering his angle, a common tactic employed by assassins that a direct assault could be easily thwarted, but shifting angles in close proximity significantly increased the likelihood of success, especially when utilizing short-range weapons. As 70829 moved in, Phil remained still, his left hand clutching the sword's hilt while his right hung loosely, just as 70829 believed victory was assured. His dagger poised to slice Phil's throat. He suddenly felt a chill against his own neck. A sharp coldness pierced his skin, warning him that should he dare to move, he would be fatally struck. Unbeknownst to him, Phil's short sword had found its way to his throat, the icy point emanating a lethal chill. Ah, interesting. I didn't expect this young lad to possess such skill, the silver-masked man remarked, initially observing the 7 groups of combatants with indifference. However, upon witnessing Phil's swift strike, he couldn't help but express his surprise. Such speed was not something everyone could attain. As 70829 realized he could no longer resist, the supervising black-clad figure swiftly declared the outcome. It was evident. Phil had secured a point. 70829, trembling in fear, watched as Phil, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, calmly stepped aside to take a seat. A touch to his throat revealed a trickle of crimson, a reminder that he had narrowly escaped death. Phil had not intentionally spared his opponent. He merely sought to assess his own control. Speed alone was insufficient. Precision was equally vital. While A Fei, the unyielding swordsman, was renowned for his swiftness and efficiency in killing, it was Zhong Yuan Yidian Hong who truly mastered the art of control. Although both A Fei and Zhong Yuan were fictional characters, Phil now acknowledged their prowess as admirable and worthy of emulation. Though becoming an assassin was not his desire, the reality was inescapable. To reclaim his freedom, he first needed to survive. If living became a luxury, how could he hope to reunite with his long-lost sister? The other 6 matches continued for quite some time before reaching their conclusion. As the abilities of the participants were largely comparable, and none had sustained significant injuries, their initial exchanges were conducted with a degree of restraint. Yet this very restraint left the silver-masked man feeling quite displeased. The training camp for assassins emphasizes a survival of the fittest approach, and the hesitant sparring exhibited by these 14 individuals was far from what he wished to witness. Assassins are not forged through mere practice. It is only through enduring various life and death trials that one can emerge as the most formidable assassin. Their previous display was, in fact, a disgrace to the very essence of being an assassin. Humph, you all seem to be taking it easy. When it comes down to the final ranking, I assure you, I will not show any mercy. Remember this, as assassins, you must never entertain the notion of leniency or expect gratitude from others. Your opponents are your mortal enemies. I have only 5 slots available for advancement from this training, so I hope you won't regret your choices later. The silver-masked man's icy voice resonated. The 14 participants, including Phil, could clearly discern his profound dissatisfaction. It seemed exceedingly abnormal that no lives had been lost thus far. The drawing of lots resumed, and the 15 individuals continued their pairwise combat. Fortune smiled upon Phil this time as he drew a blank lot. While a blank lot did not equate to a lack of a match, it afforded him the opportunity to rest, which was undoubtedly beneficial. Under the silver-masked man's watchful eye, the second round of competition turned far more brutal. This time, no one held back. Each participant was determined to bring their opponent to the brink of death. resulting in a truly savage contest. As Phil observed his fellow competitors clash, he noted that due to the nature of their independent training, each had acquired different skills. Phil had devoted the past 6 months solely to honing his swordsmanship, while others had diversified their training. For instance, the individual designated as 70829 had demonstrated a simple yet effective assassination technique characterized by instantaneous directional shifts. Chapter 8. The Art of Stealth. The second bout concluded swiftly, leaving nearly everyone injured across the 7 arenas. Although none were rendered incapacitated, every participant retained the ability to fight. However, based on the intensity of the previous exchanges, it was clear that tempers had flared. The cloaked figure recorded the scores as the drawing of lots proceeded once more. This time, Phil's opponent was a brute wielding a large blade that it was perplexing why this individual, numbered 70831, would choose such a weapon for assassination. Assassins rarely engage in direct confrontations. Should an assassin be forced into a frontal assault, death is surely imminent. A large blade is a weapon meant for head-on combat, and in terms of weight, it is hardly the choice of a killer who relies on a single decisive strike. Compared to Phil's short sword, the heft of 70,831's blade was formidable, perhaps even advantageous in this internal sparring context. Phil, however, refrained from initiating an attack. His training had focused solely on drawing and striking, adhering to the principle of waiting for the right moment. Should he attack proactively, he risked nullifying his own advantage given his current capabilities. 70,831 did not rush into an attack either. Those who opt for a large blade as their assassination weapon are either brutish and lack cunning or are deceptively wise. This opponent was notably larger than most, and his choice of weapon seemed fitting. Yet, despite Phil appearing to be brimming with vulnerabilities, 70831 did not immediately strike, but circled around him instead. This adversary proved to be considerably more challenging than the previous one. As Phil observed 70,831's movements, he deduced that a fighter capable of resisting the lure of an opponent's apparent weaknesses without attacking either lacked the discernment to recognize those weaknesses or understood the peril that lay behind them. Clearly, this opponent belonged to the latter category. Watching Phil remain utterly still while chaos erupted in the surrounding arena, 70831 finally made his move. His timing was precise, choosing to strike as he positioned himself behind Phil. Swinging his large blade at an unusual angle aimed squarely at Phil's back. Just as the blade was about to cleave into him, Phil struck. In a single fluid motion, he drew his sword. 70831, who believed he had the upper hand, found himself unable to complete his strike as the cold tip of Phil's blade pressed against his throat. A mere inch closer would result in a fatal puncture. The silver-masked man had deliberately focused on Phil's actions this time. He had not previously grasped how Phil executed his strike, but now he was fully aware. Nevertheless, the silver-masked man could not help but flinch. Even having seen the move in its entirety, he felt that if he were to engage, he would likely have no choice but to evade, lest they both meet with a disastrous outcome. It was astonishing that within a mere 6 months, this youth, who had abandoned his chosen weapon, had achieved such a level of speed in his swordplay, though his technique still bore significant flaws. This young man had only trained for half a year. If given more time, his growth would be immeasurable. Perhaps, under my guidance, I might cultivate a student worthy of becoming a celestial great assassin. The silver-masked man mused with a hint of delight. In this assassin organization, ranks were categorized from highest to lowest as heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Above these 4 ranks lay the title of assassin monarch. Generally speaking, a celestial great assassin was considered the most formidable within the organization, of which there were only 3 at present. The assassin monarch was but a legend, contemplating the reward for nurturing a potential celestial great assassin. The silver-masked man's eyes gleamed with avarice. Such an accomplishment would ensure a worry-free retirement. Without delving into the silver-masked man's thoughts further, Phil accumulated another point, contentedly awaiting the conclusion of this round. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief regarding his prior decision. Indeed, speed was the ultimate weapon that least within this group. No one posed a threat to him any longer as anticipated throughout the subsequent 12 matches. No one could break through Phil's swift sword strikes. Were it not for Phil's restraint from lethal force, it was likely that he could have dispatched the entire group with a single stroke. Following the matches, the fearsome gazes directed at Phil were palpable. They were utterly confounded by how he had achieved such prowess. Despite sharing the same time frame and foundational skills, he had evidently ascended to an entirely different echelon. Consequently, none dared to view Phil as a rival. They considered themselves fortunate to have survived his restraint, let alone provoke him. The silver-masked man, though deeply dissatisfied with Phil's repeated mercy, understood that if this individual were to unleash his full potential, the 15 participants would soon dwindle to just him. That would indeed pose a problem, and thus he felt somewhat reassured. With the competition concluded, some rejoiced while others lamented. During the trials, 2 individuals had been severely injured, and alongside one unfortunate soul who ranked last, 3 had fallen victim to the blade. The silver-masked man was true to his word, showing no leniency in his judgment. This assessment concludes here. You are safe for the time being. In 6 months, we shall conduct another series of matches. Your survival will depend solely on your abilities. Now, you may leave, the silver-masked man stated curtly. The organization's training had always followed such a merciless regimen, through relentless elimination. Only the truly capable would remain. Having passed yet another trial, Phil returned to his dormitory, exhaling a sigh of relief. This time, he had faced no significant peril. None could breach his swift swordplay, which greatly bolstered his confidence that it appeared that his direction was indeed correct. Yet, he pondered what his training regimen should entail over the next 6 months. His speed in drawing and striking had reached a plateau. Further deliberate practice would yield diminishing returns. It seemed the time had come to explore the so-called library for suitable materials to advance his training. The following day, Phil set off early towards the central library of the training camp, marking his first departure from the confines of the group training area. Upon arriving, he found that others were already poring over the tomes within it as everyone wore masks. No one recognized one another. Phil, too, found himself among unfamiliar faces, for in this realm, emotional connections were deemed unnecessary. After inquiring about the library's regulations, Phil stepped into the relatively spacious facility, keen to avoid inadvertently breaching any of its rules and facing dire consequences. All materials within were strictly not to be removed, and any damage would result in fatal repercussions. Phil commenced by browsing through the entirety of the library's collection, though much to his dismay, the books were haphazardly piled, making it exceedingly difficult to locate specific texts without sifting through them all. Such disorganization felt rather archaic. Furrowing his brow, Phil randomly selected a book and began to read. Whether he would discover a suitable skill to cultivate hinged entirely on chance. After perusing over a dozen volumes, disappointment washed over him. At this rate, he wondered when he might find a suitable text. Returning the book to its place, Phil ascended to the second floor. The first floor primarily housed foundational texts, while the second contained more advanced materials. The second floor was slightly smaller and boasted a significantly reduced collection. Phil aimlessly flipped through the books, which predominantly discussed various techniques, encompassing both mystical and mental arts. However, upon reviewing the mystical techniques, Phil found it implausible that an assassin would be interested in such ostentatious displays. Rather than waste time on elaborate techniques, it was far more prudent to deliver a lethal strike and depart swiftly. The mental techniques, however, piqued Phil's interest, although he had yet to cultivate mental powers. The likelihood of encountering a practitioner in the future was high, and gaining insight into their enigmatic abilities would undoubtedly be advantageous. Unfortunately, Phil could not afford to invest excessive time in this endeavor. The ominous specter of death loomed over each individual, as the silver-masked man's threats weighed heavily upon them. Should any be defeated or gravely injured in 6 months' time, their fate would be sealed. Having returned a book on the art of thought, Phil casually pulled out another volume from beside him. The disarray of the library was disheartening enough, but to find that this particular book bore no title on its spine was utterly vexing. Searching for a book here felt like a blind gamble. As he leafed through the thick tome, Phil was suddenly taken aback, followed by a rush of joy. He had finally stumbled upon a practical guide, which was no small feat. It had been well over half a day since Phil had entered this place, and he had yet to uncover anything of use. Just as he was beginning to lose hope, this unexpected find emerged. The Comprehensive Guide to Assassin Stealth. The full title of the book contained precisely the skills necessary for an assassin's stealth, which was exactly what Phil required. An exceptional assassin relies on delivering a fatal blow with precision, and to achieve this, not only must one possess formidable strength, but also sophisticated auxiliary techniques are essential. Stealth stands as one of the most commonly employed and quintessential skills among these techniques. This tome, authored by an unknown master, astonishingly encompassed hundreds of stealth methods available to assassins endowed with both arcane and psychic abilities. Phil realized he had indeed uncovered a treasure. Being able to locate this book amidst so many others was nothing short of serendipity. Settling into a quiet corner, Phil began to commit the contents to memory. This book could not be taken out. He could only memorize its teachings here before returning to practice. However, given the chaotic arrangement of books in this library, if he failed to memorize its contents in one go, the chances of locating it again were slim, as the place was frequented by many. Even if he placed it in a specific corner, it would not guarantee its safety. Thus, Phil resolved to thoroughly absorb the material within the confines of the library. Although he might not directly apply the methods of thought-based stealth, he could very well encounter similar practitioners in the future. Having recorded this knowledge could prove advantageous, thankfully, due to the subterranean nature of the library. There was no distinction between day and night, and it remained perpetually open. As long as Phil was willing, he could remain there indefinitely, provided he could endure, for there were no provisions of food or water. With the memory skills honed in his previous life, Phil dedicated a full 2 days to memorizing the comprehensive guide to assassin stealth. After a thorough review, confirming every detail was retained, he finally exited the library. Staying any longer would likely lead to starvation. Chapter 9. The final assessment. Upon returning to his small chamber for sustenance, Phil shut his eyes, weary from 2 days without sleep, and prepared for training. He needed ample rest to begin. Stealth training necessitated specific environments, and Phil wished to keep his practices discreet. Therefore, he could only train within the confines of his modest quarters. The art of stealth for an assassin comprises both hiding and moving silently, two contrasting elements with myriad techniques. The aforementioned guide detailed over 100 stealth techniques, yet Phil could practice only about 20, as many required the assistance of psychic energy or specific environments. Even these 20-plus techniques demanded considerable time and effort to master. Aside from essential training in arcane energy and sword-drawing exercises, Phil devoted most of his time to stealth practice. Focusing on achieving concealment within a single room, he explored how to remain hidden even by manipulating light and shadows, which constituted the essence of what he aimed to master. Stealth could be categorized into 3 main approaches: those that do not utilize arcane or psychic energy, those that involve arcane energy, and those that rely on psychic energy. Each level of arcane energy corresponded to a specific color. For instance, Phil's current warrior-grade arcane energy was white, with other colors signifying higher levels. Thus, unless in a specific environment, utilizing arcane energy for stealth often led to detection. Conversely, psychic energy offered unique capabilities to disrupt the environment and create distinctive visual effects, making concealment simpler. However, the inescapable fluctuations of psychic energy could become a telltale sign. Hence, the most effective stealth techniques were those that did not require either psychic or arcane energy. After mentally simulating each technique, Phil began practicing the 20-plus methods he could employ. Individually, these techniques might not suffice for concealment, but when combined, they produced effective results. The lack of a conducive environment rendered Phil's stealth training somewhat superficial. Meanwhile, the majority of others were focused on enhancing their strength. Only Phil seemed genuinely interested in honing these skills. As strength was the sole guarantee of survival in this world, Phil's decision to swiftly pursue stealth techniques was driven by 2 factors: the serendipitous discovery of the book, which might not be easily found again, and the fact that his prior training had centered on swordplay. By synergizing effective stealth techniques with his sword-drawing skills, he could achieve a level of inconspicuousness previously unattainable. What had once been mere speed in drawing his sword, now transformed into an enigmatic skill through the integration of these techniques. Techniques may be static, but the practitioner is dynamic. Stealth methods need not only be deployed during stealth operations. After 2 months of dedicated practice in his small quarters, Phil successfully mastered the stealth techniques available to him. It must be said that he possessed a certain degree of experience in this area. In his previous life, the art of disguise and concealment had been part of Special Forces training. It was merely more intricate now. Reflecting on the adeptness of ninjas at stealth in his past life, he found it hardly remarkable. In the following months, Phil resumed sword training, focusing on drawing and executing strikes. However, this time, he infused the process with stealth techniques, akin to cloaking his movements in a shroud of mystery. Before long, 6 months had elapsed. When the silver-masked man reappeared before Phil and the others, the remaining 12 youths had already spent over a year in training. In the same competitive spirit as before, this time, aside from Phil, who refrained from lethal intent, the others fought fiercely, resulting in 4 unfortunate souls falling victim to the blades of the black-clad assassins. Phil's swordplay astonished everyone, including the silver-masked man, who found himself baffled by the intricacies of Phil's strikes that had once been transparent. This was the result of seamlessly integrating appropriate techniques with remarkable speed. Among the remaining 7 youths, Phil had indelibly marked himself as untouchable. Young ones, a year has passed, and you have developed a certain level of strength. Though this strength remains insufficient, it has revealed some progress. Throughout this year of self-training, you have each cultivated your unique characteristics. However, to become a successful assassin, these traits alone are not enough. In the coming year, I will provide you with the essential skills that every assassin must possess. How you choose to train is your responsibility. 1 year from now, if you fail to meet my standards in the evaluation of these skills, your existence will no longer be warranted. The silver-masked man's words remained cold, yet no one harbored fear anymore. After enduring a year of witnessing life and death, none could predict whether they would be the next to perish in the upcoming assessment. This time, each received a thick volume containing essential auxiliary techniques for assassins, including disguise, stealth, retreat, and traps, alongside various assassination techniques for commonly used weapons. These methods had been meticulously refined and accumulated by the assassin organization over time. From this moment onward, the organization began to truly mold them into assassins. The previous year had merely laid the groundwork. In the assassin organization, there were no master-apprentice relationships. No one would share their insights on assassination techniques with another. Assassins emerging from the same organization, while comrades, were also competitors. Thus, training relied solely on individual effort, with the materials provided by the organization serving as universal knowledge, the key being how to apply them personally. Phil approached the newly acquired book with earnest analysis. The sections on disguise, stealth, retreat, and traps included techniques he had already mastered, while others broadened his horizons, allowing him to extract the essence and discard the dross. He quickly attained a thorough understanding. Though practical application remained lacking. As the new training regimen commenced, the expansive training grounds had been transformed by the black-clad figures into a different realm, a small hillside strewn with irregular debris, which would serve as their training ground for stealth and related skills. With such facilities at his disposal, Phil no longer confined himself to his small quarters. The stealth techniques outlined in the book provided by the organization were familiar to him from the comprehensive guide to assassin stealth, and he had practiced several of them. With the aid of this new environment, Phil diligently repracticed all the techniques he could utilize. Before long, he was able to move invisibly within the dimly lit training area, employing multiple methods of concealment. Moving like a specter through the space, this endeavor consumed an additional 6 months of his time. Throughout this period, aside from basic needs, he rarely left the training ground. That small hillside became his dominion, often instilling a creeping dread in the other 7 when they sensed his gaze upon them. After achieving mastery in stealth, Phil commenced training with swords again, this time focusing not merely on drawing his sword, but on genuine assassination techniques as outlined in the materials provided by the assassin organization. Although these techniques had been accumulated by the organization, Phil's discerning eye led him to reorganize and modify the approaches described in the book. The assassin's techniques need not be numerous. It suffices that they can deliver death. The 72 assassination sword techniques have been distilled by Phil into 36 forms, integrating the combat skills he honed in his previous life, thereby enhancing their lethality. Each strike is aimed at the most vulnerable points of the human body. When he draws his sword, it is certain to draw blood. Bloodshed inevitably claims a soul. This is Phil's standard for himself, as well as the essence of these sword techniques. In ancient times, there was the no-return sword. I shall call this the soul-severing sword, Phil murmured as he gazed upon the final version of his sword techniques. He has devoted over 6 months to mastering the soul-severing sword technique, and due to his personal modifications, he is intimately familiar with the nuances of these maneuvers. However, Phil's aspiration is to wield these techniques with the instinctiveness of a reflex, which poses a certain challenge. Moreover, mere practice is insufficient. The true test of a killing technique can only be gauged in the act of taking a life. As the third and final gathering of the 8 youths commenced, the year had drawn to a close, and yet another assessment began. Time has nearly elapsed. Today marks my final evaluation of your training results since your arrival here. That I have stated that I will only allow 5 of you to survive, meaning at least 3 among you must perish today, the silver-masked man declared without preamble. At last, the moment has arrived. Only 5 can endure, indicating that this phase of training is finally concluding. Phil regarded the other 7 with a cold demeanor, since it was to be the end. He resolved to hold nothing back this time. In the previous two contests, Phil had the opportunity to dispatch his companions with a single strike, but refrained, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention from the silver-masked man. Now, however, he felt free to be more brutal. As fate would have it, the soul-severing sword also required a blood offering. A killing technique that had never tasted blood was merely a jest. Yet, the silver-masked man's subsequent words shattered his plans. 70826, step forward. You need not participate in the drawing of lots today, but to assess your progress, your opponent will be him. He gestured towards a figure clad in black. Despite the previous contest failing to reveal Phil's true capabilities, the silver-masked man did not believe that the remaining 7 could match the unexpectedly formidable 70826. A figure in black, is it? Perhaps those 7 are utterly worthless. This individual, who has never fought, may serve as a worthy adversary. Phil felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly nodded. Though he was uncertain of the black-clad figure's strength, the silver-masked man's decision was not one he could contest. Moreover, it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. A sigh of relief escaped the remaining 7 upon hearing they would not face the terrifying 70826. They were all acutely aware of the nature of this abnormal individual, and none believed themselves capable of standing against him. The chilling memory of the previous 2 encounters still lingered, evoking a sensation akin to confronting death itself. Chapter 10. The execution of the black-clad. Apart from Phil, 7 others awaited their fates, their opponents determined by a drawing of lots. Those who drew the empty lots were undoubtedly fortunate, as it significantly increased their chances of survival. At this stage, no one held back during the contests. It was a matter of life or death. With at least 3 individuals destined to perish, the 3 pairs drawn for confrontation were racing against mortality. The silver-masked man did not immediately pit Phil against the black-clad figure, but first conducted 3 rounds of contests among the others. Those who drew empty lots quietly retreated, while the 3 pairs began their duels. Phil had long since discerned the strengths of the 6 competitors. Over the past 6 months, he had moved like a specter within the training grounds, none being able to detect his presence. This disparity was not trivial. Although his mastery of energy was on par with theirs, in terms of assassination techniques, Phil held an absolute advantage, cultivated through his past life's experiences and over a year of training. As of now, Phil had yet to utilize his energy. In stealth, success lies in concealing oneself without the use of energy, while in confrontations, Phil relied primarily on his physical prowess, resorting to energy only when absolutely necessary. It is worth noting that Phil did not dismiss the utility of energy. He simply had not encountered an opponent compelling enough to warrant its use. After all, a short sword infused with energy possesses a speed and power that is distinctly superior to one that is not. Among the 3 pairs of assassins, 4 wielded daggers, while the remaining 2 included 70831, who fought with a broadsword, a remarkable feat for one who had not been eliminated in the assassin training camp. The other, like Phil, wielded a short sword. Phil rarely employed energy in his techniques, but that did not imply that others shared his restraint. The 6 participants had all begun to emanate a white glow, a manifestation of warrior-level energy. The use of energy enhances both speed and strength, and if channeled into their weapons, it greatly amplifies their might, albeit their 2 years of training only afforded them a modest increase in these attributes. With no one holding back, the combatants became consumed by bloodlust, unleashing their assassination skills to the fullest. The techniques favored by assassins leaned heavily on precision and skill, and though Phil had not studied the dagger and broadsword techniques here, he was far from ignorant. Observing the maneuvers displayed by the 5, he could not help but shake his head. They were all show without substance. The one who, like him, wielded a short sword had yet to grasp the true essence of swordsmanship, rendering his techniques ineffective. Phil's choice of the short sword was deliberate. Firstly, it offers unparalleled agility. Secondly, as an assassin, the sword is the quintessential weapon. Many renowned killers in novels wield swords, after all. And thirdly, his current physique was not as robust as in his past life, making the short sword a more efficient choice. By mastering the short sword now, he was preparing himself for the eventual transition to longer blades. The competition concluded with the fall of 3 youths, who paid the ultimate price for their failure. At this juncture, failure equated to death. With 3 contests resulting in 3 fatalities, the curtain fell. The silver-masked man nodded, acknowledging that among the remaining 5, aside from Phil, the other 4 had proven themselves capable enough to advance to the next stage of training, poised to become yellow-tier assassins. As for the 70826, how far he could go remained beyond the silver-masked man's prediction. At the very least, he possessed the potential to become a ground-tier assassin. However, ascending to the heaven tier was not solely a matter of training. The current 70826 was merely on the path toward such aspirations. 70826, you shall now face the black-clad guard. Show me what progress you have made over the past year. I advise you. The black guard shows no mercy. If you wish to survive, you must kill him, the silver-masked man instructed after the black-clad figure had removed the three fallen. Phil offered no words. Since his arrival, he had spoken little. As an assassin, the more one speaks, the swifter one meets death. Upon entering the arena, the black-clad figure exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent. He was undoubtedly an exceptional assassin, radiating an intensity of murderous intent that few could possess. Typically, these black-clad individuals merely assisted in managing the training grounds, yet this one proved surprisingly formidable. What, then, was the true strength of the silver-masked man who had never revealed his hand, unmoved by the encroaching aura of death? Phil remained steadfast, unwavering in the face of an unknown opponent. To strike first would likely hasten one's demise, and since Phil practiced the sword, it was before the blade was drawn that the greatest intimidation lay. To remain unfazed in the presence of the black guard's aura. This lad truly possesses commendable fortitude, the silver-masked man mused. Nodding in approval, with a gesture, he set the black-clad figure into motion. The black guard wielded a long sword, placing Phil at a disadvantage merely in terms of weaponry. The black guard's swordsmanship mirrored the assassination techniques documented in the book Phil had acquired, having condensed it into 36 forms. He was thoroughly familiar with this style. It was now time to evaluate the efficacy of his modifications. Assassins seldom engage in direct, linear attacks. The black guard strikes were deviously angled, enveloping Phil in a deadly web of swordplay. In the instant the blade approached, Phil finally sprang into action, a testament to his audacity in remaining calm against the black guard's onslaught. The clash of blades rang out as Phil's short sword met the black guard's, successfully deflecting a seemingly inevitable strike. Had his short sword possessed greater length, he might have been able to pierce the black guard directly. With no time to linger, Phil unleashed a rapid succession of strikes. His speed fully unleashed, the same technique, in Phil's hands, bore even greater ferocity. As the peculiar angles of his strikes combined with their relentless velocity, beads of cold sweat formed on the blackguard's brow. Phil executed the enhanced soul-severing sword, where every strike finds its mark and every drop of blood claims a soul. The ferocity of his assault left the blackguard scrambling to keep pace. He likely never anticipated that a novice, trained for a mere 2 years, could bring him to such a critical juncture. The silver-masked man's eyes gleamed once more. The 72 assassination techniques within that tome were mastered by virtually all sword-wielding assassins, with the silver-masked man being among the elite. Yet, he had not expected this young man to harness such proficiency. The essence of the original 72 techniques remained, yet the angles of their application had undergone a significant transformation, elevating the overall potency of the swordplay to an entirely new level. Phil's improvements did not extend beyond the realm of that sword technique. All the silver-masked individuals could discern it at a glance. However, a thorough study would be impossible without Phil's explanations, as they incorporated many martial theories not of this world. The same moves were executed with entirely different force, all of which stemmed from Phil's accumulated experiences in his previous life. As he reached the 12th stance of the unending soul-severing sword technique, the cloaked figure could no longer withstand it. Compared to the original swordplay, Phil's execution resembled that of an assassin's. With each strike aimed to be lethal, the sound of the black-clad man's sword clattering to the ground echoed, as Phil's dagger pierced through his throat. Since the silver-masked individual had stated that to survive, one must eliminate this cloaked figure, there was no point in holding back. The sudden silence enveloped the training ground, broken only by the sound of applause as the silver-masked figure approached slowly, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, as if it were not a person at all. In this training arena, even for the black-clad figures, failure meant confronting the reality of death. 70826. Your progress is commendable. Defeating a black-clad guard demonstrates that you possess the capability to undertake missions. Therefore, there is no need for you to remain here and squander time. Next month, I will send you and other qualified individuals to the next location where you will officially serve as an assassin, accompanying others on missions. Whether you ultimately survive will depend solely on your own abilities. The silver-masked man's words left Phil momentarily stunned. Is this the conclusion of the training? As for the rest of you, you will undergo the next phase of training that I hope you do not disappoint the subsequent instructors that if you wish to survive, defeating the black-clad guards is your only option. After the disbandment, Phil returned to the small dwelling he had inhabited for 2 years, realizing that he was finally leaving this place. These 2 years had not been particularly painful, spent mostly in training, yet the constant threat of being unable to control life and death left him feeling helpless. How could he reclaim that cursed contract? Phil recalled a question he had not pondered in a long time. To escape this assassin organization, he must retrieve his slave contract, or else he would face certain death outside. Yet, he knew little about the organization. How could he gather information about this matter? It was easy to surmise that, as a means of controlling the assassins, the slave contract would be kept in an extraordinarily secretive location, making it unlikely to be easily discovered. Shaking his head to dispel the tedious thoughts, he recognized that without any leads, dwelling on it would be futile. It would be wiser to engage in other activities. With a month of freedom remaining, he resolved to find something to occupy his time. After much deliberation, Phil made his way to the library. The last time he had acquired a book titled The Complete Guide to Assassin Stealth, which had proven immensely beneficial. Before departing, he felt compelled to take one last chance, for he could not predict when he would have the opportunity to return. The following month was entirely spent in the library. With his formidable memory, he absorbed a plethora of information, all deemed useful, regardless of type, cramming it into his mind. Most notably, he focused on skills and secrets related to assassination, knowing that while he lacked the time to practice them now, future opportunities would arise. Among them, a book detailing how to conceal one's energy fluctuations caught his attention. Upon reading its contents, Phil's heart stirred. If energy fluctuations could be hidden, then perhaps by suddenly ceasing to emit any, he could avoid suspicion. In that case, could he not freely cultivate true energy? Ever since he discovered the fusion of true energy and external energy, Phil had refrained from practicing true energy, fearing that if his external energy were absorbed by true energy and his fluctuations vanished, he would be annihilated. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Chapter 11. Assassin Instruction. The carriage departing from the training camp traveled for 2 days before finally halting. This time, 5 individuals disembarked, indicating that besides Phil, the other 4 were outstanding members from different groups, all having defeated the black-clad guards. Stepping off the carriage, Phil realized they had arrived at an estate, surrounded by guards. Are these the little brats? Before he could survey his surroundings, a voice, oddly inflected, rang out as a lanky figure approached. These 5 represent the most exceptional talents from Batch 1, transferred to you, my lord. They are now under your command. The team leader smiled obsequiously at the slender man. Very well. Tell Klee that I have accepted them. Whether they become capable will depend on their abilities. As for the one who sent them here, he need not worry about their fates, as long as they are talented. I will not forget his merits. The slender man dismissed the team leader and then scrutinized Phil and the others. Introduce yourselves. I am the person in charge here. You may call me the steward. From now on, you will report to me. First, let me explain the rules. Do not ask what should not be asked, do not touch what should not be touched, and do not do what should not be done. Each of you will be assigned a seasoned mentor. After a year, you will officially begin to undertake independent missions. How much you learn during this year depends on your own efforts. The steward circled around them before continuing. For now, you may rest. Tomorrow your assigned assassins will come to find you. Remember, learn as much as you can to survive. I do not wish to collect your corpses next year. With a wave of his hand, 5 servants dressed in humble attire led the group away to rest. Upon entering a comfortable single room and inspecting all its contents, Phil finally felt at ease. Was this to be his dwelling for the foreseeable future? It appeared satisfactory. This assassin organization seemed quite formidable, not only possessing a dedicated training base but also a significant external stronghold. However, he remained uncertain about their overall strength. Moreover, upon his transfer here, he wondered if the slave contract had also been transferred, and how they specifically controlled their assassins. Only by understanding these matters could he consider taking action. Surviving training without death meant he would likely soon engage in the duties expected of an assassin. Phil harbored no aversion to killing. Until he attained freedom, he suspected the organization would dictate his every move. Finally free from the perpetual darkness of the underground training camp, Phil slept remarkably well, even experiencing a beautiful dream, one that took him back to Earth and his fiancée. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged through the air, prompting Phil to awaken, only to see a dark sword aimed directly at him. Rolling off the bed, he sees the sword pressing down on him. Clang! His dagger unsheathed, it clashed directly with the incoming blade, forcing the assailant back. "Ah, you possess some skill. No wonder you've been sent out." A crisp yet chilling voice emerged from the intruder, revealing itself to be a woman. "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" Phil, utilizing the momentum from the previous strike, had already descended from the bed, noticing the woman had ceased her deadly intent. He inquired. He had narrowly escaped death just moments ago. This woman had struck with such ferocity. "You need not know who I am." The newcomer sheathed her sword and tossed a package towards him. "Inside are your clothes and mask. Change and come out immediately. I will be waiting outside." The girl then exited the room. Clothes? A mask? Could this be the so-called mentor assigned to me? An assassin? A female assassin? Phil opened the package to find a delicate artificial mask, far superior to the one he currently wore. After removing his old mask and donning the new one, he found it much more comfortable, both in flexibility and realism. Do all assassins from this organization wear masks when carrying out missions? Having changed into the new attire, Phil stepped outside, pondering. The girl was waiting for him, and judging by her physique and voice, she was likely not much older than him, perhaps 2 or 3 years at most. It was rather unfortunate for a girl to be trained as an assassin. "From now on, you are under my supervision. You will do as I instruct, understand? Within a year, I will provide you with specialized training. How much you learn depends on your efforts. If you die after a year, do not blame me for not preparing you adequately." The girl's voice remained icy, and upon seeing Phil emerge, she continued, "Moreover, here, you have no name. You may refer to me as number 42, and your designation is number 52. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, but now, follow me." Number 42 led the way. 52. Does this mean there are only over 50 assassins here? Phil followed, thinking that since she was there to mentor him, it would be best to learn what she had to teach before considering anything else. He hoped she wouldn't be too harsh. After exiting the estate, they walked for quite some time until they reached a secluded mountainous area, where number 42 stopped. "From now on, this area, spanning several dozen miles, will be your training ground. For this year, you need not go anywhere else. You will remain here until the time is up, or I deem you qualified to leave." "Do you understand? Are you saying I must stay here for a year and not return to the estate?" Phil asked. "Indeed. I will only say this once, and it will remain the same. Now, let us begin your training. You should have learned about stealth at the base. I will give you 2 hours to find a place to hide, and then I will seek you out. Once you can evade my search, you will have successfully mastered stealth. Is there any problem?" 42 evidently did not wish to squander time. A year can be neither long nor short, and no one is inclined to waste time training newcomers. Yet, the orders from above must not be disregarded. "Understood," Phil replied, immediately dashing in a particular direction. While Phil's other assassin skills may not have been exceptional, he possessed a modicum of confidence when it came to stealth. After all, he had trained specifically for it, and in the underground training camp, many stealth techniques could not be practiced in real-world scenarios. Phil had resolved to seize this opportunity to refine the remaining skills he could practice. 2 hours later, Phil had vanished without a trace, and the once casual demeanor of 42 turned serious. Stealth and counter-stealth are essential abilities for an assassin. Initially, she assumed that a newcomer just out of training would lack proficiency in this area. But she was now confronted with the anomaly that was Phil. If I can't find you, how will I ever train you?" 42 scoffed, beginning her search. This was no mere child's game of hide and seek. Both Phil's concealment and 42's pursuit required that they first protect themselves from detection. Relatively speaking, the challenge of uncovering a hidden assassin while remaining undetected was immensely greater. Phil, after all, lacked extensive experience, and the method he employed now was unfamiliar to him. He was experimenting with new techniques. Nevertheless, even so, it took a considerable effort for 42 to flush Phil out from his watery concealment. What Phil had employed was a stealth technique that could not be tested in the underground base: how to hide beneath water. Not a bad idea. There are not many newcomers who can achieve your level. Now, let's continue. This time, I will hide. If you cannot find me within 2 hours, you lose, and losing comes with its own penalties. 42 nodded, recognizing that this was Phil's first attempt at such a technique. If he refined it even further, she might not have detected any signs of his presence. His grasp of concepts was impressive. "And if I win?" Phil inquired before 42 turned to leave. "If you win, I shall teach you a practical assassination technique." With that, 42 suddenly vanished from Phil's sight, her skill in stealth evidently extraordinary. Is it merely a matter of finding someone? I refuse to believe I cannot locate you. As he stood aside wringing out his clothes, Phil began to reflect on this instance of concealment. In the complete guide to assassin stealth, he had practiced primarily concealment, while his experience in stealth was somewhat limited, though the distinction between the two might seem slight. The difference between hiding and moving was vast. What 42 had just executed was indeed stealth, while Phil's submersion in water was a form of concealment. One was dynamic while the other was static. Both essential skills for an assassin. After 2 hours, Phil commenced his search for 42's hiding place. During his earlier concealment, he had memorized the terrain around him. As a Special Forces soldier, it was imperative to remember the geography of a new battlefield to choose the most advantageous positions for offense and defense. This instinct from his previous profession had not been forgotten. Unlike 42, who had to conceal herself while searching, Phil was solely focused on locating her. Concealment merely entailed hiding in a specific spot to avoid detection, and with most of the techniques stored in his memory. Phil was not entirely without a basis for his search. There were no trees, no grass, no rocks, no ponds, and no bushes. At each location, Phil scrutinized carefully for any signs of irregularity. Find a concealed person. One must swiftly assess potential hiding spots, and Phil fully immersed himself in the role, imagining how he would remain undetected in various locations. This comparison yielded some insights. However, after 2 hours, he still had not located 42, marking his first encounter as a loss. Chapter 12. The nameless technique in the tranquil forest. A gentle breeze stirred, and the fresh air carried a faint fragrance. An unknown little bird flitted among the green leaves and dry branches, while small insects danced about, creating a scene of natural harmony. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted in from the distance, vanishing into the green underbrush, followed by another figure that came to rest on a nearby fallen tree trunk. Phil furrowed his brow. He had been here for over a month and had engaged in countless skirmishes with 42. During this time, his concealment skills had reached a high level, but he had only just begun to scratch the surface of stealth. It was genuinely challenging to remain undetected in action. Even the seasoned assassin 42 could not achieve complete invisibility. Stealth merely utilizes light to create visual neglect, allowing one to blend into the surrounding environment. Phil understood the efficacy of a chameleon, but true stealth was indeed nuanced. As he sought to locate 42, he could now match her speed, yet he still could not clearly discern her silhouette, with such a slight deficiency. She had completely vanished beneath the green cover. Reflecting on the seemingly aloof assassin, Phil cast aside his thoughts and continued his search. If he could not find a way to flush her out, he would have to practice more intensively that night. In truth, Phil had learned much over the past month and had developed a certain admiration for this assassin girl, who was only slightly older than him. Though he had perused numerous materials in the base, much of it had been forcefully implanted in his mind, while the knowledge imparted by 42 was far more adaptable. At least the girl guiding him was genuinely dedicated to her teaching. Although these were merely auxiliary techniques, the true instrument of killing remained the sword in hand, and Phil held no disdain for any of it. Perhaps the lessons learned over this year would repeatedly save his life in the future. Surveying his surroundings, Phil swiftly followed the trail. Although uncertain, his recent interactions with 42 had given him some understanding of her patterns. Certain actions, when executed carelessly, leave telltale signs. This was experience. The woods were filled with trees, making it impossible to discern any differences. Phil scrutinized the area for a while before drawing his sword, thrusting it toward a sturdy tree on the left. He noticed the wood shift downward oddly, and a figure leapt out, none other than 42. 52, how did you discover me? 42, her masked face pale, spoke in a cold tone. Phil did not respond, instead pointing his sword tip at the brush in front of the tree. There, he observed that one of the stems was slightly different from the others. Ah, so that was it. I didn't think such a minor flaw would be noticed by you. It seems you truly have a natural talent for being an assassin, 42 realized. Understanding Phil's implication, although she had concealed herself perfectly, the subtle disturbance of a stem while she darted behind the tree had revealed her position. While luck played a part in Phil's success, she had nonetheless lost this round. Since that's the case, as a reward for your victory today, I will teach you a set of techniques tomorrow. 42 pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, she was under no obligation to teach Phil this technique. After all, how she trained him was entirely at her discretion. However, throughout the month of their cooperation, Phil's talent and character had earned her admiration for this younger boy. Moreover, there were many things she had learned from him, as Phil's awareness was indeed advanced. For instance, The speed at which he drew his sword was something she had never witnessed before, and the variety of styles he employed had greatly inspired her. As compensation, teaching him a set of techniques seemed a fair exchange. All right. Phil nodded in agreement. He felt no need for formality with 42. He had learned much from this seemingly indifferent girl over the past few days. Phil was uncertain if all assassins were as accommodating when training newcomers, but at this moment, he felt a warmth that contradicted the coldness typically associated with assassins. The following day, after finishing his meditation, Phil arrived at the usual spot where 42 instructed him. Once there, he found a place to settle, spending each night in meditation, focusing on cultivating his inner strength before taking on the responsibilities of a true assassin. He did not wish to recklessly practice actual energy techniques. Training in the wilderness was far superior to the underground base. 52. The technique I am going to teach you today was something I stumbled upon accidentally. This technique comprises 3 levels, and I have only reached the pinnacle of the first level. Here is a manuscript I transcribed. I hope that with this technique, you will be able to live a little longer. 42 tossed a small booklet to him, which bore no title. 42. Does this technique not have a name? Phil could not help but inquire, noting her serious demeanor, which suggested the technique must be of some quality. Does a name truly matter? No matter how appealing the name, if one cannot master it, it is of no use. Instead of wasting time on that, it is far better to grasp this technique promptly. 42 turned to leave, and Phil, undeterred, settled down to peruse the manuscript. Given how seriously 42 regarded it, it surely could not be lacking in merit. Moreover, Phil was well aware of her fluid movements. As slippery as an eel, he had not anticipated she would teach him. Flipping through the booklet, Phil read through all its contents, which outlined the technique in 3 levels, each with distinct methods and, naturally, differing effects. After mastering all the techniques of the first 3 layers, Phil commenced his training in the first layer of the body technique. The reason why 42 excelled in stealth to such a remarkable degree was largely due to this set of skills, a realization Phil came to during his recent studies, from the fundamental footwork to the agile movements of the body. In the seamless execution of the technique, Phil spent a full 3 days diligently practicing until he had a semblance of proficiency in the first layer. Of course, this was merely an imitation. To truly master it, he would require significantly more time. Over the past few days, 42 had been attentively observing Phil's progress. However, Phil's speed of acquisition far exceeded her expectations. This body technique was intricate, with dozens of variations even at the first layer alone. The footwork alone encompassed 81 different steps, and there were numerous movements involved in the transitions. Phil astonishingly managed to reach this level solely by interpreting rough sketches and simple textual explanations, which spoke volumes of his innate talent in this regard. During the following days, Phil devoted himself entirely to practicing the body technique. However, rather than training on flat ground, he sought out a somewhat open grove of trees. Within this forest, he dashed about, skillfully maneuvering to avoid the obstacles posed by trees and vines, thus honing his technique. 42, witnessing Phil's unconventional training, felt a sense of incredulity. After observing Phil run through the woods for an entire day, she could see that the body technique he exhibited was far beyond what one would expect from a novice. Indeed, he is an intriguing little fellow. Everything he touches seems to blossom into something new, she mused. 42 ventured into a distant section of the woods to try Phil's method herself. She quickly discovered that the chaotic arrangement of branches and vines made the execution of the body technique immensely challenging. Yet, through such training, she experienced a breakthrough in her own previously stagnant practice. 10 days later, when 42 reappeared before Phil, she had fully mastered the first layer of the body technique. 42, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to ask how I might integrate this first layer of body technique with stealth, Phil exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The more he practiced, the more he found the technique enchanting, and he was now contemplating its application in stealth. His repeated failures in stealth had haunted him. Despite being able to trace 42's movements post-stealth, when it came to his own attempts, they hardly qualified as stealth at all. It was merely walking. How could he endure this? If he were dispatched on a mission in the future without effective stealth skills, would he simply be left waiting like a sitting duck for the enemy to approach? Or would he have to charge in directly? That would surely lead to a swift demise. Have you mastered this body technique? 42 inquired, her mood brightened by the prospect of teaching a newcomer. This opportunity had proven quite advantageous. Not only had she acquired a swift sword technique, but her body technique had also significantly improved, alongside the enhancement of various other skills. Indeed, I believe I can manage it. You see, my attempts at stealth have been rather dismal, and I noticed that your previous stealth seemed influenced by this body technique, hence my desire to seek your guidance. Phil confessed candidly, unperturbed by the repetition of his request for help. Can you truly discern the connection between my stealth and this body technique? 52. I sometimes genuinely wonder how your mind works. I almost want to dissect it to find out, 42 remarked, her surprise evident as she sighed. Let us skip the dissection, shall we? Just enlighten me on how to proceed. Although she was clearly jesting, Phil couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even if she appeared amiable, one could never be sure if her curiosity might lead her to actually consider such a thing. Since you've already perceived the connection, then explore it on your own. I discovered it through my own ponderings, and with your intellect, you surely won't miss the subtleties within. The techniques you grasp through personal insight are the ones that truly belong to you. My instruction might only hinder your understanding, 42 advised with a hint of regret in her tone. That makes sense. I shall proceed with my training, and if I truly cannot grasp it, I will trouble you again, Phil said, stepping aside with a sense of determination, since she had indicated the possibility of personal discovery. He saw no reason to tread the same path she had already walked. The insights obtained through personal experience were the most authentic. Chapter 13. Sensitive matters. Phil became utterly engrossed in the cultivation of the nameless body technique. The first layer of the technique offered both close combat effectiveness and long-range mobility, essentially allowing for both offense and escape. This time, Phil made no modifications to the technique, as he truly knew little about it. The fact that he could practice it effectively was already a stroke of good fortune. After 5 days of rigorous practice, Phil finally identified the key to applying this technique within stealth. Gradually, he began to integrate his form with the surrounding environment as he moved, although still far from true invisibility. He managed to achieve a state where he could not be easily detected without close scrutiny. With continued practice, reaching mastery in the first layer would undoubtedly enable him to attain genuine stealth. Furthermore, considering that this technique had 3 layers, there remained a glimmer of hope. Even if 42 herself had yet to grasp the intricacies of the second layer, that a month later, 42 appeared before Phil once more. Having dedicated considerable time to refining his body technique, Phil's progress was evident to her keen eye. Today, it was time to put this technique to the test. 52. I never expected you could reach this level of proficiency in just over a month. Impressive indeed. Now, let me see what you've truly accomplished. I will continuously attack you, and you can only evade using your body technique. Understood? 42 stated, brandishing a wooden sword. Understood. Feel free to unleash your full strength, Phil replied, fully aware that without engaging in combat, no amount of practice could truly assess the efficacy of his technique, much like the previous encounters in stealth. Without further ado, 42 lunged at Phil with remarkable speed, her wooden sword piercing through the air. Over the days they had spent together, Phil had dedicated an hour each day to sword practice, focusing on drawing and striking. Thus, 42 had also mastered this technique, significantly increasing her speed of attack. For an assassin, the speed of drawing the sword often determined the success of the kill. Perhaps the key to teaching Phil lay in learning something new from him. Despite the rapidity of 42's strikes, Phil, being adept in close combat, found the speed manageable. He evaded her attacks with grace, leaps, shifts, dodges, retreats, turns, and movements, employing his body technique to the fullest. Although 42's swordplay was derived from the 72 assassin techniques, albeit with some modifications, Phil's familiarity with these moves equaled hers, making his evasions relatively effortless. Ah, what a delightful experience, Phil remarked, a satisfied expression on his face, which irked 42. With a swift twist of her wrist, she unleashed a swordplay that Phil had never encountered before. It was distinctly different from the assassin's style. Oh, 42, this swordplay is rather impressive, Phil exclaimed, narrowly dodging a thrust from the wooden sword. The seamless transitions between the two styles were executed flawlessly, with hardly a gap to exploit. While the assassination techniques emphasized cunning and ferocity, this new style radiated righteousness and integrity. Each move was direct and forthright, a stark contrast that nearly left Phil in disbelief. Enjoy yourself while you can, 42 taunted. Clearly having mastered the integration of both sword styles, the continuous transitions allowed Phil to experience the duality of cunning and integrity firsthand. Despite the same techniques being employed, the shifts in combination amplified their power. Within a short span, Phil was drenched in sweat. Anyone facing such a uniquely styled opponent would surely find themselves utterly exhausted. At this point, Phil ceased to confine himself to mere evasions. He adapted freely, moving in accordance with the rhythm of the combat. However, the erratic shifts in 42's swordplay disrupted his timing, leaving him in a state of disarray. After 3 grueling hours, 42 finally halted her assault. When she did, Phil collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. It had been nothing short of torture, pure torment. Had it not been for the stipulation against counterattacking, he would have ended the bout with a single strike. His body technique had indeed been rigorously tested, but he was left physically and mentally drained. The relentless swordplay had ground down Phil's will to resist, had he not been stubbornly persistent. He might have succumbed much earlier. That will suffice for today. We shall continue tomorrow. 42's icy voice rang out, yet it bore an oddly satisfying tone. Phil remained speechless. After she departed, he sat cross-legged. Resuming his training, he now understood the urgency of honing his skills. He needed to become stronger. The following day, 42 arrived as scheduled, and Phil found himself subjected to 6 hours of her relentless training before finally passing her test. The subsequent week unfolded in a similar fashion, and gradually, Phil developed a resilience to her peculiar style. Through her continuous application of technique, he had surreptitiously learned the essence of her righteous swordplay. A small consolation amidst the trials. After enduring a full week of relentless training, Phil had finally mastered the first layer of his body technique. At the very least, he could now withstand 42's attacks completely. Well done. 52. You have indeed mastered this body technique. Here is your reward. I am aware that you have nearly grasped my swordplay by now, but what I have offered you thus far is merely the foundational techniques. This is the complete set of sword techniques I acquired from an old assassin. If you wish to practice, let us do so together, 42 said, presenting Phil with a small booklet. In 1 month, I shall return to assess your mastery of this sword technique. Ah, is it possible for such good fortune to exist? Phil gazed at the departing figure of 42, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Logically, assassins ought to eradicate all traces of sentiment, yet from 42, Phil sensed a genuine concern. Yes, concern. How long has it been since I felt the warmth of another? He pondered, recalling his younger sister, ever since their parents had passed away. It was only his sister who had shown him any semblance of care, and during his 2 years in the assassin organization, 42 was likely the first to express such concern for him. Regardless of the circumstances, I must find my sister. Phil thought of his poor sibling, uncertain if she still existed in this world. As he perused the booklet, Phil discovered that the sword techniques within possessed 3 tiers. What 42 had just demonstrated was merely the first level. No wonder it was deemed a foundational sword technique. Although it bore no name, the value of this swordplay was by no means inferior to the agility techniques. Phil considered himself fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable assassin mentor. A year swiftly passed, and under 42's guidance, Phil learned an abundance of skills. She did not merely impart the essential abilities required of an assassin, but also shared everything else she could teach. Treating Phil as her own apprentice. Of course, during this process of teaching, the surprises that 42 experienced were no less than Phil's. Both their strengths surged dramatically, especially for 42, who had shattered several barriers. In the span of a year, she underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Guiding a novice to such a profound change surely made her the first of her kind in this regard. Hence, during this year, the one who gained the most was indeed 42. Stimulated by Phil's continual fresh perspectives and approaches. As for Phil, he reaped immense benefits, albeit these advantages awaited his own discovery. 52. Today marks the final day of the year, which means that after today, you shall become a true assassin, dispatched to undertake missions, and my guidance shall conclude here. You must take care of yourself. 42's voice, no longer frigid, bore a hint of nostalgia. As members of the organization, they had all undergone training from a young age, and as a girl, 42 had endured even greater hardships. Although the base allowed for considerable freedom in training, it was precisely this freedom that rendered it all the more brutal. After a year of companionship, a tacit understanding had developed between them. 42 knew that upon their next meeting, things would not be as relaxed as they were now at that time. They would be comrades, or perhaps even rivals, within the organization, which was rife with ruthless competition. Thank you for your guidance over this past year, 42. Phil had nearly forgotten the year's limit, but hearing 42's sudden declaration made him realize that he had indeed become immersed in his time learning alongside her. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. Now, come back with me. 42 lowered her voice. Throughout this year, she had genuinely come to regard Phil as a younger brother, a significant breach of the assassin's code, yet she chose to act on her feelings regardless. All right, Phil replied. Somewhat melancholic, perhaps this tranquility would never return. 42. May I ask you 2 questions? After much deliberation, Phil finally voiced his inquiry, feeling that if he did not ask now, he would likely never have another opportunity. What questions do you have? Speak. 42 did not rush into return. The final day was precious to both of them, and it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a peaceful year. My first question is, can you tell me your name? Phil met 42's gaze directly, though the question was abrupt, and given that the organization identified its members solely by numbers, he feared it might be misconstrued. Nevertheless, he asked, why do you want to know that? 42 furrowed her brows. A name. It has been so long since anyone has called me by mine, long enough that I nearly forgot what it was. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. My name is Avril Walters. You may know it, but if I find out a third person learns it, I will kill you. There was a hint of sadness in her voice as she spoke her name. Understood. I will keep it confidential. My name is Phil Cisco. I hope you will keep that a secret as well. Phil shared his name as a form of reciprocity. My second question is, 42. Do you know whose hands our slave contracts are in? What? What did you say? 42 abruptly raised her head, locking her gaze onto Phil. I asked if you know where our slave contracts are kept. Phil reiterated. Chapter 14. Qualification for departure clang. 42 unsheathed her sword, pointing it directly at Phil. Is there truly a need for such tension, 42? Do you intend to live like this forever? Phil inquired, lowering his voice. Humph. Do you know that your question is tantamount to treachery? 42's icy tone returned. The earlier softness vanished without a trace. I have never harbored loyalty towards this assassin organization, so how can I betray it? I doubt you possess any loyalty to it either, so why the anxiety? Given the chance, I will absolutely pursue freedom. Now, can you tell me who holds the slave contracts within this organization? Phil shook his head. He realized he was taking a substantial risk if 42 reported his words to the higher-ups. His life would be forfeit. The reason I asked for your name was to find an opportunity to retrieve your contract, but I have no idea how to go about it, Phil explained. I suggest you abandon that notion. No one can escape the organization's control. I can pretend this conversation never happened, but do not ever ask anyone such foolish questions again. 42's face was stern, though Phil's words stirred her emotions. She could not help but despair when recalling the fates of those who had pursued such thoughts. Who would wish to spend a lifetime under someone else's control as a killer? Especially a girl? She is still young. If a few more years pass, trouble will surely come knocking. Why then? Life and death will become a dire dilemma. 42 sighed internally. Now, let's return. Remember my words. Do not recklessly endanger your life. 42 began to lead the way in a particular direction. Phil now understood that perhaps even 42 was unaware of the full extent of the situation. Judging by her expression, he realized he had likely underestimated the complexity of the matter. Well, it seems there are indeed some who fear nothing. An incongruous voice suddenly emerged from the side. The 42 steps halted abruptly, a chilling aura of murderous intent locking onto that direction. Phil looked in astonishment. Realizing someone was concealed there, unnoticed by both him and 42, their stealth capabilities remarkably adept. Hey, 42, it has been a year since we last met, and it seems your killing intent hasn't improved, and since this kid dares to betray the organization. You know the rules. You are aware of the appropriate course of action. Wouldn't your silence in returning be a form of betrayal as well? A figure emerged from the nearby thicket, clad in a pale green garment, long hair cascading over their shoulders, and a white mask obscuring any discernible expression. 11. How I choose to act is none of your concern. Furthermore, 52 merely asked a question. He was entirely ignorant of the organization's rules. You wouldn't stoop so low as to make things difficult for a novice, would you? 42 retorted coldly. 11. This person is actually the organization's 11th assassin. Phil scrutinized the sudden appearance of 11, realizing he had unwittingly posed a foolish question. If others discovered his thoughts, he would likely be eradicated without hesitation. You may act as you wish, but since I have discovered this kid, according to the rules, do you not need to kill him yourself? My dear Avril, this is the first time I have learned you possess such a lovely name. 11's voice dripped with malice and mockery. I suspect you have come solely to provoke me. 52. I previously stated that if a third person learns my name, I will kill you. Now, go and take care of this annoying fellow. 42 turned to Phil as if discussing a trivial matter. Ha ha. Oh, 42, you are suggesting this greenhorn should kill me. That is the funniest joke I have ever heard. 11 laughed without restraint. Even within this division, he was one of the most formidable assassins, while 52 was merely a novice fresh from the training camp. Having received a year of guidance from 42, the suggestion that he could kill 11 was utterly ludicrous. Then it seems there is no alternative. Phil nodded calmly. Even if 42 did not command him, he could not allow this individual to leave. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a threat. Kid, do you truly believe you can kill me? I was originally inclined to spare you, but since you seek death, then die. 11's body, which had been standing still, suddenly vanished with his words, exhibiting remarkable stealth. Phil could only lament internally as an icy chill penetrated his back. This was the essence of murderous intent, palpable and suffocating. Clang. Phil drew his sword, thrusting it into the air to his left. Thud. A figure materialized from the air, hands clutching its throat, eyes wide with disbelief and terror, slowly collapsing. It was 11. He would never have anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere novice. He died with unblinking eyes. The rapid stealth, the ethereal blend of reality and illusion in his strikes, ended so simply in failure. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to evade that single sword thrust. It was fast, exceedingly fast. The gaze of 42 brimmed with disbelief. Though she recognized that 52 was formidable, she had not anticipated that 11, a notorious figure within their division, would fall so easily to a single strike. Has his swordsmanship truly reached such a level? 42 mused, reflecting on how she had witnessed Phil's training firsthand. Slowly, she approached, instructing, 52, search this fellow's body. There may be valuable items. Phil blinked in surprise, then promptly bent over 11's lifeless form to rummage through his possessions. He discovered a pouch filled with gold coins, a thick tome, and a slender dagger. Merely these 3 items adorned 11's person. Since you dispatched this fellow, these spoils are yours. This book likely contains his insights on assassination. It may prove beneficial to you. After inspecting the items, 42 produced a small vial from her cloak and sprinkled its contents over 11's remains. Before their eyes, 11's body rapidly dissolved into a puddle of yellow liquid. Corpse powder, you possess such a thing? Phil exclaimed, realizing that this was a substance only found within the pages of novels. What kind of world was this? This is essential for assassins. You can learn to create such substances from the division upon your return. Should you choose to do so, 42 remarked nonchalantly. For now, 11's demise will remain a secret. As long as you keep silent, no one will discover that you were the one who killed him. Regarding your earlier query, do not inquire further. The whereabouts of those contracts are unknown to anyone. With that, 42 set off toward the manor, for they had been away for a full year. Upon their return, she informed Supervisor Phil that Phil had met the qualifications before taking her leave, likely not to be seen again for quite some time. 52. Having become a qualified assassin, it is time for you to undertake your first mission. However, prior to that, you must spend 1 month in a designated location. You will only have access to this place for 1 month. Thereafter, it will be closed to you. What you learn during this time is entirely up to you. After a month, return to me, and I shall assign you your task. Supervisor Phil instructed before a servant escorted Phil to a chamber filled with numerous books. The very location where 42 had mentioned he could learn the crafting of corrosive powder. A month. Is it? Phil surveyed the 2 rows of shelves, each laden with over 100 diverse tomes. It was impossible to read them all in just 1 month, so he chose to focus on those that intrigued him most. With his remarkable memory, he retained 7 or 8/10 of the material. Much of the literature detailed the cultural geography of the continent, meticulously covering every town, a substantial undertaking. Although much of the information might be outdated, it was still impressive. Understanding the customs and geography of various regions was essential for an assassin, as it was intricately linked to reconnaissance, assassination, and the successful evasion of pursuit. It appears this organization is quite formidable, capable of amassing such extensive knowledge. Phil reflected while perusing the materials. Through these texts, he gained profound insights into the world, surpassing the general understanding of most individuals, a testament to the value of literature. In addition to the cultural and geographical accounts, Phil found the recipe for the corrosive powder, along with methods for crafting masks and other tools beneficial for assassins, while he held a keen interest in the mask-making process. He noted that the masks described here would still appear artificial, much like the one 42 had given him. Exquisite yet overly pale, easily identifiable as a forgery. Phil yearned to create masks that would be nearly indistinguishable from genuine human features. Though crafting human skin masks was undeniably gruesome, it was a necessity in the life of an assassin. Without a ruthless edge, survival was improbable. The ability to disguise oneself effectively was paramount for an assassin's longevity. Despite the formidable nature of stealth skills, they could falter against skilled opponents, as both spiritual and martial prowess could grant acute environmental awareness, especially concerning spiritual energy. A practitioner could be the nemesis of an assassin, no matter how masterful the disguise. It would be difficult to evade detection by a spiritual adept. Therefore, when confronted by such an individual, disguise might prove more practical than mere concealment. Contemplating the wonders of spiritual energy, Phil felt a longing within him. The dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts was considered a taboo on the continent, as those who attempted it seldom achieved significant success, with very few reaching the ranks of spiritual or martial masters. The notion of dual cultivation was tantamount to self-sabotage, prompting Phil to abandon any thoughts of pursuing spiritual training. Currently, his martial energy had reached the pinnacle of a warrior's capabilities, and he anticipated a swift breakthrough to martial master. Once he achieved this, perhaps he could progress to the second tier of the nameless martial techniques. The nameless sword technique was manageable, as the assassination arts remained his primary focus, yet the mastery of body techniques was imperative. Coupling the first tier's techniques with his soul-severing sword would render Phil's movements even more enigmatic and unpredictable. However, to advance further, he needed to cultivate the second tier of body techniques, presenting him with a formidable challenge. Chapter 15. The Mercenary Guild. Findo Town, located in the Moor City of the Croatia Kingdom, Siskoto County, is one of the small settlements surrounding the Sunset Forest. This town has always attracted numerous adventurers seeking fortune within the forest, as well as merchants who thrive on the spoils brought back by these adventurers. The Sunset Forest is known for yielding valuable treasures, such as thought crystals, highly coveted by spiritual practitioners, and the young of thought beasts, which fetch high prices. Additionally, the forest is home to rare ores, ideal for forging weapons, along with peculiar herbs sought after by alchemists. Wherever there is a town, one can typically find a few common establishments: inns, mercenary guilds, and taverns. Findo Town is relatively spacious, hosting a mercenary guild, a neutral organization. The mercenary guild here occupies a significant area. Given its proximity to the Sunset Forest, where a constant influx of mercenaries is expected, a smaller venue would be inadequate to accommodate the numbers. The bustling mercenary guild is traditionally the domain of adults. However, at that moment, a youth entered, likely around 14 or 15 years of age, dressed in plain dark attire, his complexion somewhat pallid, wielding a low-quality iron sword worth merely 5 silver coins, and approaching the guild's counter. Barely taller than it, the previously boisterous mercenaries fell silent, their attention drawn to the youth, who appeared intent on becoming a mercenary. "Hello, I would like to register as a mercenary. What are the requirements?" The voice that emerged was unmistakably youthful and tinged with a hint of naivety. The receptionist at the counter leaned forward, surprised to find such a small figure aspiring to be a mercenary. How amusing, she thought. What a little child. Before she could respond, the mercenaries erupted into laughter. "Kid, do you think being a mercenary is child's play? Hurry home and drink your milk." "Exactly. With that little frame, a single battle axe could flatten you. Who would dare to hire you? Go home and train for a few more years." The mercenaries, accustomed to the edge of life and death, never shied away from raucous displays. They seemed to have found a source of amusement in this unsuspecting youth, wondering how the world could be so secure if someone so young could become a mercenary. Little brother, are you certain you want to be a mercenary? Do you even know what mercenaries do?" Though the receptionist found the situation quite amusing, her professional ethics prevented her from mocking the boy. "Of course. Is there an age limit to becoming a mercenary?" "How do you know my age? Perhaps I am already in my 20s, the youth retorted, clearly displeased by the lack of courtesy displayed by the patrons. "Huh. That's hilarious. Tell me, kid, have you even been weaned?" One mercenary approached the boy, playfully patting him on the shoulder while laughing heartily. "Get lost." A deep, commanding voice suddenly resonated, silencing the entire guild. All eyes turned in astonishment toward the source of the sound, the youth himself. "Who are you telling to get lost? I'll make sure you won't recognize your own mother after I'm done with you." The mercenary, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and roared, preparing to take a swing at the boy. "Carlo, this is the guild, if you want to throw punches." "Take it outside," the receptionist interjected calmly, halting the mercenary's advance. The others, meanwhile, had already erupted into laughter, as Carlo, who had just been humiliated by a child, would find it impossible to remain in the guild without reclaiming his dignity. "Fine, kid, I'll be waiting outside, and you'll learn how to spell death," Carlo growled, striding out with purpose, followed by several mercenaries eager to witness the impending confrontation, especially those who had accompanied Carlo. "May I proceed with the application now?" the young boy inquired once more after swatting away a fly. Seemingly indifferent to the presence of Carlo at the door, the young receptionist appeared somewhat taken aback. It seemed this boy was indeed unlike the others. "There is no age restriction to join the mercenary guild as a mercenary. You merely need to pay 5 gold coins to register, after which you may accept and post tasks within the guild," the receptionist explained. "Very well, please process my application. Here are the 5 gold coins." The boy placed the coins atop a cabinet that towered above him, requiring him to raise his hand high to set them down. "May I ask your name?" the receptionist inquired, as it was necessary to provide a name for registration. "Phil Cisco," the boy declared. This young lad was none other than the newly minted assassin, Phil, who could finally use his name openly. Shortly thereafter, the receptionist handed Phil a mercenary handbook and a task record card, completing the procedure, after spending a month at the manor with the 42. Phil had been dispatched. The manor served as one of the training sanctuaries for the assassin organization. All newly graduated apprentices from the training facility were required to undergo solitary training in such sanctuaries for a year before being deployed. Consequently, there were generally few assassins residing there, as those trained by the organization were scattered across various locations. If the local contact station did not issue a signal, their lives would remain undisturbed. Some veteran assassins even settled down, marrying and raising families, leading lives akin to ordinary citizens, only to revert to their assassin roles when tasks arose out of course. These assassins were adept at concealing their murderous intent, while those who could not remain at the base, emerging only when assignments were issued. Small concealment lies within the city, while grand concealment resides in the forest. The operational method of the assassin organization effectively minimized the risk of exposure and reduced conflicts among assassins. After all, within the base, all wore masks, and no one knew the identity hidden beneath. Naturally, the assassins' operational territories were delineated, and tasks were typically communicated through signals or codes. The town of Findo, where Phil had been assigned, previously housed a resident assassin from the organization. However, that assassin had met his demise while executing a task, leading Phil, as a newly minted assassin, to be sent here, according to the words of Chief Philip. Until the organization arranged for a replacement assassin, the surrounding territory would fall under Phil's responsibility, with his first task being to take over the assignments left by his predecessor. There were many capable individuals in various fields, yet many preferred not to act personally or lacked the confidence to ensure a kill. Thus, hiring assassins was the most convenient method of eliminating targets, provided one could afford the price. Phil sought to join the Mercenary Guild, as it was the most well-informed and diverse guild among all, allowing anyone with 5 gold coins to become a mercenary. By completing the registration process, Phil aimed to obscure his true identity. Knowing he would be staying for an extended period, he stepped out of the guild amidst the gloating gazes of onlookers. The towering figure of Cass awaited him outside, where a crowd of idle spectators had gathered to witness the spectacle. "Cass, tear this brat apart for his audacity. Let him know being a mercenary is not an easy task," one of the bystanders jeered. "Yes. Make him realize the consequences of offending a seasoned mercenary. Hey, kid, either draw that noodle-like sword of yours, or bow down and grovel 10 times, and perhaps I'll let you off the hook," Cass boasted. Emboldened by the encouragement of the onlookers, feeling no shame in bullying a weaker opponent, especially after being publicly slighted by Phil. "Trash," Phil muttered disdainfully as he stepped forward. "What did you say, brat? I'm going to shred you to pieces." The once arrogant Cass's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing Phil's voice, and he swung his massive axe towards him. "Is Cass really going to kill this kid?" Some spectators gasped at the sight of Cass's imposing axe. "If he kills him, so be it. This kid is clearly unaware of his limitations and will eventually be eliminated. Better to die sooner than later," another replied. Just as everyone believed the boy would meet his end beneath Cass's axe, they suddenly noticed that the axe had halted merely an inch from Phil's head, while Phil's sword had inexplicably found its way to Cass's throat. "How did this boy manage that? When did he draw his sword?" gasped the crowd in disbelief, with only a few seasoned individuals instinctively recoiling. The speed of Phil's strike had been nearly imperceptible, and those who had witnessed it did not feel secure in their ability to counter such a rapid attack. What an astonishing youth, they collectively thought. their admiration for Phil's prowess undeniable. If you lack strength, refrain from being arrogant, and do not provoke those you cannot afford to offend. It will prolong your life. Phil left this parting remark as he strode away. He spared Cass not out of mercy, but rather an understanding that killing him would yield no benefit and would likely bring trouble from the mercenary organization behind the brute, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. Phil had shown restraint, knowing that assassins were paid to kill, and no one dared obstruct Phil's path any longer. The crowd parted, no longer perceiving him as an easily bullied youth. "Young brother, please wait," a booming voice called out, and a burly figure approached. Phil turned to face the man but remained silent. "Isn't this Wei-Hu, the leader of the Wei-Hu mercenary group? Does he have a connection with Cass and wish to avenge him?" Someone recognized the figure. "Known as the leader of a formidable E-rank mercenary group in the area. Do you need something?" Phil finally spoke. "Well, young brother, would you be interested in joining our Wei-Hu mercenary group? I can guarantee you the best treatment. And I could even make you our vice leader," Wei-Hu proposed, surprising everyone present. Phil scrutinized the man, somewhat speechless. This fellow had sharp eyes, having discerned his capabilities and attempted to entice him with the position of vice leader. "Thank you. But I'm not interested," Phil coldly replied, turning away and leaving Wei-Hu and the others in stunned silence, unable to comprehend his refusal. Chapter 16. The bored Baron Phil did not reside in the town, but instead found a small village outside the city, purchasing a house to settle down. This location housed the organization's contact station, and Phil had already signaled that he would be awaiting tasks. The funds for the house had naturally been provided by the organization. In truth, he was already on a mission, specifically one left behind by his predecessor. Phil's predecessor was a middle-aged man who had emerged from the assassin training camp and had been active for several decades. Even marrying and raising a family in the area. It was a remarkable feat for an assassin to survive for so long, especially one burdened by emotional ties and familial responsibilities, as such circumstances significantly increased the likelihood of failure. The predecessor's longevity could be attributed not only to his skills but perhaps also to the lack of formidable adversaries in the vicinity. This time, however, the target was a martial artist, an advanced martial artist, to be precise, who had once been the leader of a mercenary group and had returned to his hometown, nearly reaching the level of a martial master. Given that Phil's predecessor, a mid-level martial artist, had encountered insurmountable challenges, Phil was acutely aware of the risks involved. As a mere warrior, he could not afford to act recklessly. Without thorough preparation, his chances of survival were slim. Fortunately, the organization had not imposed a strict deadline for completing the task. As long as he eliminated the old man within a year, it would be deemed a success. Even if he failed, he could withdraw safely. Given the significant disparity in skill, Phil's registration with the mercenaries was also aimed at finding a way to approach the old man. Albeit with slim prospects, in the ensuing days, Phil took on low-level tasks from the mercenary guild, involving minor errands around the town, such as delivering messages, collecting specific flowers for nobles in the wilderness, and searching for lost weapons. Through the completion of these simple tasks, Phil became intimately familiar with the geography, population movements, and other details within 100 miles of the town. As a result, his mercenary rank rose from the lowest G rank to F rank. Gaining an understanding of the surrounding terrain and various circumstances was imperative for Phil, as the assassin organization stationed in this town would likely assign him to any tasks received in the area. Familiarizing himself with potential locations for future operations was essential for any assassin wishing to survive long-term as for the task at hand. In recent days, Phil has made some progress under the guise of various missions. At the very least, the seasoned and resilient leader of the mercenary group, known as Basils, has become quite familiar with the surroundings of his home without raising any suspicions. All of this has been accomplished under the pretense of being a mercenary. Basils, the former leader of the Flame Mercenary Group, is a man of considerable accomplishment, having single-handedly elevated his group from the lowest G rank to the current C rank. Now, his son manages the mercenary group, while the elder Basils has retired to a life of leisure, residing with only a few servants. It is likely that the elder Basils has incurred the ire of someone, and now, in his old age, a price has been put on his head for revenge. After all, the current Basils is merely an old man, yet he is not to be trifled with. Having roamed the continent for most of his life, his piercing gaze is as sharp as ever. Having experienced more than Phil has traveled, if Phil desires the life of this old man, he must proceed with utmost caution, while he has yet to devise a method to deal with the elder Basils. New tasks have been assigned by the organization. To Phil's surprise, this small locale has proven to be quite lucrative. Upon seeing the contact code at the relay station, Phil initially thought he had misread it. The new mission was swiftly assigned: to assassinate a minor noble. Phil recognized this noble as Baron Boros, one of the more prominent figures among the few minor aristocrats in town, not yet 20 years old and frequently seen in various establishments around the town, making him somewhat of a local celebrity. This task seemed relatively straightforward, as the Baron's residence lacked any formidable guards, merely some household retainers. On the evening following the assignment, Phil began his preparations, starting with reconnaissance. He had previously gathered a rough understanding of the terrain, but specific details required further investigation. Cloaked by the night, Phil found himself in a corner of the Baron's estate for the first time. Needing to familiarize himself with the layout and architecture, after undergoing training with the 42, Phil's skills in stealth and concealment had reached a commendable level, having studied the insights left by 11. Phil's stealth now rivaled that of the 42, as 11's expertise in stealth was indeed renowned within the division. Blending into the shadows, Phil thoroughly explored the entire baronial estate, while also assessing the defensive capabilities therein. Despite being merely a baron's residence, Phil couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the nobility. Were it not for the organization's regulations and the fear of leaving traces, he might have considered a career as a thief. The estate's defenses were quite lax, featuring only a squad of family guards, a low-ranking martial artist, and 12 warriors scattered around the premises. Phil stealthily maneuvered past them, going unnoticed, after mapping out all the buildings and guard locations. And identifying the Baron's chambers, Phil retreated. It was not yet time to strike, as his escape route remained unprepared. As dawn approached, Phil returned to his lodgings outside the town. The town's walls were merely symbolic, offering no real barrier for individuals like him. The retreat route Phil had planned was not intended for single use. Since this area would serve as the primary stage for some time, the escape route needed to be reliable for the long term. If he had to replan his route for every mission, it would be utterly exhausting. This was the reason he had dedicated time to thoroughly scout an area spanning over 100 miles. He had marked safe spots and potential hiding places on the map he now held close. Having ascertained that the Baroness estate posed no threat, Phil felt a sense of relief and settled in for a rest, waiting for nightfall to undertake his first mission since embarking on this path. As an assassin, once a task is accepted, the only concern is its completion, irrespective of moral implications. Even if the Baron were a genuinely good person, Phil could only contemplate his demise, such is the nature of an assassin. Devoid of any normal emotions, after a day's slumber, Phil awoke to the night, invigorated and ready to consume a light meal before donning his gear and making his way to the Baroness estate. His equipment consisted of various tools crafted to his specifications. Each assassin possesses unique gear, and Phil's arsenal was largely influenced by his previous life experiences, meticulously crafted by his own hands. As he stealthily approached the Baroness residence, Phil was taken aback to find the Baron alone in the grand hall, seemingly awaiting someone. After confirming that no formidable threats lurked within the estate, Phil dismissed the Baroness' anticipation. It was late, and if anyone were to arrive, they would surely have done so by now. As he cautiously crept into a corner of the hall, contemplating how to initiate his attack, he was startled to find the Baron gazing directly at him. Damn it, has this Baron truly seen through my disguise? Phil thought, confident in his ability to remain concealed, especially in the shadows where the light did not reach. My friend, since you've come, why not show yourself? The Baron's words left Phil utterly astonished. This man truly knew of his presence. In fact, I was aware of your arrival last night, but you left too swiftly for me to greet you. However, I anticipated you would return tonight, and here you are, the Baron said, his face adorned with a smile, utterly unperturbed by the fact that he was speaking to an assassin, as if they were old acquaintances. You might wonder why I am so generous as to allow you in after knowing of the assassination plot against me, and why I remain so relaxed. The Baron took a sip from his goblet. I am a rather bored noble. When faced with such an exhilarating situation, how could I let it slip away? Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Care for a drink? Compelled by the circumstances, Phil stepped forward. Since he had already been recognized, escaping would likely prove difficult, and he was indeed curious to uncover where he had erred. I know what you wish to ask. Your execution was nearly flawless. Both your reconnaissance last night and your actions this evening were commendable. The reason I was able to trace your movements is that I am merely a bored noble seeking a thrill. And in doing so, I found one. The Baron chuckled, his mirth unwavering. What could be more thrilling than hiring an assassin to kill oneself? Huh. I truly am a genius. Phil felt a chill at the Baron's words. This man was indeed the client behind the contract. It was evident that he was a rather dull noble. Having said so much, I imagine you were eager to get on with it. I too have been waiting impatiently. I had almost forgotten how long it has been since I last took action. The Baron set down his goblet. Rising with elegance, Phil recognized that he could no longer afford to wait. Lingering would only play into the hands of this tedious noble, which would certainly be detrimental, regardless of who this individual might be. His willingness to hire an assassin to eliminate himself indicated a profound confidence in his own abilities. Otherwise, he would simply be a fool. As Phil prepared to act, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Damn it. It's telekinesis. Phil had never anticipated that this seemingly mundane noble was, in fact, a telekinetic, and judging by the potency of his telekinetic abilities, he was likely at least a high-level telekinetic, if not a telekinetic master. Surprised. Are we? Ha! A seemingly ineffectual and bored noble turns out to be a telekinetic. Who would believe it if I told them? The Baron approached slowly, scrutinizing Phil from head to toe. I didn't expect such a young and talented assassin from the renowned Kester assassin group. Truly, they are the best in the kingdom. I wonder if, after I kill you, those old ghosts from the Kester group will come after me. Chapter 17. Free sparring bound by the Baron's telekinetic prowess. Phil found himself immobilized. Being a telekinetic, it was only natural that he was adept in more than just the rudimentary binding techniques. In reality, the telekinetic arts on this continent surpassed Phil's imagination. There was nothing that could not be achieved. Only things that had yet to be conceived, articulated with remarkable clarity by the telekinetic practitioners. The telekinetic arts are categorized into 7 major systems: enhancement, illusion, projection, materialization, restoration, manipulation, and specialization. The binding technique employed by the Baron was one of the most basic and commonly used techniques from the projection system. Utilizing telekinetic force to apply pressure on the human body, rendering it immobile in space. Should one fail to break free from this binding, they would be left vulnerable at the mercy of their assailants. Phil had encountered such a technique when he exited the Twilight Forest, nearly meeting his demise at the jaws of a wolf. Now, it was the first time he had been ensnared by a telekinetic. Though Phil had never sought to cultivate telekinetic abilities, he was well aware of their formidable power and had diligently studied the capabilities and various techniques of telekinetic practitioners. In fact, whether within the underground training base or the division, he had come across several texts detailing methods for assassinating telekinetics, absorbing the knowledge within. Despite never having put this knowledge to use, it did not mean Phil had forgotten it. Telekinetics are the nemesis of assassins, as their abilities allow them to sense fluctuations in the surrounding space. No matter how adept an assassin may be at concealment, they cannot obscure their own presence. However, this does not imply that an assassin must resign themselves to defeat upon encountering a telekinetic. If that were the case, the profession of assassination would have long since vanished from this continent. To become an assassin, the cultivation of profound energy or mental power is essential. However, the majority of assassins tend to cultivate profound energy, as the number of individuals capable of mastering mental power is exceedingly rare, perhaps only 1 in 20. In contrast, it is estimated that 2 or 3 out of 10 can cultivate profound energy. As the 2 primary cultivation systems of this continent, it would indeed be a farce if a practitioner of profound energy were rendered helpless against the mental techniques of a mentalist. Phil is an assassin, but first and foremost, he is a warrior who has reached the pinnacle of profound energy cultivation. This binding mental technique, while formidable, can only temporarily restrain him by channeling his profound energy and employing the methods he learned to counter binding mental techniques. Phil freed himself from the mental constraints just as the Baron's short blade, wielded with mental power, was thrust toward him. Impressive, little fellow. Who would have thought that a warrior-level assassin could escape my binding mental technique? Haha, this is quite entertaining. Now, let me see what you are truly capable of. Bind. The Baron's eyes gleamed with excitement as he laughed heartily, extending his right hand, causing Phil to be ensnared once again. However, this time, being prepared, Phil broke free the moment the binding took effect. He could not afford to remain passive, as the use of mental techniques requires time. In a swift movement, Phil unsheathed a long sword worth 5 silver coins. The Baron barely perceived a flash before a wave of dangerous energy enveloped him. No longer able to indulge in jest, he retreated hastily, forming a mental shield before him. The hastily conjured mental shield rippled as Phil's sword tip threatened to pierce through its center. Damn it. This is bad. How can your sword be so swift? In disbelief, the Baron saw Phil retreating after a failed assassination attempt. There was no time to linger. The once bored Baron felt a chill run down his spine as he touched his neck. Now acutely aware of the potential danger, having failed in his first attempt, Phil did not feel disheartened. The intelligence had been flawed, and he had not been aware that the Baron was a mentalist. Failure was to be expected. As long as he was still alive, there remained a chance. Suppressing the urge to report the Baron's situation to the organization, a wicked smile crept across Phil's face. Since this Baron was so tedious, why not indulge him a little? Their first encounter with a mentalist had not been without its merits. At least he had realized that the mental binding techniques had minimal effect on him, suggesting a high probability of successfully eliminating the mentalist. Recalling the Baron's ghastly expression from earlier, Phil chuckled as he returned to his lodgings. In the days that followed, Phil engaged the Baron in a game of cat and mouse. While the Baron ventured out during the day, Phil would strike from unexpected locations, delivering a swift blow before vanishing, never granting the Baron a chance to retaliate. At night, he would frequently visit, wearing down the weary Baron with relentless antics. Although Phil had not succeeded in landing a lethal blow, one could never know when a moment of carelessness might cost a life. Phil's intentions were clear. He was using the Baron as a target for practice. The Baron, having cultivated his mental power quite well, was nearing the level of a mentalist. In a direct confrontation, Phil would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, as evidenced during their earlier encounter when he had been ensnared by a simple mental cover. Yet, Phil had no intention of confronting him head-on. As an assassin, it was only natural to strike from the shadows. Baron Boros was utterly flabbergasted. Although he had encountered assassins before, he had never faced one as cunning and despicable as Phil. The relentless assaults had left him in a state of perpetual anxiety. Phil's actions had made it abundantly clear. If the Baron sought to entertain himself by hiring an assassin, then Phil would oblige, turning every meal into a potential poisoning, every trip to the restroom into a hazardous endeavor, every outing into a life-threatening situation, and every moment of sleep into a chance for disaster. The entire baronial estate was thrown into chaos, with the guards proving utterly ineffective against Phil's ingenious tactics. The once bored Baron found himself losing weight rapidly, unable to eat or sleep soundly, constantly on edge. Regret began to seep into his consciousness. Throughout this series of encounters, Phil had tested every mental technique the Baron possessed, pondering solutions to counter each one. Although the Baron was a mentalist, his lack of experience made him an ideal training partner. When Phil finally resolved to eliminate the Baron, a message from the organization arrived. The client had canceled the assassination order, and the mission was annulled. Canceled, you say? Phil revealed a contemplative smile. Baron Boros breathed a sigh of relief. That insufferable assassin had proven to be a nuisance. His strength seemingly inadequate, yet capable of causing immense irritation. Initially, the Baron had believed himself immune to the threats posed by a typical assassin, only to realize that if Phil seized even the slightest opportunity, his life would be forfeit. The memory of those swift sword strikes sent shivers down the Baron's spine. Fortunately, the assassination had been called off, and he hoped it would not happen again. Dazed, the Baron enveloped himself in a mental shield, preparing for the worst. Just then, he sensed that familiar, chilling aura of impending death. That accursed assassin had returned. Come out, you wretched fiend. Did I not rescind the assassination request? Is your organization devoid of decency? The Baron scanned his surroundings anxiously. After their numerous confrontations, he found it increasingly difficult to sense Phil's presence. Reflecting on Phil's earlier rookie blunders only deepened his regret. Even the dimmest of minds could see that Phil had refrained from delivering a fatal blow multiple times, clearly using him as a training dummy. Brother, I concede. Is it not enough that I am but 18? At the height of my charm and handsomeness, how can you bear to let me perish like this? I have already compensated your organization thrice over. Killing me would be to your detriment. Can we not come to an amicable resolution? The Baron spread his mental power around. He knew he could not maintain this state for long, that if a moment's lapse led to his demise. To whom could he turn for solace? Phil, concealed in the shadows, observed the unfortunate Baron. Logically, since the organization had canceled the mission, he should let the Baron go. However, this man had invited an assassin merely for amusement. And that was an entirely different matter. At the very least, he needed to understand that some things should not be trifled with, especially since this was his first mission. Previous tasks were not under consideration. Phil had already received the compensation sent by the organization following the cancellation, yet that was merely interest. My Lord Baron, Do you truly believe you can toy with me and that the cancellation of the mission will absolve you? Phil spoke in a mocking tone. Unperturbed by the Baron's potential reactions, after all, he had gained a clear understanding of the Baron's capabilities during their encounters. What do you propose, as long as you do not mind my little jest? I am open to anything. The Baron exhaled in relief, realizing that despite the task being cancelled, he had indeed overstepped his bounds. If faced with a typical assassin, he would have likely lost his head by now. Compensate me with 1,000 gold coins. And leave this place forever. Phil declared his terms. But I have already paid your organization 3,000 coins. Why must I pay more? Is there no sense of propriety within your ranks? The Baron's face darkened, while 10,000 coins was not an insurmountable sum for him. The indignation was hard to swallow. Your compensation to the organization is their concern. Now, you owe me. Otherwise, I shall inform the organization of your misdeeds and observe their reaction. Fine, I shall pay, you wretched scoundrel. I will leave this place tomorrow. Do not pursue me further. The Baron gritted his teeth, realizing that this just had nearly cost him his life. He tossed an anonymous gold card at the entrance, declaring, the money is all in the card. Are you satisfied? Ah, my Lord Baron, allow me to offer you a final piece of advice. Some things are not to be trifled with. As the Baron watched, the gold card vanished into thin air, along with the persistent aura of impending doom that had tormented him. Finally, he exhaled in relief, deciding it best to leave this cursed place at the earliest opportunity. This assassin was truly a lunatic. The relentless attempts on his life had left the Baron's nerves frayed, and while exhilarating, the constant threat to his life was far from enjoyable. Nevertheless, he had gained something from the ordeal. Through his confrontations with Phil, he had developed an acute sensitivity to the aura of death, a skill that would save his life countless times in the future. Chapter 18. The Essence of Void in Truchi. The following day, the Baron indeed departed the small town early. Where he went was no longer of concern to Phil. The necessity of the Baron's departure stemmed from the fact that, through their confrontations, he had become exceedingly familiar with Phil. Should they cross paths on the street one day, recognition would be inevitable. Although Phil always donned a mask during his strikes, his physique remained unchanged. Without a mission, he typically wandered about. A careless encounter could lead to exposure, jeopardizing his mercenary identity. The human skin mask Phil had crafted was unlike those made by others. It was nearly indistinguishable from reality. He had heard of such creations in his past life, but had never attempted to make one until now. Combining the mask-making techniques he learned from the organization with hearsay from his previous life had yielded successful results, and the effect was indeed quite impressive, though wearing a mask made of human skin was uncomfortable. Safety took precedence over all else. With the Baron's mission cancelled, Phil was left with only the task of his predecessor. In the days spent contending with the Baron, he had thoroughly applied the assassination techniques he had learned, often finding opportunities to eliminate the Baron. Yet, he had chosen to spare him, as such a prime target was exceedingly rare. At this moment, it is precisely the time to test whether I can eliminate the old Balisath and fulfill the task of my predecessor, thus advancing my rank more swiftly. Phil currently occupies the lowest tier among the organization's yellow-clad assassins. If I can dispatch the old Balisath, who is at the level of a Wuzo, I might have the opportunity to ascend to the realm of Xian. The old Balisath has been enduring a particularly difficult few days, feeling as though someone is perpetually stalking him. Ever since he entrusted the mercenary group to his son and returned to his hometown, an unknown enemy has employed assassins to target him. Without the protection of the mercenary group, although the old man remains vigorous, his vitality is undeniably diminished compared to his prime. Just days ago, he eliminated an assassin of the warrior rank, yet his brief respite has been shattered, as yet another group of assassins has been dispatched, this time with cunning individuals who have nearly detected his energy several times, slipping away like shadows. Yesterday, all the servants in his household inexplicably succumbed to poisoning, and they still lie incapacitated within the home. Had he not sensed the danger earlier, he too might have fallen victim to the insidious plot. That damned assassin, unable to carry out a direct assassination, resorted to poison instead. The old Balisath is particularly wary of toxins. In this world, aside from apothecaries, no one possesses the means to counteract poison. Even the priests of the temple can only mitigate its effects. Though his cultivation level allows him to expel ordinary toxins, he cannot remain vigilant indefinitely. He summoned an apothecary from the nearby town, who finally managed to cure the afflicted servants, yet that elusive assassin continues to lurk nearby. Phil finds himself at an impasse. Each time he approaches the old Balisath, his acute senses detect him. Those who frequently dance on the edge of life and death possess an innate sensitivity to the aura of murder. However, he currently struggles to conceal his own murderous intent, primarily due to the fluctuations of his Xian energy, which create noticeable vulnerabilities in his stealth. Thus, he finds himself unable to close the distance. This is a formidable challenge. The strong in this world possess an acute awareness of their surroundings. Whether it be the telekinetic powers of mind masters or the Xian energy of warriors, if an assassin cannot effectively conceal their aura before striking, they will undoubtedly be discovered. Assassination requires strength when facing opponents of equal rank. A failed ambush can lead to a frontal assault, but Phil's current disparity in skill is too great. If he cannot execute a stealthy approach, confronting a higher-ranked warrior would mean certain death, no matter how swift his blade. There are limits, and while he may handle warrior-level foes, he falls short against those of the warrior rank. Retreating once more, Phil has exhausted nearly every conceivable method, yet without the ability to engage in close combat. Success remains elusive. This task is likely to be prolonged. The poisoning from yesterday was his best strategy, hastily concocted but ineffective, as the local populace possesses a robust immunity to toxins. Moreover, the apothecary from the town has instilled in Phil a degree of caution. Here, apothecaries are akin to physicians, employing various remedies to cure ailments. Some are ordinary folk, while others are warriors or mind masters, and they seem to be a prevalent and esteemed class throughout the land. As a descendant of ancient medical practitioners, Phil possesses adequate knowledge of medicine and pharmacology. Were he to become an apothecary, it would likely be effortless. Yet, he cannot afford to divert his attention now. The key lies in dealing with the old Balisath. The organization has relayed the message that this task must be accomplished solely by him, dispelling any hopes of reinforcements from other assassins. A direct assassination would undoubtedly be suicidal, compelling Phil to seek alternative methods. With a year at his disposal, he still has time. Thus he temporarily concedes defeat. The old Balisath is now on guard, and further entanglement could expose him. Upon returning to his quarters, Phil finally focuses on the integration of his true energy and Xian energy. Since leaving the estate, he has been engaged with assassination tasks, leaving no time to resolve this issue. During his earlier attempt on the Baron, he was frequently detected due to the fluctuations of his Xian energy. Although Phil has learned techniques to suppress these fluctuations, some leakage is inevitable, easily perceived by the sensitive mind masters. Now that his Xian energy has reached the pinnacle of warrior rank, it is time to attempt the fusion of true energy. Over the years of training, he has refrained from utilizing true energy, and now he is eager to discover the state of being after merging it with Xian energy, after years of dormant internal cultivation. True energy flows through Phil's meridians, gradually merging with the Xian energy within his body. Currently, the amount of true energy in his system pales in comparison to the Xian energy. However, Phil discovers that the true energy cultivated from the Hisu medical texts can absorb a significant amount of Xian energy. The gentle medicinal true energy begins to gain offensive capabilities upon absorbing Xian energy. Additionally, Phil realizes that as this transformed true energy circulates within the pathways of his internal cultivation, the newly generated true energy retains the characteristics of the original medicinal true energy, albeit soon to be converted into Xian energy from external sources. As the Xian energy within him is completely absorbed, Phil notices that the first layer of his medicinal true energy has advanced considerably, with a substantial amount contained within the 8 meridians. The cost of this advancement is the complete depletion of his internal Xian energy. Even more astonishing is that as he practices his internal techniques, the speed at which he cultivates true energy has increased exponentially. And concurrently, his ability to absorb external spiritual energy and convert it into Xian energy has also accelerated significantly. The true energy cultivated not only possesses the traits of medicinal true energy, but also the destructive power of Xian energy, representing a fusion of the two. Moreover, like true energy, it exhibits no fluctuations, remaining undetectable. To an observer, he appears as someone who has never practiced Xian energy. Unless the opponent also cultivates true energy, they would be unable to discern his differences. This is undoubtedly a new form of true energy, as well as a novel iteration of Xian energy. Phil muses with great delight. However, he is somewhat vexed that his current true energy does not exhibit the external characteristics of Xian energy, such as the white hue associated with warrior rank. His true energy remains formless and unseen. Yet, for him, this serves as the perfect means of concealment. In this world, warriors are classified into ranks, and the proportion of Xian energy within his current true energy has effectively surpassed the warrior level, now reaching the threshold of low-level warrior. However, no one can perceive this, and at this moment, Phil has embarked on a cultivation path distinct from that of the warriors in this realm, rendering his true strength undetectable, a significant advantage in his arsenal. Does this not imply that I can abandon the rudimentary techniques of Xian energy cultivation? Phil reflects. Now that his internal cultivation allows his body to automatically absorb external spiritual energy and integrate it into his true energy, the results are far superior to those achieved through Xian energy techniques. Phil naturally sees no reason to continue practicing the crude Xian energy methods. His family's traditional techniques are remarkably systematic, with each tier representing a new level, far more refined than the Xian energy practices. Since it is no longer purely medicinal true energy, it can no longer be called the Hisu medical texts. I shall name it the Hisu Xian technique instead. This true energy shall henceforth be referred to as Hisu true energy. Phil decides. As this new true energy grants him newfound confidence, the practice of Hisu true energy consumes around a week of Phil's time. Subsequently, he begins to integrate this new true energy into his stealth and assassination techniques. Previously reliant on Xian energy, he now employs true energy. While the true energy retains the lethality of Xian energy, it remains inherently different, and Phil will not recklessly engage until he thoroughly familiarizes himself with this new form. A month later, Phil reappears in the small town, undisturbed during these days, granting him ample opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding of his new true energy. He discovers that utilizing true energy is more convenient than Xian energy, allowing for a more flawless integration with stealth techniques, and when employing true energy in his swordplay, his speed and the power of his strikes have significantly increased, precisely as he anticipated. Moreover, now no one would suspect him to be a warrior, serving as the best disguise. Even if he were to employ true energy, it is unlikely anyone would detect it. This is the fundamental distinction between true energy and Xian energy. The town remains unchanged. Yet soon he hears an unwelcome piece of news. 2 new guards have been assigned to the old Balasatha's household, sent by Balasatha's son for his protection, a low-level warrior and a low-level mind master. Alongside the old Balasatha himself, who is a high-ranking warrior. Phil's assassination task has grown even more daunting. It seems a direct assassination has become untenable. I must devise another plan. Initially, Phil had intended to attempt a close-quarters assassination utilizing true energy. But with the addition of 2 formidable sentinels, even if he succeeded, he would likely be unable to escape unscathed. Phil is unwilling to undertake uncertain ventures. Chapter 19. Collaborative assassination. Phil is eager to conclude this task so he can dedicate time to exploring how to leverage his unique advantages into a distinctive assassination style. Even in the assassin training camp, he understood that face-to-face assassinations were the least effective approach. Achieving an assassination without drawing attention is the goal he must pursue, a process that necessitates blending his past experiences with careful experimentation, which in turn requires time. Thus, he is determined not to be ensnared by this task. Yet, the forces surrounding the old Balasath present a significant challenge if he attempts to tackle it alone. Damn it. Is there no respite from this? At long last, Phil resolved to relay the information back to the division, seeking assistance. This task had now escalated beyond the realm of his capabilities. An inferior martial artist, a novice psychic, and a seasoned martial master, attempting to assassinate even an aged master was no trivial endeavor, although he realized that if the organization dispatched someone else, the accolades would not be attributed to him. Phil could scarcely afford such considerations now. As long as this mission remained unresolved, he would be compelled to expend energy on it, and if a year were to elapse without completion, the organization would soon send reinforcements. And he was well acquainted with the incoming individual. 42, the female assassin who had instructed him for a year. 42, I never anticipated it would be you. Phil instantly recognized her, though she now donned a mask of his own making. Thus she initially failed to recognize him. Who are you? Why are you not wearing a mask? Are you not afraid of exposure? 42 scrutinized Phil cautiously, finding him utterly unfamiliar. 42, you can't possibly not know me. I am 52, Phil shrugged, attempting to clarify. 52, why are you without a mask? Is this your true visage? How could you meet an organization's assassin in your natural form? Did I not warn you? 42 inquired sternly. Exposure of an assassin's true identity could easily lead to their demise. Well, 42, can you truly not discern? Phil felt quite pleased that 42, a fellow assassin with whom he had shared a year, could not detect the authenticity of the mask was a testament to his successful creation. You donned a mask? Goodness. How did you achieve this? The contrast between the lifelike face and her own pale, bloodless mask was stark. We'll discuss that later. I have encountered trouble, since the organization has sent you to assist me. That is most fortuitous. However, 42. Your skills appear to have advanced. Have you attained the status of a mid-level martial artist? Phil suddenly noticed a shift in 42's presence, despite their separation of less than 6 months. Indeed. I have heard that this target is rather formidable. Previously, there was 21, a veteran assassin, but even he has faltered. The organization has dispatched me, likely to see if I can succeed. If not, they may resort to mobilizing a transcendental assassin from the division, 42 elaborated. Presently, 42 remained a yellow-grade assassin. Despite her improved abilities, the ranking within the assassin organization was contingent upon the number of kills. 42. How many yellow-grade, transcendental, and earth-grade assassins are there in our division? Phil posed a question he had long wished to ask, as his understanding of the organization remained superficial. 10 transcendental, over 50 yellow-grade, earth-grade assassins are not counted within the division, as they are managed by headquarters. Our division is solely responsible for the northwestern region of Siskoto County. And there are few experts, 42 replied, willingly answering Phil's inquiry. All right, tell me about the target situation so we can act promptly. Once we eliminate this target, I can officially ascend to the rank of Transcendental Assassin. Which is the purpose of my dispatch, 42 interjected, cutting off Phil's intention to ask further questions. Very well, but 42, this situation indeed poses a challenge. Initially, there was only one senior martial artist. Now, we face an additional junior martial artist and a novice psychic. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in such a desperate situation. Phil recounted what he knew. The reality is as such, if it were not for the vast disparity in our strengths, I would have eliminated that old man long ago. I simply dared not approach. And now it seems even more precarious. One senior martial artist, a junior martial artist, and a novice psychic. This truly complicates matters, 42 pondered, recognizing their absolute disadvantage in terms of strength, yet the assassin's advantage has always been in the shadows. This mission cannot be completed in haste. We might as well take a moment to rest. I have some questions to ask you, and you must not withhold any secrets. Phil invited 42 to sit, as this was indeed his temporary refuge. 52. Desiring to learn comes at a cost. You must compensate me, 42 replied with a smile, exhibiting little wariness towards the one she had personally trained. Well, what compensation do you seek? I am rather impoverished at the moment, and anything too extravagant would be beyond my means, Phil jested, understanding that while assassins must be cold-hearted, they are, after all, human. Moreover, with 42, following the incident with 11, he had gained her trust. Your compensation need not be grand. Simply share with me your method for crafting that mask. I have never encountered such a lifelike visage. How did you conceive it? 42 inquired, fixating on Phil's masked face in wonder. That is easily arranged, but aside from you, this craft must not be divulged. If you can ensure its secrecy, I will share my technique. After all, I hope to utilize this skill to live freely in the future, Phil conceded. Quickly grasping that she coveted this talent, he guided 42 in the creation of human skin masks. Phil took the opportunity to gain insight into the internal structure of the assassin organization, information that was beyond his novice comprehension. Following the incident with 11, 42 seemed less guarded and willingly shared her knowledge with Phil. Perhaps she too hoped to one day escape the treacherous life of an assassin. Once he imparted the method for crafting human skin masks, 42 vanished, presumably to create one herself. For assassins like them, killing was as routine as dining, especially in a world where the rule of law was feeble and the survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The following day, a youthful girl with an exquisite countenance approached Phil, and he quickly recognized her as 42. Although her features had transformed, her physique remained unchanged. The art of disguise may be simple, but altering one's form is a different matter entirely. 42, despite her significant transformation, no longer bore the pallid mask, finally appearing like a normal person. Yet, her physique was immutable, and Phil surmised that in a few years, he might no longer recognize her by her figure alone, as people inevitably grow. 42. Your mask-making skills are commendable. Henceforth, you shall travel with greater safety. Phil admired, noting that a girl could never shed her desire for beauty. 52. How did you discern it was me? 42 inquired, clearly surprised. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was, after all, her own teaching. There are always ways. It merely depends on whether you employ your intellect. However, 42. I advise against presenting yourself so attractively. An overly conspicuous assassin is perilously vulnerable. As you are aware, Phil cautioned. I acknowledge that. I shall indeed be more cautious in the future. 52. Have you discovered anything new? 42 shifted the topic, recognizing that they still had business to attend to. And this task was not one to be taken lightly. Nothing of note. That old codger hasn't ventured out, and now there are 2 more masters guarding his abode. He's practically living in luxury, Phil lamented. Tonight, we shall assess the situation. Solutions always exist, 42 replied without surprise, understanding that meticulousness is essential when facing an assassin's target. Previously, 21 had already raised alarms, and Phil had made prior moves, if the target were not a fool. Exposing vulnerabilities would be unlikely. Phil had visited the old baser's residence numerous times, but never dared linger too long, for the elder Bars was no ordinary figure. The last time he attempted poisoning was the longest he had stayed. Initially hoping to strike while the old man was incapacitated, however, the elder never touched the poison dish and nearly caught Phil once more. Now, with an additional martial artist and a psychic, Phil felt even less inclined to breach the threshold. Thus, he only brought 42 to the periphery, intending not to enter. 52. Remain here. I will venture inside to assess, 42 stated before vanishing from sight. Phil understood she had slipped away stealthily. He had always envied 42's stealth abilities. While he had learned her unnamed technique and discovered the nuances of stealth, he could not yet achieve complete invisibility through his energy. Phil remained outside, waiting for a considerable time without seeing 42 emerge or any signs of movement within. He knew she had not yet been detected and could only continue to wait. After a considerable interval, someone suddenly appeared beside him, nearly prompting Phil to react aggressively. This newcomer seemed unperturbed by the potential misunderstanding. What news? Phil asked, having refrained from infiltrating since the arrival of the 2 mercenaries. It's quite complicated, aside from the senior martial artist. There is indeed a martial artist and a psychic within. If we were to charge in recklessly, it would be a certain death. However, I can attempt to lure one of them out. Once we eliminate one, the remainder will be much easier to handle, 42 whispered. Now a mid-level martial artist herself, she felt somewhat confident in her capacity to deal with the old Bars, yet she recognized the necessity of eliminating the other 2 mercenaries to avoid complications. If it were Phil, the odds of overcoming the 2 mercenaries would merely be a coin toss, a precarious 50-50 chance, and that is with the assumption that the advantage of the assassin is fully accounted for. However, the situation is different with 42. Despite being only 3 or 4 years older than Phil, she had already been a low-level martial artist over a year ago when they first encountered each other. And now she has advanced to a mid-level martial artist. Her innate talent for cultivation is simply astonishing. It is worth noting that even the elderly Baltaz, at his advanced age, has only reached a high-level martial artist. If they could lure those 2 mercenaries out and deal with them outside, then with 42's mid-level martial arts prowess combined with Phil's soul-cutting sword, they might stand a chance against the old Coot Baltaz. Resolute in his decision, Phil sought a suitable ambush location just outside the town, while 42 was tasked with enticing one or both of the mercenaries out so they could launch a surprise attack together. Given 42's capabilities, it was not impossible for her to directly assassinate both mercenaries, but with a high-level martial artist residing nearby, there was a high risk of her being caught in the crossfire. The location Phil chose was a rugged hill they discovered on the path the 2 mercenaries would take, characterized by its bizarre rock formations and dense underbrush, making it an ideal setting for an assassin to exploit her advantages. Not long after, Phil spotted 42 rushing toward him, but to his dismay, she was not alone. Trailing behind her were not 1, but 3 figures, including the old Baltaz himself. Damn it, how careless can one be? Phil thought. Hastily concealing himself behind a nearby obstruction, with 3 foes now present, it would be prudent to deal with them all at once. Phil's greatest concern was the spellcaster, so he resolved to eliminate him first. It appeared that 42 had sustained some injuries. Her escape was somewhat awkward. Under Phil's watchful gaze, she swiftly darted toward the complex terrain, having spotted the signal he had left among the rocks, indicating that he was in position for the ambush. Yet, with the emergence of 3 adversaries, did they still stand a chance? Without time to ponder, 42 quickly concealed herself as the pursuers closed in. The fastest among them was undoubtedly old Baltaz, who, Despite being in his 70s or 80s, still radiated vitality, his aura shimmering a deep yellow, the color of a martial artist's essence. Following closely was the low-level martial artist. While the spellcaster, although possessing strange abilities, was not particularly adept at running, trailing slightly behind. However, he remained within a mere 5 or 6 meters of the martial artist, indicating that these seasoned mercenaries understood the peril of allowing an assassin to close in on the spellcaster. Phil lay still like a statue, motionless beside their path. While his stealth techniques were not yet flawless, he was adept at concealment, especially since there was no risk of his essence leaking. Furthermore, he calculated that the three would be too focused on chasing 42 to pay heed to the clutter by the roadside. Biding his time for the last of the trio, just after 42 passed, Old Ball has dashed past Phil, the force of his essence stirring the underbrush around him, yet fortunately, Phil remained undetected. Once the mercenary martial artist followed suit, Phil prepared to spring into action. Having traveled several kilometers from the town, this distance posed no challenge to martial artists, but it was a considerable burden for the spellcaster. Phil was perplexed as to why the spellcaster had chosen to pursue. This was clearly beyond his expertise. Therefore, when the spellcaster reached Phil's ambush point, Phil seized the moment to strike. Time was of the essence, as 42 was injured and could not afford to be pursued by Old Baltaz any longer. If they did not neutralize the significant threat posed by the spellcaster, they would both be in dire straits. As Phil launched his attack, the spellcaster sensed the danger, a reflex honed by a life spin on the edge of death. A protective barrier manifested around him, albeit hastily conjured, yet it was enough to save his life that Phil's sword met the barrier, causing it to dissipate. But the spellcaster underestimated Phil's speed. Had he maintained his barrier against Phil's sword, he might have survived. Unfortunately, he chose to cast a binding spell that required at least a second to prepare at most. 1 second might seem negligible, but against Phil's swift strike, it was a fatal error. The binding spell was unleashed just as Phil's icy blade pierced through the spellcaster's throat. In that instant, the mercenary martial artist finally registered the scene, racing toward Phil in alarm, drawing his sword from the spellcaster's lifeless form. Phil caught a glimpse of the spellcaster's eyes filled with disbelief that he swiftly dodged the martial artist's sweeping blade, but time was no longer on his side. The martial artist's weapon descended upon him with deadly intent. Phil evaded the strike, but the martial artist's eyes widened in horror as he noticed the spellcaster clutching his throat. "No, Kale," the martial artist bellowed, disbelief etched across his features that he had never anticipated that his comrade would perish at the hands of this despicable assassin in such a brief span of time. "I will kill you," he vowed, lunging at Phil with a flurry of powerful strikes, his blade glowing with a fierce yellow essence, effectively cutting off Phil's escape route and intent on dismantling him piece by piece. As Phil initiated his assault, 42 emerged from an unexpected angle, targeting Old Baltaz directly. If the old man turned to confront Phil, it would spell doom for him, so 42 had no choice but to engage. Yet, having sustained injuries, facing a high-level martial artist was an arduous task. Even with her evasive tactics, the disparity in strength was evident. This was not the same as a stealthy assassination. Phil was locked in combat with the mercenary martial artist, while 42 faced the relentless pressure from Baltaz. The odds were decidedly against them, especially for 42. Phil struggled against the mercenary martial artist's formidable attacks, employing the unconventional techniques of the soul-cutting sword. In this direct confrontation, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand, despite his speed. Meanwhile, the situation for 42 grew increasingly dire as Old Baltaz pressed her back relentlessly. Were it not for her nimble footwork, she would have already sustained further injuries. "We can't wait any longer. If this continues, we won't just fail the mission, we may not escape at all," Phil thought, pivoting his blade as his internal essence surged within him. This was the first time he had called upon his essence in real combat since its cultivation. A mere yellow-grayed assassin dares to oppose me. You shall perish," the mercenary martial artist scoffed. Eyeing Phil's assassin's insignia, a mandatory token for assassins during missions, though Phil had always thought such rules were absurd. "Is that so?" Phil retorted, his blade a blur as he sped into action, with the infusion of essence. His speed intensified dramatically. Previously, he had relied solely on his physical strength, but now, the soul-cutting sword's relentless strikes began to overwhelm the mercenary martial artist. After 4 or 5 minutes of fierce combat, Phil finally seized an opportunity. The martial artist's broadsword revealed a vulnerability as he faltered in defense. Phil capitalized on this moment, his sword plunging forward with lethal precision, piercing the mercenary's heart. The mercenary could only emit a muffled groan, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realized he had fallen in fair combat to a young yellow-grayed assassin. Withdrawing his blade, Phil cast a glance toward 42. And his heart sank. She had been cornered against a narrow wall of rocks. Although the terrain favored an assassin's agility, it also constrained her movement, under the relentless pressure from Old Balthaz. She was nearing her limit. Phil dared not delay, sprinting toward Old Balthaz and hurling a dagger aimed at the old man's back. This dagger, a staple weapon for assassins, had not been a focus of his training. But now it served as a makeshift projectile to create an opportunity for 42's escape. "You dare, you little brat." Old Balthaz snarled as he swatted away Phil's dagger, only then realizing that his two companions had been sent to their demise. Enraged, he abandoned 42 and charged at Phil, wielding his large blade with surprising vigor for his age. Phil retreated swiftly. Engaging now would be tantamount to suicide. The disparity in their levels was significant, and no amount of skill could bridge that gap. That a direct confrontation would likely result in his sword being shattered and his body cleaved in two. Fortunately, Phil's objective had been met. 42 had escaped the narrow confines. However, this left Phil in a perilous position. Old Balthaz, like an enraged lion, unleashed a frenzied assault, and Phil could do nothing but evade, acutely aware that in terms of weaponry, cultivation, and experience, he was vastly outmatched by a seasoned mercenary like Balthaz. How could he not falter in such an open confrontation? The esteemed master of martial arts is indeed an esteemed master. As the venerable Basils wielded his techniques, waves of profound energy compelled him to retreat with all his strength. This was a stark contrast to the earlier sparring session with the 42, who had not employed such mystical forces at that time, retreating to the location where the ambushed adept lay. The elderly Basils paused momentarily. The two lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground prompted him to restrain his energy, lest he inadvertently desecrate the remains. Seizing this brief respite, Phil distanced himself from the old man's range of attack, retreating a good 10 meters. "Are you all right?" 42 circled around, having genuinely believed that Phil was doomed moments ago. Even she had nearly met her demise under the old man's oppressive force. "I'm fine. And you? How did you sustain your injuries?" Phil inquired, noting the concern reflected in 42's gaze. "It was merely the cunning of that old coot. He detected me during my first attempt, and when I tried to lure them out the second time, that infernal adept ambushed me, and thus I found myself in this predicament," 42 replied, casting a resentful glance at the fallen adept. "Fortunately, the hindrance has been dealt with. Are you still able to fight? If so, shall we take advantage of this moment to confront the old man?" Phil suggested, eyeing Basils, who had suddenly ceased his assault with undisclosed intentions. "Very well, let us strike together." 42 was not one to hesitate. Such an opportunity was rare. Should the old man escape and return with more mercenaries, their mission would become unattainable. "Umph, you two youngsters really think that I am easy prey just because I have aged," Basils retorted, brandishing his massive blade to meet the long swords of Phil and 42. In their first collaboration, Phil realized he no longer needed to deliberately evade the old man's sword. With 42, a mid-level martial artist, capable of withstanding the old man's strikes when necessary, Phil's swift swordplay finally found room to flourish. Previously, his continual retreat had been due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by Basil's heavy blade, which could inflict harm upon contact. Now, with 42's distraction, Phil finally had the chance to assert himself, employing the 36 soul severing sword technique. He sought out the openings in Basil's defense. Familiar with Phil's techniques, 42 continuously created opportunities for him to strike. Together, they engaged the venerable Basils in a fierce contest, matching the prowess of the esteemed master. Soon, 42 abandoned the assassination techniques in favor of the nameless sword style, its robust and grounded nature complementing Phil's unpredictable soul-severing sword. This combination effectively subdued Basil's formidable blade. The strikingly different sword styles, when executed in unison, yielded an extraordinary effect. Although they did not achieve the legendary dual sword harmony, they nonetheless left Basils struggling to cope. As a seasoned mercenary, Basils recognized the unfavorable turn of events. He unleashed a powerful horizontal slash, forcing the two longswords apart, and without a backward glance, he dashed in a singular direction. Continuing this battle would surely seal his fate, despite his formidable combat prowess. He was weary after a lengthy skirmish. Being an elderly man wielding such a heavy weapon, Even an esteemed martial artist could not endure indefinitely. Regretting his past vigor, Basils lamented that had he been younger, he would not have found himself in such a dire situation against assassins of this caliber. Pursue him. 42 and Phil gave chase simultaneously, victory within their grasp, should they allow the old man to escape now. Tracking him down again would prove exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, his age rendered Basils incapable of matching the speed of the two youths, and Phil soon intercepted him. The once ferocious old man now appeared frail, and faced with Phil's swift sword, he had no choice but to halt and confront him. Perhaps he should not have pursued them. Had they remained in their stronghold, Phil and his companion would have likely found themselves powerless. Regret was no longer an option. The two mercenaries sent by his son had already perished, and now it was his turn. Ultimately, 42's sword pierced Basil's throat. Despite the man's age, the two assassins felt no twinge of mercy. Such was the nature of fate. Hastily disposing of the bodies, Phil led 42 back to their hideout. The mission was accomplished, yet both bore numerous wounds, not to mention 42. Phil himself had barely avoided the old man's blade, sustaining several cuts. Had he not dodged in time, he surely would have met his end. He presented 42 with the golden granary ointment he had concocted, explaining its application before tending to his own injuries. This ointment was a secret recipe bestowed upon him by his sergeant, a scion of a martial arts family, during his time as a special forces operative. Fortunately, he had been compelled from a young age to learn medicine and memorize various remedies. Otherwise, he might not have been able to create such an authentic golden granary ointment. After applying the salve, Phil began meditating, harmonizing his internal energy with external healing to expedite recovery. The following morning, Phil opened his eyes to find 42 seated nearby, her appearance markedly rejuvenated, entirely shedding the disheveled state of the previous day. 42, your injuries have improved significantly, I presume? Phil inquired sheepishly. Fortunately, it was 42. Had it been another assassin, his relaxed demeanor might have cost him his life without him realizing it. Indeed, your ointment works wonders. 52. I am increasingly perplexed by you. I truly cannot fathom where you procure such excellent remedies. My severe injuries from yesterday have healed remarkably well by today. You would be wasting your talents if you did not pursue the path of a pharmacist, 42 remarked, her gaze akin to that of someone observing a marvel. The mission is complete, and I must return to report back. 52. Take care of yourself, and strive to elevate your strength until you reach the Earth grade. Avoid pursuing unrealistic aspirations. You grasp my meaning. Are you implying that if I attain Earth grade, opportunities will arise? Phil understood precisely what 42 was alluding to. Perhaps, at least upon reaching that level, you will have access to higher circles, and you will learn much more. With those parting words, 42 departed. Earth grade, is it? Phil mused inwardly that if that were the case, he would strive for the Earth grade. Chapter 21. The death of the city Lord Leighton City, situated within the Morse city of the Siskiyou County of the Crotea Kingdom, is the largest among the small towns encircling the Sunset Forest. Due to its proximity to this forest, it naturally serves as a hub for adventurers seeking to explore the mysterious depths, much like the nearby Findo town. Consequently, Leighton City is perpetually vibrant, bustling with various industries. Though small, it possesses all essential amenities. Despite being a small city, Leighton City has expanded significantly through the efforts of successive lords and the contributions of adventurers traversing the Sunset Forest. It has grown to a size second only to Morse City, surpassing Findo Town's scale by more than double. However, the population consists mainly of adventurers and merchants, with only a handful of ordinary citizens. The former are often dubbed reckless with their lives for wealth, while the latter are viewed as shameless in their pursuit of riches. The Sunset Forest, one of the three great perilous regions of the Ryan continent, stretches endlessly, teeming with ferocious beasts and mystical creatures. Deep within the forest, it is said that tribes of beastmen dwell. Encountering them typically leads to a grim fate. Despite these dangers, the influx of adventurers seeking to explore the Sunset Forest remains unabated. For it harbors not only formidable beasts and mystical creatures, but also valuable materials derived from them. Many have discovered precious ores and rare medicinal herbs within the forest, whether it be the materials from the beasts, their offspring, or the invaluable ores and herbs. All are sought after by adventurers. In summary, this place is a veritable paradise for adventurers. The Lord of Leighton City, Dale, is a hereditary noble and the current head of the Fantasy family, a lineage descended from the founding generals of the Crotea Kingdom. the lands surrounding Leighton City are the Vantasy family's fief, making them an unassailable force in the area. As the saying goes, to provoke the Vantasy family in Leighton City is to invite a fate akin to consorting with the beasts and mystical creatures of the Sunset Forest. The Vantasy family wields considerable power not only in this region but throughout the Crotea Kingdom, where they are recognized as one of the oldest noble families. The connections they have accumulated over generations grant them substantial influence within the kingdom. The Lord's residence is situated at the heart of Leighton City, a fortified stronghold guarded by a vigilant military presence. Adjacent to the Lord's estate lies the Leighton military camp, as the noble's territory is defended by the family's private troops. Given its position at the edge of the Sunset Forest, the area frequently faces incursions from the ferocious beasts and mystical creatures, with the military camp serving as the frontline defense against these threats. Years of conflict with these creatures have transformed the Leighton military, loyal to the Lord, into a formidable force. However, unrest has recently gripped the Lord's estate. The cause: an audacious individual has offered a bounty of 100,000 gold coins for the head of Lord Dale Vantasy. Upon learning of this news through the underworld, the now over 50-year-old Lord Dale awaits the arrival of the assassins in his home. The blood-red guards of the Vantasy family have taken it upon themselves to monitor the entirety of Leighton City. For it is said that those with power are often the most fearful of death, a truth that cannot be denied. Over the years, many have sought the head of Dale Vantasy, yet the formidable Lord Dale remains very much alive. This can be attributed in part to the Blood Guard, but even more so to the fact that Lord Dale himself is a master in his own right. A low-level martial master holds a certain level of deterrence wherever he may be. And it is said that Lord Dale's wife, too, is a formidable presence, a practitioner of the mind arts with the strength of a high-level mind master, rivaling her husband in prowess. However, this time, Lord Dale finds himself restless and unable to eat since the bounty was announced. Not a single unexpected incident has occurred in the city of Moore, and the adventurers who typically roam about have, surprisingly, refrained from causing trouble. Everything seems unnaturally calm, akin to the eerie silence that precedes a storm, creating a sense of dreadful oppression. My lord, tomorrow marks the final deadline for this bounty. I fear that the organization bold enough to undertake this assassination will hesitate to act, spoke a refined middle-aged woman with lingering grace, who approached Lord Dale seated in the hall. This woman is none other than his wife, Morris Rod, the sole high-level mind master of Leighton City and the matriarch of the Vantasy family. Reputed to be a woman of remarkable strength, seated beside Lord Dale are his three sons, who, in stark contrast to the formidable presence of their parents, can only be described as typical scions of privilege, if not for their family's protection. They would likely have long since been cast into the Sunset Forest to become fodder for the beasts therein. Indeed, father, with the illustrious reputation of the Vantasy family, what organization would dare to take on a mission to assassinate you? Just the presence of us sons is enough to ensure their return is uncertain, remarked Laurel Vantasy, the eldest son, sycophantically. Thanks to his family's influence, Laurel has managed to elevate his abilities to the level of a low martial master, often engaging in nefarious deeds within the confines of Leighton City, leaving a long line of those who suffer his company with beasts as their only companions. His two younger brothers are of a similar ilk. As the adventurers often say, the entire Vantasy family is devoid of any respectable character. Yet, Lord Dale remains aloof. Despite having faced numerous assassination attempts in the past, never has he felt so utterly powerless as he does now. Am I truly growing old? He mused, casting a glance at his still graceful wife, feeling as though his former might lingers. According to information from dubious sources, the organization tasked with his assassination is the notorious Kester assassin group, infamous throughout the continent. Emerging a century ago, they unleashed a torrent of bloodshed, leaving countless masters dead at their hands. Within a few years, they became a force to be reckoned with in the world of assassins, boasting a chilling completion rate of around 80%, essentially condemning anyone who engages their services to a death sentence. Curse that assassin group, Lord Dale muttered with vehemence. As the envious head of the Vantasy family, he has encountered assassins many times, having dispatched nearly 100 himself, not to mention those slain by his subordinates. Night has fallen, and today marks the final day of the bounty. Typically, bounties have a time limit, and according to the information received, the individual in question is set to meet his end today. Alas, no matter what means Lord Dale employs, he has been unable to uncover the identity of the scoundrel who seeks his demise. Otherwise, he would have long since led his forces to obliterate that wretch. It is no wonder, then, that so many wish for his death. In this era, survival is no simple matter, especially for those in power. My lord, The entire castle has been secured. You and the madam can rest easy. We shall handle everything," announced a middle-aged man clad in resplendent soft armor as he entered the hall. Performing a noble salute. This man is Simon Vantisi, captain of the Blood Guard and another martial master of the Vantisi family, a loyal retainer whose lineage has been entrusted with the family name. A testament to the family's trust in him. Shaking his head, Lord Dale remains uneasy. He cannot bring himself to believe that their adversaries will not strike. Understanding his master's temperament, Simon Vantisi refrains from further words and promptly exits. The castle is now under the vigilant watch of the Blood Guard, stationed every few steps, ensuring that not even a fly could breach their defenses, let alone an assassin. "My lord, allow me to prepare something for you to eat. You have not had a bite all day," offered Morris Rod as she rose. As a devoted wife, she personally oversees Lord Dale's meals, and today is no exception. Lord Dale nodded, feeling an uncharacteristic reluctance to speak. Perhaps due to an inescapable sense of dread. It is often said that awaiting death is one of the most harrowing experiences. And although Lord Dale is not merely waiting for death, he cannot shake the feeling of impending doom. The absence of any would-be assassin has left him grappling with an unsettling sense of helplessness. The three Vantisi brothers, behaving like obedient children, dare not disturb the atmosphere. Laurel's previous flattery earned him a sharp glare from his father, leaving the young man feeling uneasy. Before long, Morris returned with a bowl of exquisite fish soup. Made from a delicacy caught only in the Sunset Forest, known for its delightful flavor despite its peculiar cries resembling that of a child. The aroma of the soup finally stirred Lord Dale's appetite, and he eagerly accepted the bowl, devouring it with great haste, awaiting the arrival of the dreaded assassin. However, just as he finished the bowl, a sudden pain gripped his abdomen, and he violently spat forth blood before collapsing to the ground. Lifeblood seeping from his orifices, and thus he fell silent. A piercing scream echoed throughout the lord's estate, and Morris's once delicate voice now trembled in terror. "My lord, what has happened?" she cried, rushing to Lord Dale's side. But as a mind master, she sensed the truth. Her husband was lifeless. "Father!" the three brothers exclaimed, panic-stricken as Simon Vantisi barged in with a contingent of blood guards. Dale Vantisi, a martial master of repute, had perished just like that. "It was poison," Simon Vantisi declared, wide-eyed. "How could a toxin potent enough to kill a martial master find its way here, and how had it been administered so stealthily?" Grasping the bowl on the floor, he realized that this assassination attempt had been executed through poisoning, yet the method of delivery remained a mystery. Morris was inconsolable, having never imagined that the soup she had meticulously prepared for her husband had become the instrument of his demise. How could this be? A man who had consumed this fish all his life had met his end by it. "Quick, summon every apothecary in the city," Simon Vantisi bellowed, his anger palpable. Never before had he felt such rage. He was determined to capture the insidious assassin. Yet the leads were painfully scarce. The blood guards swiftly rounded up all the apothecaries in town, their tempers flaring as they demanded answers. The death of their lord brought shame upon them, and they would not tolerate it lightly. The anxious apothecaries examined the remnants of the soup, but none could discern the cause of death. It appeared to be merely a delightful fish broth. When they learned that the esteemed Lord Dale Vantisi had been poisoned by this very soup, they displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Could this delectable broth truly be lethal? Just moments earlier, a few of the less fortunate apothecaries had dared to sample it. Now, as the gravity of the situation dawned upon them, they clutched their throats, retching in horror. This was no ordinary soup. It was a death sentence. The Lord's mansion was thrown into turmoil, with all the servants gathered together. Following the examination by the apothecary, it was confirmed that the Lord had indeed been poisoned, and the poison was unlike anything ever seen or heard before. However, it seemed unrelated to the fish soup, as the few apothecaries who had consumed it were merely left terrified, with no ill effects. Outside the Lord's mansion, the area was surrounded by troops, and the city of Moore was completely sealed off. While outsiders were allowed entry, those within were forbidden to leave. A multitude of adventurers stranded in the city were outraged. How could they be treated as suspects in the death of their lord? Those brave enough to venture into the Sunset Forest were not the type to cower in fear. An uproar ensued, as many had grown increasingly discontented with the military presence in Layton City. Had it not been for the fear of the Vantisi family's might, there would have been chaos long ago. Now, their personal freedoms were outright restricted. Adventurers, who were accustomed to the flow of gold coins, were forced to remain for the investigation. Infuriated, they no longer hesitated to rise up, brandishing their weapons against the troops of Layton City. As a result, fierce clashes erupted throughout the city due to the Lord's demise. In the branches of a towering tree outside Layton City, a figure lay in wait, observing every movement within the city. Upon witnessing the commotion at the Lord's mansion escalate to chaos throughout Layton, a smile finally crept across the figure's face, a smile filled with satisfaction, yet tinged with a hint of malevolence. Finally, it's done. Damn it, that Dale Van These only eats that fish sporadically. Fortunately, it all worked out, the figure muttered softly. As the tolling of the death knell echoed from the Lord's mansion, the figure nodded in confirmation, then gracefully descended from the lofty tree. This individual was none other than an assassin sent by the Kester assassin group to eliminate the Lord of Layton City, an assassin who had managed to strike down their heavily guarded target without even being present in the city. Now I can finally ascend to the next rank. Damn it. Those bastards gave me such a challenging task for evaluation. If it weren't for my own skills, I would have surely met my end, the assassin mused. Under the cover of night, the figure swiftly vanished into the forest. The happenings in Layton City no longer of any concern to him. An hour later, in a small valley of the Sunset Forest, a silhouette flickered and paused at the valley's entrance. The individual scanned the surroundings, seemingly confirming something, before disappearing into the depths of the valley. The sound of flint striking echoed, illuminating a concealed cave within the dark valley, revealing a somewhat gaunt yet spirited figure. This was the assassin Phil, who had just completed his mission at the tender age of 17 or 18. With agile eyes and hastily tied long hair, he appeared remarkably capable. Clad in ordinary hunting attire, he blended seamlessly into any crowd. Posing no threat of detection, after assassinating the old Balthasar, Phil had spent 6 months in the town of Finder, delving into various assassination techniques. He was subsequently dispatched to execute missions in surrounding towns and even ventured into the Sunset Forest for assassinations. Over the course of 2 years, the once novice yellow-ranked assassin had developed a unique style of assassination. After completing sufficient tasks, the organization finally deemed him ready for the evaluation of becoming an assassin. Targeting the high-ranking martial artist Dale Van These, a task of considerable difficulty, but he had succeeded. "You're back. Did you complete the mission?" Suddenly, a girl's voice broke the silence, causing the young man to startle and quickly adopt a stance of vigilance. He had not noticed that this temporary refuge he had chosen had already been discovered, and he had failed to sense another presence within, a potentially fatal oversight for an assassin. A graceful figure emerged from a corner of the cave, and upon recognizing the familiar face, Phil relaxed. 42. What brings you here? I must warn you, should you follow me without my permission again, I won't be so forgiving, Phil said coldly. The little rascal has quite the temper. Do you wish to kill me? Let us not forget that most of your skills were taught by me. However, I must say, 42, your assassination techniques over these 2 years have been quite impressive, she replied with a smile. What's the big deal? As long as it gets the job done. 42, why don't I teach you a few tricks? You could join me, Phil teased, though he knew he could only jest. Convincing a seasoned assassin to join him was beyond his courage. Even as a fellow assassin, over the past 2 years in this world, Phil had slowly regained fragments of his former self. During this time, he had adapted his assassination strategies, playing various roles, from mercenary to apothecary, hunter, and even bard. Anything that facilitated his missions, his past experiences allowed him to seamlessly assume any disguise, a skill that had enabled him to rise swiftly in rank. So you succeeded? 42 ignored Phil's playful banter, accustomed to their collaborations over the past 2 years. Of course, just look at my skills. In the blink of an eye, that little lord was turned to ash, merely a small fry, Phil boasted, feeling at ease only in her presence. For an assassin, such comfort could be perilous, yet he had no desire to change that dynamic just yet. You little scoundrel, your eyes are wandering again. Humph, I'll have to report this. Your evaluation should pose no issues. For now, feel free to wander. 42 shot him a glare. Having noticed his gaze lingering on her alluring figure, in exasperation, she quickly found an excuse to leave. Leaving so soon? Damn, with looks like yours, and you don't let me enjoy the view. What a waste, Phil remarked, as if he had anticipated her retreat. Each time he displayed his roguish demeanor, she would invariably flee, a tactic that never failed. In high spirits, Phil settled down in the cave, replaying images of 42 in his mind, letting out a sigh. Such a woman had become an assassin. What a remarkable waste of beauty. Cross-legged, Phil began his daily meditation. Diligently practicing the he had now completely mastered the first layer of the 8 extraordinary meridians. With his energy flowing through them, he had started to cultivate the 12 regular meridians as well. Originally slow to progress, his internal martial arts had accelerated remarkably due to the absorption of this world's mysterious energy, propelling Phil's strength to new heights. Now, his martial arts had reached the second layer, rivaling that of intermediate martial artists. With his swift swordsmanship, he could also contend with advanced martial artists. As he continued his training, his body, nourished by his internal energy, grew increasingly robust, rivaling that of elite special forces from his past life. Yet entirely unassuming to the untrained eye, he appeared merely an ordinary individual. But when he drew his long sword, he often became the nightmare of his targets. Presently, he rarely resorted to direct assassinations. Most of his tasks involved ensuring that targets met their end without ever realizing it, just as with the late Lord Dale. In this particular assassination, Phil had devised a trap that would be nearly impossible for anyone to detect, resulting in the poisoning of the martial artist-level Lord of Leighton in his own home. Upon receiving this mission, Phil had spent 2 gold coins to gather information about the Lord's daily habits and preferences from a servant of the mansion, discovering that the Lord had a particular fondness for a type of fish that made sounds. Phil ventured into the Sunset Forest to capture this fish for further study. He found that it bore similarities to the pufferfish of his previous life. Though not identical in appearance, it possessed an extremely potent latent toxin. All Phil needed to do was refine this fish through a few techniques to render it lethally toxic. As a descendant of ancient physicians, he had been forced to memorize various medicinal materials and formulas from a young age. Thus, he was far more adept at this than the apothecaries of this world. After several days of experimentation, he finally discovered a method to transform this exquisitely delicious fish into a lethal tool. Under his careful preparation, the fish delivered to the Lord's mansion over the past few days had been laced with a trace of triggering toxins. If the Lord consumed this specially prepared fish 3 times within 5 days, the accumulated toxins in his body over a lifetime would finally be activated, leading to his demise. Consequently, the beautiful lady of the Lord had unwittingly been turned into an executor of the assassination. What began as an enigmatic murder plot unfolded successfully under his meticulous orchestration. Chapter 23. The Adventurer's Invitation. As dawn gradually broke, Phil, after completing 9 cycles of meditation, indulged in a brief nap. Although the cultivation of his mystical art significantly reduced his need for sleep, rest remained indispensable. Sensing the energy within him, Phil felt increasingly assured that one day he would break free from the constraints of the Kester assassin group and ultimately reclaim his long-lost sister. Having consumed a meager ration stored within the cave, Phil began to reflect upon the gains and losses of his previous assassination. This introspection was a ritual he adhered to following each successful mission. Through continuous evaluation, his assassination strategies would only grow more refined. While unconventional methods of assassination demanded considerable time and effort, they were markedly safer than direct approaches. In this world, there existed countless individuals more formidable than he. If he were to rely solely on direct assassinations, it was inevitable that one day he would meet his demise at the hands of another. This was a fate Phil had always sought to evade. For an assassin, the priority lay in executing the kill first, with survival as a distant second. However, Phil's unique perspective dictated that he would only entertain the notion of assassination when his own safety was assured. A stark contrast to many of his peers who often gambled their lives for the sake of a mission. Once he had concluded his reflections, Phil rose, unsheathed his meticulously crafted slender sword, and commenced practicing his swordsmanship. Though he had seldom engaged in direct assassinations lately, he had never allowed himself to become complacent. The 36 soul-severing sword techniques and the nameless techniques imparted by the 42 were his means of survival. Each day, whenever time permitted, he dedicated himself to practice, executing each move with utmost precision. The soul-severing technique was both bizarre and ruthless, while the nameless technique embodied balance and harmony, 2 contrasting styles that Phil had mastered to blend seamlessly. The 42 had once achieved a similar feat, yet Phil had surpassed her in skill. After completing his training, Phil ventured out of the cave. That was a highly concealed location, but since it had already been discovered by the 42, he could no longer linger. This principle had guided Phil throughout his 2 years as an assassin. He would not easily allow anyone to trace his whereabouts, even those within his organization. The days of brazenly residing near the organization's liaison office were long behind him. This was not only a matter of safety, but also afforded him more time to pursue his interests, such as adopting various personas and rehearsing unconventional assassination methods. Dressed in the garb of a hunter, Phil returned to the outskirts of Leighton City several hours later, only to find that the city had been sealed off. A throng of adventurers had gathered outside, having just emerged from the sunset forest. These individuals had likely accrued small fortunes and were eager to enter the city for respite, only to discover that entry had been barred. Clad as a hunter, Phil remained inconspicuous, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy or thought power. This attire would shield him from suspicion. He had seldom employed the guise of a mercenary, as mercenaries were typically either martial artists or practitioners of thought power, neither of which he was. Thus, masquerading as a hunter suited him well. In this world, hunters were not the same as the rustic hunters from Phil's childhood village. Rather, hunting was a profession, predominantly undertaken in the wilds. Their primary endeavors involved not only capturing and slaughtering beasts for their meat, but also procuring the young of ferocious creatures and thought beasts for profit. Many within this profession were individuals who, unable to cultivate thought power or spiritual energy, resorted to traps and other means for their livelihood. Naturally, there were also many martial artists among hunters, though it was relatively rare for practitioners of thought power to adopt hunting as a profession. Nevertheless, hunting remained a promising vocation. However, the status of hunters in this world was perpetually low. While skilled hunters existed, they were not held in high regard compared to other professions, such as mercenaries, who were much more sought after. Yet, hunters were indeed part of the adventurer community. "Excuse me, brother, what has transpired here? Why is Layton City closed?" Phil approached a burly man standing alone and inquired. Following each assassination, he would return to ascertain the situation. Although he had heard the mournful bells tolling from the city the previous night, Phil remained uneasy, as he had not personally severed the target's head. This was a crucial step in the aftermath of an assassination, despite his meticulous planning. Caution had always been his guiding principle, and Phil's patience was remarkably steadfast. Alas, it is unfortunate. Rumor has it that the city lord has been assassinated, and now the inhabitants are barred from leaving as a manhunt for the culprit ensues. As for us who wish to enter the city, it seems we are equally thwarted. I had intended to restock my supplies before re-entering the sunset forest, the burly man lamented. Do you have any idea when we might be allowed to enter? As you can surely understand, this stalemate is untenable, Phil responded with a smile, attempting to curry favor with the man, though inwardly he reveled in his success. Who knows? The man cursed, though his ire was directed toward the one who had slain the city lord. For it was that assassin who had thrust them into this predicament. Phil, sensing the man's displeasure, discreetly stepped back. He had no inclination to remain in the presence of someone who might vent their frustrations upon him. Remaining here served little purpose, yet Phil had not yet determined his next destination. When not on a mission, assassins often found themselves with ample leisure, as the assassin guild did not interfere in their personal lives, only requiring their presence when necessary. Suddenly, Phil detected a surge of thought power sweeping over him. He feigned ignorance and allowed it to pass. Such occurrences were not uncommon in this world, among the adventurers. Many were practitioners of thought power, though they were typically minor figures. Compared to martial artists, practitioners of thought power were relatively scarce, and it was rare for a skilled practitioner to engage in adventuring. Nonetheless, the Sunset Forest was known to harbor numerous treasures. Ordinary individuals were incapable of sensing fluctuations in thought power, yet Phil was no mere untrained commoner. His true energy was interwoven with spiritual energy, enabling him to perceive others probing for information about him. However, others could not detect the true energy within him, rendering Phil seemingly harmless in their eyes, which allowed him to evade suspicion following an assassination. This advantage often facilitated his escape after completing his missions. It was precisely because ordinary folk could not sense the probing of thought power that Phil dared not investigate who might be scrutinizing him. A mere 17 or 18-year-old hunter, not far from Phil, a small team of 5 young adventurers was engaged in discussion. This team comprised 3 martial artists and 2 practitioners of thought power. Among the martial artists, 2 were male, one a mid-tier martial artist and the other of lower rank, while the third was a mid-tier female martial artist. Given their youth, their achievements were commendable. The 2 practitioners of thought power included 1 male mid-tier and 1 female novice. This small team possessed a relatively strong standing among adventurers. "Do you really think that fellow is suitable?" inquired the rugged mid-tier martial artist, who was the team's leader. "Indeed, boss post, he exhibits no discernible fluctuations of thought power or spiritual energy. Judging by his attire, he appears to be a genuine hunter. What do you think? Should we extend an invitation to him? Given that the city gates are closed, the other hunters here possess considerable skill and could easily attract attention." "He seems to be our best option," replied Dalrose with conviction. "Very well. Windstorm, why don't you approach him and see if he would be willing to accompany us into the Sunset Forest?" If we delay, we may miss our chance, and that would be a wasted opportunity, Captain Post instructed another male martial artist. Clearly, this youthful team had uncovered something within the Sunset Forest that necessitated the assistance of a pure hunter. One devoid of spiritual or thought power, hence their desire to recruit the right candidate. However, they had not anticipated this predicament. Typically, teams venturing into the Sunset Forest rarely included pure hunters, as their lack of strength often hampered the group's progress. Even those at the peak of martial prowess must remain vigilant and prepared to flee at any moment. Furthermore, most hunters preferred to operate independently, adhering to their own codes of conduct. Nevertheless, it was not uncommon for teams to temporarily invite hunters to collaborate on missions, benefiting mutually. The novice martial artist, Windstorm, nodded affirmatively and approached Phil, eager to initiate contact. Among the five, his prowess was the weakest, making him the designated messenger. "Hey, brother, may I have a moment of your time?" Windstorm called out as he approached Phil. Phil furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to invite trouble at this moment. However, he ultimately decided to comply, for provoking adventurers without cause was unwise. While he did not fear an individual confrontation, it was unnecessary to court danger, especially as he was curious about their intentions. Reflecting on the earlier probing of thought power, Phil resolved to observe the situation. "What is it that you require?" Phil replied, feigning impatience as if perturbed by the interruption. "Brother, would you be interested in accompanying us into the Sunset Forest?" "Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your rewards," Windstorm said with a smile, exuding a friendly demeanor, though it was often those who smiled too readily who were the most perilous. Phil was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected invitation from an adventurer team. After all, there were numerous hunters around. Why would they choose a novice hunter like him, whose abilities were evidently lacking? "Indeed. We require a hunter to join us in the forest. Would you be willing, brother?" Fingley inquired once more. "You." Phil glanced at him, curiosity piqued. "Look, our companions are over there, 2 men and 2 women. We are all students from the Royal Capital's Martial Arts Academy. Our purpose in this Sunset Forest is to hone our skills," Fingley explained, gesturing towards his teammates. "Oh, I'm curious about what you need me for and how the remuneration is structured. How long will it take?" Phil inquired, displaying a practiced familiarity with such negotiations. After all, he had played the role of a hunter more than once or twice. His primary activities revolved around various small towns near the Sunset Forest in the district of Siskid, and masquerading as a hunter was not uncommon for him. The prospect of joining this group into the forest was, indeed, tempting. Given that he had just completed a trial task, he was expected to wait at least a month for confirmation from above, if he passed the assessment. There would be further arrangements. However, he had not yet contemplated how to spend that month. Fingley, sensing Phil's interest, stated, "Let us discuss this further. Rest assured, we will ensure your satisfaction." He then led Phil to meet the others. They were situated far from the crowd, allowing for a private conversation. "This is our captain, Post, an intermediate martial master, Feyway, also an intermediate martial master, Dalrose, an intermediate mind master, Lolis, a junior mind master, and I am Fingley, a junior martial master." Fingley introduced his companions. "Greetings, I am Phil," he replied with a nod, taken aback by the evident strength of these 5 young individuals, each of whom was at least a junior martial master. Typically, Phil would use his real name, as he possessed several meticulously crafted masks, making it quite simple to alter his identity. "Hello, Phil, we are in need of a hunter to accompany us into the Sunset Forest. May I inquire if your hunting skills can handle a level 4 mind beast?" Post questioned, displaying a hint of skepticism due to Phil's apparent youth. Nevertheless, they chose Phil over other hunters, primarily due to his pure hunter status and his age. There were indeed unsavory characters among hunters, compelling young teams like theirs to exercise caution. The term hunting skills referred to the various traps and potions utilized by hunters to capture their prey, originally an assassin. Setting traps was second nature to Phil. After all, his assassinations could be classified as traps, albeit with human targets. As for potions, that was hardly an issue for him. "I am curious about the type of mind beast you intend to confront. If it is an ordinary level 4 mind beast, your current strength should suffice, no?" Phil inquired. With 3 martial masters and 2 mind masters, they would be more than capable of handling a single level 4 mind beast. "We cannot disclose specifics at this time, but rest assured, it is indeed a level 4 mind beast. Phil, do you have the confidence to restrain its movements? As long as we can impede it, that would suffice." Post regarded Phil earnestly. "What benefits would I receive?" Phil feigned contemplation, well aware that a level 4 mind beast was no trivial adversary. However, that concern was more pronounced when he was alone. He was no stranger to temporarily assuming the role of a hunter. This was, after all, his best disguise in this world, a role he excelled at. 200 gold coins, half paid in advance, with the remainder upon completion. Post stated without a flicker of hesitation, for an ordinary hunter. 200 gold coins was a considerable sum. How long will this take? If it's an extended duration, I may not be able to participate. Phil felt no need to contest Post's offer, for he was not in dire need of money. Each assassination yielded a portion of the bounty deposited into his anonymous crystal card. The crystal card was a universally accepted currency storage tool in this world, akin to a bank card in a previous life, though it was far simpler and more convenient. Half a month, at most 20 days, Post replied, clearly pleased with Phil's inquiry, recognizing him as a meticulous young hunter. Agreed, Phil nodded. 200 gold coins meant little to him, but the adventure into the Sunset Forest held other significance. Although he had spent over a decade in this world, his actual interactions had only spanned the last 2 to 3 years. As an assassin, he was bound to the small towns where he operated, awaiting potential assassination tasks. Thus, his time spent outside was quite limited. His agreement to join this team stemmed from a desire to engage more with martial and mind masters. Such opportunities were rare for an assassin. Despite having dealt death to many, few had necessitated his direct involvement. Most fell victim to his invisible traps, unaware of their demise, much like Lord Leighton, who perished without comprehending how. Given his growing understanding of this world, Phil was cautious not to underestimate the capabilities of its inhabitants. Accompanying this team into the Sunset Forest would undoubtedly enrich his knowledge, enabling him to operate more adeptly. Gaining close insights into martial and mind masters was an invaluable experience for an assassin like him, unique in his craft. As for the dangers lurking within the Sunset Forest, Phil harbored no concerns. With his current abilities, he was confident in his capacity to retreat unscathed. With no means to resupply in the city, Post and his companions wasted no time, promptly leading Phil towards the Sunset Forest. The paths into the forest were numerous, carved by previous travelers. As they traversed the border area, they encountered no formidable beasts or mind beasts, allowing them to move swiftly. Even the 2 mind masters were no weaklings, and the levitating techniques of mind masters proved quite useful. 10 days later, Phil and the group arrived at a secluded valley within the Sunset Forest. This location appeared seldom visited, and it was unclear how Post had discovered it. They had exerted considerable effort just to forge a path there. Phil, this is our destination. A month ago, we spotted 2 level 4 bodeo beasts not far from here, and the female was nearing the time of delivery. We suspect it will happen in the coming days. After following them to this valley, we located their den. Hence, our goal today is the bodeo beast's offspring. Do you understand? Post whispered, as they concealed themselves beneath a large tree. Bodeo beasts. Phil furrowed his brow. These creatures were not to be trifled with. They were said to rival ordinary level 5 mind beasts in ferocity. However, bodeo beasts were highly favored as pets among martial and mind masters in human society. Not only did they exhibit impressive strength upon maturation, but they were also easier for humans to tame compared to other mind beasts and ferocious creatures. Moreover, bodeo beasts were among the few pets capable of evolution. With the right nurturing, they could even develop into level 8 mind beasts. This made them exceedingly desirable. As realization dawned on him that they were dealing with 2 bodeo beasts, Phil understood why Post had sought his assistance. A single level 4 mind beast would pose no challenge for them, but 2, even if one was about to give birth, could prove formidable. However, having a skilled hunter's assistance would make a significant difference. A proficient hunter could play a crucial role in the forest, and Phil clearly possessed such capabilities. Our plan is to wait until we confirm the female bodeo beast has given birth. Then lure them out. This is where you come in, Phil. We need your expertise to help us ensnare the bodeo beasts. Only your traps can effectively contain a mind beast in this forest. And by successfully capturing both, we will have a greater chance of defeating them or at least securing the offspring. Post earnestly reiterated their strategy. With only 2 mind masters, relying solely on their techniques to restrain the mind beasts would be challenging. Meanwhile, the 3 martial masters lacked sufficient offensive power until they approached the beasts. Thus, trapping the 2 mind beasts remained their optimal strategy. Phil nodded in agreement. Now that he understood what they were up against, he was ready to proceed. However, before taking action, they needed to ascertain whether the bodeo beasts were indeed in the throes of labor. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain if the female was still heavily pregnant. This task naturally fell to Phil, as the 5 of them radiated significant energy from their martial and mental prowess, making it likely they would be detected by the bodeo beasts. This was one of the reasons they sought Phil. A hunter devoid of such energies, Phil gestured for them to wait while he deftly parted the thick underbrush and stealthily proceeded onward. Whether as an assassin or a hunter, the art of stealth was an indispensable skill. However, the requirements for an assassin were markedly higher, necessitating the ability to conceal oneself to the utmost degree, even to the point of invisibility. In contrast, the demands placed upon a hunter were considerably less stringent. At this moment, Phil did not employ the techniques of stealth that would render him invisible, which was beyond the capabilities of a hunter untrained in mystical powers. Hence, Bast and his companions were able to perceive Phil's form. Observing Phil's adept approach toward the valley, Bast and the others evidently felt a surge of confidence, despite their earlier doubts due to Phil's unassuming demeanor throughout their journey. Cautiously, Phil drew closer to the valley, which, though not extensive in area, possessed remarkable depth. Within the valley, traces left by the Padau beasts were evident, and a faint, acrid scent permeated the air. This was the method by which Padau beasts marked their territory, saturating the vicinity with their urine to declare it as their domain. Phil understood he could not venture too close, lest he risk detection. However, merely observing from a height would not suffice to ascertain whether the female beast was in labor. Navigating through the dense foliage with utmost care, Phil stealthily entered the valley, moving with the grace and agility of a shrew darting through the grass, making no sound to reassure the 5 individuals anxiously watching his silhouette from a distance. They were also somewhat perplexed. It was indeed a rarity to encounter such a young hunter with such remarkable skills. Chapter 25. Capturing the thought beast. Once within the valley, Phil swiftly discovered the lair of the Padau beasts, a spacious, crescent-shaped cave located near the center of the valley. Judging by the evidence, Phil surmised that this cave had been excavated by the Padau beasts themselves. As a thought beast, using thought techniques to carve out a dwelling was merely child's play. Phil took up a position across from the cave, remaining concealed at a distance of over 10 meters, well within the Padau beast's limited scanning range of 10 meters, thus ensuring his safety. From his vantage point, Phil could observe the interior of the cave, where 2 Padau beasts, approximately the size of small dogs, lay quietly, while beneath the noticeably female beast, 6 tiny Padau pups emitted soft cooing sounds. With his exceptional eyesight, Phil could discern that the delicate little creatures had yet to open their eyes. Indeed, she has given birth. It appears the little ones have just arrived. Phil confirmed. He noted that these Padau beasts were quite small, with fully grown individuals no larger than small dogs, and their adorably cute appearance contributed to their popularity. Despite their charm, Phil understood that one should not underestimate the Padau beasts. When roused, they could be quite fearsome. Having confirmed the situation, it was time for action. He quietly retreated from the valley and returned to Bast and the others. "How did it go, Phil? Is the Padau beast still there?" Bast inquired, clearly eager for news. "Yes. The female Padau beast is with 6 pups, and she is currently very weak. This is the perfect moment to act." Phil nodded. He then began to strategize, aware that trapping the thought beast would not be a simple task. Ordinary traps would not suffice. The 5 companions of Bast watched with bated breath, eager to see Phil demonstrate his skills as a hunter, while they, as students of the academy, were keen to witness how a hunter dealt with thought beasts. Thought beasts differed from wild beasts. The latter relied on brute strength, whereas thought beasts employed mystical techniques, making it exceedingly difficult to ensnare them. Phil chuckled to himself. Bast merely needed to restrict the Padau beast, and thus there was no need for elaborate traps. After all, most smaller thought beasts were capable of hovering in the air, while only the larger ones typically walked upon the ground. Phil rummaged through his hunting backpack and retrieved a mass of transparent material. He then established several fixed points in the narrow confines of the valley, skillfully arranging the transparent substance. In less than 10 minutes, Phil returned to Bast and the others. "Bast, have someone lure the Padau beasts out, ideally both the male and female, so they pass through the area I've just prepared. The rest will be up to me," Phil declared with a clap of his hands. Bast and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. They could not discern what Phil had just set up. The transparent material, once unfurled, had become nearly invisible. Moreover, both Dalros and Loris, the 2 thought masters, were astonished that their thought scanning revealed nothing of significance in that location. "Phil, is that all there is to your setup?" Bast coughed awkwardly. They were experienced enough to have heard of traps, yet they had not expected Phil to claim he had completed the preparations so swiftly. After all, they were dealing with 2 level 4 Padau beasts, which could be quite troublesome if mishandled. "Rest assured, as long as you can lure the Padau beasts through that area, There will be no issue. Of course, I can only restrain the pedal beast for 5 minutes at most. The rest will depend on you, Phil confidently assured them. The transparent material was no ordinary substance. It was one of his specially crafted tools, silk spun from a second-tier spider beast, which, after his meticulous processing, could expand and contract at will, forming a web capable of covering several meters when unfurled. This was one of his essential tools for ambushes. The silk of this spider was inherently tough, and its fine strands made it resistant to mystical impacts while evading thought scanning, making it ideal for ambushes. Given the small size of the pedal beast, it would find it challenging to escape the constraints of the resilient web. Phil, if he wished to avoid revealing too much, could have easily captured the little creature himself. With Phil's assurance, Bast and his companions finally felt at ease. Since Phil had expressed confidence, what could they do if they doubted him? A free pedal beast could pose a formidable threat, even to thought masters, let alone two of them. As the strongest advanced martial artist in the group, Bast decided to take action himself, while Phil concealed himself in the corner where he had set up the web. Waiting for Bast to lure the pedal beasts out so he could activate the silk, there was no time to lay motion-triggered traps, and Phil, understanding the behavior of the pedal beasts, knew that they could hover when using their thought techniques, meaning the only way to ensnare them was through manual intervention. The remaining 2 martial artists and 2 thought masters paired off, hiding in the surrounding grass, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Yet, as they gazed at the seemingly empty area of the trap, their doubts lingered. They strained their eyes, eager to discern what lay within. Unfortunately, the fine and transparent silk was not easy to spot. Bast cautiously approached the valley, having been informed by Phil of the pedal beast's lair. He simply needed to draw the 2 adult pedal beasts out. As Bast entered the 10-meter radius of the pedal beast's lair, the creatures, reveling in their familial bliss, suddenly shrieked. Bast immediately sensed that he had been locked onto by their thought powers. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. Martial artists and thought masters frequently engaged in combat. Yet no one dared to underestimate thought beasts. Thought beasts typically possessed innate thought techniques that were beyond the control of ordinary thought practitioners. Some of these innate techniques could be quite troublesome. Unique to each thought beast, whether this particular pedal beast possessed its own innate techniques remained a mystery, but Bast had no inclination to find out. Having been discovered, Bast unleashed his mystical aura, the orange hue of his mid-tier martial power enveloping him as he drew his weapon, a 2-handed great sword, the most conventional armament for a martial artist. Upon realizing that a martial artist approached, both pedal beasts took to the air, and surprisingly, even the female joined in. Bast, noticing the 6 pups with eyes still closed, couldn't he help but smile. Indeed, there were pups, making this expedition worthwhile. However, this was not the time for merriment, facing 2 pedal beasts as a single mid-tier martial artist, even one on the brink of advancement, was a daunting prospect, and Bast had no desire to be toyed with by the beasts. Power slash! Bast shouted, swinging his great sword toward the pedal beast. A blade of orange energy surged toward the female beast, which was still recovering from giving birth and thus in a weakened state, an easy target. Bast harbored no qualms about taking advantage of the vulnerable. However, upon being attacked, the female pedal beast emitted a furious cry, and without any visible motion, the sharp blade of energy suddenly slowed, as if encountering an unseen barrier. This was a commonly used technique to decelerate objects, a relatively low-tier thought technique capable of hindering any material affected by thought, including mystical power. Yet, it was impossible to thwart a martial artist's power slash in this manner. The attack continued its course toward the female beast. However, due to the deceleration technique, the female beast managed to evade it just in time. But at that moment, she let out a fierce cry and swiftly pursued the power slash, after the Schwanli slash narrowly missed its target. It became apparent that the attack was headed directly towards their den, where 6 little creatures resided. Post's technique, the Schwanli slash, turned out to be a dual-purpose strike. The mother beast, compelled by maternal instinct to protect her youngs, had no choice but to pursue the attack once more. The male beast, too, was filled with urgency, witnessing the mother strike at the Schwanli slash with her claws. In that fleeting moment, their attempt to alter the trajectory of the attack using telekinetic force was futile. A cry filled with anguish escaped the mother beast's lips as she struck the Schwanli slash from behind. However, the power of the attack still managed to sever half of her claw. At last, the Schwanli slash veered off course. Seizing the opportunity, Post retreated swiftly, having thoroughly enraged the 2 Padua beasts. The male beast, turning to pursue, was propelled forward by its small stature, enhanced by the power of telekinesis. The mother beast, now furious, leaped forward alongside her mate as Post initiated his retreat. Despite their adorable appearance, the enraged Pajuo beasts were exceedingly perilous. Post hastily withdrew. A martial artist's speed was not inferior to that of a telekinetic beast. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the trap set by Phil. Turning, he unleashed 2 more Schwanli slashes directed at the oncoming Pajuo beasts, buying Phil precious moments to activate the trap. Given the current speed of the Pajuo beasts, capturing them remained uncertain. After launching the Schwanli slashes, Post did not glance back, swiftly crossing the distance indicated by Phil, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The 2 Pajuo beasts, now utterly furious, deftly dodged the 2 disruptive Schwanli slashes. Upon noticing that Post was not fleeing, their 4 small eyes emitted a powerful wave of telekinetic energy as they lunged toward him. Chapter 26. The peculiar thought field Post bellowed, summoning a layer of protection with his Schwanli. The telekinetic wave could assault the human mind, and should he fall victim to such an attack, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury. A mid-level martial artist. Post was not one to make such a blunder. The beasts closed in. Phil felt a tightening in his chest, while Post's Schwanli slashes hindered the advance of the 2 Pajuo beasts. He calculated precisely. As Post crossed the range of the spider web he had laid, his hand brushed against the hidden trigger. The Pajuo beasts were completely captivated by Post, paying no heed to the presence of a seemingly powerless individual lying in wait along their path. Even if they had noticed, such a being would have been deemed harmless in their perception. Regrettably, they overlooked the fact that among those deemed useless humans, there existed a profession within the forest that posed a significant threat: hunters. As the Pajuo beasts approached the spider web's perimeter, Phil yanked sharply, causing the prearranged web to spring forth from both sides, ensnaring the 2 beasts mid-leap, along with their telekinetic attack aimed at Post. "Attack!" Phil shouted, prompting the hidden members of Fambuli to launch their assault. 2 martial artists swung their greatswords, while 2 telekinetics employed binding techniques to restrain the Pajuo beasts, making their movements exceedingly laborious. Phil's spider silk was remarkably resilient and did not yield to telekinetic force. Thus, the beasts could only attempt to break free using sheer physical strength. Unfortunately, they were not particularly robust telekinetic creatures. Even if given time to struggle, it would take them several minutes to tear themselves free. Moreover, Dual Luo and Lualisai's binding techniques had tightly ensnared them, leaving them exhausted. At that moment, Fambuli and Fiwier's swords struck the beasts. The attack was purely physical, rendering the Schwanli slashes ineffective, along with the spider silk. The 2 Pajuo beasts were struck by the massive swords, collapsing to the ground with a sound akin to a sigh. At level 4, the telekinetic beasts could not possibly escape unscathed when faced with a martial artist's direct assault, especially when their powers were rendered ineffective. Phil watched with a twinge of regret as the severed spider silk lay scattered. Repairing it would prove to be quite a challenge. The 2 Pajuo beasts emitted mournful cries. Such diminutive telekinetic creatures were inherently frail, and a single strike had cost them their lives. Post breathed a sigh of relief. The telekinetic wave from the 2 beasts had struck him fiercely. Had it not been for his profound Schwanli, he would have surely sustained injuries. By the time he withstood the onslaught of the telekinetic wave, the 2 Pajuo beasts lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. The 2 Pajuo beasts had not even managed to unleash a fraction of their power before meeting their demise, leaving Post and his companions elated. The effortless defeat of 2 level 4 Pajuo beasts had been beyond their expectations. Their gazes fell upon Phil, who was busy tidying up the remnants of the spider web. This young hunter had facilitated their success, and the spider silk he utilized was a source of great curiosity to them all, especially for the 2 girls. As a telekinetic, Lualisai was particularly intrigued. Observing the spider silk in Phil's hands, which had reverted to a transparent substance, her telekinetic senses failed to discern its true nature. Should this substance ambush them, their fate would likely mirror that of the 2 Pajuo beasts. Contemplating this, Lualisai found herself momentarily stunned, realizing she had no effective countermeasure against such an enigmatic silk. "Phil, would you be willing to part with that spider silk?" Lualisai's curiosity compelled her to utter the words. Yet she was taken aback by her own request. A telekinetic. She felt the silk's practical application was limited. The expressions of Post and his companions mirrored her surprise, yet they swiftly grasped the implications. With such spider silk, capturing similar small telekinetic beasts or ferocious creatures in the future could be considerably easier. Instantly, their gazes fixated on the inconspicuous bundle of silk in Phil's hand. Post, realizing the situation, wore an embarrassed expression. "Phil, please forgive Lualisai's boldness. However, if you are willing to part with that spider silk, We assure you a satisfactory price. Post stated this with the authority of a leader, recognizing the potential significance of the silk for their future endeavors. Phil chuckled ruefully. While he had anticipated that his creation might attract attention, he had not expected such urgency. Nevertheless, since the web was already damaged, selling it to Post and his team was not out of the question. This usage had made him realize that a single spider web seemed insufficient. He needed to produce several more for backup. Otherwise, should he find himself in a similar predicament, it would prove troublesome. Moreover, Phil was still dissatisfied with the silk's durability. "How much are you willing to offer?" Phil inquired. Looking up, Loalisai was overjoyed, never expecting Phil to genuinely consider parting with the silk. 500 gold coins, she promptly replied. For her, as a telekinetic, the silk held research value, as she could at least determine methods to guard against such traps. Otherwise, encountering one in the future would spell trouble. Deal. Phil remained succinct. Reflecting on how these individuals truly did not regard gold as currency, 500 gold coins far exceeded the offer to invite him into the Sunset Forest. Haha, Phil, here are 600 gold coins, including the half pay owed to you from before. Without waiting for Loalisai to retrieve the coins, Post handed Phil an anonymous crystal card. Seemingly fearful of his change of heart, Phil accepted the card without concern. Passing the bundle of silk to Post, money, after all, was never in surplus, even though he himself did not lack funds. All right, gentlemen, our transaction concludes here. You may proceed to gather the younglings. I shall take my leave. Phil clasped his fists in farewell and ventured deeper into the forest. Post and the others were surprised by Phil's sudden departure. However, with the matter concluded, they saw no need to retain him. Phil, let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Post called out. Their unexpectedly smooth operation had left him with a favorable impression of the young hunter. Phil waved his hand nonchalantly, disappearing into the depths of the forest. What a peculiar fellow, Feweer murmured. Over the course of more than 10 days, Phil had hardly spoken a word, yet today he had displayed a remarkable skill, earning a total of 700 gold coins from their hands. Indeed an intriguing individual. Now that he has departed, let us claim our spoils. Haha, this time we have struck it rich. Post laughed heartily as he strode toward the valley. Before long, they emerged with 6 Pajuo beasts, their eyes still tightly shut, heading towards the edge of the Sunset Forest. The small valley fell silent once more, save for the 2 lifeless bodies of the Pajuo beasts. Bearing witness to the events that had transpired, the essence crystals of the 2 beasts had already been retrieved by Post and his companions. After a long while, a figure appeared in the valley. It was Phil, who had left only moments prior. He had not truly departed. Instead, he had remained hidden on the other side, waiting until he was certain that Post and the others had vacated before emerging. Phil stepped into the valley, where the Pajuo beast den lay in disarray, devoid of anything left behind. However, he did not linger there for long. The valley was long and narrow, and it was rather peculiar that the Padao beast, a psychic creature, had chosen to build its nest right in the center of it. Typically, such creatures prefer to establish their lairs deeper within. The reason Phil had returned was to uncover what could possibly cause the Padao beast to hesitate, especially since he had glimpsed a flash of light deep within the valley while stealthily entering, reminiscent of sunlight reflecting off something, yet not quite. Although it was a fleeting moment, his keen senses had detected it. A sense of potential discovery urged Phil to explore further, but entering while the group led by Post was still present would undoubtedly raise suspicions, despite having grown somewhat familiar with the 5 individuals over the past few days. Knowing they were not the type to betray him, he deemed it necessary to exercise caution. Thus, after settling his dues with Post, Phil swiftly departed. As he walked along the narrow path of the valley, Phil realized that the deeper he ventured, the narrower the passage became, while the depth intensified. From above, the valley appeared increasingly dim as one descended further into its depths. How could such a terrain reflect sunlight? With heightened vigilance, Phil proceeded, gripping his short sword, a common tool among hunters. He pushed aside the dense thorns of the unique flora and made his way to the valley's end, when suddenly, he felt as though he had brushed against a field. Indeed, a field, within the confines of the valley, akin to a magnetic field. Upon carefully sensing with his vital energy, Phil discovered that this field was a kind of psychic wave, yet it was remarkably gentler and more restrained than typical psychic energy. Unless one was within its bounds, it would be imperceptible to others. Furthermore, this field exuded an eerie stillness. Could this be the reason the Padao beast was compelled to nest in the valley's center? Phil scrutinized the surroundings. Although his vital energy could perceive this psychic field, it did not detect any other entities if danger lurked here. he would have to rely on his own reflexes. After confirming the absence of other psychic creatures or ferocious beasts, Phil stepped into the area of the field. As he immersed himself within this fixed domain, he felt an unusual heaviness enveloping him. Under the influence of his vital energy, he realized he was encased by psychic force, affirming the existence of an unknown psychic field. However, it appeared he had never heard of such a magnetic-like psychic domain within psychic arts. Chapter 27. Codename. Dark. Phil circled within the psychic field and found its radius limited to several meters. Yet, within this space, he detected no other entities. Could it be an unknown psychic array? He pondered. Recalling that numerous psychic techniques in this world formed various patterns, akin to arrays, which he had encountered before. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. Aside from this lifeless psychic energy, there seemed to be nothing else present. It was unlikely to be an array, especially since he discerned no patterns, only the sensation of a magnetic-like field. As he pondered this anomaly, he suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the psychic energy fluctuations within the field, triggering his attention. Just as he contemplated withdrawing from the field's confines, the entirety of the psychic energy converged upon him. A trap. Phil quickly reacted, channeling power into his legs in a desperate bid to escape the confines of the psychic field. But it was too late. The energy, already highly restrained, further enveloped him entirely. Quack. Finally someone has arrived. Woohoo, I have waited nearly 1,000 years for this moment. Haha, the heavens have not abandoned me. A bizarre cacophony erupted in Phil's mind. 1,000 years. Goodness, had he encountered a ghost? Phil felt a shiver run down his spine. No wonder the psychic energy here was eerily still. It belonged to a spirit. Yet, how could a deceased individual still possess psychic energy? And it seemed that this old ghost's soul lingered. Quack. Kid, accept your fate. You shall offer your body and soul to the greatness that is me, Delros Finderich. It is your infinite honor. I shall ensure you a most comfortable liberation. The voice brimmed with self-importance, as if it had already secured its hold on Phil. You and your inflated ego. Phil cursed inwardly, regret flooding him for his unwarranted curiosity. Within him, his vital energy surged as he desperately attempted to break free from the psychic bindings. This was the only solution he could conceive. At this moment, he could only place his hopes in his own techniques. Alas, no matter how he mobilized his vital energy, he could not shake off the psychic restraints. The energy within the field was controlled by that unseen entity, pressing upon him with an overwhelming force beyond his comprehension. Kid, as the only individual to stumble into my psychic trap in nearly 1,000 years, I, in all my greatness, shall enlighten you. Haha, this trap is my brilliant creation. Now, obediently allow the magnificent Delros to take command of your body and soul. The only one to enter this psychic trap in 1,000 years, Phil was taken aback, incredulous at his misfortune. His body was immobilized, and his vital energy could not penetrate the psychic bindings. He despondently realized he had no means of escape. This damned world. Why must there be such a perverse psychic force? And as a standard measure, Phil's vision darkened as he succumbed to unconsciousness, the immense psychic energy flooding into his mind, leading to his dramatic collapse. If anyone were to witness Phil in his current state, they would find it curious. His body hovered in midair, eyes shut tight, face contorted in terror, as if trapped in a nightmare. Yet soon, a piercing scream resonated from within him, the voice of the great Delros. As if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. What the hell is this power? It can dissolve and devour my psychic energy. Ah, no. The valley once again fell into silence. After a long while, Phil's body gradually descended from its suspended state, landing softly on the ground. A day passed, and Phil showed no signs of movement. 2 days went by, yet he remained still. Had this not been the valley occupied by the Padau beast, he might have been devoured by wild beasts during this time. On the 3rd day, Phil finally stirred, his fingers twitching slightly before his entire body convulsed. By the 4th day, his bewildered eyes fluttered open, and he felt an excruciating headache, as if his skull had been cleaved open by an axe. I am not dead. A thought suddenly flickered in Phil's dazed mind. Just as he attempted to rise, he clutched his head, wailing in agony. What on earth happened? With both hands pressed against his skull, he recalled the encounter with the ancient ghost, who seemed to have entered his body. But why was he still unharmed? Phil was perplexed. He had been utterly helpless against that psychic field, merely a passive observer as the self-proclaimed ancient spirit entered his being. After a thorough examination of his body, Phil found no apparent issues, aside from the persistent headache. He bore no injuries, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his vital energy had surged severalfold, undergoing an inexplicable transformation that left him bewildered. How strange. Phil searched the area, finding nothing amiss, as if the psychic array he had sensed had vanished without a trace. Could it have all been a daydream? He mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation as he trudged away, still nursing his throbbing head. He had no desire to linger in this place any longer. Although he could not fathom why he had survived or what had become of the ghostly entity, it was evident that this was not a favorable location. Once outside the valley, Phil felt considerably better. Following the path he remembered leading to the sunset forest, he had lost track of how many days he had spent within that valley, and he dared not tarry. If the assassin group failed to locate him, he would be in dire straits. Days later, Phil's headache finally subsided, and he found no further issues, leaving him perplexed. The unknown can be a source of fear, and being possessed by an enigmatic spirit without any apparent ill effects felt even more ominous. Damn it, at least let me know what transpired. Phil's heart raced with unease, recalling tales of spirits from his past life and the peculiarities he had encountered during special missions. Anxiety gripped him. Cautiously stepping out of the sunset forest, Phil exhaled a sigh of relief. Even at the periphery of the sunset forest, safety was not guaranteed, aside from the myriad of ferocious beasts and malevolent spirits that might lurk. There were also individuals with ill intentions. Having ventured into the sunset forest and earned 700 gold coins, Phil's spirits were initially high, but the mere thought of that ghastly entity sent a shiver down his spine. As if he had encountered a malevolent force, Layton City had restored its former order following the inexplicable poisoning of its lord, prompting the lord's residents to issue a bounty notice seeking the culprit. Regrettably, no one could ascertain how the assassin had managed to strike, nor was there certainty that an assassin was indeed responsible, for everyone knew that the lord had perished from a fish soup prepared by the lady of the house. And others who had partaken in the soup emerged unscathed. Layton City had since seen a change in leadership, with the eldest son of Dale Vantisi, Lord Vantisi, a good-for-nothing scion, assuming the title. Meanwhile, the body of the late lord had been sealed away by Lady Morris Rod, and the Vantisi family vowed not to bury him until the perpetrator was found, even going so far as to declare a sum of 100,000 gold coins for the bounty. Stirring the hearts of all adventurers, those who could unravel the mystery of the assassin's method would receive 10,000 gold coins, while those who could provide information about the assassin would also be rewarded with 10,000. And anyone who could capture the assassin and deliver them to the Vantisi family would receive the remainder of the bounty. When Phil received this news, he was dining in a small tavern in Layton City, a place notoriously known for the rapid spread of information. Have you heard? Someone dragged a hapless fool in to claim the bounty and ended up with their heads severed by the furious Lady Rod. Those people really have no fear of death, a patron whispered to another. Indeed, since the Vantisi family issued the bounty, no fewer than 20 fools have attempted to claim it, concocting all sorts of excuses. It is astonishing they could even come up with such tales. Yet none could escape the keen eyes of Lady R. Odt. O deceive a widow grieving her recently deceased husband is akin to courting death, another patron replied. Clearly relishing the gossip, many adventurers in Layton City had ceased venturing into the sunset forest altogether, preoccupied with thoughts of how to claim the bounty. Individuals harboring such thoughts were converging from all directions. What could be easier than acquiring 10,000 gold coins with a suitable justification? Phil himself pondered whether he should seek a modest sum for amusement, but the risk of exposing his identity made that notion unwise. Even employing an agent to collect the bounty seemed fraught with peril. Nonetheless, observing the spectacle was quite enjoyable. The current lord's residence had become a hotbed of intrigue, with self-proclaimed sages appearing every few days, claiming to have solved the ancient mystery of the assassination, only to find themselves facing the guillotine. If my little game were so easily unraveled, would I still be playing it? Phil mused, with no pressing matters at hand. He found delight in remaining in Layton City, even though his hunter's attire seemed out of place amidst the throng. However, in Layton City, one could encounter a myriad of characters, many of whom were there to swindle. Aside from Phil, it was likely no one else grasped the truth of the situation. If it weren't deception, then what could it be? After several days of observing the commotion in Layton City, Phil finally received a summons from the Kester Assassin Guild. Discreetly tidying himself up, he departed Layton City, heading towards Mole City in the Siscordo County, where one of the guild's branches was located. Specifically the 2nd Division in the entire Siscordo County. The 1st Division was situated in Siscordo City itself, and both Phil and his companion, 42, belonged to a small subdivision of this 2nd Division. The journey from Layton City to Mole City would take over 10 days, but Phil was in no hurry. He had more than a month to report, a period still of his own volition. Although the training camp of the Kester Assassin Guild was undeniably brutal, those who emerged from it enjoyed a relative degree of freedom, contrary to Phil's prior notions of enforced unity in action, management, and lifestyle. The life of an assassin was far from that oppressive existence. At an inconspicuous manner outside Mole City, Phil encountered the overseer of the Kester Assassin Guild in Siscordo County, a middle-aged man with striking golden hair and a distinctive eye patch. Bearing a slightly portly physique, were it not for the eye patch, one might scarcely guess that he was a formidable assassin. "You are number 70826 from the first training camp, assassin number 52, the middle-aged overseer inquired. His single eye scrutinizing Phil for a moment. His cordial tone was devoid of any chill. Indeed, Phil responded with a display of reserve, especially in the presence of someone privy to his true identity. During your 2-year career as a yellow-tier assassin, you have eliminated 51 martial masters and 32 mental masters. In the previous assessment, you even assassinated a martial sovereign under heavy protection, and yet you emerged with scarcely a scratch." The overseer's voice brimmed with intrigue, as Phil's achievements were exceptional among yellow-tier assassins. "Yes," Phil replied tersely. "Could you share how you assassinated the Lord of Layton City?" the overseer asked. "I cannot," Phil declined without hesitation. "Oh, but what if I insist on knowing?" The overseer's words bore an implicit threat. "Investigate it yourself," Phil retorted defiantly. As an assassin, he was entitled to keep his methods and skills confidential, and he felt no trepidation facing what was likely the highest-ranking individual he could access within the Kester Assassin Guild. "How intriguing," the overseer remarked. Surprise flickering in his single eye. Phil's youth defied his expectations, and his assassination techniques surpassed those of most assassins. The two then fell into a contemplative silence. Phil was in no rush, and the middle-aged overseer appeared equally unhurried, as if genuinely pondering how Phil had accomplished his task. "Young man, you have bested me. Even I cannot fathom how you achieved it. Given that you successfully completed the task, consider this assessment passed. Congratulations, you are now an assassin, directly under my command. Do you have any questions?" The overseer seemed unperturbed, finding amusement in encountering such an intriguing assassination technique. "None. Here is your badge, a testament to your identity. Furthermore, in light of your assassination skills, the organization bestows upon you the code name, Dark. I hope you will not betray this name." The overseer tossed Phil an exquisite badge inscribed with the character for Dark. Phil was momentarily taken aback. Within the Kester Assassin Guild, few assassins possessed code names. Most were merely identified by numbers, reserved for only the most exceptional assassins. "Now, choose your life as you wish. Should the need arise, our people will find you, as long as you remain in Siscordo County." The overseer dismissed Phil's indifference, for it was customary for most assassins to behave similarly in the presence of another assassin. Phil nodded. His purpose for being there was solely to confirm the assessment results. He was already aware of the benefits and responsibilities associated with being an assassin from his time in the training camp. Were it not for the necessity of meeting this nominal superior, he likely would not have bothered to visit at all. Most assassins within the Kester Assassin Guild were strangers to one another, rarely interacting unless a task required collaboration. This was both a rule of the Kester Assassin Guild and a means of ensuring the assassin's safety. When assignments were distributed, it was the guild's intelligence network that would locate the assassins, or an assassin would find the contact point after spotting the organization's insignia, retrieve the task information, and then simply complete the assignment. Assassins of the Kester Assassin Guild typically led fixed lifestyles, residing in a particular city and living as ordinary citizens. When not on a mission, they were just that, civilians. When a mission arose, they transformed into cold-blooded killers, naturally. Only members of the Kester Assassin Guild understood this modus operandi. After Phil exited, the overseer of the manor seemed to be pondering something. "Shadow." A figure suddenly materialized before the overseer. "What do you think of this young man?" "Strength unknown, but capabilities are formidable," came the cold response from the one known as Shadow. "Few receive such praise from you. I have a task for you. Follow him and learn all his assassination techniques. I have a feeling this young fellow could elevate our Kester Assassin Guild's methods to a new level, particularly with his ability to completely mask his energy fluctuations, which is of utmost importance. He even eluded my scrutiny regarding any energy presence." The overseer's single eye glinted with intensity. "Understood." Shadow swiftly dissipated. To cultivate an assassin's stealth skills to such an extent truly warrants the title of Shadow. Phil, I fear, could scarcely fathom that just beside his standing position, an assassin lay concealed, after departing from the manor. Phil did not venture far from the confines of Moor City. Instead, he changed into the garb of a wandering minstrel in a secluded spot before entering the city. In the wilderness. A hunter is the ideal persona for someone devoid of profound strength or mental power, while within the city, the role of a minstrel, whose purpose is to traverse the continent and recount the tales of heroes, serves as his best disguise. Of course, he could also masquerade as an apothecary. The minstrel is a unique profession, often characterized by individuals lacking self-defense capabilities, yet possessing considerable wisdom. Their footprints can be found across the entire continent, wherever there are cities. These figures are likely to be present. They sustain themselves by narrating tales in taverns or other venues. It can be said that every competent minstrel is a well-educated individual, with knowledge that often surpasses the imagination of others. A successful minstrel holds a certification issued by a guild. Every profession in this world is recognized by its respective guild. In Phil's possession is a badge indicating his status as a novice minstrel. Ensuring that he would not arouse suspicion in the city, Phil is adept at assuming various identities: mercenary, hunter, minstrel, apothecary, merchant, and so forth. However, disguising himself as a mercenary would raise doubts due to the absence of any profound strength or mental fluctuations. While a merchant would necessitate carrying goods or owning a shop. An apothecary, on the other hand, is frequently summoned to tend to ailments, which is not Phil's preferred option. Phil's assassinations require extensive time to gather intelligence on his targets. Hence, the identity of a minstrel remains his most frequently adopted facade. Who would suspect a seemingly harmless minstrel to be a lethal assassin? Thus, Phil roams the city with absolute ease, clad in a minstrel's long robe. Armed with a hefty tome and a quill fashioned from a flamingo's tail feather, he embodies the quintessential minstrel, a rather simple ensemble. Moor City, perhaps? Phil mused as he stood not far from the city gates. This would likely become his principal place of work. The elite assassins target formidable warriors, ranging from martial masters to martial lords, and such individuals are commonplace in large cities like Moor City. For instance, in the entirety of Layton City, the only prominent martial lords are the Old Lord of the city and the Captain of the Blood Guard, with the former, Lord Dale, having met his demise at Phil's hands. Only one remains. Naturally, those who traverse the Sunset Forest do not count. In Moor City, martial lords such as these are far from rare. This promises to be an intriguing city, Phil remarked as he gradually entered Moor City. In the time to come, he must explore every nook and cranny, familiarizing himself with the terrain and the distribution of power within. Assassins typically target individuals of significance. Commoners are rarely worth the price of a life. The Kester assassin group's contracts are of a refined nature, having long since left behind the trifling tasks suited for yellow-tier assassins, a system that greatly benefits the growth of assassins. Otherwise, it would be chaotic to have elite assassins competing for jobs with yellow-tier assassins. Or vice versa. Chapter 28. The minstrel Moor City boasts a rich history, having stood long before the establishment of the Kingdom of Croatia. Within its walls reside numerous nobles and ancient families, all of whom are potential targets for assassins. Phil dedicated 3 days to imprinting the city's layout in his mind, analyzing locations he might exploit should he receive a mission. Furthermore, he, as a minstrel, perused available records pertaining to the city's customs, laws, and governance, allowing him to assimilate more swiftly and facilitate decision-making processes. As a minstrel, Phil often visited various taverns, regaling patrons with stories primarily drawn from the legendary tales of the continent. His role as a minstrel is to ensure these captivating narratives spread throughout the land. One evening in a tavern, Phil was engaged in this very activity, recounting the tale of a long-fallen kingdom. With such ancient yet alluring topics, he had no shortage of material to recall. Just as he had exuded competence as a hunter, Phil now radiated focus and refinement in his performance as a minstrel, evoking a sense of warmth and approachability. In a shadowy corner of the tavern, an enigmatic figure stood silently, having tracked Phil for several days and listened to his tales, initially drawn by the command of his superior. This figure now found himself intrigued by Phil, a fellow assassin's curiosity piqued by another. In the world of assassins, professional training exists, yet no amount of instruction can wholly erase the aura of lethality that lingers post-assassination. It can only be controlled or suppressed. The true art lies in suppressing this aura to avoid detection amidst the masses. Only those who master this skill can live undisturbed among others. Conversely, those unable to suppress their murderous intent are easily recognized and scrutinized, making successful assassinations exceedingly difficult. Such individuals often find themselves relegated to secluded areas or confined to training camps, akin to the shadowy figures Phil had encountered during his training. this enigmatic figure, known as Shadow, is also a formidable assassin, adept in the art of concealment. Among the assassins of the Kingdom of Croatia, his skills are unparalleled, allowing him to traverse various locales with ease. However, while Shadow operates from the shadows, Phil brazenly walks in the light. Given Phil's current demeanor, it is unlikely anyone would suspect this courteous, genteel young minstrel, with his delicate charm and sunny disposition, to be a cold-blooded assassin. This very contrast is what captivates Shadow's interest. While Shadow can navigate through diverse environments, such freedom relies heavily on his exceptional skills of concealment. His unique lineage as a half-blood between humans and Shadowkin grants him innate abilities. The Shadowkin are born assassins, adept at hiding, and Shadow has inherited these traits, achieving a near-perfect mastery of stealth. However, his concealment has its limitations. Should he encounter a powerful adept of mental or martial prowess, such as a spirit wielder or martial spirit, he must maintain a considerable distance to evade detection. Phil, however, is unfettered, able to move freely anywhere. Even Shadow, had he not been previously informed of Phil's identity, would likely overlook him. This very freedom is what Shadow envies, a fellow assassin's admiration for another. In light of his envy, Shadow resolved to find some task for this seemingly more fortunate individual, lest his incessant following lead him to question his own mental equilibrium. As Shadow contemplated this, Phil concluded a tragic tale, accepting generous gratuities from the patrons before gathering his belongings and heading out of the tavern. The clientele, largely comprised of those idle in the city, exhibited a certain generosity. Drawn in by Phil's captivating storytelling as a newcomer to this world, Phil had not deliberately sought information, yet amidst an era of information abundance, he retained a wealth of knowledge, effortlessly weaving stirring narratives from his recollections. It is only natural for minstrels to accept gratuities, as this constitutes their primary source of income. Just as Shadow prepared to follow Phil, he suddenly halted, for Phil had been intercepted, specifically, by a remarkably graceful and exquisitely adorned noblewoman. A smirk of schadenfreude crept upon Shadow's lips. Phil, somewhat displeased at being halted, nonetheless maintained his courtesy. "Esteemed lady, may I inquire what brings you to me?" He executed a noble's bow, though he was not of noble birth. Who could discern such a detail? Among minstrels, some hail from disillusioned noble families lacking the aptitude for cultivation, and a minstrel's display of noble etiquette would rarely provoke hostility. "Honored minstrel," the noblewoman beamed, "your stories have touched my heart, prompting me to invite you to my soirée, where I hope to hear more of your enchanting tales. You see, this is not a place I can frequent often." Her radiant smile seemed to blossom from her finely crafted visage. Phil furrowed his brow slightly, while patrons in the tavern began to whistle in amusement. TSK, that pretty boy is indeed fortunate. Lady Styles' invitation is not something just anyone can relish. Look at that visage, that physique. TSK, why is it not me who enjoys such luck? Numerous similar murmurs drifted over, obviously from onlookers who dared not speak too loudly for fear of offending the noblewoman before them. Minstrels have always been adored by the aristocracy, and receiving an invitation from a noble lady is akin to being embraced by her. It invariably leads to some extraordinary occurrences. Clearly, the patrons here have become accustomed to this. For if a minstrel were to lack such invitations, it would only signify his utter failure. Phil chuckled bitterly within. It seemed his face was rather too handsome, for he had encountered such situations many times. After all, these past 2 years, he had traversed various locales disguised as a minstrel. Phil typically wore but a single mask, only changing it when absolutely necessary, thus his countenance remained as it had been. Initially, he had advised the 42 not to dress too alluringly, yet it turned out he himself was rather dashing. While he chuckled to himself, Phil could not afford to offend such a noblewoman. To underestimate a woman is undoubtedly unwise, and to belittle a noble lady is akin to courting one's own demise. "Esteemed madam, I am profoundly grateful for your invitation. However, I am already engaged. Should there be another occasion, I would be most honored to dine with you," Phil said with utmost elegance. Having delivered this excuse numerous times before with practiced ease, typically when he uttered such words, noble ladies would intuitively grasp that this minstrel was not one to be swayed by mere beauty. Yet today, Phil evidently miscalculated. "In that case, I implore you, Sir Minstrel, to visit my humble abode tomorrow. It is easily recognizable. From here, proceed left to the 20th estate, and there you shall find me. I am Lady Style." Eagerly anticipating your captivating tales, she responded. "It would be my utmost honor," Phil replied with a smile that belied his inner lament. How vexing it was to encounter such circumstances yet again. Lady Style appeared quite pleased that Phil had acquiesced to her invitation. Noble women like her often sought entertainment in the stories recounted by minstrels during tedious hours at home. Strangely, society here does not seem to frown upon a noblewoman bringing a stranger minstrel home, leaving Phil feeling rather helpless. This society is not only backward, but the lives of the aristocrats are steeped in decadence. After bidding farewell to the noble lady, Phil exited the tavern, still hearing the whistles from within. The gossip erupting among those who remained after his departure with the lady. This was the nature of the world, Phil mused, as he endeavored to adapt to it, yet still found it difficult to truly integrate. Although he seemed faultless in his roles as an assassin, hunter, or minstrel, this life left him feeling lonely and insincere. Reflecting on Lady Style, Phil could not deny that she possessed an immense allure for the common folk. She was indeed a rare beauty. Yet it was precisely such a person who left him feeling exasperated. In this world, the impoverished could perish from hunger while the nobles reveled in opulence. Shaking his head, Phil directed his steps toward the city's library. During his idle hours, he often lingered in such places. Speaking stories at a tavern, as he had done today, was merely a customary practice for minstrels. Phil had no desire to raise suspicions. Moreover, the library provided him with invaluable insights into the workings of this world. Only by understanding it could he navigate his existence more adeptly, until he freed himself from the control of the Assassin's Guild. Surviving remained his paramount concern, and thoughts of the noble lady faded from his mind. Shadow trailed Phil from a distance. By the direction he took, it was evident he was headed to the library again. What a dull fellow. Are those books truly so captivating? Shadow muttered to himself. His desire to stir trouble for Phil intensifying that it seemed the overseer intended for him to learn Phil's assassination techniques. So he resolved to procure an assassination task for him. With this decision made, Shadow ceased his pursuit of Phil and returned to seek a mission. Chapter 29. A new task in a manor outside the city. The one-eyed overseer listened to Shadow's report, his expression impassive, as if Phil's recent actions were perfectly predictable. Indeed, he is quite an intriguing character. I have reviewed his records from the training camp. This individual is most interesting. Shadow, your suggestion is commendable. It is time to assign him some tasks. However, remember, should he encounter any peril, you must lend him assistance. Until we grasp the assassination techniques he employs, this man must not perish, the overseer commanded. Phil was recognized by the training camp as possessing the potential of a gifted assassin. Yet his assassination records from the past 2 years revealed that he did not utilize the methods taught therein, which piqued the overseer's interest. The assassination techniques of the Caster Assassin Guild are exceptionally practical. But upon reviewing Phil's cases, the overseer found himself confounded by the manner in which Phil achieved his feats. This enigma captivated him, for as a seasoned overseer, his mastery of assassination techniques was unrivaled by ordinary assassins. Understood, Shadow replied. Vanishing from sight, he had achieved his goal and believed it would not be long before Phil received his task. When that time came, he would merely observe how this young man executed his assassination. Witnessing the methods of another unexpected assassin would undoubtedly be exceedingly intriguing for a skilled assassin. Unbeknownst to Phil, a highly proficient assassin shadowed his every move. Upon arriving at the library, Phil, bearing the badge of a minstrel, gained swift entry. He had frequented this place several times in recent days. Thus the staff had grown familiar with him. Every major city boasts a similar library, filled with a plethora of information about the continent, open to those in need. Minstrels are undoubtedly the most frequent visitors, and Phil had encountered over 10 fellow minstrels here. Without a modicum of knowledge, one cannot be a competent minstrel. This is a consensus among practitioners of the profession. And libraries across the land provide the finest opportunities for knowledge growth, albeit for a price. Phil, of course, was not lacking in funds. Even through storytelling at taverns, he managed to cover his expenses. Not to mention his considerable wealth in gold coins that, as usual, he perused the shelves of continental history, a genre that piqued the interest of minstrels and served as a safeguard for their profession. When a minstrel runs out of stories to tell, it signifies their unemployment. Though such a situation is quite rare, Phil's purpose for reading these texts diverged significantly from that of most minstrels. For he was not a professional poet. He was an assassin cloaked in the guise of a minstrel. Thus, he sought biographies, customs, and geographical information about the world, occasionally fixating on captivating events, such as the grand battles for dominion over the continent. However, the present state of Ryan continent appeared tranquil, with little conflict in sight. Beyond these interests, Phil also delved into the study of herbalism. The profession of apothecary presented itself as a viable option for him. His focus on these subjects stemmed from a quest for useful substances, particularly those that could be concocted into poisons, which constituted one of his primary methods of assassination, as exemplified by the demise of Lord Leighton. Phil possessed a solid understanding of herbs from his previous life, having hailed from a family of ancient physicians. Even after serving as a soldier, the knowledge he had accumulated as a child remained intact. However, the herbs of this world differed greatly from those of his past, necessitating a fresh study on his part, with a particular emphasis on the poisons that most apothecaries would disdain. Apothecaries often dismissed poisons because individuals in this realm, particularly warriors and spellcasters, wield a certain resistance to toxins. Ordinarily, poisons have little effect on the powerful, and common folk can easily be cured of mild toxins in the hands of skilled apothecaries. Truly effective poisons capable of incapacitating warriors and spellcasters are tightly controlled by various factions and rarely circulate in the market, should any apothecary become adept in the art of poison making. Their reputation would suffer once discovered, marking them as dangerous individuals. Consequently, most apothecaries concentrate solely on remedies and antidotes, while fervently pursuing substances that enhance warriors' or spellcasters' abilities. Discovering such a substance equates to a windfall for them. Thanks to his previous knowledge, Phil harbored unique insights into the application of various substances. Just as the fish in the Sunset Forest, regarded as a delicacy by many, could be transformed into a highly toxic entity under his manipulation. Capable of slaying a martial sovereign, it was evident that his skills were exceptional. The poisons Phil concocted often exceeded the understanding of the apothecaries in this world. This was also one of the primary methods he employed during his time as a Huangpin assassin. Naturally, all of this was executed under the intricate designs he had laid out in terms of strategy. In his previous life, he had undergone the most rigorous special training, and it was unexpected that he would find himself utilizing those skills anew in this world. Emerging from the library, it was already deep into the night. For the past few days, Phil had been residing in an inconspicuous INA city. Few would dare to harm a wandering bard. For once word spread, bards across the continent would sing praises of one's achievements. One should not assume that bards only extol the virtues of individuals. Concocting tales to tarnish someone's reputation is exceedingly simple. Hence, Phil harbored no concerns for his safety. This was one of the advantages of choosing this profession as a guise, as it kept him off the radar of ill-intentioned individuals. Shadow had already returned to the city, and at night, his concealment became even more convenient. However, as Phil casually made his way back to the inn, Shadow's mind was filled with anticipation regarding how such a character would respond upon receiving his assignment. Shadow was particularly eager because it was he who had handpicked this task for Phil. The next morning, as Phil awoke, he discovered a covert message from the caster assassin group, causing him to pause momentarily. It had only been a few days since he passed the assessment. Could it be that a task had already arrived? Assassination missions were not akin to opening a shop where more customers equated to better business. Each assassination was a gamble with life. Whether it be that of the target or the assassin himself, success meant the target's demise, while failure could lead to one's own death. This was the nature of an assassin's work. Though taken aback, Phil understood that since the task had been presented to him, it was undoubtedly assigned to him. The question remained, what sort of mission would they entrust to him? Recalling the one-eyed overseer, Phil had a premonition that it would not be an easy task, and indeed, he was correct. Upon reviewing the task description that he had acquired through several channels, a sigh escaped him. The task description listed only a few simple details. Target, Rolls Bolster, the eldest son of the current patriarch of the Bolster family. Time frame, 2 months. Gazing at such a straightforward description, Phil furrowed his brow. Although he had only recently arrived in Moor City, he was already well aware of the Bolster family's formidable reputation. This family was one of the 3 most powerful families in Moor City, wielding tremendous influence. Moreover, the Bolster family boasted numerous experts. It was said that the current patriarch was a high-level martial sovereign, and within the family, there were 3 martial sovereigns and 2 mind sovereigns. Rolls Bolster was designated as the next patriarch and was already a high-level mind master, regarded as the most promising successor to break through the sovereign level, making him one of the 3 young elites of Moor City. Tasking a newly minted mystic-grade assassin with the assassination of a high-level mind master was not inherently daunting. However, if this individual was constantly accompanied by a high-level martial master and a high-level mind master for protection, the situation would not be so simple. According to the whispers Phil had overheard in recent days, Rolls was exceptionally shrewd and had survived numerous assassination attempts, possessing his own methods for dealing with assassins. Phil had no inkling that the one who selected this task for him was not the one-eyed overseer, but rather Shadow, a top assassin from the Caster assassin group who had been tracking him discreetly for quite some time. Knowing that the task had been assigned, Phil realized he could not afford to delay, although the Caster assassin group turned a blind eye to the lies of assassins when they had no missions. As long as their secrets were not revealed, there were no repercussions. However, once a task was assigned, the penalties for failing to complete it were merciless, and Phil had no desire to experience such consequences. Thus, regardless of the difficulty of this mission, he had to find a way to accomplish it. Otherwise, he might face elimination by the assassin group, which was the hallmark of the Caster assassin group. After incinerating the document detailing the task, Phil made his way towards the tavern, knowing that it was not the opportune moment to infiltrate the Bolster family for intelligence. Perhaps at the tavern he might glean some information. Additionally, to avoid drawing attention, Phil would still need to adhere to the role of a bard in the tavern. Chapter 30. The rejection of the noblewoman upon arriving at the tavern. Phil continued to play the role of the bard as required. This time, the story he recounted was about the renowned Battle of Randy's Buter, one of the top 10 mind saints of the continent, the defense of Larlos. The Ryan continent boasted 10 martial saints and 10 mind saints, and Randy's was known as the Guardian Mind Saint, a title earned during the defense of Larlos it that time. The army of the Moon Worship Empire was advancing, and the kingdom of Ingesis had suffered significant losses. Larlos, as a stronghold of Ingesis, was on the brink of disaster. Yet, at that critical moment, Randy's Buter returned to his homeland of Larlos after traveling the continent. A great battle erupted just as the forces of the Moon Worship Empire were about to breach the city. Randy suddenly appeared, driving out all the soldiers of the Moon Worship Empire from Larlos. In this battle, the Moon Worship Empire's tens of thousands of soldiers suffered heavy casualties and were forced to halt their advance on Larlos. Randy's himself gained renown from this battle, becoming the Guardian Mind Saint of the Kingdom of Ingesis. Prior to this, Randy's Buter was virtually unknown, and the world was unaware of such a powerful figure. However, after this battle, the world was astonished by the combat prowess of this Mind Saint, who single-handedly resisted tens of thousands of troops, a truly formidable feat. The subsequent encounter with the Mind Saint of the Moon Worship Empire yielded no advantage for them either. Ultimately, Larlos was preserved, and the Kingdom of Ingesis successfully navigated this crisis, marking it as one of the most glorious battles in decades. From that point on, Randy's Buter became one of the 10 Mind Saints of the continent, and the Kingdom of Ingesis emerged as the only one among the 4 great kingdoms to have a Mind Saint in residence. Heralding the beginning of a prosperous era for the nation, Phil's narration was meticulously crafted from various materials, enhanced by a touch of dramatic flair, leaving the patrons of the tavern electrified. To almost everyone present, there was no doubt that Randy's was a hero, an unparalleled powerhouse. In reality, saint-level experts rarely intervened in the affairs of the continent's battles, but they were not entirely absent. Aside from Randy's Buter and the Mind Saint of the Moon Worship Empire, Constandomos, no one truly knew how their battles unfolded. Nevertheless, Randy's singular resistance against the forces of the Moon Worship Empire reminded the world of the terrifying might of saint-level experts. Phil's curiosity about Mind Masters had never waned, particularly regarding the Mind Saints. Unfortunately, whether it be the acknowledged top 10 Mind Saints or other saint-level figures, they rarely made appearances before common folk. To engage with such powerful beings was beyond Phil's current means. After all, he was merely a lowly assassin. Every category of individuals has its own circle, and assassins are no exception, having their own sphere of influence. The same holds true for saint-level experts. Once Phil had gathered his belongings, he informed the tavern owner that he would no longer be performing there, as each tavern typically hosted a designated bard, and Phil's earnings required a share for the tavern. Given that he had a mission at hand, it was necessary to provide an explanation. The tavern owner, a shrewd businessman, did not press for details. After all, tavern bards were not permanent fixtures. Phil settled his dues with the owner and was about to exit when he noticed Lady Stile standing at the tavern's entrance, eagerly awaiting his arrival. She claimed she wouldn't frequent places like this. Phil could only manage a wry smile. One could never trust a woman's words. Steeling himself, Phil approached her, realizing that today he was bound to visit this noblewoman's home. Although he had dealt with such matters before, he had little interest in this particular noblewoman. If he were to be interested, it would have to be someone like 62. Suddenly, The image of 62's devilish figure flashed before his eyes, and he found himself missing that occasionally fierce character. Lady Style, good day to you, Phil greeted politely. Good day, Sir Bard. Your story today was truly exhilarating. I have never heard such a passionate recounting before. Lady Style replied with a hint of shyness, her eyes seemingly brimming with admiration. Thank you for your kind words, Lady Style, that if there is nothing else, I must take my leave. Phil attempted to divert the conversation. Sensing that her gaze held more than mere admiration, esteemed Sir Bard, did you not promise to visit my humble abode today to regale me with captivating tales? I have prepared everything and come to extend an invitation. Lady Style smiled. Though her smile seemed somewhat forced, Phil could sense that if he declined, trouble might soon befall him. At this moment, he wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Yet this noblewoman seemed determined not to let go of him. To receive an invitation from you, my lady, is an honor, Phil replied with a smile, knowing that he had no choice but to accompany this noblewoman. As for what would follow, Phil was skeptical that this noblewoman could truly consume him. Following Lady Style, Phil left the tavern, and few noticed their departure. Such occurrences were commonplace, and no one paid them any mind. Except for Shadow. The Shadow, of course, would not miss such a splendid spectacle for these assassins. Women were of little consequence. However, to be invited in such a legitimate manner was an experience that Shadow had yet to encounter. The longer he tracked Phil, the more he felt a twinge of melancholy. Both were assassins, yet the disparity was striking. Damn that fellow. Once I've emptied his pockets, let us see how carefree he remains. Jealousy welled up within Shadow. Lady Stale's residence was not far from the tavern, and Phil had previously gathered information about this noblewoman. Lady Stale's husband was a hereditary nobleman, perpetually bedridden, and their family was affluent. Yet they had no heirs. The entire household was under the lady's control, and no one dared defy her will. It was hardly surprising that such a noblewoman frequented taverns and other establishments. In truth, Lady Stale was a renowned socialite in the city of Moher. This did not astonish anyone. Phil could only lament his misfortune at being chosen by such a woman. Lady Stale was evidently prepared. A feast awaited Phil's arrival. After a light meal, he commenced the duties expected of a wandering bard, which naturally involved storytelling. Lady Stale listened intently, undisturbed, as all her servants had been dismissed. It seemed that the noblewoman was savoring her prey, for to women of her stature, a wandering bard was indeed the finest quarry. Phil understood this, yet he felt no concern. Shadow stood by, listening to Phil's narration, and he could not deny the charm this fellow possessed while recounting tales. No wonder Lady Stale appeared utterly entranced. Ahem, my lady, the hour grows late. I believe it is time for me to take my leave. Phil rose, displaying remarkable self-discipline in such circumstances. If he were to indulge in vice now, death would be a mere breath away. It must be said that few could achieve such mastery as a wandering bard. Take your leave. Does the poet not wish to linger a while longer? Lady Stale languidly arched her chest, having been captivated moments prior. Esteemed lady, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have other matters to attend to. Phil gracefully bowed. Generally, if both parties were inclined, matters would naturally progress. However, if one lacked such intentions, no one would force the issue. Is the poet dissatisfied with me? Lady Stale inquired rather bluntly, as if encountering a wandering bard of this sort was a novelty for her. In her experience, those so-called bards were little different from wolves. Not at all, my lady, your hospitality is exceedingly generous. Alas, my heart belongs elsewhere, and I apologize. Phil seemed lost in some reverie, a look of infatuation adorning his face, which irked Shadow immensely. Such talk of a heart belonging elsewhere. The expression he wore was one that Shadow wished to slice away with a dagger. Lady Stale stared blankly at Phil's reminiscent visage, momentarily at a loss for words. His expression seemed to evoke something within her. Everyone possessed cherished memories, especially noblewomen like her, who were not inherently promiscuous. They too had once known purity. It appears I have overstepped. Lady Stale's countenance shifted to one of peculiarity. Phil wore a serious facade, yet inwardly he reveled in delight, realizing that provoking such noble women to recall unsavory memories was a rather effective tactic. I bid you farewell, and thank you for your graciousness. Phil's tone turned sincere. It seemed that the one who had stirred a noble woman's poignant reminiscence was not as he appeared, and he sauntered away. Shadow cast a middle finger at Phil's retreating figure. Coward. With no reason to linger, Shadow's gaze lingered on Lady Stale for a moment before he followed suit. Lady Stale appeared oblivious, sitting there in a daze, tears streaming down her face as waves of beautiful memories washed over her. The young girl of yesteryears had transformed into a noblewoman, as if all vitality had been drained from her being. It must be said that Phil's lovesick expression pierced her heart, not because of him, but due to her own past experiences. These thoughts were, of course, irrelevant to Phil, who was now contemplating how to fulfill his mission. Chapter 31. The Rivalry of the Young Masters Roles. Polster was undoubtedly a favorite in the city of Moher, being one of the three esteemed young masters of the realm. As the designated heir of the Polster family. Endowed with the prowess of a high-level mage and graced with striking features, he was the very target of Phil's ambitions, drawing attention wherever he roamed. Collecting information on such a prominent figure required little effort on Phil's part. In fact, shortly after he received his assignment, the intelligence network of the Kester Assassin Guild had already placed Roll's dossier by his bedside. This was a privilege enjoyed by an assassin of the Shin grade, allowing access to the organization's intelligence system for gathering information on targets. This saved Phil considerable trouble. However, should he rely solely on this already detailed dossier, attempting to assassinate Rolls would be a frivolous endeavor. Phil was assigned a solitary mission, meaning that he alone from the Kester Assassin Guild was responsible for this task. Only upon his failure would another take his place, as per the Guild's regulations. Therefore, the execution of this mission was entirely at his discretion. Naturally, he was also required to undertake it himself. Having incinerated the documents provided by the Kester Assassin Guild, Phil stepped out, not towards the library or tavern, but towards the renowned Noble Tavern in Moher. The name Noble Tavern may seem trite, yet it was a favored haunt for the affluent, as it represented status. The wandering bard's presence here was somewhat incongruous. Yet the exquisite cuisine and fine wines drew the wealthy like moths to a flame. The Noble Tavern did not exclusively cater to nobles, but the expenses were certainly considerable. Phil's reason for visiting was that, according to the intel, this was Rolls Polster's most frequented establishment. Nobles in Moher often hosted guests here, and Rolls was no exception. However, those invited by him were few and far between. Typically, he would claim to have been invited, and the title of one of the three esteemed young masters was not easily dismissed. Today, however, the Noble Tavern was fully booked. Phil was turned away, having learned that another young master, the future patriarch of the Gutman family, O.S. Gutman, was hosting a grand celebration for the birthday of his favored concubine. Such occurrences were quite normal in this world. What was abnormal was that not everyone possessed the fortune to do so. The Gutman family certainly fell within this privileged category, managing a well-known trading consortium across the continent, where gold was merely dirt beneath their feet, unfazed by being barred from the Noble Tavern. Phil strolled into a modestly ranked tavern across the street. There were plenty of such establishments in Moher. Have you heard? O.S. Gutman's concubine was once pursued by Rolls Polster during their time at the academy. Who would have thought that O.S. would snatch her up first? Today at the Noble Tavern, I suspect there will be quite a show. Phil overheard amidst the chatter as he settled in. The rivalry among the three young masters was a perennial topic in Moher, and their escapades were the favorite gossip of patrons. Indeed, it is said that the lady is exceptionally beautiful, leaving Rolls utterly besotted. Just as he was about to pursue her, she was claimed by O.S., leading Rolls to harbor murderous intent toward him. It is rumored that the two even came to blows over her, though the outcome remains unknown. However, today, it appears that O.S. has specifically invited Rolls, and this should prove entertaining. What of it? It is said that another young master, Yanka Findeston from the Findeston family, is also among the ladies' suitors and has been invited today. This banquet is sure to be lively. Indeed, the three young masters are always striving to outdo one another. Now that O.S. has claimed the lady, it promises to be a spectacle. O.S. may not be particularly handsome, but his methods are commendable. You may not know, but it is said that he has coerced her into submission through unsavory means, which has left the other two young masters seething. The tavern was never short of gossip, and Phil had barely been seated when he had already come across several versions of the tale. Regardless of the variations, they all hinted that today's Noble Tavern would not be a peaceful venue. The rivalry among the three heirs of the three great families of Ziscoto County had become a source of amusement, garnering attention and intrigue. You may not know, but Rolls has reportedly sought numerous paramours to cope with this emotional blow. And many noblewomen and young ladies in the city are absolutely thrilled. Rolls has changed his previous demeanor of flitting through flowers without leaving a trace and has apparently kept several waiting in his estate. TSK. I have also heard whispers. It is said that the young Master Rolls spends every night outside, causing his father to consider sending him to a monastery. He is preparing to find him a legitimate wife to temper his character. Meanwhile, the young Master Yanko is rumored to have been indulging in revelry at the brothels these days. While young Master OS has certainly been the center of attention, the gossip has spread from all corners. And as Phil sips his drink, he listens to the various tidbits of information. It must be said that whenever the three young masters are mentioned, the patrons here become quite animated, recounting tales from their childhood with great embellishment. Much to Yang Buyu's delight, who also finds himself corroborating the information he has gathered. Have you begun to covet beauty? Phil smiles knowingly. The allure of a woman can be a treacherous blade. Recalling the previous day's encounter with Lady Stead, Phil cannot help but chuckle. These aristocrats are all cut from the same cloth. Phil has chosen a seat by the window, from where he can observe the bustling activity of the noble tavern. Curiously, he wonders if a conflict might arise among the three young masters. Such an opportunity could be advantageous. After all, Phil is quite adept at using others' conflicts to his advantage. However, he feels unprepared for any confrontation today. Prompting him to quell his thoughts, the prowess of Rolls himself, along with his two inseparable bodyguards, makes it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary assassin to succeed. Even approaching them could be perilous, if one's murderous intent is not well concealed. It could lead to disaster. The mages are not to be trifled with. Yet, Phil does not intend to take matters into his own hands. That would not align with his principles of survival. The tavern is abuzz with excitement, as young Master OS has invited numerous guests, including noble offspring and influential heirs. Naturally, the most significant among them are the other two young masters, while the rest are merely spectators. The competition among the three young masters for supremacy, with OS currently in the lead, is quite the spectacle not to be missed. Phil has barely settled in when he notices two exquisitely adorned palanquins halting before the entrance. Bearing the crests of the Borst and Findeston families, the main guests of the day have arrived. Rolls Borst is a strikingly handsome young man, exuding vitality, good looks, charm, and wealth. He is the epitome of his lineage. This marks Phil's first encounter with his target. Despite the renowned reputations of the three young masters, Phil has only been in the city for a few days, seeing Rolls for the first time. Phil cannot help but marvel at the young man's extraordinary presence. Yet, upon realizing he is merely his target, Phil's sentiments dissipate. After all, he is just another casualty in the grand scheme of things. Phil is quite confident in his objective. The world is vast, and the absence of a Rolls Borst is hardly significant. In contrast, Yanko Findeston is undoubtedly less conspicuous, yet no one dares underestimate him. The Findeston family wields significant administrative power over the district of Siskodo, and as the heir, Yanko carries himself with considerable authority. However, today, both young masters wear grim expressions. OS's audacity has provoked their ire. They are well aware of OS's tactics and would gladly see him undone, yet losing does not diminish their standing. It is OS's persistent invitations and the mockery he subjects them to that truly irks them. Furthermore, this situation has spread, leaving the two of them in a most uncomfortable position as they grapple with their defeat. The mere competition for a woman's affection has escalated to affect the reputations of three noble families, a testament to OS's cunning. Yet, they find themselves compelled to attend. To forego this gathering would only lead to further disgrace. Rolls, though I find you rather displeasing, my target today is not you. So I suggest you refrain from provoking me, Yanko Findeston remarks, his eyes slightly reddened, clearly the result of a hangover, his voice low and somber. Yanko, do you assume I take pleasure in your presence? I simply have no desire to engage with you today, Rolls retorts, unyielding but in truth. Their rivalry has seen many clashes, be it in training, knowledge, or various contests, yet never has Rolls felt so constrained, particularly by OS's insufferable audacity. In that moment, an unspoken understanding passes between them. OS may have won the woman, but he has inadvertently united his two adversaries, a strategy that may ultimately backfire. Yet, it is likely that OS is reveling in his triumph. Exchanging a glance, they say nothing further and enter the noble tavern, accompanied by their retainers. Like Rolls, Yanko's entourage consists of a high-ranking mage and a low-ranking martial artist, among the three prominent families. None wish to fall behind. Chapter 32. A struggle for affection. The noble tavern boasts 2 levels, and after ascending to the 2nd floor, where today's banquet is held, the 2 young masters are greeted by a gathering of youthful heirs from various families. Among them stands a dashing figure, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman. OS Gutman and the woman who has become the subject of their contention. It must be said, this woman possesses an extraordinarily captivating presence. Her name is Emma Manor, a student from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, now a concubine to OS. The trio has graduated from the academy, and their rivalry has traversed from Moor City to the capital. Now returning once more. Haha. Rolls, Yanko, you two are quite late. A penalty drink is in order, wouldn't you agree, darling? OS beams, exhilarated by his ability to overshadow his two long-standing rivals, while Emma Manor appears somewhat embarrassed. Once pursued by all three young masters, her situation has taken an unexpected turn. Emma Manor does not hail from a prominent family. Her lineage is modest and pales in comparison to the three great families. The Gutman family seized the opportunity when her family faced difficulties, allowing OS to win her favor. Otherwise, today's circumstances would undoubtedly differ, such as the tragedy of noble women. Their marriages are often devoid of choice. Much like Emma Manor's, the expressions on Rolls and Yanko's faces darken as they realize that today will not yield any joy. Witnessing the once pure goddess now reduced to a mere trifle stirs a tumult of emotions within them. Nevertheless, both are men of stature and maintain their composure. Perhaps it is OS's blatant usurpation of affection that compels them to cast aside their innermost convictions. Congratulations, OS, on winning Emma Manor's favor. It is indeed your fortune. Emma Manor, today is your birthday. I have prepared a small token of my esteem, Rolls proclaims, reverting to his usual demeanor. To women are merely ephemeral beings. OS's triumphant expression begins to fade in the wake of Rolls's tranquil words. Sensing an unexpected shift in the atmosphere. OS, my congratulations as well. Emma Manor, whether this is your choice or not, I wish you all the best. Yanko follows suit, his gaze fixed on Emma Manor, yet his demeanor has also calmed. As if the woman and OS before him have become inconsequential, the remarks of the two young masters chill the air on the second floor as their faces gradually transform from grim to composed. The gathering, initially eager for entertainment, suddenly regrets their presence. They had come to witness the spectacle of Rolls and Yanko's misfortune, only to find the mood had shifted. OS is no ordinary man. He anticipated that Rolls and Yanko would not create a scene. Yet their surprising calm raises alarm. During their time in the capital, these two had been relentless in their pursuit of Emma Manor. Could it be that the roles of heartless actors and ungrateful women have reversed? Thank you both for your kind wishes to Emma Manor. Do express your gratitude to the two young masters. OS's boisterous voice breaks the silence of the tavern. As the atmosphere grows increasingly tense, Emma Manor stands, somewhat bashful, and performs a graceful curtsy, embodying the poise expected of a noblewoman. In an instant, the once ethereal goddess has transformed into this very semblance, causing both Leighton and Yanko's hearts to race. Though they ultimately suppress their emotions, their gaze is now resolute. OS, the pleasantries have been exchanged, yet I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your festivities any longer. Farewell, Leighton states calmly, as if the woman before him were merely a passing fancy of OS. Indeed, OS, I shall invite you for drinks another day. Today, I find myself rather busy. Farewell, Yanko adds, eager to depart without delay. Observing the two young masters exit with ease, OS suddenly realizes he may have overstepped. In pursuing a woman, he has alienated two formidable families, a miscalculation indeed. Initially, he intended to diminish their bravado. Yet compared to Rolls and Yanko, he finds himself lacking in both appearance and strength. A tumultuous event concluded in a manner that astonished everyone. When Rowers and Yanka entered the noble tavern, they wore expressions tinged with discomfort, yet upon their exit a mere 10 minutes later, an air of remarkable tranquility enveloped them, leaving onlookers utterly perplexed. Although Phil was unaware of the happenings within, he discerned a shift in Rowers as he emerged. It appeared that Rowers had relinquished his inner turmoil. Such a transformation rendered him even more formidable. Simultaneously, Yanka had shed his previous guise of a hungover man. His gaze sharp and intimidating. Intriguing, Phil mused inwardly. Should these two remain unscathed, it seemed likely that the tides of Moor City would soon shift, heralding calamity for the Gutman family, potentially set into motion by the events of this very day. From the information at hand, it was evident that the three prominent families had engaged in conflict for years, yet there had never been a record of two families uniting against the third. However, it appeared that this possibility was now becoming a reality. The alliance of two families against the third stirred a sense of anticipation within Phil. Perhaps this would present an opportunity. Yet, The grim realization that he had only 2 months to achieve his goals filled him with regret. Such a time frame seemed insufficient to influence the ongoing strife among the 3 families. "I must rely on myself," Phil declared, sipping his drink. Meanwhile, Rowers and Yanka departed, leaving behind OS and others who continued their festivities. Despite minor unpleasantness, OS would not squander the chance to celebrate, and today warranted his merriment. After spending a considerable time at the tavern, Phil finished his drink and meandered aimlessly through the city. Indeed, his wandering was aimless, as though he had never set foot in the city before. Every shop piqued his interest, leading him to loiter and occasionally make frivolous purchases. However, more often than not, he merely sought the spectacle, much to the annoyance of his companion. To Ying's utter dismay, Phil ultimately wandered into a cosmetics shop for women, where he spent an inordinate amount of time scrutinizing products and eventually purchased several items such as lipsticks and powders. Who would be the recipient of these gifts? This was a question that plagued Ying, as it seemed Phil had no romantic interest, given Phil's status, and could only speculate on the notion of a romantic liaison. By the end of the day, Phil had acquired a variety of common herbs, trinkets, and cosmetics, all meticulously recorded by Ying, as these items might serve as tools for Phil's nefarious intentions. Upon returning to his lodgings, Phil began to concoct a mixture, grinding herbs into a fine powder and incorporating them into the cosmetics. His meticulousness resembled that of a devoted suitor crafting a gift for his beloved. Having witnessed Phil's various moods before, Ying regarded his current demeanor with disdain, having seen even more sanctified expressions during his encounter with the noblewoman the previous night. Unbeknownst to Phil, a skilled assassin lay hidden within his room. And despite his precautions, the myriad traps he had set could not elude Ying, who had learned such techniques from the Caster Assassin Guild. Phil continued to refine the cosmetics, contemplating their potential utility. After gleaning information about Rowers from the tavern, he conceived a plan, albeit one fraught with complexity. He had previously employed a similar strategy against debauched science, yet now he faced the challenge of targeting a high-level practitioner. Although the physical prowess of practitioners might not rival that of martial artists, their psychic abilities often surpassed Phil's expectations. Common toxins could be neutralized by a practitioner's mental fortitude, while potent poisons were easily detected. Compelling Phil to devise a careful strategy, he was aware of several poisons effective against practitioners, and the ingredients were relatively simple to obtain. However, the application of such poisons required finesse, as he could not simply force Rowers to ingest them, given Phil's current strength. It remained uncertain who would capture whom. For 3 consecutive days, Phil moved through the streets discreetly, traversing the thresholds of various homes. His prior efforts to familiarize himself with the surroundings proved invaluable, enabling him to navigate without a guide. Ying trailed behind, perplexed by Phil's erratic movements, questioning how such aimless wandering could lead to an assassination. Yet, it soon became clear to Ying that the locations Phil visited were rumored to be associated with Rowers' current romantic interests. Could it be that he has set his sights on these women? Ying pondered, recalling Phil's tinkering with cosmetics. However, could such trivial items truly pose a threat to a practitioner? After several days of observation, Phil had meticulously tracked Rowers' movements, emerging just as Rowers departed from various establishments. As rumors suggested, Rowers had indeed altered his behavior, transitioning from a man previously disinterested in women to one now frequenting various locales that it is said that when a man's heart withers, he discovers an entire ocean beyond. Rowers now appeared to revel in this newfound freedom, having relinquished his former obsession, perhaps to his advantage. In recent days, Rowers and Yanka had begun to forge an alliance, exerting pressure on the Gutman family. Although the 3 families were relatively equal in strength, the combined force of 2 against 1 would spell trouble for Gutman. Nevertheless, this development bore no relevance to Phil, who had meticulously compiled a list of over 10 women frequently visited by Rowers. The heir to the Bolster family now exhibited a voracious appetite for companionship, exceeding Phil's expectations. With Rowers' practitioner physique, Phil maliciously mused that if Rowers were to perish at the hands of these women, his assassination mission would be deemed complete. Old Bolster listened intently as his steward reported on Rowers' recent escapades. Although he had always been pleased with his eldest son, the current situation, driven by a mere woman, stirred a sense of regret within him. "Master, while the young master may seem reckless, is this not precisely what you desired? A son oblivious to the entanglements of love is hardly the epitome of perfection," the steward cautiously remarked, well aware that Old Bolster was not a man to be trifled with. Indeed, let him indulge for a while longer. However, The audacity of the Gutman family to offend us cannot go unpunished. Should the young master require anything, see to it that his wishes are fulfilled, old Bolster commanded. Yes, master. The young master has begun to associate with young Master Yanka of the Findistant family. It won't be long before we witness a compelling spectacle. In a luxurious private room, young Master Rowers and young Master Yanka sat across from one another, marking their first serious conversation alone. Rowers, what are your intentions? Yanka inquired, his eyes still tinged with remnants of indulgence. We shall unite our forces. Every pillar of the Gutman family's enterprises shall be infiltrated. We will grind them down, Rowers replied, his expression devoid of emotion. This incident had forged a common purpose and shared goal between them, something OS had likely never anticipated. Rowers' strategy was not particularly sophisticated, yet it was undeniably effective. By pooling their strengths, they could methodically dismantle a rival family of equal standing. Agreed. We shall commence with the Gutman Trading Company, their most vital asset, Yanka concurred. Prepared for the impending conflict, the two young masters reached a swift agreement and raised their glasses in celebration. Meanwhile, Phil cautiously positioned himself in the pantry of the Noble Tavern, meticulously dusting every ingredient with a powder of his own concoction. Ensuring no detail was overlooked before stealthily retreating, the pantry was chilled to the bone, a fitting setting for his clandestine machinations. The shadow could not infiltrate, and although the pantry was quite spacious, it was filled to the brim with ingredients. It was already narrow enough for a single person to slip in, and if he were to follow, discovery would be all but inevitable. Hence, he remained oblivious to what Phil was up to inside. Once Phil exited, the shadow ventured in, yet found nothing amiss. It seemed as though the ingredients had not been disturbed at all. This fellow shouldn't be poisoning here, should he? The shadow muttered, perplexed by Phil's recent actions, which appeared utterly nonsensical and disjointed. Subsequently, Phil seized another opportunity to infiltrate the noble's cellar, where he meticulously injected a special powder into several bottles of wine, rumored to be the favorites of the young Master Rawls. After toiling for quite some time, Phil wore a self-satisfied smile, for given Rawls' habit of frequenting this establishment every few days, he was confident that once Rawls consumed the tainted food and drink, his initial plan would be nearly complete. The Noble Tavern marked the inception of Phil's scheme. It was implausible for a single individual to maintain vigilance against such delectable food and fine wine. Moreover, the manipulations Phil executed were not lethal in nature. What he had introduced was merely a triggering factor, essentially innocuous in principle. After exiting the Noble Tavern, Phil initiated the next phase of his plan, with the shadow trailing closely behind. Although unsure of Phil's intentions, the shadow recognized that Phil's unconventional assassination methods had begun. Under the cover of night, Phil stealthily arrived at the residence of a nobleman, not as a guest, but rather to fulfill his own agenda. The nobleman's daughter happened to be one of Rawls' romantic interests, and Phil had observed that Rawls frequented this location more than any other, often lingering the longest. This was a minor noble family, lacking any formidable guardians, merely household servants who were somewhat stronger than the average person, but certainly not at the level of martial artists. Thus, infiltrating their abode was a trivial task for Phil. Navigating through familiar paths, he arrived at the young noblewoman's private courtyard, where all had already retired for the night, under the cover of darkness. When mischief could be wrought, Phil was not there to commit heinous acts. He merely sought to exchange a few items. He rummaged through his pack, which contained various small objects. Upon reaching the young noblewoman's chamber, Phil was greeted by a fragrant aroma, the scent emanating from sandalwood incense, prized by affluent households for its mosquito-repelling and invigorating properties, often burned in the owner's quarters as a form of indulgence. Approaching the plate where the incense was smoldering, Phil noted a stick slowly burning away. Such a small piece could last for over 10 days. He produced a small vial from his pack and sprinkled the powder within onto the incense, blending it with the remaining ash, rendering it undetectable. After completing this task, Phil then turned his attention to the noblewoman's vanity, which was adorned with an array of cosmetics well versed in the nature of these items. Phil swiftly executed a swap with his specially prepared powders, returning everything to its rightful place before he took a moment to survey the chamber. It was undeniable that, even among lesser nobility, there existed an appreciation for comfort and luxury. On the bed lay a young and beautiful maiden in slumber, her charming visage prompting Phil to ponder how such a fine person could become involved with someone like Rawls. After a moment's reflection, Phil felt a twinge of unease. He retrieved another small vial and added a touch of his concoction to the room's perfume before deeming the task complete. Goodness, had I not been an assassin but rather a rogue, I could easily have made off with the noblewomen here, Phil mused. Finding the ease of his infiltration somewhat lacking in challenge, the shadow observed Phil's actions in silence, having followed him for some time. Finally discerning a pattern, although Phil's recent drugging efforts seemed ineffective, the shadow understood that the underlying motives were simply beyond his current comprehension. He no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly insignificant character, for he had realized that Phil's actions, though unconventional, opened his mind to new possibilities. Previously, the shadow's assassination methods relied solely on his sword. With his stealth techniques, he could easily subdue anyone who was not overwhelmingly powerful. However, after witnessing Phil's recent activities, he began to grasp that assassination could manifest in myriad forms. Although Phil had yet to complete his mission, the satisfied expression on his face indicated that success was not far off. Phil subsequently visited several noble households frequently patronized by Rawls, executing his swaps with practiced precision and leaving behind subtle traces of his presence. By the end of the night, he had completed his elaborate setup. The shadow had managed to piece together Phil's general strategy, though the specific nature of the powders Phil had employed remained elusive. Despite having observed Phil's methods, the shadow was uncertain whether these substances could truly eliminate a high-ranking mage. Meanwhile, the young Master OS, basking in the glow of his recent successes, was summoned by his father. "What have you done, you fool?" As OS entered, a vase was hurled at him. Shattering upon impact, OS stared, bewildered, at his father. "Father, what is the matter? When have I ever angered you?" He felt wronged, for he had merely stayed at home attending to his concubine, without stepping outside. "You still ask when you have vexed me? You wish to drive me to my grave. For the sake of a mere concubine, you have dared to offend the Borster and Findostan families. Now, they have allied and are forming a joint chamber of commerce to suppress our family. Are you satisfied now?" OS father, old Gutman, angrily tossed another vase. Clearly incensed, in the city of Moore, the three major families had a long history of rivalry, yet had never before united to suppress a single family. Now, such an occurrence transpired under Gutman's leadership, leaving him furious. The orchestrators of this alliance were the future heirs of the other two families, meaning that for the foreseeable future, the Gutman family would face considerable pressure. Although the Gutman family was powerful and affluent, they could not afford to be so reckless. OS was struck dumb by the news. He had sensed something amiss during his time at the Noble Tavern, but he had never expected Rawls and Yanko to truly band together. His earlier confidence evaporated, leaving him anxious as he regarded his father. Unlike the other two families, OS had not engaged in any significant management of family affairs, making him the most frivolous of the three young masters. While he often dallied with women, he had not taken on the responsibilities of family leadership, unlike Rawls and Yanko, who were actively involved in family matters. "Father, what shall we do now?" OS was at a loss. In truth, neither he nor old Gutman had a satisfactory plan to counter the alliance of the other two families. "Go back and reflect on your actions. Stop wallowing in the company of women, or you will surely bring ruin upon this family." Old Gutman hurled a teacup at OS, who dared not linger any longer, having already been the target of three objects. "Rawls, Yanko, how dare you conspire against me?" OS muttered angrily as he returned to his courtyard, abandoning any pretense with his concubine, Momin, striking her with a slap before storming off to reflect on his misdeeds. Momin, taken aback by OS' sudden change in demeanor, was left in tears, bewildered by his actions. Meanwhile, Rawls and Yanko were celebrating their cooperation at the Noble Tavern, raising their glasses in merriment. "Rawls, I can't wait to see OS' woeful expression. Huh, I wager old Gutman will break a leg over this," Yanko exclaimed joyfully. "Humph, Yanko, is one leg enough? I aim to break 3. If it weren't for the Gutman family's considerable strength, OS wouldn't even be worthy of being mentioned alongside us. It's utterly laughable." A flicker of resentment crossed Rawls' gaze, for Momin was the first woman he had ever loved, now snatched away by that scoundrel OS, fueling his fury. Yanko chuckled heartily, relishing the thought of avenging their past humiliation, knowing that one day they would cleanse themselves of this affront at the expense of the entire Gutman family. The two had transformed from rivals into allies due to OS, a notion they would have scoffed at in the past. "Yanko, I will ensure our associates coordinate with yours. For now, I take my leave. Having lost a crooked tree, I now have a whole forest awaiting my nurturing." Rawls raised his glass and proclaimed. Yanko was well aware of the recent happenings concerning Rawls, and he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Unlike those noble ladies who lacked charm, Yonka had a preference for the alluring and captivating. Well, Rolls, let us see whose forest is grander, yours or mine. The two exchanged knowing smiles and departed from the noble tavern. Phil, seated in the tavern across the street, noticed Rolls and Yonku emerging simultaneously. His interest piqued. As Rolls, accompanied by two attendants, headed in the direction Phil had anticipated, a satisfied grin spread across his face. For precautionary measures, Phil had taken steps in several noble ladies' chambers frequented by Rolls, should Rolls choose to visit them after leaving the tavern. Phil's plan would be halfway to success. After settling his bill, Phil discreetly followed at a distance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was broad daylight. However, Rolls had already led his attendants into the backyard of the first noble lady Phil had manipulated. The two attendants, well aware of their roles, remained stationed as expected. Once their figures vanished inside, Phil appeared in the alley. Confident that everything was under control, he found a nearby tavern, resumed drinking, and waited. Patience was paramount for an assassin, and Phil was well versed in waiting for others to meet their demise. Shadow followed Phil, bemused by his leisurely drinking. This was the first time Shadow had encountered an assassin so nonchalantly indulging in drink while executing a hit. Frustrated, Shadow muttered curses, wishing for Phil to meet an unfortunate end due to his libations. Rolls adeptly entered the courtyard of the noble lady. The servants, accustomed to his presence, eagerly watched him enter her chamber as if it were a prestigious honor. Indeed, it was a matter of pride for their humble family that the illustrious heir of the Polster family had taken an interest in their young noblewoman. Once Rolls was inside, the servants dutifully retreated, as if they had rehearsed the exit countless times. Soon, the room echoed with the noble lady's joyous laughter and Rolls' gentle voice, prompting the servants to withdraw even further as the daylight waned. Rolls' two attendants exchanged puzzled glances at the darkening sky. Typically, by this hour, Rolls would have emerged, yet hours had passed without a sign. Perhaps, they mused, he was simply reveling in his good fortune. After striking a deal with Yonku, Rolls had indeed been in high spirits. A natural response for someone recently scorned in matters of the heart. However, as 2 more hours elapsed and night enveloped the land, the attendants grew increasingly uneasy. Rolls, being a practitioner of the mind arts rather than a martial artist, should not have lingered so long. Go check if our master and the lady have emerged, commanded one of the attendants, Bedoro, as he seized a serving maid. The maid, a handmaiden to the noble lady, hurried towards the small courtyard, where the attendants had retreated. Moments later, a piercing scream shattered the air. The two attendants' faces paled in alarm, and they rushed towards the noble lady's chamber. "Master, are you well?" Bedoro called urgently. But silence met his query. They exchanged a grave look and forced the door open, disregarding any concerns for propriety. If harm had befallen Rolls, their lives would not suffice to atone for their failure. Both were elite warriors nurtured by the Polster family, fiercely loyal to their master. As they entered the chamber, Bedoro and the advanced warrior, Bells, were struck dumb. On the bed lay a man and a woman entwined in their final moments, both lifeless and bleeding from their orifices. "Master," Bedoro rushed to the bedside, trembling as he reached for Rolls' nostrils. Though his mind arts had already confirmed Rolls' demise, disbelief gripped him. How could such a fate befall the esteemed heir of the Polster family? The future patriarch, at the hands of a woman? It was an unfathomable disgrace, a bitter irony that left Bedoro at a loss. "Bedoro, you stay here and ensure no one approaches. I will return with news," Bells shouted, his eyes red with grief as he dashed away. This incident was a catastrophic blow to the Polster family, and he could hardly fathom how the elder Polster would react. Across the street, Phil had spent the day indulging in drink, occasionally glancing towards the noble residence. As time passed and Rolls remained absent, a smile crept onto Phil's lips. The longer the wait, the more confident he felt. The thought of the illustrious Rolls meeting such an end filled him with a sense of triumph. A woman is indeed a blade poised above one's head, he mused. Suddenly, the image of 42 flashed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. That girl was untouchable. If he even entertained thoughts of her, the blade would surely find its way to him. Shadow, concealed nearby, watched Phil's relaxed demeanor with growing irritation. Was this truly the demeanor of an assassin? Abruptly, a figure darted out from the noble estate, unmistakably Bells, one of Rolls' attendants. Shadow recognized the urgency in his movements and knew that Phil's machinations were beginning to unfold. Chapter 35. The aftermath. In stark contrast to Shadow's astonishment, Phil remained remarkably composed at the sight of Bells racing away. After days of meticulous planning, Roll's adherence to routine had played right into Phil's hands. As one of the three heirs of Moore City, it was inevitable that Rolls, after experiencing heartache, would succumb to temptation. Unbeknownst to him, an assassin awaited his misstep, and with Phil's unique methods, escape was impossible. As bells departed, chaos swept through Moore City. Magnus Polster, Roll's father and the family patriarch, collapsed upon hearing of his son's demise. He quickly regained his senses, roaring for the family guard to mobilize and demanding that the governor, Lake Findeston, seal the city and apprehend the culprit. Although Rolls had perished in a woman's embrace, it was confirmed that he had been poisoned. Magnus, undeterred by his grief, stormed towards the noble estate, determined to detain everyone associated with the family. Despite the Polster family lacking official positions within Moore City, their influence was formidable. Even Governor Lake dared not obstruct Magnus, knowing that the old man could wreak havoc if provoked. The noble family was left in shock. Not only had they lost their beautiful daughter, but they had also attracted the ire of a powerful family. Their initial joy at the prospect of aligning with the Polsters had been extinguished, leaving them cold and despondent. In the midst of this turmoil, Magnus approached with a formidable entourage, no longer concerned with discretion. With the family's best heir lost, there was no need for concealment. He was determined to capture the perpetrator. Meanwhile, the true mastermind, Phil the assassin, sat in the tavern across from the noble estate, casually sipping his drink as he observed the ensuing chaos with a sense of calm. Shadow, lingering in the shadows, regarded Phil with newfound respect. This man had orchestrated the demise of a high-ranking mind practitioner with such finesse that even Shadow, despite his close surveillance, struggled to comprehend the intricacies of Phil's scheme. The thought of facing such an assassination left Shadow shivering. One could easily perish without ever understanding the cause. As Magnus unleashed his fury, the noble family found themselves imprisoned within Moore City's dungeons. Governor Lake, accompanied by his finest men, initiated an investigation into the untimely demise of Rolls and the potential involvement of the Gutman family, leading to the unsettling realization that the next target could very well be Yonku. Although the cause of Lord Roll's death has yet to be ascertained, the reality of his poisoning cannot be denied. The circumstances surrounding his demise are indeed distressing. Two young souls have perished in such a manner that any investigation must tread carefully. Were it a natural death, the situation would be different. But if it were indeed a premeditated assassination, then the perpetrator must be exceedingly malevolent. Lake has dispatched all of his experienced subordinates to solve the case, insisting that the culprit must be found. While he himself remains by the side of old man Mangus, his expression grave. Both elders have been rivals for a lifetime, yet now, witnessing the next generation fall victim to such treachery, even Commissioner Lake is filled with dread. Young Master Yanka arrived later, having only just left the noble tavern with Rolls at noon. In such a brief span, Rolls, once his formidable adversary and recently reconciled friend, has met his untimely end, leaving Yanka in disbelief. "Uncle, how could this happen? I was just drinking with Rolls at noon. How could it come to this?" Young Master Yanka bowed to the two elders, his voice thick with sorrow. Typically, Rolls' death would have brought him joy, for despite being one of the trio of young masters alongside Rolls and OS, he truly regarded Rolls as the only worthy opponent, dismissing OS as nothing more than a glutton. However, now that they have been provoked by OS and were preparing to unite against him, Rolls' sudden demise has genuinely saddened Yanka. Hearing Yanka's words, Mangus fixed him with a piercing gaze. "You say you were with Rolls at noon. Did you notice anything unusual?" Mangus inquired eagerly. His mind was a whirlwind. He could hardly believe that the daughter of a minor noble could have murdered Rolls. Yet, the situation was undeniably bizarre. How could two seemingly healthy individuals have perished so suddenly? This incident is a humiliation for the Borst family. Both the manner of Rolls' death and the death itself have cast a shadow on their reputation. At this moment, Mangus is determined not to overlook any detail. Young Master Yanka jumped at Mangus's intensity, surprised by the old Borst's agitation. "Uncle, we merely drank at the tavern, discussing matters of cooperation, and then parted ways. Rolls' two attendants can attest to this. We noticed nothing amiss. It was only upon hearing the news that I rushed over." Mangus refrained from further questioning, realizing that Yanka likely had no additional insights to offer. The Borst and Findestone families' experts were scouring the premises, leaving no stone unturned. Yet whether they could uncover any clue remained uncertain. Night had fallen, yet the usually vibrant city of Moors had become eerily quiet. The news of young Master Rolls' death at the hands of a noblewoman had spread throughout the city, leaving all in shock. No one dared to venture out, fearing the wrath of the Borst family. While the Borst family may not be known for their tyrannical rule, none wished to provoke them at such a volatile time. Nobles and commoners alike shuttered their doors. Even those who dared to venture outside were swiftly recalled by their families, anxious to avoid unnecessary trouble. Travelers and Moors were particularly cautious, fully aware of what Roll's death signified. Even the most unruly mercenaries and adventurers would think twice before courting danger, for the fury of a powerful family is not something to be trifled with. I and the Gutman family. Patriarch Bryce Gutman sat with a face like thunder. Before him stood O.S. Gutman, whose expression was tinged with a hint of delight, though he dared not voice it. Confined to his home by his father for several days, O.S. had harbored resentment towards Rolls and Yanka, wishing ill upon them. Hearing the news of Roll's demise at the hands of a woman was, to him, a stroke of fortune. Yet, observing his father's stormy countenance, O.S. kept silent, knowing that otherwise, he would have already summoned his friends to celebrate. O.S., who do you think is most likely responsible for Roll's death? Bryce asked coldly, his gaze fixed on his son, whose face betrayed a flicker of glee at O.S. Taken aback, was unsure of his father's intent, yet he was no fool and understood that he must respond. Father, how would I know? I have not left the house in days, as you are well aware. O.S. replied cautiously. Although he was the heir, recent events had shaken his standing, and he was not the only legitimate offspring in the Gutman family. I know your movements. But I am asking who you think might be responsible. Bryce pressed, suppressing his anger. Though O.S. possessed some cleverness, he was ultimately no match for the likes of Rolls and Yanka, and still had much to learn. How should I know? In any case, it was Rolls who died. What concern is it of ours? The Borst family has more than one heir. If one is gone, so be it. O.S. replied thoughtlessly. Fool, are you reveling in his misfortune? Even a 3-year-old knows that the ones who most wanted you dead were Rolls and Yanka. Now that Rolls is dead, how do you think the world will perceive this? Humph. Even if you did not orchestrate this, you are now the prime suspect, and you dare to find joy in it. Bryce nearly roared. O.S. was stunned. He had not considered this perspective. Upon hearing the news of Roll's death, he had only felt elation, oblivious to the implications. Father, I swear it wasn't me. I had no part in it. What am I to do? O.S. exclaimed, panic rising within him. If he had indeed been responsible, that would be one thing. But he was entirely unaware of the machinations at play and found himself unjustly implicated. His previous arrogance towards Rolls and Yanka had surely set him up for this predicament. I know you did not do it, but it matters little now. Sigh, Moors is likely to descend into turmoil. Bryce lamented, shaking his head. Though it was not his own son who had perished, the situation was even more precarious than if it had been. The wrath of the Borst family would surely be directed at the Gutman family, and perhaps even at the Findestone family as well. After all, it was Rolls who had died. Who could guarantee that young Master Yanka would not be next? This was a suspicion that would linger in the minds of many. Chapter 36. United suppression. The Borst and Findestone families toiled throughout the night, yet uncovered no clues. The two victims were frozen in a state of limbo. And the news of young Master Roll's demise at the hands of a noblewoman had spread throughout Moors overnight. The affairs among the three young masters had always been a topic of discussion in the city. Yet such a scandal left everyone too afraid to speak. Even the most naive understood the implications. To avoid incurring the wrath of the Borst family, silence was the wisest course of action. Outwardly, no one dared to speak, yet privately, no one ceased their inquiries. Even the lowliest of servants wore expressions of curiosity, let alone the idle nobles. Moors had entered a state of martial law, and both the Borst and Findestone families were fervently pursuing the perpetrator. This marked the first time in centuries that the two families had united in such a manner, a rare occurrence indeed. Meanwhile, the Gutman family, suspected in both open and covert ways, remained uncharacteristically quiet. Bearing the burden of their unspoken grievances, the Borst and Findestone families had long harbored intentions to suppress the Gutman family, but such movements had previously been limited to the younger generation. Now, with Mangus aflame with rage and Commissioner Lake making overtures of cooperation, the Gutman family found themselves in a precarious position, akin to ants on a hot stove, yet too fearful to act. As long as suspicion remained without evidence, the two families would refrain from overstepping their bounds. Any attempt at retaliation would only invite disaster. O.S. Gutman found himself cornered, unable to escape the association with Roll's death. Even if he were to plunge into the Moors River, he would remain tainted by suspicion. While the Borst and Findestone families were hot on the trail of the culprit, Phil returned to his residence with an air of nonchalance, as if untouched by the chaos around him. The assassination had gone remarkably well. No traces remained, save for the confirmation of foul play. Phil was confident that the Borst family would find no leads. allowing him to continue his life without concern, even as his shadow, Ing, seethed with frustration at his calm demeanor. Even after witnessing Phil's cunning assassination, Ing could discern no clues. Everything Phil accomplished, he believed he could replicate. Yet, the seemingly mundane elements transformed into a poison capable of slaying a high-ranking mind master baffled him. Ing could not fathom how this was possible, though he understood that the crux of the matter lay in this final toxin. A day later, news from outside the city revealed that the concoction based on Ying's reported information could not even poison a dog, let alone a human, deepening Ying's intrigue regarding Phil's enigmatic nature. How could someone emerging from an assassin training camp have acquired such bizarre techniques? In stark contrast to his own assassination methods, Ing found himself feeling both disheartened and exhilarated. Phil had opened an unconventional door for him, igniting his anticipation for Phil's future endeavors. Mole City had been shrouded in gloom following Roll's demise for several days, yet the death of one individual inevitably affected only a limited number of people. Consequently, several days later, life resumed its usual course. Though no one dared discuss Roll's death in public, hadn't they noticed the Bolster family scouring the city for the culprit? It was a time for whispers. Lest misfortune befall them. Having completed his assassination task, Phil swiftly received his reward. One could not deny that the life of the eldest son of Rolls was quite valuable, as Phil himself pocketed 10,000 gold coins, a sum considerably diminished by the organization's deductions. Within a hidden estate outside the city, the steward listened intently to Ying's report, gradually growing astonished, without needing to lift a finger. They had eliminated a high-ranking mind master under the protection of formidable guardians. Phil's assassination techniques left the steward in awe. Previously, he had only gleaned from reports that Phil possessed such skills, but now he witnessed it firsthand under his own surveillance. What intrigued him even more was the nature of the poison Phil wielded, which, based on Ying's findings, proved utterly harmless. The stark contrast in results piqued the steward's interest in Phil. Ing, well done. Continue monitoring Dark. That if you master his assassination techniques, I shall commend you greatly, the steward said, barely containing his excitement. This unconventional assassin had completely captured his interest. Yes, my lord, Ing replied before vanishing. Regrettably, there were no tasks worthy of Phil's skills at that moment. Otherwise, Ing would have certainly found some work for him. In the library, Phil quietly perused a pharmacologist's notebook, a small tome he had discovered tucked away in a corner, proving to be quite intriguing. This notebook was not a standard publication from the library, but rather a handwritten account by a pharmacist from centuries past, preserved within the library for the fortunate. Upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed on the first page, Phil chuckled. Indeed, some individuals possessed the leisure to engage in such pursuits. Was it truly a secret manual? After a thorough examination of the notebook, Phil's eyes sparkled with delight. The pharmacist was evidently skilled in the craft of poison making. Phil had never heard of the name Morpheus, nor had he encountered it in any biographies. Yet, it was undeniable that this obscure individual was a madman. The thin volume detailed no fewer than 20 methods for concocting lethal poisons and their antidotes. Phil found himself utterly captivated by the descriptions of the poison's properties. Although he had already experimented with several poisons, few were genuinely suitable for assassination, as the medicinal ingredients of this world differed markedly from those of his own. With the knowledge contained within this notebook, Phil would undoubtedly have more options in his future endeavors. Quickly committing the contents of the notebook to memory, Phil discreetly destroyed it. After all, should it fall into the hands of another, it could prove fatal. Just then, Ing returned, blissfully unaware of Phil's stroke of fortune. With this acquisition, Phil relished his time in the library. Knowledge was power, and the ancients had not deceived him. When Ing rejoined Phil, he found him engrossed in a catalog of medicinal herbs, a volume typically reserved for pharmacists. In the past, Ing would have been bemused by Phil, an assassin, indulging in such frivolous literature. However, after witnessing Phil's expertise with poisons, he could not help but concede that this enigmatic figure, designated as Dark by the organization, was indeed inscrutable. Phil's life returned to a semblance of normalcy, yet an undercurrent of tension began to permeate Mole City. Half a month had passed since Roll's death, and no one had uncovered the perpetrator. The case remained unsolved, while the Bolster family, unable to pinpoint a suspect, finally turned their aggression towards the most likely suspect, the Gutman family. The 3 prominent families of Mole City, the Gutmans, known for their extensive trade, the Findistons, who held political power, and the Bolsters, who had military command, had traditionally maintained a delicate balance, rarely intruding upon one another's domains, while the Gutman family appeared to be mere merchants, Their influence rivaled that of the other two, as commerce could extend far beyond regional boundaries. However, mere days after Roll's demise, the city guards began stringent inspections of all goods associated with the Gutman Trading Company. Scrutinizing every detail, many items previously overlooked were now subject to intense examination. The Bolster family's counteroffensive was a direct assault on the Gutman Trading Company's business. Although the Gutmans had established themselves in other regions, their headquarters remained in Mole City, rendering them vulnerable to these pressures. Conducting business required mutual respect, yet the daily inspections by the guards rendered it nearly impossible for the Gutman Trading Company to attract clientele. This alone resulted in substantial losses for the Gutman family. In response, the family patriarch, Bryce Gutman, personally confronted the Bolster family, only to be met with indifference. Frustrated by the lack of acknowledgement, he recognized that if this continued, the Gutman Trading Company's business would plummet, given that their headquarters was being obstructed, inevitably affecting their branches elsewhere. Thus, Bryce sought an audience with Governor Lake, but their meeting ended in discord. The governor had not directly participated in the attacks, yet he was unwilling to assist. Enraged, Bryce realized that his family was suffering an unwarranted calamity. Nevertheless, he devised a means of retaliation. Since one-third of Mole City's tax revenue originated from the Gutman Trading Company, they would refuse to pay taxes under the pretext of harassment, thereby protesting their treatment. Such actions were trivial skirmishes, hardly significant in the grand scheme, yet the long-standing accord among the three families had been irrevocably shattered, and the rest of Mole City watched the spectacle unfold. Phil had heard whispers of these developments, but found them of little consequence. Having completed his mission, he had no ties to any of the three families and welcomed the tranquility of his idle time. However, his respite was short-lived as he soon received a new assignment. Upon receiving the slip detailing the task, Phil was momentarily taken aback. It appeared the Gutman family was indeed desperate, for the target was none other than Yanko Findiston, another of the three heirs. Chapter 37. The Cisco Family. Ing stood in a corner of Phil's room, observing Phil's youthful visage, his eyes brimming with excitement. Naturally, he dared not maintain a direct gaze upon Phil. For fear of detection, this task had been newly assigned, and Ing had not anticipated that anyone would dare to target Yanko Findiston, heir to one of the three major powers in Mole City. With Rolls already dead, it seemed now it was Yanko's turn. Ing was eager to witness how Phil would carry out the assassination in such a sensitive climate. The atmosphere in Mole City was fraught with tension. It had been half a month since Roll's death, yet no one had uncovered the identity of the assassin. The case remained unresolved, and the Bolster family, unable to find a target, had finally begun their assault on the most likely suspect, the Gutman family. The three prominent families of Mole City, the Gutmans, known for their extensive commercial endeavors, the Findistons, who wielded political influence, and the Bolsters, who commanded military forces, had long maintained a precarious balance, rarely interfering with one another. While the Gutman family may have appeared to be mere merchants, their sway was not to be underestimated, as commerce could extend its reach far beyond local territories. However, mere days after Roll's demise, the city guards began rigorous inspections of all goods associated with the Gutman Trading Company. Examining every detail with meticulous precision, many items that had previously gone unnoticed were now under intense scrutiny. The Bolster family's counteroffensive was a direct attempt to undermine the Gutman Trading Company's business. Although the Gutmans had expanded their operations to other regions, their headquarters remained in Mole City, making them susceptible to these pressures. Conducting business required a foundation of mutual respect, yet the daily inspections by the guards rendered it nearly impossible for the Gutman Trading Company to attract clientele. This alone resulted in substantial losses for the Gutman family. In response, the family patriarch, Bryce Gutman, personally confronted the Bolster family, only to be met with indifference. Frustrated by the lack of acknowledgement, he recognized that if this continued, the Gutman Trading Company's business would plummet, given that their headquarters was being obstructed, inevitably affecting their branches elsewhere. Thus, Bryce sought an audience with Governor Lake, but their meeting ended in discord. The governor had not directly participated in the attacks, yet he was unwilling to assist. Enraged, Bryce realized that his family was suffering an unwarranted calamity. Nevertheless, he devised a means of retaliation, since one-third of Mole City's tax revenue originated from the Gutman Trading Company. They would refuse to pay taxes under the pretext of harassment, thereby protesting their treatment. Such actions were trivial skirmishes, hardly significant in the grand scheme, yet the long-standing accord among the three families had been irrevocably shattered, and the rest of Mole City watched the spectacle unfold. Phil had heard whispers of these developments but found them of little consequence. Having completed his mission, he had no ties to any of the three families and welcomed the tranquility of his idle time. However, his respite was short-lived as he soon received a new assignment. Upon receiving the slip detailing the task, Phil was momentarily taken aback. It appeared the Gutman family was indeed desperate, for the target was none other than Yanko Findeston, another of the three heirs. Upon reaching this conclusion, Phil's spirits significantly lifted. He hummed a cheerful tune as he ventured out to explore. The city of Moore was bustling with life, and a wandering bard, intent on traversing the continent, should not overlook such exhilarating conflicts. Observing the three prominent families vying for supremacy was bound to be an intriguing experience. Of course, Phil's true aim was to glean any noteworthy information. Ing watched Phil's countenance shift from stormy to sunny, feeling a twinge of admiration. Could it be that this fellow had conjured some brilliant idea? Moments ago, he resembled a gambler haunted by misfortune, and now he radiated brightness. The streets were teeming with people, and there was no indication of any discontent. However, stepping into the shops under the auspices of the Gutman Trading Company would reveal an atmosphere far less pleasant. Phil had no desire to join the fray. Instead, he settled comfortably on the first floor of a noble tavern, ordering a bottle of rum and a couple of small dishes, indulging in his own company. The noble tavern remained true to its nature, impervious to the passing of any individual. Most patrons were aristocrats, with a smattering of wealthy individuals seeking a taste of noble luxury, though the prices were steep. The affluent in this city were plentiful. "Excuse me, sir, would it be possible for my sister and me to share your table?" The voice was refined. Catching Phil's attention, he looked up to see a young man and woman standing nearby. A quick glance around the tavern revealed that it was indeed full, and his table was ostensibly the last available spot. The young man had discerned Phil's bardic attire, which prompted his respectful address. "Feel free," Phil replied with a nonchalant glance at the pair. They appeared no older than 18 or 19, the girl seemingly younger, possessing a charmingly innocent appearance. A mere fleeting glance had allowed Phil to thoroughly assess them. "Thank you," the young man said, visibly pleased, as he pulled his so-called sister into a seat. Their attire was quite elegant. The young man donned a warrior's garb, while the young woman wore the flowing robes typical of a scholar. Phil nodded, choosing to remain aloof, for he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with strangers. Assassins, by nature, are solitary beings, and Phil preferred not to burden himself with unnecessary concerns. The young woman seemed particularly intrigued by Phil, her gaze fixed upon him as if his face bore some enchanting quality. They soon ordered their drinks and dishes. "Sir, drinking alone is rather dull. Allow me to raise a toast to you in gratitude," the young man proclaimed. Lifting his glass, Phil smiled. It was customary to partake in a toast when offered, especially since they were sharing the same table. As their glasses clinked and were set down, the young woman could no longer contain her curiosity. "Are you truly a bard?" Her tone brimmed with skepticism. Typically, bards were not so youthful. Mastering the craft required extensive knowledge. Phil appeared no older than 16 or 17, an age where most were still immersed in their studies at academies, even aspiring bards. Phil pointed to the bard's emblem on his collar, chuckling softly. "Indeed, I am. Then you must have countless fascinating tales to share. Would you regale me with one?" The young woman, evidently eager, found it slightly awkward to address him as sir, given their age difference. Most bards were unable to cultivate martial prowess, yet acquiring a bard's emblem was no simple feat, requiring a wealth of diverse knowledge. In simpler terms, not just anyone could earn the bard's title merely by telling tales. "Alice, do not be rude," the young man admonished gently, though he too found Phil's youth a point of concern. "Forgive my sister's impudence. I am Cole Durinder, and this is my sister, Alice Durinder. We are both students at the Royal Martial Academy. We have come here to attend the funeral of Rawls. Please do not take my sister's words to heart." Cole Durinder clearly hailed from a noble lineage, adhering to etiquette with precision. Offending a bard was not a wise choice, although they posed no direct threat. Their words wielded considerable power. "Not at all," Phil replied with a smile, raising his glass in acknowledgement. While Cole had expressed an apology, it was evident he did not take it too seriously. Etiquette merely compelled him to do so. Upon noticing Phil's nonchalance, he reciprocated the gesture, while Alice was left overlooked. Alice pouted slightly but refrained from voicing her displeasure. Questioning a bard's credentials was undeniably impolite. "Since Miss Alice wishes to hear a story, I shall oblige," Phil remarked, aware that offending a woman typically led to unfavorable outcomes, although he had not recounted tales for several days. He was confident in his improvisational skills and had ample material stored from his time in the library. A gentle voice emerged, captivating the attention of Cole and Alice as they slowly became engrossed in Phil's narrative. It was not long before they realized the story had concluded, and both were momentarily lost in thought. Alice's expression turned somber. The tale had evoked a sense of melancholy, nearly bringing her to tears, while Cole appeared contemplative, seemingly resonating with the story's themes. Phil chuckled softly, taking a sip from his glass. "Oh, how amusing it is to have my expertise questioned. It seems you shall pay for your skepticism, as I shall linger in your thoughts for some time." His demeanor remained calm, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. These nobles were indeed rather tiresome. Their propensity for sentimentality, a common trait, among others, that Phil had come to recognize. After a prolonged silence, Cole Durinder realized he had let his emotions slip, feeling somewhat foolish for being moved by a simple story. "Your tale was truly moving, and I apologize for my earlier skepticism. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Cole bowed slightly, formally asking. Though they had already introduced themselves, Phil had withheld his name, indicating a desire for anonymity. Cole's inquiry felt somewhat intrusive. "Phil Siskor," he replied with a mild smile. "May I ask where Mr. Phil is from?" Cole's eyes brightened at the mention of Phil's name, a hint of surprise in his expression. Phil noticed this subtle shift in Cole's demeanor, perplexed by it. Was there something significant about the Siskor name? "My homeland. To be honest, I am unsure. Since my earliest memories, I have wandered the continent with my father, who was also a bard. One could say I have no fixed home." Phil fabricated a tale. Knowing that even members of the Assassin's Guild would be oblivious to his origins, Cole appeared somewhat disappointed, while Alice Durinder seemed to regain her composure, her gaze tinged with wistfulness. Phil felt a shiver run down his spine. All this for merely recounting a poignant story. Was it really necessary for her to regard him with such longing? "Siskor is our mother's family name. It is said that those bearing this name have dwindled in number. With only one family remaining in the kingdom, our mother's family, the Siskor clan. Might you be a relative of ours?" Cole explained, providing a timely reprieve from Alice's gaze. However, Phil was taken aback by this revelation. He was aware that his parents had settled in that small village later in life, leading a modest existence, yet he had never heard of any family ties in this world. Chapter 38. The Temple of Light. Phil had chosen to use his real name in public, hoping that if his sister, Philia, were to hear it, she might seek him out. Though uncertain of her current circumstances, he held steadfast in his belief that she was safe. Now, encountering two strangers who claimed kinship felt like an extraordinary coincidence. "Mr. Cole, that seems highly unlikely. My father never mentioned anything about having family," Phil said, uncertainty creeping into his voice. His parents had rarely spoken of their past, especially given his frail health as a child. Until the age of 8, he had been weak and often spent his days asleep. After his parents passed away when he was 8, any chance of learning about his origins had vanished. "May I ask your father's name? I can inquire with my mother upon our return, and we may uncover the truth," Cole pressed, evidently unwilling to let the matter rest. Alice, having grasped the situation, felt a surge of excitement as her earlier melancholy transformed. If Phil truly bore some relation to her, she would undoubtedly take on the role of the elder sister, despite being slightly older than him. The prospect of having such a talented storyteller as a brother filled her with delight, causing her eyes to gleam with anticipation, completely forgetting the earlier discomfort. Phil was acutely aware of Alice's change in demeanor, feeling increasingly exasperated. Were these siblings sent by fate to toy with him? However, given Cole's keen interest, Phil did not choose to conceal anything. Who knows where his father originated from? Judging by the appearance of these two siblings, they seemingly hail from noble lineage, and it is well known that nobility does not wed commoners. This implies that if his father indeed had any connection with Cole and Alice's mother, he must also be of noble blood. Nobles are adept at maneuvering through societal affairs, and should Phil possess such an identity, the quest to locate his sister would likely become significantly easier. "My father's name is Raoul Sisko," Phil stated, the name resonating with a sense of familiarity. Cole and Alice clearly recognized it, though they took note without further comment. "Mr. Cole, have you traveled all this way to attend the funeral of Rolls Bolster?" Phil was keen to avoid any entanglements concerning identity. Uncovering a familial connection would not bode well for him at present. After all, he was now an assassin, bound by the organization's orders to remain in this city of Morto. Stray from their directives would mean certain death, even if Cole's mother were indeed his blood relative. Acknowledging such a connection could only lead to trouble, especially if the assassin organization caught wind of it. Phil was determined not to allow the organization to dictate his life indefinitely. he would one day extricate himself from their grasp. When that time came, he could simply discard his faceless guise, and the organization would be unable to trace him. However, should he be recognized by family, the consequences would be dire if he ever broke free from the assassin organization. The Cisco family would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, even if he truly had a family, Phil would resolutely refuse to acknowledge them. This decision was also rooted in his lack of desire to return to any family, as the Cisco lineage had no significance to him whatsoever. Nevertheless, Cole's earlier words had piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. Rolls Bolster had once been a student at the Royal Martial Academy. Having graduated and returned home, the fact that Cole and Alice had come to pay their respects suggested a deep connection to Rolls. Yet, Phil was not concerned with that aspect. Rather, he was preoccupied with determining when Rolls' funeral would take place. Given that even those from the capital were attending, it would be unreasonable for the young Master Yang to miss the event. Phil was troubled by how to locate the young master. If he could not even find him, completing his mission would be impossible. Indeed, the Bolster family and our Durinder family have long been allies. While at the Royal Martial Academy, Rolls took great care of us, which is why our father has sent us to attend the funeral. I had just seen my brother Rolls at the beginning of the year, and now he has been brutally murdered. That despicable thief is truly detestable, Cole declared, his tone steeped in anger, clearly indicating a close bond with Rolls. Phil remained unfazed. After all, he had been subjected to insults before. As an assassin, he was accustomed to such occurrences during debriefings, and a few harsh words would not faze him. He had long since developed immunity to such taunts. If Cole were to discover that the perpetrator sat calmly before him, he would surely be taken aback. Alice had been observing Phil and, sensing his indifference, felt a surge of frustration. After all, Rolls had once treated her quite well. "Mr. Phil, have you heard any word more regarding the identity of the murderer?" Alice inquired, the formality of Mr. sounding rather awkward given Phil's youth. Phil smiled faintly. He indeed possessed knowledge of the matter, but it was not something he could divulge. "Miss Alice, do you truly believe a mere bard like me would be privy to the intricacies of such affairs?" Cole coughed lightly, clearly signaling to Alice to refrain from pressing further. This was a sensitive topic, especially considering the nature of Rolls' demise. Alice quickly grasped the implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She could hardly fathom how someone like Rolls could meet such a fate. He had been renowned as a paragon of virtue during their time at the Royal Martial Academy. Cole soon finished his meal, appearing far less leisurely than Phil, who could afford to sip his drink at a more relaxed pace. "Mr. Phil, upon our return, I shall inquire with my mother if your father is indeed a member of the Cisco family. I hope you will not shy away from that truth," Cole stated before taking his leave. Phil nodded, deciding that this matter could wait. If such a family truly existed, it might not be entirely disadvantageous for him. As Alice departed, she cast a lingering, mournful glance at Phil, leaving him speechless. It seemed she still remembered that tale. Ing did not draw closer to Phil, remaining unaware of their conversation. Moore had become a place filled with many whom he needed to regard with caution. Prompting him to shadow Phil discreetly, he had to be exceedingly careful. Should he overhear Cole's words, the Cisco family might soon find themselves under scrutiny. Assassins had long been known to purchase slaves and train them into assassins without ever questioning their origins. After all, no assassin had ever successfully escaped the organization's control, and it was unnecessary to delve into the backgrounds of those slaves. However, if it were discovered that an assassin had returned to their family, the repercussions could be dire, either being exploited by the assassin organization or facing annihilation. Assassins held substantial knowledge about the inner workings of their organization, which could not be disclosed. Once Cole and Alice had departed, Phil began to eavesdrop on the conversations within the tavern. Rolls' burial was imminent. This presented an excellent opportunity. As one of the three prominent young masters of Moore, young Master Yang would surely make an appearance. Phil soon gleaned the information he sought from the patrons' chatter. Rolls would be laid to rest in 5 days. Many had come to the city specifically for this occasion, and it was undeniable that the Bolster family's connections were considerable. Attendees were converging from various locations. The funeral would be held in the Bolster family's burial grounds, presided over by a priest from the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light stood as the sole authority on divine matters across the continent, with branches found in all 3 great empires and 4 kingdoms. Moore, being one of the notable cities in the Siskoto County of the Croatian Kingdom, naturally housed a branch of the temple. The priests of the Temple of Light were skilled in luminous incantations, known for their healing effects, often venturing forth to provide aid to the impoverished and cure ailments, thereby winning the hearts of the people. Although the temple refrained from interfering in the political affairs of nations, its influence was unparalleled. Events ranging from nobles' coming-of-age ceremonies to the coronation of heads of state required the temple's priests to bestow blessings, which were believed to invoke divine favor. This was equally true for funerals. Those receiving the blessings of the divine were thought to ascend to paradise and dwell with the gods. Phil, despite viewing the Temple of Light as little more than a charlatan's facade, could not deny its pervasive influence. Having consumed enough, Phil finally departed, making his way toward the Temple of Light, which was situated at the heart of Moor. It stood as a grand symbol of the light god's majesty, though Phil felt little inclination toward it. Since arriving in this world, he had never ventured into a temple. After all, it would be ridiculous for an assassin to seek solace in a house of worship. Yet, he found himself compelled to explore the temple, as many of its branches were open to all, except for certain areas. This was in line with the temple's doctrine of alleviating the burdens of others, and its existence had provided refuge for many in need. It seemed that belief in the light god was widespread, with few exceptions, Phil being one of them. Assassins like him would naturally be inclined to revere the god of death. However, in this world, aside from the light god, other deities were often deemed malevolent, such as the dark god worshipped by the dark races and the beast god venerated by the beast men, both of whom were targets for humanity. The Temple of Light was magnificent, even its branches standing as the most solemn and towering structures within the city. Should anyone's construction surpass that of the temple, they would surely face severe repercussions. Upon his arrival, Phil noticed numerous plain-clothed individuals within, the devout citizens who frequented the temple to confess their sins every few days. Observing the kneeling worshippers, Phil contemplated entering, but ultimately refrained. To step inside would imply submission, and he would rather perish than kneel. He held no ties to the elderly deity, which further fueled his indifference toward the temple. Despite being transported to this world, he remained skeptical of the supernatural. If the light god were truly so formidable, why then was the world rife with turmoil? Chapter 39, Prelude to the Funeral. Although the Temple of Light appeared to be accessible, Phil understood that its significant areas were heavily guarded. Gaining entry would prove exceedingly difficult. He merely passed by the temple, recognizing that even if he entered the prayer area for common folk, it would serve no purpose, especially since he wished to avoid drawing attention at this juncture. With only 5 days until Roll's funeral, Phil had limited time. Upon hearing this news, he devised a rough plan, though its success would depend on a stroke of luck. In other words, he held no absolute assurance that he could execute any schemes during the funeral. Ing trailed closely behind Phil, quickening his pace as they neared the temple. Despite his strong ability to remain hidden, Ing did not dare to be overly confident. Powerful sorcerers and the priests of the Temple of Light possessed means to detect the innate stealth capabilities of the dark races. As a half-dark race, Ing was particularly cautious. The burial site of the Polster family was known to Phil long before he prepared to assassinate Rolls. However, he had not anticipated that, after Roll's demise, he would still hold value for himself. Within the opulent estate of the Gutman family, Bryce Gutman sat upright, his brow furrowed, while his eldest son, O.S. Gutman, stood motionless at his side, head bowed, his eyes furtively darting towards his father's face. Betraying his palpable anxiety, the sudden death of Rolls, coupled with their prior conflicts and the jealousy among the 3 prominent heirs, resulted in O.S. bearing the brunt of blame for Rolls' untimely end. Despite his innocence, the entire city of Moor had come to suspect him, leaving him defenseless and overwhelmed. During this trying time, O.S. had endured the most harrowing period of his life, subjected daily to his father's relentless scorn. His earlier triumph over his adversaries, Rolls and Yanko, now a distant memory washed away in the tumultuous river of despair. For days, the city guards had incessantly harassed the Gutman Trading Company, and within a mere fortnight, the company had failed to earn even a single copper coin in Moor, even though its branches elsewhere continued to flourish. The elder Gutman had worn a perpetual frown, and the entire Gutman family was gripped by trepidation. Whenever O.S. was in his father's presence, he could feel the disdainful glares directed at him, akin to those cast upon a harbinger of calamity, which incensed O.S., yet he dared not retaliate at this moment. He was fortunate not to have had his third leg broken by his father. The notion of a femme fatale rang true, as O.S. had confined his young concubine to a dark room, stripping away her previous splendor. O.S., in 5 days, you shall represent me at Roll's funeral. Remember, do not disgrace yourself. The elder Gutman finally spoke, his voice deep and somber, as if it emerged from the depths of the earth. O.S. was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of confusion. Why should he attend when the Polster family likely harbored a desire to extract his very bones, despite knowing he was wrongfully accused? He had not ventured outside in days and was oblivious to the impending funeral. As a former rival, attending the burial was not inherently objectionable, yet the thought sent shivers down his spine. He could easily envision that if he were to appear at the Polster family's burial site, even the deceased Rolls would rise from his grave to strangle him, not to mention the living relatives. Nevertheless, OS understood that he could not defy his father's command. The Gutman family had many heirs, and he was but one. "Father, are you certain?" OS inquired softly, devoid of his previous bravado. The death of a rival had brought misfortune upon him. How could this be considered fair? It would be prudent for you to pay your respects. Regardless of your innocence in this matter, you must behave as though you are not implicated. What others say shall be inconsequential. Do you understand? The elder Gutman fixed his gaze upon OS. Disappointment evident in his eyes for the son he once deemed most fit to inherit the family legacy. "Understood, father," OS replied, knowing he could not express ignorance, even if it meant traversing a path fraught with peril. He had to comply. "You may go now. I hope this experience will foster your growth," the elder Gutman concluded with a statement laden with meaning, gesturing for him to leave. OS, perplexed yet unwilling to question as he once would have, departed, acutely aware that his current circumstances were less than favorable. Meanwhile, in the governor's residence, Yanko, the eldest son, remained secluded in his chamber, having scarcely ventured outside in recent days, previously enamored with the pleasures of the city. His newfound tranquility at home brought considerable relief to Governor Leek Findiston. With the Polster and Gutman families embroiled in conflict, Leek was not inclined to intervene in their affairs. However, to safeguard his son from meeting a fate akin to that of the unfortunate Rolls, he felt compelled to issue a warning to the Gutman family, lest he find himself in the position of burying his own son. Truth be told, Leek found it difficult to believe that the Gutman family had orchestrated the tragedy. Nevertheless, the tide of public opinion had inexorably cast suspicion upon OS, and as he was not Leek's son, he took a certain pleasure in the Gutman family's misfortunes. As the administrator of more, Leek was keen to exert pressure on his adversaries. With administrative authority residing in his hands and military power held by the Polster family, the unexpected demise of their most promising heir had thrown them into turmoil. While the financially adept Gutman family faced off against them, Leek could scarcely contain his amusement in private. "Bring the young master to me," Leek commanded, poring over the latest intelligence regarding the conflict between the Polster and Gutman families. "Father, you called for me." Yanko soon appeared in the study, shedding the airs of a dandy and adopting a more composed demeanor. Leek nodded, observing the transformation in his son with a sense of paternal pride. Once, Yanko's indulgence in the city's vices had provoked Leek's ire, but now he discerned a reflection of his own youthful self within Yanko. "In 5 days, Rolls will be laid to rest. You shall attend on my behalf." "For you were once acquaintances," Leek stated. Traditionally, elders do not attend the funerals of the young, particularly in cases where the bereaved family is not meant to experience such a tragic reversal of roles. However, Yanko's presence was imperative to avoid public scrutiny. He nodded, the gravity of Roll's death imparting profound realizations and a deeper understanding of the world's darkness. For the first time, Yanko felt that his social status was not something to be flaunted. Rather, it was a double-edged sword, fraught with peril. "Continue with the matters you and Rolls had discussed. Should the Polster family persist, you must proceed accordingly. It is time for you to take on greater responsibilities within the family," Leek continued. Yanko contemplated this, nodding in comprehension. He grasped his father's intent. Leek's heart swelled with satisfaction. The greatest beneficiaries of Roll's death were likely the Findiston family. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself momentarily stunned. If he were to entertain such notions, could others not do the same? On the surface, it appeared that the Gutman family bore the brunt of blame, but should someone connect the dots, his own family might not escape suspicion. With a dismissive wave, he sent Yanko away, murmuring to himself, "It seems we must take further action." At the Polster family estate, Roll's body lay in state, ensconced in a crystal coffin, his visage handsome, artificially flushed by the application of powder. Yet, a corpse is a corpse, and death's finality remains unaltered. Roll's mother had fainted several times, while the elder Polster stood silently before his son's coffin, his countenance an embodiment of despair. Rolls was not only the eldest son of the Polster family, but also the most distinguished of the younger generation. The elder Polster had intended to gradually transfer family responsibilities to Rolls, but fate had dealt a cruel hand. "My lord, it is late," Perhaps you should rest, the butler ventured softly, noting that the elder Polster had not closed his eyes in days. At that moment, several young men and women, Roll's siblings, were kneeling in the chapel, gazing intently at their father, who had stood for an extended period, while it was expected that the siblings would mourn the loss of their brother. It was evident to discerning eyes that only the youngest sister genuinely grieved. The rest seemed to be merely performing the role, a poignant commentary on the nature of large families. Have all preparations for Roll's funeral been made? The elder Polster's weary voice broke the silence. For losing a son, especially the most exceptional one, is a profound sorrow. Even now, they had yet to ascertain how Rolls had been poisoned. The noble family involved raised no suspicions, yet their son had perished, leaving the elder Polster bereft of any opportunity for vengeance. All arrangements have been made. The high priest Moranka will personally oversee the young master's funeral, and all necessary invitations have been sent, the butler replied, his tone laced with sorrow, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. Moranka was the highest-ranking blue-robed priest in Moor, and in such a city, the most esteemed clergy stationed at the temple were merely blue-robed. Red-robed priests typically resided only in county seats or the capital, while purple-robed priests were exclusive to the temple's headquarters, rarely seen by the public. The elder Polster nodded. Has the Gutman family sent their invitations? Suddenly, he inquired, and a chill seemed to permeate the room, causing those present to widen their eyes in confusion. Well, my lord, not yet, the butler replied in a barely audible whisper. The Gutman family was, after all, a taboo subject for the Polsters. Send them an invitation. We must not forsake decorum, the elder Polster declared, his expression darkening. While there was no evidence to prove that the Gutman family was responsible for Roll's demise, they remained the prime suspects. Very well, my lord. I shall dispatch someone first thing in the morning, the butler acquiesced, not daring to voice any objections. No, let Cardman make the trip, the elder Polster instructed. A young man nearby suddenly displayed a look of alarm. He was Cardman Polster, Roll's younger brother and the current heir apparent of the Polster family. Chapter 40. The temple's anomaly. The night view of Moor City is breathtakingly beautiful. For the nobles residing within, there exists no distinction between day and night. Every bustling locale is ablaze with light. Their evening banquets are the epitome of luxury and revelry, for it is during the night that they truly indulge in the pleasures of life. In stark contrast, the common folk of the city retire early, securing their doors and settling down for the night, lacking the means to squander their time in nocturnal festivities. The temple, however, exudes an unusual tranquility at night. The faithful who came to pray have long departed, and this time of night is reserved for the priests to rest and meditate. Although Moor City's temple boasts only a single blue-robed priest, it is home to numerous white-robed priests and acolytes, as well as the valiant temple knights. The temple is not merely a sanctuary of faith. Its martial prowess is formidable as well. In a secluded corner of the temple, Phil lay in silent concealment, meticulously calculating the patrol routes of the temple guards. If there exists a place in Moor City with the strictest vigilance, it is undoubtedly the temple, while few dare to show disrespect toward the divine. The temple remains vigilant, ensuring all necessary precautions are in place. The guards, even in the depths of night, perform their duties with unwavering diligence. Should any untoward incident occur during their watch, they would face the dire consequences of the pyre. No one dares to offend the divine, nor does anyone risk negligence in the presence of the gods. Phil maneuvered through the temple with the grace of a shadow, harboring no fear of the so-called god of light. If that old man truly existed, he would hardly concern himself with a mere assassin such as Phil. A figure known as Shadow observed Phil's hidden position from afar, hesitant to approach. Shadow bore the scent of the dark kin, and the temple was an absolute forbidden ground for him. Should the priest sense his presence, even 10 shadows would struggle to escape. He remained perplexed as to why Phil would venture into the temple. For to an assassin, the temple is one of the few places that should remain untouched. Assassins are the harbingers of death, tasked with reaping lives, albeit for a price. In contrast, the temple symbolizes light. An assassin entering such a sanctified place would be akin to walking into a trap. The priest's radiant energy and the knight's divine power are particularly attuned to the lethal aura of assassins that, if discovered, the only fate awaiting them would be purification, death of the body, and the cleansing of the soul. Phil remained motionless as temple guards occasionally passed nearby, oblivious to his presence. His skills in concealment were commendable. He had expertly suppressed his aura, and with no fluctuation of energy emanating from him, he was more hidden than any other assassin. His training at the 42 Institute was not in vain, and Phil now believed that even the best of his peers might struggle to match his stealth. However, he did not possess the same confidence regarding his ability to surpass them in the art of movement. As the number of guards dwindled and the lights in many rooms began to dim, Phil found himself in an advantageous position, allowing him to observe most of the temple. It was only when the last lights extinguished, leaving only the illumination from the temple hall, that Phil made his move. He had thoroughly memorized the patrol routes, and calculating their timing was child's play, an exercise from a past life. Although the guards' placement was relatively sound, their movements were too predictable for Phil to forget. Cautiously, he advanced, aiming for the brightly lit hall, the site of the priest's prayers, where the light never fades. At this late hour, it was unlikely anyone remained within. As Phil began to move, Shadow noticed him but refrained from following. This place felt ominous to Shadow. Entering would risk detection by the priests, and despite never having failed before, he knew only caution could ensure his survival. Shadow was baffled by Phil's motives for visiting the temple. Did he intend to make a scene in front of the God of Light? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet, he ultimately lacked the courage to step inside the temple, thus missing the opportunity to witness Phil's actions. Phil stealthily navigated past the guards. The grand doors of the hall stood ajar, and the windows remained unlatched, allowing him to enter with ease and survey his objective. The priests were preparing for the funeral of Rolls, necessitating the use of the so-called holy water. Whether this water could truly dispel evil was unclear to Phil, but since every attendee at the funeral would eventually come into contact with it, that sufficed for his purposes. The holy water, said to be drawn from a spring beneath the statue of the God of Light, was easily located, being the most prominent feature within the hall. Unlike Phil's whimsical moniker for the God of Light, the statue depicted a remarkably youthful figure, its handsome visage radiating kindness and serenity, which left Phil feeling somewhat unsettled. After ensuring the surroundings were devoid of any sound, Phil cautiously approached the statue. The hall contained numerous cushions and various implements, yet Phil refrained from disturbing any of them, as it was rumored that the cushions used by the priests retained traces of divine energy. He was determined to leave no evidence of his presence. Navigating around the ornate decorations, Phil marveled at the temple's opulence. Anything here, if sold, could fetch a considerable sum. However, only Phil would dare entertain such thoughts, and it was unlikely anyone would be bold enough to purchase items from the temple, for doing so would be akin to blasphemy. Given the temple's influence across the continent, few would possess the audacity to do so. Phil was not a thief. He had no interest in the temple's possessions. Silently, he reached the statue and carefully concealed any shadows that the flickering lights might cast upon him before he set to work. The holy water lay before him, trickling from the statue's base and pooling in a basin at its feet. The priests utilized this holy water to bless the faithful, making it a crucial asset in their sacred rites. From his pocket, Phil produced a small vial and poured its transparent contents into the holy water. The liquid blended seamlessly, causing no disturbance. With this task accomplished, Phil prepared to depart, having achieved his singular objective. There were some ludicrous regulations surrounding the priest's conduct during funerals, such as the requirement that holy water be prepared 4 days in advance in specific vessels, with dedicated priests offering prayers day and night before it could be utilized. It was believed that this practice enhanced the water's efficacy, a notion Phil scoffed at, yet it now served his purpose. Once the holy water was prepared, it was not to be disturbed. Had Phil received his information or assignment even a day later, his plan might have fallen apart. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the statue of the God of Light emitting a faint glow. Phil paused, astonished. Could it be that the God of Light was manifesting? Recalling his recent actions, Phil, though skeptical of the divine, felt a twinge of surprise. Just as he resolved to leave, an excruciating pain shot through his head, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, he remained aware of his surroundings. If he were to lose consciousness here or scream in agony, the only fate awaiting him would be the gallows before the temple. Enduring the pain, Phil's movements became sluggish. He could not fathom what was occurring. Could it be that the God of Light is truly unleashing his wrath? He wondered in fright. Yet he dared not act recklessly. Given his current condition, attempting to escape the patrolling guards would be tantamount to folly. The pain in his head intensified, and the statue's glow grew more intense. Unconsciously, Phil placed his hand upon the edge of the basin, disregarding his previous hesitations about touching anything. His body leaned closer, driven by the sudden agony that rendered him unable to resist. His hand made contact with the basin. The light from the statue surged toward him through the water. Fortunately, the temple was illuminated, or the statue's transformation would have surely drawn attention. The radiance dimmed, yet it flowed along Phil's arm, merging with his very being and converging upon his mind. What is happening? As the light entered his consciousness, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of comfort that nearly elicited a moan from him. Though he quickly regained control, the light from the statue continued to wane, and as Phil beheld the luminescence coursing up his arm, he found himself in utter bewilderment. One thing, however, was clear. This light was alleviating his pain, or perhaps healing it. As Phil grappled with confusion, contemplating whether to withdraw his hand, a scream suddenly echoed in his mind. This cry was unmistakably internal. Otherwise, if it had originated from without, the entire temple would be in an uproar. This realization only deepened his bewilderment. Was there another presence residing within his mind? Could it be that the sudden pain was the doing of this unknown entity? Phil felt an eerie sensation, as if he were possessed. A ghost. Suddenly, a thought struck Phil. Wasn't he during his expedition with a group of adventurers to the Sunset Forest, while capturing a Bodu beast, that he encountered an old ghost who claimed to be Delros? Could it be that this fellow had taken residence within him? A wave of anxiety washed over Phil. But fortunately, as the radiance from the statue of the light god flowed entirely into his being, the pain he had been experiencing gradually dissipated. That moment, Phil found himself compelled to pay homage to the statue, entirely forgetting that he had never been a devotee and had never offered respect to the so-called light god. Chapter 41. Delros. After that heart-wrenching scream, Phil's headache finally subsided. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. The pain had come suddenly and vanished just as abruptly, lasting only a fleeting moment. He glanced at the statue of the light god with a complex expression and stealthily exited. The unexpected occurrence weighed heavily on his mind. Now he understood that the ancient specter he had encountered in the Sunset Forest truly resided within him, though he was uncertain if that entity had perished this time. Cautiously leaving the temple, Phil dared not linger but stealthily made his way back to his abode. He was eager to comprehend the peculiarities of his current condition. Otherwise, if that old ghost reared its head at a critical moment, even 10 lives would not suffice to counter its mischief. Shadow had finally awaited Phil's emergence. Observing Phil's hurried stealth, a look of confusion crossed his face. Shadow had witnessed Phil's stealth abilities numerous times, yet now he appeared somewhat flustered. Had something occurred to unsettle him within? Shaking his head, Shadow followed suit, unwilling to remain within the temple where he sensed an abhorrent presence. Upon returning to his residence, Phil immediately assumed a cross-legged position, channeling his internal energy to examine his body. To his surprise, he found nothing amiss. His energy flowed smoothly. However, it wasn't long before he detected an anomaly. After experiencing that damned thought realm in the Sunset Forest, his internal energy had surged dramatically, and its properties had transformed. Not only did it possess the essence of arcane power, but there also existed an unfamiliar element. Now, it seemed that his internal energy had undergone yet another change, and that unknown element appeared to have shifted as well. Phil had once speculated that his internal energy could absorb arcane power, and since the thought realm was saturated with thought energy, he wondered if the transformation of his energy was a result of it. Yet, he had never practiced thought energy and was oblivious to its nature. Moreover, he had not utilized his internal energy for some time, leaving him utterly in the dark. Now that his internal energy had again transformed, Phil realized that failing to discern the cause would leave him in a perpetual state of anxiety. Recalling that scream, Phil abruptly halted the flow of his energy and silently pondered. Hey, old ghost named Delros, are you dead or not? Phil was uncertain if the specter had met its demise, yet he dared not be careless. After awakening in the Sunset Forest, he had initially assumed that the old ghost, having failed to seize control, had dissipated, but now it appeared he had been overly optimistic. After calling out several times in his mind, he received no response, which caused him to breathe a sigh of relief. Since that entity had screamed in the temple, it seemed likely that it had truly perished. That sound had distinctly resembled a final cry. Yet, what was the meaning of this? Why had the ghost not acted before, but chose to cause chaos only when he approached the statue of the light god? Damn it, you deserve to die. Encountering the light god would surely bring you suffering. Phil cursed inwardly. Kid, you think I want to die? The light god is nothing but a farce, a congregation of hypocrites. Just as Phil began to feel at ease, a faint voice resonated from within his soul, leaving him momentarily stunned. Delros, you weren't vanquished by that old man, were you? Phil thought in bewilderment. The sensation was exceedingly unsettling. The realization that a ghost resided within him sent chills down his spine. A statue imbued with radiant thought energy, thinking it could vanquish the great Delros. How foolish. Delros' weak voice dripped with disdain. Phil relaxed. The situation was as it stood. The old ghost could do nothing to him now. And even if he feared, it seemed of little consequence. Delros, why are you clinging to me? Do you believe I want to seek a priest in the temple to purify you? Phil threatened, emboldened by the knowledge that the priests in the light god's temple possessed energy that could restrain Delros. "Pa, kid, what do you think you are? A mere assassin, daring to venture into the light god's temple. When your time comes, you'll be as much a casualty as I am. You dare threaten the great Delros. Are you seeking a swift demise? I don't care. You can't remain within me that if necessary, we'll part ways." Phil stood his ground, knowing that dealing with such an old entity required strength. A hint of annoyance flickered in Delros' demeanor as he realized that survival was preferable to death. "What do you want, kid?" Delros inquired, his tone shifting. Though he longed to crush Phil, he found himself compelled to concede. Phil internally sighed in relief, then asserted firmly, "You must explain what's happening. Didn't you intend to annihilate me and reclaim your former self? What has transpired here?" Phil spoke as if he were the injured party, as though Delros' attempt to seize control had backfired, inciting resentment within the specter. "Oh, you think I wished for this? That strange power within you absorbed all the thought energy I had accumulated, even imprisoning my soul within your consciousness. What on earth are you cultivating that can devour thought energy? Are you even human?" Delros roared, his frustration palpable, having believed he was assured of success in seizing control. He now found himself at a loss, blamed for an outcome he had not anticipated. Phil grasped that his sudden surge in power after awakening in that valley was indeed due to this very circumstance. And he couldn't help but feel elated that it was a classic case of a bird being pecked by the very creature it sought to catch. He had inadvertently benefited. However, having this ghost linger within him was hardly a favorable situation. "Delros, how can you exit my body? Otherwise, I'll find someone unfortunate for you to possess instead," Phil inquired, testing the waters. "Kid, don't even think about it. The great Delros has made your body his abode from now on." "Who told you to wander into that damned temple?" Delros replied, his tone surprisingly calm, whether out of anger or resignation. Phil was taken aback, unsure of what Delros meant. "What do you mean by the temple? What was your game earlier?" Phil pressed for clarification. The sudden excruciating pain had been due to the statue of the light god, and he had assumed that the old deity had manifested. "What do you mean by my game? You, who should be struck by lightning, had no business wandering into the temple. As a result, that damned light energy sensed my soul and sought to purify me. Damn it all. It nearly obliterated me, and now you accuse me of playing tricks. Kid, congratulations. My soul is now destined to linger within your consciousness," Delros bellowed, sending shivers through Phil's very being. Now, it dawned upon him, having gotten too close to the statue. It had emitted radiant energy due to the priest's prayers, inadvertently detecting the malevolent specter and setting off a purification process. Regrettably, he had been the unfortunate one caught in the crossfire. "Delros, what is your current situation? Are you truly bound to me?" Phil no longer felt any fear towards Delros. The specter was likely left with only a fragment of its soul, posing little threat to him. Simultaneously, Phil pondered that since Delros' thought energy had been absorbed by him, perhaps his mutated internal energy could also wield thought techniques. Given his prior experiences with arcane power absorption, Phil had long yearned to master thought techniques, yet had never found a way in. Now, with this ancient ghost claiming to have existed within the realm of thought for over a millennium, wouldn't that present an opportunity for him to gain something beneficial? While Phil was uncertain if he could indeed utilize thought techniques through his internal energy, it did not hinder his aspirations. Delros, evidently still infuriated, remained confined within Phil's consciousness. This space was originally meant for storing thought energy. Yet Phil's unique internal energy had assimilated all of Delros' energy, leaving the realm devoid of any thought energy. Thus, even if Delros wished to retaliate, he found himself powerless. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials, and what could a mere soul do against the living? Shadow quietly observed Phil from a corner of the room, unaware of the significant changes within him. Phil practiced his meditative techniques daily, and Shadow had not noticed any fluctuations in arcane or thought energy, merely assuming Phil's unique cultivation method was simply that, unique, without realizing that Phil's path diverged greatly from anyone else's. Phil had long ceased to expect a response from Delros and had grown indifferent to the matter. At this point, he was fairly certain that Delros posed no threat to him. The chi within him, altered by the recent upheaval within the temple, now bore a hint of divine essence, likely due to the radiant psychic energy emanating from the statue. Phil finally confirmed that his chi now possessed attributes of psychic energy, yet he needed to explore how to wield this newfound ability. After absorbing the mysterious power, Phil had invested considerable time merging its characteristics with his own strength, thereby mastering the application of chi that incorporated this enigmatic energy. However, even when faced with the necessity of assassination, he rarely engaged in direct confrontations, which had prevented him from demonstrating his martial prowess. This did not imply a lack of combat ability. With the recent discovery of psychic energy, Phil felt no urgency. After all, he was guarded by an ancient specter capable of surviving for millennia. Surely there would be ample opportunity to learn the art of psychic manipulation. Given that Delros resided within him, it was not without purpose. Phil intended to extract some form of compensation for this arrangement. The thought of those peculiar psychic techniques uplifted Phil's spirits, invigorating his practice. The absence of an increase in his chi merely indicated a rise in the latent energies of the mysterious power and psychic energy within him. The dual cultivation of chi and psychic energy, a path deemed perilous for others, was merely an auxiliary endeavor for him. Chapter 42. Cultivating Psychic Techniques. Phil channeled his Hisu Xiangong. Having progressed from circulating his small circulation to cultivating the 12 primary meridians, and now he began practicing the grand circulation. His chi formed a continuous loop, starting from the Ren and Du meridians, connecting the 8 extraordinary vessels and the 12 primary meridians, ultimately returning to his dantian. The entire system was clear and structured. The Hisu true chi cultivated through this technique retained the essence of his original healing chi. Yet each portion of this healing chi was now infused with the spiritual energy absorbed from the external environment, the source of the mysterious power. Simultaneously, due to the integration of psychic energy, it established a connection with his sea of consciousness, merging the psychic energy generated there into his chi, achieving a harmonious effect. After completing a full cycle of chi, Phil concluded his practice, becoming more familiar with the psychic energy interwoven within his chi. Though he still lacked mastery over its application at the same time, Phil sensed that subtle divine aura within his chi, an attribute of radiant psychic energy, which he had managed to assimilate into his accommodating and absorbent chi. The originally gentle and soothing healing chi now exhibited an encompassing quality, surprising Phil greatly. Nonetheless, this development was ultimately beneficial for him. "Kid, what kind of technique are you practicing that is so extraordinary?" Delrose's voice echoed once more after Phil concluded his session. Though reduced to a mere soul trapped within Phil's sea of consciousness, he was acutely aware of the integration of psychic energy into the chi. With Delrose's extensive knowledge, he had never encountered a technique capable of seamlessly merging various powers for one's own use. Although Phil's cultivated psychic energy had wholly merged with his chi, his sea of consciousness was gradually expanding alongside his practice. As an experienced psychic practitioner who had lived for over a millennium, Delrose naturally understood the significance of this development. Typically, a psychic cultivator would expand their sea of consciousness through meditation, allowing psychic energy to be stored within. Yet Phil, instead, extracted psychic energy directly from his expanding sea of consciousness. Despite the expansion, the psychic energy did not remain stored there. What concerned Delrose even more was the astonishing speed at which Phil was enhancing his psychic energy, an unprecedented rate he had ever witnessed. Each time he observed the sea of consciousness expanding, streams of psychic energy flowed forth like a river, causing Delrose, the ancient specter, to tremble with fear. Was this truly the speed at which a human cultivator progressed? Thus, after his failed attempt at usurpation and confinement within the sea of consciousness, Delrose had begun to study Phil in secret. However, he had never gleaned much from his observations, as he could only faintly sense the chi within Phil's body without witnessing its movements. Yet, each time Phil's chi flowed through the spiritual core of his mind, the overwhelming force left Delrose in awe. Within that chi, he also sensed the mysterious power, psychic energy, and the harmonious fusion of forces he had never encountered before. Devoid of any conflicting sensations, a revolutionary experience for a seasoned psychic practitioner. This is my unique technique. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. So tell me, Delrose, have you considered what you can offer for the privilege of residing within my body? Phil replied with a sense of pride. Capital. Delrose was taken aback, puzzled by Phil's implication. You consume my resources and reside here. Do you expect to do so without compensation? Phil asserted defiantly, akin to a landlord collecting rent, his tone unyielding. Delrose was left speechless. bewildered by Phil's audacity. When had he ever partaken of Phil's resources? It seemed all the psychic energy he had painstakingly amassed had been siphoned off by this young man, leaving him with naught but a soul entirely at Phil's mercy. You vile creature, how dare you attempt to settle accounts with me? Have you lost your mind? Delros roared, indignant. TSK, Delros, do you dare to challenge me? Had it not been for your attempt to usurp my flesh, you would not find yourself in such a predicament. I certainly owe you no gratitude. Now think carefully. Even without seeking the priest of the Radiant Temple, I can slowly wear you down, Phil threatened. Although the radiant psychic energy within his chi was faint, he could already wield it. Though he had been unaware of what had transpired with Delros and the statue's radiant psychic energy. Given the precedent, it would be foolish not to utilize it. Hey, kid, do you think you can use your mediocre radiant psychic energy against me? Save your breath. I am but a soul now, already purified by that damned statue. It holds no power over me now, Delros snarled. His expression twisted with rage. He had suffered greatly in the temple, nearly facing annihilation. Fortunately, he understood certain secret arts. Otherwise, Phil would have never encountered him. However, if that were the case, it might very well be a blessing for Phil. Phil had not anticipated such a situation. Could he truly be powerless against this specter? Delros, regardless, you cannot dwell in my body for free. You must offer something in exchange, or I shall find a way to eliminate you, Phil retorted angrily. This was his territory, and he would not be denied even a small measure of compensation. Did Delros truly believe his body was a public space? Although Delros claimed that radiant psychic energy could no longer affect him, Phil remained skeptical. Surely, there were no insurmountable challenges in this world. Kid, what are you scheming? Delros inquired nonchalantly, feigning indifference, as if he were unperturbed by Phil's threats to him. Being accompanied by someone to converse and bicker with was quite entertaining after living for over a millennium. Phil was momentarily taken aback by Delros's demeanor. It seemed the saying, the older the demon, the craftier, held true. He needed to be cautious not to fall for Delros's tricks. After some contemplation, Phil decided to be forthright. As he currently held the initiative, if necessary, he could always devise another means to learn. Delros, you are a psychic practitioner, are you not? The psychic energy I possess is languishing in vain. Teach me the art of psychic manipulation, and I shall ensure your comfort within my sea of consciousness, Phil proposed. Delros remained silent for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, to the point where Phil felt compelled to strike the old specter. Delros's voice resonated directly within Phil's mind. Is it that simple? You wish to become my disciple? Phil's irritation flared. Not a disciple, but a trade. Do you understand? Who would desire a partnership with you? Delros was momentarily at a loss for words. Initially intending to boast, but found Phil entirely unyielding. Kid, do you know who I am? Delros pressed, suppressing his anger. Phil was at a loss for words. How was he to know? This figure had appeared out of nowhere. Who knew from which shadow he had emerged? Receiving no response from Phil, Delros felt as though he had been choked, his earlier bravado dissipating into thin air. Who now remembered the name Delros? It was futile to proclaim it, seeing Delros left speechless. Phil couldn't help but feel gleeful. Even if he guessed that this entity held significant stature, it mattered little. After a millennium had passed, even if he had once been renowned, he was now likely nothing more than a forgotten specter. Attempting to assert his status over Phil. Kid, are you certain you wish to learn the art of psychic manipulation from me? Delros asked seriously, as if it were a matter of great importance. Naturally, otherwise. Why would I bother with this? Phil replied nonchalantly. Kid, you must think this through. If anyone discovers your connection to me, you will attract significant trouble, Delros warned gravely. Please, if you don't speak of it, neither will I. Who would know? Besides, you've been dead for so many years. Do you think your old enemies are still around? Phil retorted sarcastically. The only person who might remember Delros's existence within Phil's sea of consciousness was Phil himself. And he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge anything to anyone. You may find the situation amusing, but when the time comes and you are pursued, do not say I did not warn you. Felton was momentarily taken aback. Delros appeared unusually solemn. Could it be that a formidable foe was still alive? That would be quite alarming. However, since Delros had made such a statement, it indicated his tacit agreement, causing Felton to feel a surge of excitement. This individual must possess remarkable abilities, and if he were to impart his knowledge of mental techniques, it would be an incredible boon. Young man, do not rejoice too soon. Your circumstances are quite unique. The ability to wield mental power is not a given. Whether you can successfully practice these techniques remains uncertain. Delrose cautioned, dousing Felton's enthusiasm. In truth, Delrose's agreement to teach Felton was not merely a matter of passing on his legacy. He was also intrigued to see how far Felton could progress given his peculiar situation. The fusion of mental energy and arcane power was something Delrose had never encountered before. Moreover, Felton's extraordinary vital energy likely had remarkable implications. Ultimately, Delrose's curiosity had been piqued, and he saw this as a chance to explore the unknown, treating it as a form of rent for residing within Felton's consciousness. Chapter 43. Refining the mental array. Mental energy originates from the sea of consciousness, resides there, and is a manifestation of human intention. Young man, your mental energy is commendable, yet it does not belong to the sea of consciousness. Furthermore, your technique is rather peculiar. It allows you to extract mental energy from the sea of consciousness. While this may appear advantageous, it conceals potential peril. Delrose spoke with palpable enthusiasm. Since he had agreed to teach Felton, he quickly organized his thoughts, radiating an eagerness that suggested he would not squander a moment. The sea of consciousness is finite. With your method of extraction, there will come a day when it collapses at that point. Even the divine light of the gods will be unable to save you. Felton was not entirely ignorant of the cultivation of mental energy. After all, he had read extensively. Nevertheless, Delrose's words left him visibly shaken. The sea of consciousness is the core of a person's spirit, often referred to as the upper dantian. If what Delrose claimed were true, it would indeed spell disaster. Delrose, surely you can resolve this minor issue. Felton feigned calmness, though internally he was in turmoil. If the upper dantian were to be destroyed, the cultivation of his arcane techniques would be rendered futile. This was the critical pathway of the microcosmic circulation, not something to be taken lightly. Naturally, young man, are you aware that the cultivation of mental energy can occur not only through the sea of consciousness, but also by absorbing primal energies from the external world to convert into one's own mental power? In fact, apart from you, this anomaly who can continuously extract mental energy from the sea, most individuals primarily rely on external forces to address the depletion of mental energy from your sea of consciousness. You must begin by drawing from external sources as long as your absorption from the outside exceeds your extraction from the sea. Your sea of consciousness will stabilize. Otherwise, should you over-extract, you will undermine its very foundation. Delrose articulated with the authority of an expert. When it came to the cultivation of mental energy, this old fellow was undoubtedly a master. Felton felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been quite frightened by Delrose's earlier warnings. Now, learning that external mental energy could be absorbed, he quickly realized that there existed a form of ambient energy that could be transformed into arcane power, a concept he had already experimented with. However, he had not anticipated that mental energy would follow suit. Initially, he believed that mental energy was simply an expression of intention, inherently originating from within oneself. In retrospect, he had clearly misunderstood. Felton had perused texts on mental energy, but without practical experience, he could not grasp its intricacies. Now, however, he was filled with curiosity. This world was far more wondrous than he had imagined. The cultivation of mental energy requires the formation of mental power within the sea of consciousness, establishing the potential to become a mentalist, followed by the continuous generation of mental energy from within and the absorption of it from the external realm. Currently, while Felton possessed a significant amount of mental energy within his body, it was not confined to the sea of consciousness. Instead, it had merged with his vital energy, a phenomenon Delrose had never witnessed before, utilizing mental energy from the sea as a source to absorb external mental energy. Felton's foundation was inherently lacking, yet Delrose had various methods at his disposal that a particularly obscure technique was directly imparted into Felton's consciousness by Delrose. The cultivation of mental energy requires corresponding techniques, and this particular method, while not orthodox, was exceptionally suited to Felton's situation. The distinguishing feature of this technique is that, at the outset of cultivation, the practitioner requires assistance from another to unlock their sea of consciousness using mental energy, simultaneously imprinting a mental array within it. This array accelerates the absorption of external ambient mental energy into the sea, facilitating the practice of mental techniques. This method allows those without the innate aptitude for mental cultivation to engage in it. However, as practitioners increasingly absorb external mental energy, their own production diminishes, leaving their sea of consciousness unfortified. Ultimately, excessive absorption leads to expansion and collapse of the sea, resulting in dire consequences. as it is a technique meant to cultivate expendable pawns. Felton, however, found himself in a different circumstance. His challenge lay in the frequent extraction of mental energy from the sea due to his cultivation of arcane techniques. Should he over-extract, it would compromise the sea, creating a paradox opposite to what this technique typically induced. Thus, employing this method could indeed resolve Felton's dilemma, and as the mental energy in his sea increased, the cultivation of his arcane techniques would likely proceed more smoothly. This technique was regarded as malevolent by others, invariably leading to a short-lived existence, but it suited Felton perfectly. The process of imprinting the mental array was merely the first stage. The subsequent cultivation would depend on Felton's own efforts. This technique, though unconventional, was undoubtedly formidable, and Felton felt a surge of anticipation. His sea of consciousness had already been opened and was quite expansive, so there was no need for external assistance in its development. As for imprinting the mental array, Delros took the initiative without hesitation. Although he now existed solely as a soul, his presence within Felton's sea rendered the process effortless, allowing for meticulous precision. Shadow had remained in the corner, observing Felton. Apart from a few instances where Felton's expression shifted, Shadow was unaware that significant transformations were occurring within Felton that very night. As the night passed, Felton sat in meditation, not engaging in the operation of his arcane techniques, but rather attuning himself to the mental array within his sea of consciousness. The array, intricately and exquisitely inscribed by Delros, drew in flecks of ambient mental energy from the outside, which merged into the array. Following the method outlined in the technique, Felton gradually infused his consciousness into the array, manifesting a humanoid form within it. Though ethereal, this form granted Felton a unique sensation. As the influx of external mental energy gradually increased, Felton's consciousness solidified, taking on an airy quality. He did not communicate with Delros, but began the process of refining the mental array, marking the second step of the malevolent technique. Ultimately, the array, inscribed by external forces, required Felton's conscious intention to be recultivated, essentially retraining the array through his own will. Generally, those who practiced this technique possessed poor aptitude or were entirely incapable of cultivating mental energy. After their sea of consciousness was unlocked by external forces, their own intention struggled to fully retrain the array, resulting in the array being only partially usable, which ultimately led to the collapse of the sea of consciousness. Even those with excellent aptitude, should they choose to practice this technique, would eventually face collapse due to the expansion of mental energy. Felton, however, faced no such risks. Each time he circulated his arcane energy, he extracted mental energy from the sea, and his current issue was not a surplus but rather a deficiency of mental energy, allowing him to cultivate this technique with peace of mind. Felton's consciousness took on a humanoid form as it sat cross-legged within the array, beginning to extract the mental energy embedded within his vital energy to refine the already formed array. He had mastered the manipulation of his vital energy to the point that it flowed effortlessly. Thus, as soon as he initiated the process, a strand of vital energy manifested within the sea of consciousness. Above the mental array, a hazy aura began to materialize, prompting Delros to retreat to a safe distance. When he initially usurped Felton's body, it was precisely the arcane energy that had stripped him of his mental power, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. Though the integration of his mental energy into the arcane energy had been minimal, it was enough to render Delros a paper tiger, existing only as a spiritual essence. Now, witnessing this phenomenon in the sea of consciousness stirred a sense of trepidation within him, akin to a snake that had been bitten thrice fearing the ropes of a well. Felton controlled the strand of vital energy as it floated above the mental array, subsequently extracting the embedded mental energy, peeling it away layer by layer as if unraveling silk. The mental energy within his vital energy was already marked, allowing him to manipulate it with ease. The extracted mental energy fused into the array, merging with the influx of energy from the outside, gradually occupying the intricate carvings within the array. As Felton summoned more of his vital energy, the separated mental energy grew denser, and through his relentless efforts, the array was completely claimed by his mental power, leading to true refinement. Meanwhile, the arcane energy that had lost its mental energy began to reabsorb the ambient mental energy. Returning to its original state, Delros observed the arcane energy with unparalleled astonishment. It resembled a vast ocean, accommodating all manner of forces. Within the current arcane energy flowed mental energy, arcane power, and a glimmer of divine essence. These various energy forms intertwined into a shape that Delros had neither seen nor heard of before. A brilliant flash of light surged through the sea of consciousness, signaling that Phil's refining of the thought array had reached a critical juncture. despite adhering to the techniques passed down from Delros. Phil always felt that something was amiss. The process of refining the thought array had been remarkably smooth, yet in the final central pattern, he found himself perpetually unable to complete it. Although the pattern at the center was not particularly complex, it was the linchpin that connected the entire thought array. It was precisely here that he encountered an obstruction. His mental energy could not penetrate this barrier, preventing him from fully infusing it with his power. This was an invisible hindrance, as if it forbade Phil's mental energy from entering. Delros had evidently noticed the issue, his expression deep in contemplation at that moment. As a sole entity, every thought was manifest upon his visage. And concealment was futile. However, Phil, engrossed in his endeavor to refine the thought array, remained oblivious to it. The central pattern was circular, adorned with intricate designs, and it was this very circle that obstructed Phil's mental energy from breaching its confines. The refining of the thought array required a singular effort. Phil had no time to consult Delros. This hurdle was one he had to overcome on his own, lest all his prior efforts be in vain. Despite his strenuous attempts to compress his mental energy into the array, he could not step beyond that circle. "I refuse to believe that you can withstand me," Phil thought fiercely, taking direct control of the Yisu True Chi summoned into the sea of consciousness. No longer isolating his mental energy, but directing the True Chi straight towards the circle. Delros's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Clearly driven to madness by Phil's reckless behavior, it was not merely mental energy that could be introduced into the thought array. Such an act could lead to an explosion, obliterating the entire sea of consciousness and sealing the fate of both their souls. "Damn it, why did I have to encounter such a lunatic? This is the end," Delros lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as the Yisu True Chi merged into the core circle of the thought array. Delros shut his eyes. Chapter 44. Before the funeral, the circle at the center of the thought array stood as a barrier, obstructing the entry of mental energy, thus preventing Phil from fully refining the array. However, when Phil directed the Yisu True Chi into it, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The True Chi was also repelled by the circle, yet soon, Phil observed that the invisible energy blocking the Yisu True Chi rapidly crumbled and was assimilated. Subsequently, all of the Yisu True Chi that Phil had summoned into the sea of consciousness flowed into the circle, completely filling its intricate designs. Phil remained unaware of the recklessness of his actions, which could have shattered the sea of consciousness with a moment's carelessness. Instead, he felt a surge of joy, promptly continuing the complete refinement of the thought array according to Delros's secret technique. At last, he successfully refined the entire array, imprinting it with his seal. However, the core section of the thought array was occupied by the Yisu True Chi, rendering the entire array somewhat discordant. Phil's thought entity arose, gazing down at the array, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Ultimately, he had gained complete control over the thought array and could distinctly sense that it absorbed stray mental energy from the outside world at an exponentially quicker rate than before. "Kid, you still alive," came Delros's unexpected voice. Now, in the sea of consciousness, his form was that of thought, while Delros existed purely as a sole entity. Neither could hide their thoughts. Phil could clearly see the expression of surprise on Delros's face. "Delros, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that this thought array is another one of your traps meant to eliminate me?" Phil inquired coldly, aware of Delros's previous transgressions. "Eliminate you? I might actually consider it now. Do you have any idea how close you came to killing us both? The thought array isn't just a receptacle for any forces. Are you an imbecile? Don't you realize that if mental energy enters the thought array improperly, it could cause it to collapse? At that point, you'd be left waiting for someone to collect your remains." Delros nearly roared, his earlier fright still palpable. Now, as a mere sole entity, he knew that if Phil's sea of consciousness collapsed, he would be doomed as well. Phil sheepishly chuckled, a hint of embarrassment showing. He genuinely had no knowledge of such a matter. Yet, fortunately, his gamble had paid off. Of course, prior to Delros's outburst, he had been blissfully unaware that he was taking such a risk. Displaying a typical recklessness, after Delros's tirade, he did not possess the capability to match Phil's prowess, so he ventured into the thought array to scrutinize it closely. The array remained the one he had inscribed, but now refined by Phil's mental energy. However, he was not examining that. His focus was on the central circle, which was the crux of the matter. He observed that the circle had been entirely occupied by Phil's Yisu True Chi, with the thought energy that the array absorbed continuously flowing into the central circle, merging with the True Chi. Occasionally, pure mental energy flowed out from the True Chi to replenish the array, surprising Delros greatly. Although this technique was his, it was not one he had created or practiced, leaving him unaware of its mysteries. Just moments ago, Phil had been utterly incapable of refining the most essential central circle with his mental energy, and Delros had begun to contemplate a certain possibility. However, he had ceased to study the specimen now, as he was quite wary of Phil's Hisu, true chi. "Kid, now go out and practice your so-called techniques. And see how they fare," Delros ordered without reservation, as if he were the master of the domain. Phil smirked, and then his thought entity dissipated in the sea of consciousness, his awareness returning to his physical body to channel the Hisu profound technique. The true chi surged from his dantian, circulating smoothly through the minor circulatory pathways. However, when the true chi reached the upper dantian's position in the ancestral orifice, an unexpected event occurred. The true chi flowed deep into the sea of consciousness, specifically into the core circle of the thought array, causing the entire array to suddenly magnify several times, nearly occupying half of the sea of consciousness. The true chi lingered in the circle for a moment before exiting the sea of consciousness, following its original path back down to the lower dantian. The transformation of the sea of consciousness startled Delros, who nearly found himself drawn into the expanded array. Even so, he observed the changes with meticulous attention. When the true chi entered the core of the thought array, a portion of the mental energy accumulated within was absorbed and removed, while the influx of stray mental energy from the outside world accelerated to continue replenishing the array, akin to charging it. Yet, the central circle remained occupied by the Hisu true chi. Phil completed a full cycle of the minor circulatory technique and reappeared in the sea of consciousness. He had also noticed the changes within, though he could not discern whether they were favorable or adverse. "Kid, you've hit the jackpot," Delros remarked cryptically before settling into meditation, seemingly impacted by the revelation. Phil chuckled softly, choosing not to disturb Delros, who was grappling with the shock. The issue of refining mental energy had been resolved, and he had gained an additional method. Ignoring Delros, Phil understood that haste makes waste. Now was not the ideal moment to practice mental techniques. Nor did he possess the energy for it, as another task awaited him. Upon opening his eyes, he found that daybreak had arrived. After meditating throughout the night, his legs had grown somewhat numb, prompting him to rise and stretch his limbs. Performing a set of health exercises that left him feeling invigorated, in the Temple of Light, the priests commenced their daily worship. Beneath the statue of the God of Light, a red-robed priest knelt before the idol, his hands positioned in an unusual manner as he silently recited prayers. Behind him stood 10 blue-robed priests, with white-robed priests positioned further back. Only these priests were deemed worthy of entering the temple. Other apprentice priests could only remain outside, offering fervent prayers. After a considerable time, the red-robed priest, Malanka, finally opened his eyes, daring not to direct his gaze at the statue of the God of Light. Should anyone fixate upon the idol, they would undoubtedly notice that the gathered energy emanating from it appeared considerably dimmer than before. Of course, for the priests, gazing directly at the statue was an act of great disrespect, punishable by severe consequences. Thus, no one discerned the transformation of the idol. After completing a day's tasks, Malanka began to inquire about the affairs of the temple, conducting his inspections meticulously as a duty to the divine. Even if it was merely for show, it was still necessary. Then, the blue-robed priests began their respective duties according to their assignments. One blue-robed priest approached the statue with a pure gold vessel, offering a prayer before carefully drawing holy water from the basin at the foot of the statue, subsequently placing it aside with a label indicating its purpose. This holy water was precisely what would be required for Rowers's funeral, necessitating a 3-day consecration within the temple before being transported to the burial site for the cleansing of the deceased and to ward off misfortune for the attendees. As priests moved in and out, none noticed that the holy water had been tampered with, nor did they possess the courage to contemplate such a notion. Everything unfolded as Phil had anticipated in the blink of an eye. For days had passed out on the 5th morning. Those invited to Rowers's funeral in the city of Moore donned simple attire, adorned with a small flower, their expression solemn as they headed towards the Bolster family cemetery. Located just outside the city in a picturesque estate nestled against the mountains and beside water, this estate had long belonged to the Bolster family, serving as the resting place for generations of their ancestors. The estate had been preparing for this day since the moment Rowers passed, regardless of the circumstances of his demise or at whose hands it occurred. One thing remained constant: he would find his eternal rest here. The cemetery had been arranged for Rawls since his birth, yet no one anticipated its swift necessity. The servants of the Bolster family, under the guidance of craftsmen, had completed the construction of the grave. Awaiting only the placement of the coffin for burial, people from Moore City gradually gathered outside the estate, anticipating the arrival of Rawls' spirit, for those attending the funeral must arrive before the spirit. Lest they show disrespect to the deceased, naturally, most attendees were from the younger generation of various families, as few elderly individuals wished to attend the funeral of a junior. As more people arrived, they exchanged greetings and engaged in familiar conversations, the predominant topic being the day's focus, Rawls. The people of Moore City lamented Rawls' untimely passing, though many young individuals felt a perverse excitement, for it meant one less rival. Look, OS has arrived. Does he dare come here, fearing no wrath from the Bolster clan? Amidst the whispers of the young, three figures approached from a distance. At that moment, no one was riding in carriages. And even if they wished to, they would have to disembark far away. Among the trio, the one in the middle was none other than the young Master OS, flanked by two bodyguards. In the current climate, OS would scarcely dare appear here without protection. Humph, a hypocrite, not worth anything, a young man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at OS, spitting in contempt. Yet, he only dared to express his disdain in secrecy, despite being branded a murderer by all. Few would dare confront him directly. The once lively murmurs outside the estate fell into a heavy silence upon OS' arrival. His countenance was solemn, as if burdened by profound sorrow, and upon realizing that all eyes were upon him, he felt an inexplicable suffocation, bearing the weight of blame without a voice to protest. Faced with the accusatory gazes of the crowd, OS struggled to swallow his indignation but ultimately refrained from speaking. Despite the murderous intent brewing within him. Chapter 45, The Death of Yanka. The gates of the estate remained closed. The mausoleum would only open upon the arrival of the spirit. The crowd waited outside, unwavering, though the once lively whispers had noticeably diminished. OS' presence had stifled conversation, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. After a while, Yanka's figure appeared in the distance, his long absence drawing attention. But unlike OS' arrival, no one dared to whisper or point fingers this time. Instead, most approached him, leaving OS visibly agitated. Once upon a time, this very group had lavished him with attention, yet now they treated him with such disdain. The look in OS' eyes was filled with malice. He had never been a man of broad-mindedness, and he had already taken note of those present. Yanka wore a pained expression, merely nodding at those who greeted him as he strode directly toward OS, fixing him with a cold stare. Yanka, what is the meaning of this? OS demanded, anger flaring as he detected contempt in Yanka's gaze. Humph. Yanka scoffed dismissively, turning away without any intention of conversing with OS. OS' face reddened with rage. Wishing fervently to confront Yanka, infuriated by his audacity. The onlookers relished the unfolding drama, their excitement palpable, yet the occasion was too solemn for conflict to erupt. Cole Dorindo and Alice Dorindo stood a short distance away, regarding OS with evident disdain but choosing to remain silent. They had come to attend a funeral, not to seek confrontation. As time passed, more individuals joined the gathering. When the sun rose higher, the estate's gate swung open. The crowd quickly positioned themselves on either side of the entrance, as two young servants each carried a floral arrangement filled with pale white funeral flowers, distributing them to the attendees. The flower buds were as large as a grown man's fist, blooming profusely, symbolizing purity and remembrance, essential elements of any funeral. The servants handed out the flowers, and each person held a white funeral flower, clasping their hands together in silent contemplation, marking the completion of the ritual. The funerals of the nobility in Ryan's continent are steeped in elaborate customs. These white funeral flowers, distributed by the family, would be placed upon the spirit during burial, conveying the mourner's blessings to the deceased. Once the flowers were distributed, the two servants retreated, yet the crowd remained outside the estate, none expressing discontent. No one would dare provoke the dead. Before the spirit could enter the estate, others would naturally refrain from overshadowing the deceased. Moments later, the sound of weeping echoed from the direction of Moore City. The Bolster family's funeral procession had finally arrived. Only immediate family and relatives within 3 generations would accompany the spirit, while others awaited outside the mausoleum. Leading the procession was a priest in red robes, flanked by 2 priests in blue, with 4 in white following closely, all members of the temple. Whenever matters of joy or sorrow arose, the temple's priest would invariably make an appearance, yet the attendance of the highest-ranking red-robed priest for a junior's funeral surprised many. Old Bolster wore a profoundly sorrowful expression as he walked behind the priests, alongside his wife, Rawls' mother, the two leaning on each other for support. The sight of a white-haired person bidding farewell to a black-haired one stirred deep emotions among the onlookers. Following them was a crystal coffin, carried by 4 robust men, with the young generation of the Bolster family trailing behind, each bearing an expression of deep mourning, as though they had lost a beloved father. Of course, the deceased was not their father, but within this context, they maintained the facade. Once the priests and the Bolster family entered the estate, Yanka and OS led the others inside, and the funeral commenced. Before the grand, meticulously crafted tomb, the priest stood before the crystal coffin, murmuring incantations as beams of luminous energy flowed into the coffin, serving as a baptism to cleanse the deceased of earthly sins. The Bolster family stood solemnly on either side, while Yanka and the others maintained a respectful distance, adhering to tradition. As the funeral rites progressed, the sun reached its zenith, and fortunately, the area was shaded by flourishing trees, providing a cool respite. Finally, it was time for the burial. The crystal coffin was levitated into the grave by the red-robed priest Maranka, who then sprinkled holy water while the attendees scattered flowers. One by one, the pristine funeral flowers were cast into the grave, where Rawls lay peacefully within the crystal, as if bidding farewell to all. Once the Bolster family had finished scattering flowers, it was the turn of the funeral attendees. Yanka stepped forward first, gazing intently at Rawls' remains in the crystal coffin. The two had been rivals since childhood, their paths intertwined in a relentless competition until they temporarily allied due to OS. Yet, before their plan could unfold, Rawls had met a tragic end. Yanka felt a pang of regret. With Rawls gone, he would find no worthy adversary in Moor City. Rawls, may we clash again in the next life, Yanka murmured quietly. Releasing the funeral flower, which fell gracefully to the ground as he moved to the side. Os then approached. This was his first glimpse of Rawls' lifeless form since the assassination. Under different circumstances, he might have reveled in the moment, but now, burdened with the weight of blame, he found no joy in the sight. He understood that he was the least welcome presence here, universally regarded as the murderer. Yet he had no defense. He was irrevocably stained with guilt. Rawls, even in death, you seek to trouble me, Os thought, his emotions a tumultuous swirl as he cast down the white funeral flower he held. The remaining attendees followed suit, casting their flowers as a final farewell to Rawls. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow. Any hint of laughter would surely invite violence. With all the flowers cast into the crystal coffin, the priest continued to sprinkle holy water, and finally, the time to inter Rawls had come. Rawls' loyal bodyguards, the mage Podoro and the warrior Beers, alongside 10 warriors from the Bolster family, began to shovel soil into the grave. Having failed to protect Rawls, the 2 bodyguards knew they could not escape punishment, and their days were fraught with difficulty. However, the Bolster family was not without reason. The manner of Rawls' assassination had been utterly unexpected. They could not have stood idly by while Rawls was endangered. So despite facing consequences, the 2 were not expelled from the Bolster family, merely set aside for future considerations. Young master, rest easy. I shall avenge you. Beers cast a glance at Os. The murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. Once Rawls was laid to rest, the funeral concluded. The priests, with the power of light, blessed the tombstone and began to sprinkle holy water upon the attendees. This ritual, a purification to ward off malevolence, was a rite that every participant in the funeral was obliged to undergo. Failure to do so would invite misfortune. The red-robed priest Maranka need not perform this task. The 4 white-robed priests distributed the remaining holy water, moving through the crowd and bestowing blessings upon each individual, embodying the essence of piety. The funeral having concluded, a throng of mourners approached the Bolster family to bid their farewells. Yanka made his way to the elder Bolster's side, bowing respectfully. Uncle, please take care of yourself. Your nephew must take his leave for now. The elder Bolster, with tear-filled eyes, managed a faint nod, utterly heartbroken over the loss of his most distinguished son. As Yanka withdrew, OSS stepped forward, causing the elder Bolster's eyes to widen in surprise, which sent a jolt through OSS, yet he still managed a strained bow. Uncle, this matter does not concern me, whether you believe it or not. I shall pursue the culprit with unwavering determination, not only to avenge Rawls but also to clear my own name. OSS, suddenly composed, whispered a few words before resolutely turning away, not waiting for the elder Bolster's reaction. Humph. False pretenses, OSS. You should be cautious from now on. Yanka lingered nearby, waiting for OSS, as he had refrained from voicing his thoughts during the funeral, but now that the service was over, it was time to settle their accounts. OSS cast a cold glance at Yanka, who had endured considerable torment in recent days. Yet, it was precisely this hardship that had allowed OSS to mature significantly. He was no longer the OSS who, despite his title among the three young lords, lacked commensurate capabilities. Yanka, the truth will eventually reveal itself. You should be more concerned about your own affairs. OSS scoffed quietly, then departed the Polster family cemetery with his attendants and bodyguards. Yanka's eyes flickered with surprise. OSS presented a newfound aura, seemingly more astute. It seems I shall not be lonely after all, Yanka mused with a slight smile. Among the three young lords, he had deemed only Rolls as a worthy rival. While the other noble scions of Moor City were not worthy of consideration, with Roll's demise, Yanka had anticipated solitude, yet OSS had unexpectedly piqued his interest. Young master, it is time for us to return, reminded Yanka's attendant. Many had already departed, and this was not a place for outsiders to linger. Yanka nodded and followed the departing mourners. The estate was shrouded in shadows, and as Yanka stepped outside, he felt a sudden warmth coursing through his body. But he paid it no mind, greeting various nobles from Moor City. However, after walking about 20 paces from the estate, a sudden and overwhelming heat engulfed him, igniting a sensation of burning from within. Young master. What is the matter? The first to sense Yanka's distress was his attendant, who exclaimed in alarm. The noblemen making their way back to Moor City halted in shock, witnessing Yanka's face flushed and his demeanor one of intense suffering. Just as the crowd began to converge, Yanka erupted in flames with a thunderous roar, becoming a figure of fire, his screams piercing the air. In mere moments, he collapsed into a heap of ash. Young master. His attendants were utterly frantic, witnessing Yanka's demise right before their eyes, leaving no trace but ashes. What on earth had transpired? The witnesses stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. One certainty remained: Yanka Findestone, the heir of the governor, was dead, and in a manner that left nothing but a pile of ash behind. Chapter 46. The task completed in stark contrast to the horror etched on the faces of the nobles and attendants. Ing found himself in a less fortunate position that he had been following Phil, who was present in the estate today. Due to the appearance of Malanka and the other priests, Ing had kept his distance, waiting to see how Phil would execute his plan to assassinate Yanka. Having shadowed Phil, Ing knew that today was undoubtedly the optimal moment for the assassination if Yanka were to retreat into hiding. Phil, lacking the capability, would be unable to locate him. Even if he did find Yanka, he would never succeed in the assassination with the increased security surrounding him after Roll's death. Yet, as Ing anticipated the unfolding drama, the spectacle erupted unexpectedly. He had not even glimpsed Phil's shadow before witnessing Yanka emerge from the estate, only to perish. Concealed behind a towering shrub, Ing observed with clarity how Yanka met his end. The nature of this death seemed reminiscent of the purification rituals employed by the Temple of Light when dealing with heretics. How on earth did he manage that? Ing pondered, filled with profound questions. Unlike the previous incident involving Rolls, for which he had some inkling of the circumstances, this time he was utterly at a loss. He remained unaware of any machinations Phil had performed in the temple or within the estate, despite the multitude entering and exiting. Only Yanka had perished, and in a manner far more gruesome than Roll's demise. Rolls had at least met his end under certain circumstances, while Yanka had been reduced to mere ashes for the first time. Ing felt a chill enveloping him. Should such an assassin fixate on him, he would likely be oblivious to his own fate. Yanka's death caused an immense uproar, particularly among those nobles who had been walking nearby, who quickly distanced themselves from the scene. In front of the remnants of Yanka's ashes, his attendants knelt, utterly bereft of action. Clear the way, clear the way. The priests and members of the Polster family rushed to the scene, grappling with the shocking reality of what had transpired. Just moments ago, a living participant in the funeral had been present, and now he had inexplicably turned to ash, while the others remained unaffected. The elder Polster's expression darkened significantly. What in the world had happened? Yanka had perished beyond the confines of his family's estate, leaving the Polster family unable to evade culpability, yet he was utterly bewildered by the events. Malanka, the red-robed priest, wore a grave expression. Yanka had been blessed with holy water only to meet a tragic fate. This was a blatant affront to the temple. Furthermore, Yanka's demise invoked memories of the remnants left behind after heretics had faced the pyre. Yet this was not a heretic tribunal of the temple. How could such a circumstance arise here? The ashes left in Yanka's wake had been secured to the ground by his attendant spells. This was the sole recourse available to them. The nobles, who had initially scattered, gathered around the red-robed priests upon their arrival, horrified by the gruesome spectacle of Yanka's fiery death, a sight that filled them with dread, fearing they might share his fate. Malanka shivered at the sight of the ashes. Despite the sun being high in the sky, a chill settled in his heart. The ashes evoked memories of a divine technique recorded in the temple's tomes, known as the Great Light Prophecy, which could directly purify dark entities. The remnants of those dark beings, after undergoing such purification, bore a striking resemblance to what lay before him now. While Malanka had only encountered such a death in writings, it now presented itself vividly before his eyes. Yet, he could assert with certainty that no great light prophecy had been enacted here, and Yanka bore no trace of darkness. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Thus, the question remained, how had Yanka met his end? This inquiry resonated not only with Malanka but with all those present. The exterior of the estate fell into a heavy silence, the air thick with disbelief as Yanka's death reverberated through the crowd. Governor Lake Findestone received the news and promptly fainted. Members of the Findestone family swiftly dispatched skilled individuals to investigate. The untimely demise of their young master was a shocking reality that none could accept. The Polster estate soon found itself besieged, and under normal circumstances, the elder Polster would have roared in outrage. However, now, having just lost his son, he acquiesced to the Findestone family's actions, sharing in the sorrow of a parent sending off a child. While he had at least been able to see his son one last time, poor Lake was left with only a pile of ashes. Ultimately, Malanka, the red-robed priest, could not ascertain the cause of young Master Yanka's death. A blow to the temple as well. In due course, the remnants of Yanka were returned to the Findestone family, plunging them into a state of mourning. Moor City once again found itself engulfed in shock, compared to Roll's death. Yanka's demise sparked a flurry of speculation. Some whispered that Yanka was a demon, purified by the god of light, while such claims drew the ire of the Findestone family. Others suggested that the Polster family had acted to eliminate their greatest threat, conveniently alongside Roll's, attracting the wrath of both the Polster and Findestone families. Whispers of the Gutman family's involvement surfaced, with Roll's death followed by Yanka's, leaving only OSS to thrive. Yet, those who spread such rumors faced no consequences. But they ignited suspicion, casting all blame upon the Gutman family. Young Master OSS bore the brunt of public outrage. He had witnessed Yanka's spontaneous combustion, nearly soiling himself in terror after returning home. He was bombarded with such accusations that he felt a murderous impulse rise within him, yet he dared not act. Any misstep could provoke the Findestone and Polster families to annihilate the Gutman family. For one commanded the garrison, while the other controlled the city guard, sufficient strength to eradicate the Gutman family entirely. Patriarch Bryce Gutman, upon hearing the news, was seized by fear, locking himself indoors, dreading a visit from either family. He neglected his business affairs, and the entire Gutman family braced for an impending storm. After the red-robed priest Maranka returned to the temple, he promptly dispatched a messenger to report the death of Yanka. Such a demise, intertwined with the grand art of prophecy, though Maranka was certain it was not that, the manner of death was still of considerable significance. As the priests emerged, Shadow hastily retreated, disregarding Phil, and returned to report to the head of the assassin organization. A deep sense of trepidation towards Phil began to take root in Shadow's heart. The gruesome nature of Yanka's death sent chills down his spine. Though they were both assassins, the methods of their killings differed vastly, and Shadow could not fathom how Phil accomplished such a feat, an enigma beyond comprehension. Seizing the chaos, Phil stealthily departed from the Borscht family's estate. Should anyone have spotted him, they would have recognized that his attire resembled that of one of the two servants tasked with opening the estate's grand gates and distributing the white funeral flowers. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Phil cautiously made his way to a prearranged location, changed his clothes, and donned his human skin mask once more. The servant, of course, was dead. Phil showed no mercy towards those instrumental to his mission. Moreover, even in death, a mere servant would not attract attention. After destroying all evidence, Phil finally emerged from his hiding place. Now clad once again in the garb of a wandering bard, Phil commenced a leisurely stroll in the countryside, a pursuit typical of bards or nobles, one that would not raise suspicion. Furthermore, his current location was a considerable distance from the Borscht estate. Phil harbored no substantial confidence regarding this assassination. Luck played a significant role in his success. The bizarre method he employed to eliminate Yanka was fortuitously facilitated by his frequent visits to the library, where he discovered the long-hidden notes of a long-forgotten apothecary. Within lay a peculiar formula, composed of two seemingly innocuous ingredients, the bile of a common insect and powdered seeds of a familiar herb. When these two substances encountered one another under sunlight, a natural reaction occurred. Should a person or creature be infused with both simultaneously, it would result in a fate akin to Yanka's. Upon learning that Yanka might attend Roll's funeral, Phil recalled this formula and devised a cunning trap. He first infused the insect bile into holy water, then permeated the flowers destined for Yanka with the powdered seeds, coating the entire blossom as if it were pollen. Unbeknownst to him, Yanka clutched a bouquet of the white funeral flowers, and the powder dissolved into the moisture of the petals. Infiltrating his body through the points of contact, the priest sprinkled holy water. The bile within it also seeped into him, merging within Yanka to create an invisible assassin. When Yanka stepped out of the estate, the sun shone brightly, the final triggering element was in place, and there was no reason for Yanka to escape death. Upon feigning a casual outing, Phil returned to Moral City, where he immediately sensed a palpable change. Whispers filled the air, and no one dared speak loudly. Worse still, laughter had vanished from public spaces, leaving everyone stifled in silence. Phil had not witnessed Yanka's death firsthand, but the sudden chaos at the estate confirmed his success. With the assassination accomplished, any subsequent events in the city were of no concern to him. Consequently, Phil found himself rather disinterested and headed to the library to further absorb its knowledge. Fortunately, Shadow was no longer at his side. Otherwise, Shadow might have erupted in fury. Chapter 47. Suspicion at the residence of Moral City's governor. Governor Lake had awakened, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted in anguish as he stared blankly at the ashes of his son. The weight of his grief had aged him considerably. A vibrant young man had perished in plain sight, consumed by flames, leaving everyone bewildered about the events that transpired. Rumors swirled throughout Mole City. Yanka's death evoked thoughts of the temple's handling of heresy. Although no one dared openly declare Yanka a heretic out of fear of the governor's authority and the intimidation of the Findostan family, the seeds of suspicion had already been sown. The notion that his son, even in death, was subjected to indignities filled Governor Lake with a rage that turned his eyes crimson. He felt on the brink of madness. "My lord, the red-robed priest Maranka has arrived," a servant cautiously announced. Shivering at the prospect of Lake's wrath, startled, Lake snapped back to reality, forcing himself to regain composure. "Show him in." Soon, Maranka entered, accompanied by two blue-robed priests. With a face marked by sorrow, Governor Lake bowed and offered a seat. "Governor Lake, we have come today to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of your son, Yanka Findostan. The temple requires his ashes for examination, and we hope for your cooperation," Maranka stated directly after taking his seat. Upon receiving the report, the temple in the city of Siskoto demanded that Yanka's ashes be sent to the county temple for study. Though Maranka understood the awkwardness of the situation, he had no choice but to pay a visit. This matter had escalated beyond the Findostan family. If Yanka were indeed classified as a heretic, Maranka's position as a red-robed priest would be compromised. The emergence of heresy in his city, especially involving someone he had encountered multiple times, weighed heavily on Maranka's conscience. "What, Maranka, you intend to seize my son's remains? How could you be so audacious?" Lake exclaimed, standing abruptly, only to collapse back into his chair as a realization struck him. The temple was beginning to harbor doubts. A sharp pain gripped Lake's heart. He knew his son could never be a heretic, but that was not his decision to make. Ultimately, Maranka departed with Yanka's ashes, although he left half behind as a token for Lake's remembrance. Shortly after his departure, another servant rushed in, prompting Lake's ire. "My lord, the patriarch of the Borscht family has arrived." The servant tensed, fearful that Lake might unleash his fury upon him. Everyone knew that Governor Lake was hardly in a rational state of mind. A single spark could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing that Mangus Borscht had come in person, Lake was taken aback. After all, Yanka had died outside the Borscht estate after attending Rolz's funeral. The Borscht family was under considerable suspicion, yet here was Mangus, arriving unannounced. "Show him in," Lake commanded, forcing himself to remain calm. Now, the Findostan family faced not only the loss of its most promising young heir, but also the looming threat that Yanka's suspicious death could lead to their utter destruction. If deemed heretical, the temple would not spare any relatives of the so-called heretics. As Mangus entered, he observed Lake's despondent demeanor and sighed. When Rolls had died, Mangus had felt similarly, but he had not anticipated Yanka's fate would come so swiftly. In a short span, two heirs from the three prominent families of Moral City had perished, an unprecedented occurrence since the families established their foothold in the city. "Lake, my condolences that if you were to falter as well, the Findostan family would truly be finished," Mangus said softly to his lifelong adversaries. The two had never shared a bond, yet now they found solace in their shared grief. After Rolls' death, Lake had remained by Mangus's side for an extended period before departing. "Mangus, what do you think is happening? Why has it come to this?" Lake asked, tears streaming down his face, feeling as if he had aged decades in mere days. Mangus took a deep breath. Lake, you must gather your strength. Can you not see that someone is targeting our two families? Yanka is no heretic. This is an assassination, an exceptionally skilled one, much like Rolls' demise, both victims of cunning assassins. Lake stared blankly at Mangus, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Yes, it must be an assassination. It has to be. Only by framing Yanka's death as a targeted killing could the Findostan family avoid being branded as heretics. In this moment, the manner of Yanka's death became secondary. The critical question was how they would characterize it. Lake was fervently inclined to believe Yanka had fallen victim to an assassination. Yet that was not for him to decide. Mangus, you must assist me. Governor Lake quickly grasped the implications. Whatever the cost, he needed to label this incident an assassination. I have come precisely for this purpose. First Rolls, now Yanka. Do you not find this too coincidental? Mangus asked coldly. Are you suggesting that someone is conspiring against our two families? The Gutman family. Lake's eyes widened, brimming with murderous intent. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Given our understanding of that old coot Briss, do you believe he would dare act so boldly? And let us not even mention his useless son. Mangus scoffed at the thought of the Gutman father and son. Lake initially failed to comprehend, but soon realization dawned. You mean to say that someone is targeting our three families? Mangus nodded. The three prominent families had held sway over Moral City for centuries. It was only natural that someone would seek to challenge their power. Mangus only contemplated this possibility after Yanko's demise. The mere thought of some lurking power, either within or outside the walls of Moor City, watching him coldly and waiting for the opportune moment to engulf his family, sent a shiver down his spine. He hurriedly sought out Lake. Humph, daring to covet the interests of our two or even three families, I am most eager to see who possesses such impatience. Lake had regained his composure in comparison to the survival of his clan. The death of a son paled in significance. Mangus, there is a matter in which I require your assistance. As a seasoned official, Lake's calmness led him to devise a plan. The following day, the Borst family and the Findostan family publicly announced a bounty for the capture of the assassin responsible for the deaths of Rolst Borst and Yanko Findostan, offering a reward of 100,000 gold coins. The news reverberated through Moor City, and the circumstances surrounding Yanko's death were the subject of rampant speculation. The revelation that he had been assassinated caught everyone by surprise. After all, no assassin had been sighted, and the manner of death had appeared exceedingly unexpected and gruesome. How could it be linked to an assassin? Nevertheless, the Findostan family asserted it was indeed an assassination, and others dared not contest this claim. Bounty hunters and adventurers flocked toward Moor City, for the prospect of 100,000 gold coins was enough to entice many. When Phil heard this news, he was dining in an inn and couldn't help but admire Lake's cleverness in devising this ruse to divert the temple's attention. To be frank, Phil himself had not anticipated that employing such a method of assassination would entangle him with heretics. Nor did he fully grasp the extent of the Temple of Light's dominance. The temple could indiscriminately eradicate heretics without concern for status, be it noble or royal, though he had successfully completed the assignment. Phil harbored lingering dissatisfaction regarding that assassination, as it was fraught with unpredictable variables and inherent risks. Whether an assassination succeeded or failed, one must always reflect upon it. That was Phil's creed as an assassin. In particular, he pondered how to avoid encountering the two ingredients from that formula simultaneously. It required considerable effort to ensure he did not meet the same fate as Yanko. Even meticulously executed plans could encounter unforeseen complications. Phil continuously reflected, realizing that if the formula proved useful, it could be employed frequently in the future. Shadow had returned to Phil's side. Resuming surveillance on that day, he reported the results of the assassination to the steward of the estate outside the city, who listened with trepidation and ordered him to master this method of killing. Failure to do so would not be forgiven. Shadow now regarded Phil with a newfound wariness, no longer the easygoing individual he once was. In his eyes, Phil had become an untouchable entity, a person whose existence could not be allowed to endure for long. This was Shadow's perspective as an assassin, the presence of such a killer. Even one of Shadow's caliber instilled a sense of unease. The method of killing was indeed unfathomable. At least Shadow himself could discern no clues, and the unknown always breeds fear, especially when one must follow such a person. At this moment, Shadow had come to view Phil as a peer, or even a superior assassin, no longer daring to underestimate him. Even in his surveillance, he took care to maintain a safe distance. Fearful of falling victim to an unforeseen trap, which would spell disaster, Phil remained blissfully unaware of Shadow's existence, continuing to lead his life at his usual pace. He knew he needed to stay in Mower City for a while longer, as long as no orders came down from above to relocate. He had to remain vigilant. The assassins of the organization lacked freedom. Although Phil appeared nonchalant on the surface, he felt a growing impatience within, yearning to break free from the assassins' organization. Chapter 48. The Art of Thought and Symbols in Phil's Quarters. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness transformed into a thought entity. Over these past few days, whenever the opportunity arose, Phil practiced thought techniques with Delros. He was unsure why Delros insisted on their practice within the sea of consciousness rather than in the outside world. The art of thought comprised 7 primary systems: support, transformation, emission, materialization, restoration, manipulation, and specialization. Through Delros's guidance, Phil finally grasped that the conditions for utilizing thought techniques extend beyond merely possessing thought power. The term technique implies that thought techniques adhere to their own set of rules. Many humans and thought beasts in this world possess thought power, yet achieving the desired effects of thought techniques necessitates the use of thought symbols. Thought symbols, akin to thought arrays, are considerably more complex. Presently, the thought array within Phil's sea of consciousness had begun to function, continually absorbing stray thought power from the external environment and integrating it into his consciousness. Most of this thought power was merged with Phil's void true chi, while a small portion remained within the thought array, preventing his sea of consciousness from expanding indefinitely due to the extraction of thought power, which could lead to a catastrophic breach. Thought symbols are distinct patterns. Each type of thought technique requires the condensation of the technique into the form of a thought symbol. Though thought power is intangible, a practitioner can control their own thought power to form specific patterns, which can then be released to create special effects. In summary, among the 7 systems of thought techniques, all but the specialization system, requiring specific innate talents for practice, can be learned and utilized as long as one can condense a thought symbol. Delros first taught Phil the thought symbols of the support system, the most commonly employed techniques by thought practitioners. The support system does not possess direct offensive capabilities, but can enhance the user or weaken the adversary, achieving a balance of strengths and weaknesses. The sharpening technique, typically applied to weapons, can elevate the sharpness of blades, making it a favorite application of thought practitioners in team combat to bolster their allies' combat capabilities. Although it offers little benefit to the practitioner themselves. The dulling technique, in contrast, can blunt a sharp weapon, often used to diminish the opponent's weaponry. The reinforcement technique enhances the strength and hardness of a weapon, transforming a worthless blade into a prized sword. The weakening technique reduces a weapon's strength and hardness, turning a prized sword into a worthless blade. Additionally, there are techniques such as agility, which enhances the recipient's speed, slowing, which hampers the recipient's speed, and shielding, which forms a layer of protective armor around the user using thought power, among others that counterbalance one another. The support system is aptly named, as these techniques are designed to provide auxiliary effects. Each thought symbol is unique and complex. When Phil began his studies, he first practiced controlling thought power. Only after mastering this could he manipulate thought power to form thought symbols, while the foundational thought symbols for each technique are similar. Each thought technique is not static. To enhance the power of a technique, practitioners must modify the thought symbols as their thought power grows, thereby unleashing greater potency. Given that each individual's understanding of thought symbols varies, the methods for modifying them and strengthening techniques also differ. However, numerous thought technique academies across the land impart knowledge on this subject. If everyone had to rely solely on personal insight, the disparity among practitioners would be negligible. Phil was undoubtedly fortunate to have Delros, an old sage, directly imparting various thought symbols within his sea of consciousness. Everything within this realm became part of Phil's memory. In other words, every word and each drawn thought symbol became indelibly etched in his consciousness during Delros's instruction. This advantage was unparalleled, leaving Phil with only the need for practice. The execution of thought techniques can occur in 2 ways. One involves projecting thought power outward, using one's fingers to control the thought power to form thought symbols and unleash techniques. The other entails directly manipulating the thought power within the sea of consciousness to form thought symbols, which are then projected externally. Currently, Delros confined Phil to practicing the latter method within the sea of consciousness, but fortunately, he was progressing swiftly. already capable of sketching several basic thought symbols. The expanse of his sea of consciousness facilitated his ability to perform these techniques more easily than an average practitioner. When he connected with the thought power to sketch thought symbols in his sea of consciousness, the thought power within his void, true chi, would be extracted through the core of the thought array. At this moment, the core of the thought array in his sea of consciousness had established a connection with the void, true chi within his body, allowing it to provide the accumulated thought power to be absorbed by the void, true chi, while also extracting thought power from it for Phil's use. Thus, the issue of how Phil could extract thought power from the void true chi was resolved, a notion that even Delros had not anticipated. At times, Delros contemplated whether the reason the secret techniques thought array ultimately led practitioners to their demise lay in the difficulty of refining the core of the thought array for their use. Considering Phil's observations of the transformations within the core area during his refinement, observing Phil's thought entity continuously sketching thought symbols within the sea of consciousness, Delros could not help but commend Phil's perseverance. Typically, novices in thought techniques do not engage in such relentless practice as Phil, whose tireless dedication was commendable. The sketching of thought symbols is a monotonous and mentally taxing endeavor. However, Phil exhibited unwavering focus and never slacked off during practice. Although Delros did not voice his thoughts, he was inwardly elated to articulate the earlier reluctance of Delros in imparting the art of thought manipulation to Phil. One must acknowledge that his initial hesitance stemmed from the pressing circumstances that compelled him to act. Being an outsider within the vast ocean of another's consciousness, he felt an obligation to contribute in some manner. However, the tides of fate have shifted. Delros has now developed a genuine admiration for his resilient pupil. It is evident to him that should Phil delve into the study of thought manipulation, his achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. After all, the speed at which Phil has been cultivating his abilities, having lost all his true energy, far surpasses any technique Delros has ever encountered. The growth of Phil's mental prowess is the swiftest Delros has ever witnessed, with no concerns regarding his mental capabilities and with Delros mentoring him in the intricacies of thought manipulation. The diligence Phil exhibits leaves Delros eagerly anticipating the heights he may attain. Meanwhile, Shadow, lurking in the corner of Phil's chamber, has been plagued by an unsettling feeling in recent days. Perhaps it is due to the incredulous nature of Phil's assassination techniques. Or perhaps for other reasons altogether. Since Phil's return from the temple, Shadow has been haunted by a sensation that the seemingly motionless figure on the bed resembles a dormant beast, ready to strike with lethal precision. Despite his understanding of Phil's capabilities, having never witnessed him in direct confrontation, Shadow harbors a strong conviction that should he choose to engage, he could indeed vanquish Phil. Yet, a foreboding unease lingers in his heart. In the realm of consciousness, Delros observes Phil tirelessly sketching thought symbols, occasionally glancing towards a specific direction, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, since the day he first imposed the thought array upon Phil's consciousness. Delros has discerned a familiar presence within the room. Though this aura is exceedingly subtle, it has become apparent through the array's continual absorption of external mental energy that Shadow's presence is indeed detectable. However, Delros refrains from alerting him until Phil possesses the ability to subdue that individual. The patience of a hunter is renowned, and Delros, having endured a millennium of solitude, is exceptionally skilled in this regard, waiting for centuries within the array without succumbing to madness. He is hardly perturbed by a moment's delay. As Phil dispels a thought symbol, he is summoned. Young one, you have made some foundational progress with your thought symbols. Do not rush into practicing others just yet. I shall now impart a thought array to you, which you must master, Delros instructs. Phil gazes at him in confusion. The complexity of thought arrays far exceeds that of thought symbols, and as a novice recently acquainted with the latter, he wonders if Delros is attempting to hasten his development prematurely. Let me be frank with you, young one, that you are being watched. A remarkably astute individual has been trailing you closely, shrouded in an aura of darkness and adept at concealment. Indeed, they are currently situated in the right corner of your room. If you wish to genuinely pursue the art of thought manipulation, this person must be eliminated, or you shall inevitably expose yourself, Delros proclaims with a hint of satisfaction. The audacity of such minor skills attempting to flaunt themselves before the magnificent Delros is quite amusing. After millennia of solitude, he relishes the opportunity to toy with this individual. Phil, having been perceived as a promising disciple by Delros, will not be left in peril, although Delros cannot alter the circumstances surrounding the slave contract. He is indeed capable of addressing the threat looming nearby. What? Someone is monitoring me. When did this happen? Phil is taken aback. He prides himself on being exceedingly cautious, meticulously inspecting his surroundings upon returning to his quarters and employing numerous counter-surveillance methods. Yet he has detected nothing amiss. Since my awakening, this individual has been shadowing you, likely fixated upon you. Even when you venture outside, they follow closely, Delros explains, though he presently exists as a spiritual entity. His nearly 1,000 years of life have endowed him with formidable powers, allowing him to easily keep watch over a person in close proximity. Phil's expression is one of complexity as he nods in acknowledgement. Beginning to engage with Delros in the intricacies of sketching the thought array, the array is significantly more complex than the symbols, yet it employs the same mental energy for its configuration. The techniques involved are similar. However, grasping the nuances of a thought array is far more challenging than that of a thought symbol. Fortunately, Phil need only imitate Delros' designs for the time being. Chapter 49. The blood-soaked hand of darkness. The city of Moyue has descended into a state of heightened tension following Yang Ku's demise, particularly after the announcement of a joint manhunt for the perpetrator by the two prominent families. Adventurers flock to the city, their presence palpable, while the local martial artists and mental practitioners eagerly join the fray, including nobles eager to curry favor with the influential families that are in stark contrast to the external commotion. Phil's life has settled into a mundane rhythm devoid of tasks. Each day, he continues to frequent the library. As a wandering bard, he finds it imperative to engage with stories, lest remaining confined to his abode arouse suspicion. Phil feels a degree of contentment with his current lifestyle, though his movements are now restricted to Moyue, as he must remain unless summoned elsewhere by the organization to avoid attracting undue attention. He endeavors to partake in activities befitting his assumed identity. Having perused nearly a third of the library's collection, Phil has absorbed a wealth of knowledge, continuously enhancing his understanding. By night, he dedicates himself to cultivating his ethereal energy and practicing the sketching of thought arrays. Since Delros revealed the constant surveillance he is under, Phil has come to realize that the assassin organization is taking an unusual interest in him, although he remains oblivious to the reasons behind this scrutiny. The reality of being closely monitored is hardly comforting, despite the fact that the shadowy figure has yet to reveal themselves or disrupt his daily life. The looming threat remains significant within the confines of his conscious space. Phil has finally completed the sketch of the thought array imparted by Delros, ready to deploy it, yet he must await the opportune moment. This array serves as a trap and to ensnare the lurking individual. It must be set when they are not in close proximity. Phil exhibits remarkable patience, well aware that if this person is indeed affiliated with the assassin organization, there will inevitably be moments when they are absent. After all, every individual has basic needs. Days pass, and the atmosphere in Moyue remains tense. Shadow, having yielded no fruitful leads, reluctantly returns to offer Phil some tasks, for letting him remain idle would be intolerable. The act of tailing Phil has become increasingly nerve-wracking for Shadow, primarily due to the sheer audacity of Phil's assassination techniques. Delros remains vigilant, monitoring Shadow's movements, and upon noticing his departure, promptly alerts Phil. At that moment, Phil is meditating. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately springs into action. Shadow had been concealed in a corner of Phil's dwelling, and Phil, having received the warning, is unfazed, had it been another individual. The presence of an unknown entity within their quarters would have likely raised alarms. Yet Phil treats Shadow as if he were merely a part of the air, never casting a glance in his direction. With Shadow's sudden exit, Phil swiftly approaches the designated corner and, following Delros' guidance, activates his ethereal energy to sketch the thought array. Utilizing his ethereal energy rather than pure mental force is a deliberate choice, as Delros has observed that Phil's ethereal energy, when employed, generates no discernible fluctuations, thus evading detection. In contrast, deploying a thought array with pure mental energy would inevitably provoke minor disturbances. Hence, if Phil intends to ensnare the concealed individual, he must rely solely on his ethereal energy, possessing attributes akin to mental energy. It should suffice for array inscription. Consequently, as Phil etches the array into the corner using his ethereal energy, even Delros remains uncertain whether Phil has succeeded. Activating the thought array hinges on Phil's own control, yet the array is a one-time use. It can only be triggered once Shadow enters its vicinity. The stakes are high, and Phil lacks absolute confidence. Fervently hoping that Delrose's deductions are accurate, the setup of the thought array does not demand excessive time, as he has practiced extensively within his conscious realm. However, what he did not anticipate is that Shadow would remain absent. And dawn arrives without his return. Phil is left pondering the reasons for Shadow's departure, yet he possesses ample time to wait. The array is set, and as long as he refrains from activating it, it will remain in place. Outside the city, within the estate, Shadow quietly lingers beside the overseer, meticulously reporting on Phil's recent activities. Following Yonka's death, he had previously returned but, even then, could not fathom how Phil managed the assassination. Prompting his abrupt departure, now that he has returned, one motive is to provide Phil with tasks. The other is to ascertain the progress of the assassin organization's investigation. The overseer of the assassin organization wears a grim expression, despite mobilizing all available intelligence resources. He has gleaned little of utility. No one comprehends the circumstances surrounding Yonka's sudden combustion. Such an occurrence is beyond their comprehension. Even perusing historical records of the continent yields no similar incidents. Shadow, do you believe that if we directly inquire with the dark entity, they might divulge information? The overseer is now thoroughly intrigued. Phil has executed 2 strikes under his command. The first was observed in its entirety by Shadow. Yet they were still unable to discern how the poison was administered. The second was even more baffling. The assassination techniques employed by Phil have opened a distinct portal for the assassin organization. Should they be able to harness the methods possessed by Phil, the success rate of their assassins would undoubtedly elevate to a new echelon. But Phil's own prowess has been assessed by the organization to lie between that of a low-level and a high-level martial artist. However, he has managed to execute covert assassinations of high-level thought masters shielded by formidable protections. Such an extraordinary feat has never before been witnessed by the Caster assassin group. Yet Phil accomplished it with the ease of drinking plain water. It is likely to be a challenging endeavor, unless the organization is willing to pay a substantial price. Otherwise, it is improbable that N would consent. Ing pondered, shaking his head. N is Phil's code name, and given Phil's capabilities, should he divulge his assassination techniques to the organization, he would likely face obliteration. Any intelligent individual would refrain from agreeing to such an arrangement, unless the organization could offer a compelling incentive. Phil is undoubtedly an astute individual. In fact, Ing had never encountered someone so exceptionally clever. Then let us assign him more tasks. Ing. If you lack the confidence to acquire his methods, simply take him by force and bring him back. Although this would result in the loss of an excellent assassin for the organization, it would be worthwhile if we could extract the secrets he possesses, the overseer stated coldly. Compared to the poisons and secret techniques in Phil's arsenal, his individual assassination capabilities are insignificant. The overseer believes that once they obtain the secrets Phil holds, they could train countless individuals like him, rendering the Caster assassin organization unparalleled on this continent. Ing nodded in agreement and subsequently withdrew. Currently, the tasks at hand were insufficient to engage Phil's skills. But he was confident that once the appropriate assignment arose, the organization would not hesitate to deploy Phil. Upon returning to Phil's residence, Ing discovered that Phil had once again ventured to the library. Prompting a wry smile, he had never witnessed an assassin living so comfortably, making it impossible for him not to feel envious. The thought of mastering Phil's assassination techniques ignited a fervent desire within Ing. His own talent lies in concealment. Should he take action, he too could silently eliminate his target. Yet, he could never rival Phil's nonchalant approach, capable of dispatching targets without ever approaching them. When Ing executed his missions, he relied on his sword, which inherently involved risking his life. I shall allow you to enjoy your freedom for a few more days. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness when the time comes, he reflected. Choosing not to seek out Phil, well aware of Phil's usual activities in the absence of a mission. In an inconspicuous residence within Moore City, a group of middle-aged men dressed as merchants sat together, their expressions grave. Have you uncovered how the Caster group managed this? The slightly portly man at the head of the table inquired in a somber tone, evidently displeased with the other 3. Chief, we have no leads whatsoever. It seems that during these 2 assassinations, the Caster group's people never appeared at all. It is utterly baffling. In my years of executing missions, I have never encountered such a peculiar situation. The 2 targets appeared to have simply perished of their own accord, the man on the left lamented. I do not wish to hear excuses. The organization has finally resolved to eliminate the Caster group, with the initial target being the Ciscadoro County. However, we have spent a considerable amount of money, and yet the Caster people have suffered no losses whatsoever. How can the organization's plans proceed in this manner? The wealthy merchant expressed his dissatisfaction. These individuals were members of the Bloodblade Assassin Group, an organization comparable in strength to the Caster Assassin Group. The assassination tasks involving Rolls and Yanko were originally commissioned by them. Intending to exploit the power of the two prominent families in Moore City to engage in a deadly conflict with the Caster Group, they had hoped that a mere financial investment would lead to significant losses for the Caster assassins in Ciscadoro County. Instead, they found themselves out of pocket, with not a single Caster assassin having made an appearance, leaving the responsible parties here disgruntled. Moore City served as the Bloodblades' first test site, and the outcome had been disastrous. According to Bloodblades regulations, the individual in charge would face dire consequences. What had initially seemed a straightforward task had devolved into a dead end. Chief, let us simply take on another mission. This time, we will meticulously monitor the target. If anyone approaches him, we will not let them slip away. I refuse to believe that Caster's people can simply vanish into thin air with our capabilities. We will surely uncover the truth if an assassination is attempted, suggested the man on the right. Although they had previously observed the targets, they had not maintained surveillance. Their aim had merely been to pay the Caster Group to do the dirty work for them. The result had been a bewildering assassination mystery, with neither Rolls's nor Yanko's deaths yielding any Caster presence, costing them dearly without even a ripple of consequence. Very well, let us select a new target. It is time for a change concerning the three young lords of Moore City, the man at the head of the table remarked with a cold smirk, seemingly harboring deep resentment toward the three prominent families of Moore City. Chapter 50. The Confinement of Shadows. When Phil returned to his residence, it was already deep into the night. Moore City was under lockdown. The heirs of the two prominent families had been assassinated. An unprecedented event in the city. The military and city guards were patrolling the streets incessantly. Nonetheless, this posed no issue for Phil, as bards, despite their lowly status, generally belonged to a class that most people would prefer not to offend. Sensing the atmosphere in Moore City, Phil remained blissfully indifferent. He was merely an executioner, and the aftermath held no relevance for him. In recent days, he had heard numerous rumors regarding the deaths of Rolls and Yanko. And had he not been the assassin involved, he might have been inclined to believe the speculations. However, for Phil, these rumors were mere jest. He lacked the inclination to engage with the overly curious about the true circumstances, which could prove perilous. Upon returning home, Delros became invigorated, sensing the familiar presence in the room, still lingering in the same corner, prompting a reminder for Phil. Phil remained unfazed, having already surmised that if the person monitoring him had not shown up after a day, it was likely they had given up. Although he was aware of the individual's existence, Phil had no intention of acting immediately. He would continue as planned, waiting for the opportune moment when the other party had let their guard down. The moment he entered the room and activated the thought array, the initial probability of success would likely diminish from 50% to 30%, considering the patience of the individual hidden in the shadows. If he failed to subdue them on the first attempt, dealing with such a character would become increasingly difficult. Ing, upon Phil's entry, displayed no signs of his presence. He had grown accustomed to Phil's movements within the room. Observing Phil seated on the bed in meditation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Phil's training, the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations was impressive. Ing had never encountered anyone who devoted every spare moment to cultivation. Yet the thought that such an individual might ultimately face the organization's eradication filled him with an unexpected sense of pity. What a curse, Ing thought to himself. Feeling alarmed, a remarkable assassin exhibiting compassion was undeniably ironic. Phil continued his self-directed training, seemingly oblivious to Ying's watchful gaze. After circulating the void profound art through 9 complete cycles, he finally ceased. Following his usual routine, he should have begun sketching thought symbols. However, at this moment, Phil believed that the person concealed in the shadows had likely relaxed their vigilance. Delros, is that person still present? Phil inquired. Rather than sinking his consciousness into the sea of awareness, he communicated directly with Delros in his mind. Phil felt a sense of unease at the thought of someone shadowing him for the first time. He realized that his understanding of the assassin's art was still rather rudimentary. Although his previous level of concealment at 42 had been commendable, he now recognized that there were layers above him. Delros had been keenly observing Ying's presence and had already confirmed that he was situated within the thought array left by Phil. Upon hearing Phil's inquiry, Delros understood that Phil was preparing to act. Listen. When you make your move, ensure it is swift. precise, and ruthless. If that person manages to break free from the constraints of the thought array, your future days will be far from pleasant, Delrose cautioned. A person capable of such thorough concealment would undoubtedly possess considerable speed. Should Phil fail to activate the thought array quickly, any hint of danger would allow the individual to escape. Ing remained oblivious to the fact that he had been outmaneuvered by Phil, lost in contemplation of Phil's assassination methodology. His expression reflected a degree of distraction. Phil's techniques were enigmatic, leaving him perplexed. Yet, the more he struggled to comprehend, the more clarity he sought. Ing had become accustomed to Phil sitting in meditation throughout the night, and his vigilance had waned significantly. An individual accustomed to certain patterns of behavior will often revert to the same judgments when encountering similar circumstances. And this was precisely the case for Ing at this moment. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that Phil, sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes still closed, had begun to move his fingers inadvertently, albeit slowly, yet with a distinct rhythm. Suddenly, Phil opened his eyes, swiftly brought his fingers together, and bellowed, "Bind." The sudden outburst startled Shadow, who then realized he was ensnared by some unseen force, causing him to be filled with dread. As he attempted to rise and flee, he found himself immobilized as if bound by an invisible grip. "That a thought array?" Shadow exclaimed in astonishment, for he could already sense the fluctuations of the thought power emanating from the array. It had manifested itself, revealing that he was seated within a thought array, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-mockery. Acknowledging that escape was futile, the thought array was an exceedingly intricate construct, typically employed only by those of the thought sect or higher, and only those of equivalent rank possessed the qualifications to wield it. Shadow never anticipated that the dark figure he had been surveilling was, in fact, a thought master, and seemingly of no low rank, for one would not grasp the complexities of the thought array otherwise. After activating the thought array, Phil leaped off the bed, and with a flick of his wrist, a short sword appeared in his hand. This was a soft sword he always carried, a specially crafted weapon for self-defense, as it would be unreasonable for him to bear other arms in his guise as a bard, which might arouse suspicion. Within the confines of the thought array, Shadow's silhouette gradually came into focus, though it remained indistinct. Even the array merely compelled him into visibility. The array taught to Phil by Delrose served solely to ensnare others, devoid of any other purpose. Once trapped within, movement was impossible unless one's thought power exceeded that of the array's creator by a factor of 2. Otherwise, surrender was inevitable. Gazing at the hazy figure within the array, Phil found himself at a loss for what to do next. "Delrose, what should we do now? This individual must be sent by Kester, and I certainly cannot kill him, or it will be my life that follows suit," Phil inquired. The only ones aware of his identity were the members of Kester's assassin group. Otherwise, it would be absurd for anyone else to monitor a mere bard like him. Though he was uncertain of Kester's motives for watching him, it was clear that this person was not to be killed. "Kid, I'll impart to you a particular thought symbol. It resembles the slave contract thought symbol, but is far more insidious. I developed it based on the slave thought symbol and named it Evil Control. I once used this symbol to make my enemies wish they'd never been born. Haha. This symbol can be cast directly, and once it takes effect, the life and death of the opponent lie within your grasp." Delrose had evidently prepared for this moment. Immediately sketching the symbol within Phil's mind, a chill ran down Phil's spine. Delrose was indeed no benevolent figure, creating such a malevolent thought symbol. Phil had scarcely heard of such a thing, but now it seemed to be the most effective means of dealing with the one who was surveilling him. He promptly learned and applied the symbol, which was not overly complex. Having already gained some proficiency in drawing thought symbols, he quickly succeeded, and soon a point of thought energy coalesced in his hand, forming the desired symbol. Since Shadow had surrendered any hope of escape once ensnared by the thought array, he was left pondering how this dark figure would handle him. However, he was quite certain that if this dark figure possessed any intelligence, he would refrain from killing him, thus maintaining his composure. What he did not expect was Phil would plant a control thought symbol on him. Phil's hand shimmered with the gathered thought energy, taking on a peculiar shape. Shadow suddenly panicked. Yet within the thought array, he was not only immobile but also unable to utter a word, forced to watch as Phil's hand touched his forehead, where a slave symbol, the mark left by the slave contract, was situated. Nearly every assassin in Kester's group bore such a mark. However, Phil did not place the symbol directly on that mark. Instead, he touched the area above it, concealed by hair, ensuring it would not be easily discovered. Shadow felt a sharp pain in his soul, akin to dying, yet he remained acutely aware, the agony almost causing him to bite his own teeth in half. But without a sound escaping his lips, Phil observed the writhing shadow within the thought array and finally smiled. The symbol had been successfully implanted. He could sense the symbol's presence, allowing him to feel a sense of relief. With Shadow's life and death now in his hands, Phil couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. His life was now controlled by the assassin group, and to escape their grasp, he would have to navigate the intricacies of the slave contract. However, given his limited understanding of Kester's organization, he realized how exceedingly difficult it would be to steal away the slave contract. Nevertheless, with someone capable of silently monitoring him now under his sway, Phil felt considerably more confident. Reducing the power of the thought array by half, Phil began to scrutinize Shadow.at this moment. Shadow had fully materialized, revealing slightly dark skin, black hair, and hauntingly green eyes, complemented by a slightly elongated nose and a strikingly handsome visage. Shadow's appearance was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the pain in Shadow's soul had lessened somewhat, and he glared angrily at Phil. Were it not for the restraints of the thought array, he would have surely sought to eliminate the one who dared to scheme against him. He never imagined that Phil would turn out to be a thought wielder, capable of employing a thought array to ensnare him. This time, he had truly fallen into a trap. Chapter 51. Partners, who are you? Why are you watching me? Phil met Shadow's furious gaze with calmness, asking the question with an air of composure, as he had completely seized the initiative. No matter who this individual was, escape from his grasp was impossible. Shadow continued to glare at Phil, snorting disdainfully, having fallen into the clutches of someone considerably weaker than himself. He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and refused to answer Phil's inquiry. A sly smile crept across Phil's lips as he suddenly made a hand gesture, the control gesture of the evil control thought symbol, a creation of Delros that was not merely for controlling others, but primarily for tormenting them. Shadow suddenly shuddered. As Phil manipulated his fingers, Shadow felt as though his very soul were being gnawed upon by ants, a terrifying sensation he had never experienced before, far more agonizing than the initial implanting of the symbol. You'd best be compliant, or I'll make you regret ever coming into this world. Phil lifted the effects of the evil control, leaving Shadow sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. Phil was in no rush. He waited until Shadow had regained his breath before continuing to interrogate him. Now, you should be ready to speak. Who are you? And why are you watching me? Phil reiterated his earlier question, for speculation and reality were two different matters. This time, Shadow was markedly more forthcoming, now that he found himself in a situation where he couldn't even end his own life. He had no choice but to endure the torment. The resentment brewed within him. He truly wished to avoid further suffering and agony that no human should have to bear. I am Shadow, a ground-level assassin from the organization, tasked with observing your assassination techniques. Kid, you have some guts to lay a hand on me. Do you realize you're as good as dead? Shadow shot Phil a fierce glare, already harboring murderous thoughts. Phil chuckled, finding it amusing that Shadow still thought to threaten him at this juncture. Shadow, is it true to your name? The organization has indeed taken good care of me by sending a ground-level assassin to keep watch over me. Haha, you probably don't even grasp your current predicament, do you? Shadow, let me be frank. Your life is now mine. Your existence hangs by a thread of my will, and should I perish, you will undoubtedly meet your end as well. Shadow, who had initially been dismissive, suddenly found his expression darkening at Phil's words. You don't believe me? Haha, if you have the guts, why not test it? After all, this is my first time using this thing, and I happen to need a test subject. If you wish to die, I'll oblige. Phil's voice was as cold as a winter's chill in Shadow's ears. A ground-level assassin monitoring a newly minted selection assassin was a clear indication that the organization intended to deal with him. Phil realized that his assassination techniques had garnered some attention. Ever since the steward had questioned him, he had felt something was amiss. Now, the intentions of the Kester assassin organization had become evident. With a master of concealment shadowing him, had Delros not discovered Shadow's presence, every move Phil made would have been scrutinized. In times of need, this individual could very well be the ideal candidate for eliminating him. Shadow's green eyes burned with fury. After Phil's earlier torment, he now possessed no capacity for resistance. The thought symbol had already penetrated his soul, controlling his life, a fate even more sinister than that of a slave contract, which at least required the contract to be torn for one to be condemned to death. With this thought symbol, Shadow realized that Phil's earlier words were no mere threats. Indeed, his life and death were subject to Phil's whims. What do you intend to do? Shadow managed to force out a question, though he yearned to eliminate Phil. He understood that unless he wished to forfeit his life, such thoughts were futile. As an assassin, while he regarded human life as insignificant, he still cherished his own existence, for otherwise he would not be so thoroughly ensnared by the organization. Why did the organization send you to watch me? Phil let out a breath, pondering how to deal with this Earth-grade assassin if he remained obstinate. As the 42nd had mentioned, any Earth-grade assassin would have access to the core secrets of the caster assassin group, thereby placing them among the upper echelons of the organization, with the ability to partake in its management. If the Shadow refused to cooperate, Phil would find himself in quite a predicament, unable to eliminate him. You should possess some self-awareness regarding your assassination methods, he remarked. The Shadow, having regained some composure, spoke as if resigned to his fate. Though he found Phil's underhanded tactics infuriating, he had to concede that Phil was adept at hiding his true abilities. He was not wronged in his downfall. Who would have anticipated that a mere novice honing his skills in a training base and a unique task performer would turn out to be a master of such advanced techniques as array manipulation? This was far beyond the Shadow's imagination. Moreover, having spent the last few days in Phil's company, he had begun to grasp the essence of Phil's character. Compromising with Phil seemed to be his only path to survival. Is that all? Phil's expression softened slightly. If I cannot discern the methods you employed, the overseer has ordered me to send you back. Phil's eyelids twitched, and a chill ran down his spine. The Shadow's suggestion to return was anything but a mere request if that were to happen. His career as an assassin would likely come to an abrupt end, potentially stripping him of his freedom and even jeopardizing his life. Phil had come to understand the organization's intentions. They merely coveted his unique skills, wishing to appropriate them for their own ends. Although he had considered the possibility of attracting attention from higher-ups, he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly and with such fervor. Were it not for Delrose's presence, he might not have escaped with his life, all the while contemplating how to reclaim his slave contract. Shadow, I now present you with two choices. First, death. I will ensure you vanish without a trace, as if you had never existed. Second, join forces with me to extricate myself from the control of the assassin organization. While I cannot grant you freedom, I can allow you to live openly. Phil contemplated for a moment before speaking. He had no time to waste with the Shadow. Furthermore, possessing the initiative, having an Earth-grade assassin as an ally would facilitate his goal of breaking free from the caster assassin group. The Shadow gazed at Phil in astonishment, never having anticipated that Phil would harbor such intentions. The desire to escape the caster assassin group was a thought that had crossed the minds of every assassin within its ranks. However, as their ranks rose, almost all had relinquished this aspiration. For no one had ever succeeded. Those who had attempted were invariably eradicated by the organization. With a slave contract in hand, eliminating someone was far simpler than quenching one's thirst. Yet now, as Phil articulated this notion, the Shadow felt a surge of temptation that he could scarcely resist. Observing the flicker of fervor in the Shadow's eyes, Phil smiled. The sinister control sigil that Delrose had imparted to him was not merely a means of determining life and death. It was directly implanted within the soul, allowing Phil to sense the thoughts of the controlled to a certain extent. If the one being controlled harbored ill will towards the controller, it would immediately alert the controller, resulting in misfortune for those with malicious thoughts. Likewise, Phil sensed an excitement within the Shadow's soul. The Shadow was intrigued, meaning he had betrayed the assassin organization in his heart and had chosen to join Phil's side. Phil withdrew the array, allowing the Shadow to rise slowly. Unfazed by the possibility of a counterattack, Phil secretly looked forward to it. Delrose had extolled the virtues of this sinister control sigil, and Phil was eager to test its effects. The Shadow proved to be far more astute than Phil had anticipated. He refrained from making a move against Phil, seemingly resigned. Shadow, how much do you know about the organization's affairs, most importantly? Do you know where our contracts are hidden? Phil urged the Shadow to sit down, eager for answers. A flicker of confusion, joy, and hesitation crossed the Shadow's face. Since being inducted into the assassin organization, he had never encountered anyone who invited him to sit and converse. Having long since lost the habit, he found it somewhat disconcerting. Yet Phil's treatment evoked a sense of respect within him. Once seated, the Shadow finally acknowledged his current identity. He was no longer merely an Earth-grade assassin of the organization, but now his life was in Phil's hands. Master, the Shadow began, only to be interrupted by Phil. Do not call me master. Although I hold your life in my hands, what I desire is not a mere obedient servant. You are called Shadow, and within the organization, I am known as Dark. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Dark. And if possible, we shall be partners. Phil spoke earnestly. An obedient servant may comply, but their heart may not align with yours. Such a subordinate was not what Phil sought. A partner, however, was different, a person to rely upon. With control over the Shadow's life, Phil had no fear of betrayal, but he desired more than that. The Shadow's exceptional stealth abilities inspired Phil to concoct a bold plan, to cultivate the Shadow into a truly relentless assassin. Phil's assassinations relied on strategy and poison, and with the Shadow's skills and execution, they would form an extraordinarily effective duo. Even after severing ties with the assassin organization, the two of them could dominate the world together. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the Shadow's eyes, which soon settled into calmness. The notion of partnership was a term long forgotten to him, yet now, Phil's declaration resonated deeply within him. Chapter 52. Business and Tasks from the Shadow's Revelations. Phil gleaned numerous secrets of the Castor assassin group. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment when he learned that even the Shadow was unaware of the whereabouts of the assassin's contracts. Yet Phil remained undeterred. For the Shadow speculated that the individual most likely to know was the overseer of the assassin organization. Thus, if he could manage to control the overseer, the information would surely come to light. Shadow. You will continue to operate as before, fulfilling tasks for the organization and keeping an eye on me. We shall devise a long-term strategy to deal with the overseer. With your intelligence, I am confident we can find a way to deal with him. Phil concluded. Finally feeling a sense of relief. With the Shadow by his side, he need not fear sudden betrayal by the organization, as having an insider was indeed advantageous. The Shadow nodded, yet hesitated to speak. Is there a problem? Phil inquired with a smile. The Shadow appeared to be slightly older than him, undoubtedly a very young assassin. Phil had thought himself destined to be alone in this world, especially after becoming an assassin. Yet now, at least he had the Shadow by his side. Dark. What transpired during your 2 assassinations? I followed you closely during your encounter with Rolls, yet I remain perplexed regarding how you deployed your poison and what precisely led to Yonka's demise. The Shadow posed the questions that had lingered in his mind. Throughout his time shadowing Phil, he had witnessed many things he had never considered before. Phil had transformed in his eyes into a figure of mystery and strength, which was also a reason for his submission. As he recognized that Phil's methods of assassination were an undeniable shortcut to improvement, Phil chuckled and shared his insights without reservation, aside from a few details regarding the poison's formulation. With the Shadow's intelligence, he quickly grasped the essence. It was all about strategy. Assassination through strategy and lethal poison represented a new art of killing. The Shadow finally felt a sense of genuine allegiance, while the world of assassination was still confined to direct attacks. Phil had elevated it to a realm of intellect, a significant advancement from what the Shadow had previously understood. If you wish to learn, I can teach you in the future, Phil added with a smile. After severing ties with the assassin organization, he did not intend to continue living the life of an assassin. However, the Shadow was different. He was practically born to be an assassin. In the future. Passing on his assassination techniques to the Shadow would mean having a king of assassination at his side. The Shadow nodded before retreating to his previous hiding place, vanishing from sight. Phil exhaled deeply. Feeling a surge of gratitude, the Shadow's presence had illuminated his situation. It turned out that he had been in a precarious position all along. Even the assassin organization was beginning to target him. Then let us see who ultimately prevails. Phil clenched his fists. Outside the assassin organization's manor, the lights shone brightly. The overseer held a note in hand, a newly received task transmitted through the Castor assassin group's special channels. First the Borst family, then the Fendorsen family, and now the Gutman family. What exactly do they intend to achieve? The overseer murmured, staring at the note that clearly indicated the current target. O.S. Gutman. Among the 3 prominent young masters of Mower City, 2 had already perished at the hands of the Castor assassin group, and now the last would meet the same fate. Yet the overseer found himself perplexed. Who could be orchestrating the downfall of the 3 major families in Mower City? As an assassin organization, they were not typically concerned with the motives behind their employers' assassination targets. However, receiving consecutive assassination assignments for 3 families in such a short span had piqued the overseer's curiosity. I wonder what method that little fellow is using this time. The steward suddenly chuckled, his face alight with genuine interest. It had been many years since he had encountered anything so amusing. The assassination of Phil had left him perplexed these past few days, simultaneously piquing his curiosity. A new day had dawned, and Phil awoke from his meditation, feeling an indescribable sense of ease. Glancing at the position of Shadow, a smile crept upon his lips. The low-ranked assassin sent by the organization would now be under his command. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. Shadow, Phil whispered softly. Shadow's figure materialized from the corner, evidently having reconciled with the fact that he was under Fu Tianyu's control after a long night of contemplation, adjusting his mindset accordingly. I am quite curious. Do you not require sustenance or rest? How is it that you can accompany me all day long? Phil inquired, bemused. Shadow was with him 24 hours a day. How could one manage such a feat? If you wish to achieve the same, it is certainly possible, Shadow replied with a faint smile. While eating and drinking are essential for ordinary individuals, those who are exceptional assassins, like him, can cleverly arrange their needs. Phil chuckled, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He understood that every assassin harbors their own secrets, and Shadow was evidently a unique one, as indicated by his distinctive title, much like Phil's own, which was Darkness. Shadow, dark, shadowy, Phil mused. If the two of them were to join forces, they would become the Shadow Assassins, with Phil orchestrating plans and Shadow executing them. Fu Tianyu would soon find himself in a better position, thanks to Shadow's untraceable stealth capabilities. Shadow, what kind of tasks do you think the higher-ups will assign me as a surprise to better observe my assassination techniques? Phil pondered thoughtfully. Now that he had successfully turned the organization's surveillance in his favor, he couldn't help but wonder how the steward would react upon discovering this truth. You should find out in the next couple of days. Darkness, go about your tedious business. Revealing myself in plain sight is not my habit. Simply treat me as if I were air, Shadow replied, clearly reluctant to expose himself to prying eyes, even in their solitude. He preferred to remain concealed, for prolonged visibility would only lead to a degradation of his stealth skills. Watching Shadow dissolve into nothingness once more, Phil had to concede that this individual was indeed quite cautious and serious, which explained his ability to remain hidden all day. It seemed he had long integrated stealth into his way of life. Phil recalled the tale of the oil cellar, where the phrase, nothing special, just familiarity with the craft, encapsulated an essential ingredient for success. When one makes stealth a part of daily existence, constantly practicing it, it seemed plausible that he could attain Shadow's level as well. Alas, Phil and Shadow were ultimately different. Even as an assassin, I live beneath a sky of light unknown to others, Phil thought, filled with a sense of grandeur. Pushing open the door, Phil was about to step outside when he noticed that the innkeeper had been waiting for him. Intrigued, he approached. Greetings, esteemed bard, the innkeeper said, bowing respectfully. Phil had been residing here for some time. Though the inn was somewhat isolated, it attracted a good number of patrons. Despite his stay, he had not engaged much with the innkeeper, making this apparent waiting seem puzzling. Esteemed Kanai-san, may the gods be with you. How may I be of service? Phil returned the gesture elegantly, bestowing a blessing akin to that of a priest from the Temple of Light, naturally adopting the bard's customary tone. May the gods be with you, the innkeeper replied instantly. Regardless of one's faith, such words were well received. Bard, I have observed that you have not been performing at the Sands Tavern these past few days, and thus I have a small proposal. I wonder if you might be interested. The innkeeper, Kanai-san, wore a merchant's characteristic smile, artificial yet sweet. Phil paused, glancing at Kanai-san. He had scrutinized everyone in the inn, yet he had not anticipated that the innkeeper would take an interest in him. What proposal might you have, Kanai-san? I've been feeling rather financially constrained lately. Do you perhaps have work for me? Phil inquired with a smile. When someone sought out a bard, it was usually for storytelling or, occasionally, for the distasteful whims of noblewomen. By the gods, you are indeed remarkably astute, bard. You must know that Mayan has yet to host a bard's performances. If you do not mind, I would like to offer you the opportunity to perform at my tavern, with compensation according to the usual terms. The inn was structured with rooms in the back and a tavern in front. Although it was somewhat remote, many still gathered there for meals and drinks. However, the absence of a bard had been noted, and the innkeeper had evidently been observing Phil for quite some time. Seeing such a young bard who had not earned any income for days, he was not inclined to miss the chance to extend an invitation. Typically, it was the bard who sought out venues. However, it was not unusual for someone like Kanai-san to actively recruit a bard to enhance the tavern's entertainment offerings, so Phil was not taken aback. I would be delighted, although I won't be here every day. You must understand, Kanai-san, that we bards pursue knowledge as our primary goal. Phil agreed that a bard without a purpose would raise suspicions. He had already contemplated resuming work, and now, the opportunity had presented itself. Bardic work was rather leisurely and would not consume much of Phil's time. With his intellect and current knowledge, he could easily impress and fulfill the duties of a promising bard. Kanai-san was overjoyed and quickly negotiated the specifics with Phil before departing. This slightly plump middle-aged man was indeed a shrewd businessman, aware that his inn's location was not ideal and thus seeking various methods to attract attention. Phil did not expect to encounter such good fortune upon stepping outside. Lifting his spirits, however, just as he turned out of the inn, his gaze sharpened. Is business truly this bustling? Phil mused casually, redirecting his path with a sigh. It seemed he had another assignment. Chapter 53. An unexpected task. The emblem of the Kester Assassin Guild prominently appeared before Phil's eyes once more. The appearance of this mark signified yet another business opportunity. Phil pondered the situation. Was there truly so much animosity towards individuals in Moore City, or were certain individuals simply too ostentatious, becoming targets for retribution? Following the discreet markers only recognizable to insiders, Phil took several turns until he reached a street vendor selling snacks. Unobtrusively signaling, he procured some items before following the markers to a lonely old woman's home. The Kester Assassin Guild's task assignment route was quite clandestine, requiring several turns to obtain task clues, resembling an underground meeting. Upon exiting the old woman's residence, Phil took another detour before finally acquiring the note detailing the task. However, upon reading it, he found himself at a loss for words. Target: O.S. Gutman. Task duration: 2 months. Having been in this place for less than a month, was he truly expected to eliminate the 3 young heirs of Moore City? Phil felt a twinge of confusion. As an assassin, execution of tasks was paramount, yet the succession of assignments left him feeling uneasy. To sequentially target the heirs of Moore City's 3 prominent families. What exactly was the mastermind behind this endeavor aiming to achieve? Phil was well acquainted with the intended targets. The thought of the 3 heirs potentially perishing at his hands stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. If OS were to meet his demise, Moore City would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Though the turmoil of Moore City held little consequence for him, it did present opportunities for personal gain amidst the disorder. After receiving the task, Phil proceeded to the library. In the coming days, he needed to prepare for his secondary role as a bard, as a successful bard required proper mental organization before performing. Shadow trailed behind Phil, observing him with a mix of complexity. This time, he felt he had truly fallen into a trap. Yet, within Shadow's heart, there lingered a flicker of anticipation. Last night, Phil had meticulously explained the details of the previous 2 assassination attempts, granting Shadow a sense of enlightenment. How would Phil approach this new task? Shadow found himself eager to discover the outcome. Within the Gutman family, OS stood respectfully before the patriarch, Bryce Gutman, exuding a sense of composure. With the deaths of Rolls and Yanko, OS had been in a daze for quite some time, yet he had matured significantly. Still, Bryce could not help but nod in approval at his demeanor. The deaths of Rolls and Yanko were currently the talk of the town, and the Gutman family had inadvertently borne the brunt of the blame. However, no one possessed any evidence to substantiate the claims against them, which made matters easier for Bryce to handle. As for the suspicions swirling around, there were far too many nobles with nothing better to do than gossip. Bryce had long since learned to disregard them. Now, with Yanko's death, the Borst family could not escape suspicion, rendering them less inclined to trouble the Gutman Trading Company as they had before. Meanwhile, the Findoston family was gripped by anxiety due to the scrutiny from the temple. Though the 2 families issued a bounty to capture the murderer, it was merely a facade, a superficial gesture. The 2 assassination cases, which were barely passable, were beyond the capabilities of mere adventurers and mercenaries to solve. Compared to the tarnished reputation born of suspicion, Bryce was far more concerned with OS's development. The continuation of a family relies on its people. Now that the other 2 of the 3 major families faced calamity, did it not herald the dawn of the Gutman family's resurgence? OS, you should maintain a low profile these days. Refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary, Bryce remarked, as if a thought had struck him. Currently, OS spent nearly every day confined at home, yet he was acutely aware that he had become a figure of considerable interest in Moore City, albeit one burdened with a notorious reputation that drew attention wherever he went. More so than before, he was no longer the naive OS who believed he could overshadow roles merely by winning over a concubine. This period of confinement had matured him significantly. Yes, Father, OS replied respectfully, puzzled by the elder's summons. Was it merely to deliver this single admonition? Confusion lingered as he departed, while Bryce's expression bore a weighty concern. As a merchant, he sensed that recent events were amiss. The death of a single Rolls might not have been alarming, but with Yanko now deceased, the situation became grave. Others attributed the murders to the Gutman family, yet as the head of the family, could he truly remain ignorant of his kin's actions? It seems the time has come to pay a visit to those two old codgers, Bryce murmured. For centuries, Moore City had been dominated by the three major families, enduring numerous trials, yet they had withstood the test. Although Moore City was merely the second city of the Kingdom of Croatia and not particularly significant, families that could maintain their standing for hundreds of years in such a locale were indeed exceptional. Have the personnel for surveillance been arranged? In a secluded residence in Moore City, several leaders of the Bloodblade assassin group convened, with one at the forefront inquiring. Rest assured, my lord, everything is in place. Our agents have already infiltrated the Gutman family, and young OS will remain under our watchful eyes, came the response. Excellent. This time, we must ensure that the Kester faction pays for their misdeeds. Of utmost importance is identifying the assassin responsible for the Moore City murders. Having such a person within Kester is undoubtedly detrimental to us, the leader stated gravely. What should have transpired did not. Bloodblade had expended resources, the target was dead, yet the desired outcome remained elusive, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Murder was not their intent. They merely sought to deplete Kester's pool of assassins in the area. Yet they now realized that Kester's operatives were far more formidable than anticipated at times. They even questioned whether Kester had dispatched a top-tier assassin, given the meticulousness of their operations. However, being fellow practitioners of assassination, he understood that Moore City was not of a scale to warrant the attention of such elite assassins. My lord, shall I take charge personally? Suggested one tasked with monitoring the Gutman family. The leader nodded, tacitly approving. They were here to claim territory, yet Kester had been entrenched for over a century, necessitating a thorough clearing for other assassin groups to establish themselves. Phil had spent half a day in the library before emerging. With tasks at hand and business opportunities arising, he would have previously lacked the inclination for the life of a wandering bard. However, now with a shadow by his side, Phil was keen to assess the shadow's capabilities. After wandering through Moore City for a time, Phil prepared for the impending assassination, gathering intelligence and devising a plan. He was well acquainted with OS's background, yet recently, OS had shunned the public eye. Finding him would likely require infiltrating the Gutman family. In the past, this might have posed a challenge for Phil, but now, with a shadow skilled in concealment, he felt significantly bolstered. The shadow exhibited keen interest in Phil's methods, were he to partake. Phil surmised that the shadow would relish the opportunity. After filling his stomach at an inn while eavesdropping for the latest gossip and seeking useful information, Phil proceeded to a herbalist shop. He had nearly 30 poison formulas at his disposal, thanks largely to the pharmacist's notes, which had expanded his options considerably. The shadow watched Phil's activities with a sense of ennui. This was not the first time Phil had engaged in such tasks, and he discerned no discernible patterns. By the time they returned home, night had fallen. Phil had failed to gather any useful intelligence. OS, it seemed, had become addicted to his shell, disappearing from view except for on the day of Rolls' funeral. Shadow, Phil called out. The shadow appeared beside him, startling him. With his prowess in concealment and counter-surveillance, Phil had not sensed the shadow's presence, underscoring the latter's considerable skill. Do you wish to experience the sensation of watching another step into the death trap you have meticulously set? Phil inquired with a smile, his expression laden with intrigue. The shadow's emerald eyes sparkled with interest as it nodded. Although already aware of how Phil had eliminated Rolls and Yanko, the prospect of participating in a new mission, even executing it personally, was undeniably thrilling. This time, the target is OS of the Gutman family. I need you to investigate his movements and the protective forces surrounding him. Pay close attention to his daily life as an assassin. Your observational skills are crucial. When you return, I will evaluate your performance, Phil instructed, akin to a mentor at an assassin training facility. This role felt somewhat awkward for him, especially after learning of the Shadow's status as a top-tier assassin. The Shadow, lacking the self-awareness typical of a top-tier assassin, understood from Phil's words that he was to be the main operative in this mission, which he eagerly anticipated. The Shadow's form then vanished, as if it had never been there at all. Though Phil had grown somewhat accustomed to this, he could not help but marvel at the Shadow's unique constitution, one that others could not replicate. Manipulating the various herbs he had procured, Phil pondered before commencing the preparation of true weapons for assassination. Poisons. What could be a more discreet method of eliminating a target than doing so without a trace? The use of blades had long been relegated to a last resort in Phil's arsenal. Your abilities combined with my strategy. This is something to look forward to, Phil mused, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips as he settled in to direct the Shadow's assassination, finding it even more exhilarating than before. Chapter 54. The Shadow's transformation. The Shadow emerged from the inn, brimming with anticipation. Having observed Phil's assassination strategies and listened to his explanations, the Shadow now understood the purpose behind Phil's previous wanderings. With Phil now assigning him reconnaissance duties, the Shadow felt a surge of excitement reminiscent of his training days at the assassin facility. It had been 7 or 8 years since he left the training grounds. Having ascended from a low-tier to a top-tier assassin, with a tally of at least several hundred successful assassinations, many of which posed significant challenges, his experience in the art of killing was extensive. Yet he could not suppress his exhilaration at the prospect of employing a fresh method of assassination, one that was virtually unattainable in the training facility. Moreover, the Shadow recognized that if he were to engage in assassination as Phil did, he would elevate his game, making it even harder for targets to defend themselves. "I will undoubtedly surpass your efforts." The Shadow's competitive spirit swelled within him. Though under Phil's control, he had long been ensnared by Kester's grasp. Now, he merely had an additional master. Furthermore, the Shadow sensed that Phil did not intend to treat him as a mere tool. As evidenced by his earlier explanations of his own assassination techniques and his current invitation for the Shadow to participate directly, the Shadow was filled with anticipation. Phil sought to extricate himself from the clutches of the assassin organization, and the Shadow harbored similar desires. Individuals like him within the assassin organization could not live as others did. Since his transfer here several years ago, he had seldom accepted assassination assignments, mostly serving as a watcher, much like he had done for Phil. No one relished the life of an assassin unless they were psychologically warped. Even the Shadow, endowed with exceptional talent and a unique constitution, did not wish to continue living this way indefinitely. When Phil inquired about the slave contracts binding assassins to the organization, the Shadow realized that this particular darkness was not one to which he was resigned. Though the Shadow had considered revealing Phil's secrets, that would be tantamount to courting death. Should Phil perish, he would not escape unscathed either. This much was evident after the sinister binding sigils had embedded themselves in his very soul. Since Phil sought to embrace a reckless path, the Shadow had no choice but to follow suit. As for the Kester assassin group, they could go to hell. The Shadow was aware of his choices and held confidence in Phil. From the inn to the Gutman family residence, the Shadow's mind remained in constant motion. He traversed Moore City like a phantom, nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. The streets were bustling with activity. Yet the Shadow casually approached the Gutman estate, finally clearing his thoughts. An assassin must maintain composure when executing a mission. If one's mind is in disarray, death is imminent. With the prowess of Ing, should he wish to assassinate OS, it would be a trivial matter. As long as he locates OS, even with formidable bodyguards in place, an individual of OS's caliber would stand little chance of escaping with his life. However, this task does not fall within Ying's purview, for he refrains from direct assassination. Moreover, he seeks to master the assassination techniques imparted by Phil through practice. The Gutman family's estate is remarkably tranquil, both inside and out. Ing, ever vigilant, first surveyed the surroundings of the Gutman estate, a practice Phil often employed. Ensuring a secure escape route prior to an assassination is a requisite for a long-lived assassin, a principle Ing had previously disregarded, yet now he faithfully adheres to Phil's guidance. Upon returning to his original position, Ing furrowed his brow. The defensive measures of the Gutman family were indeed exceptionally stringent. Numerous hidden sentinels lay in wait around the estate, silently monitoring every movement within the Gutman residence. Were it not for Ying's extraordinary stealth capabilities and his meticulous caution as an assassin, he might have failed to discern these watchful eyes. Had another assassin, even Phil himself, approached, they would likely have been exposed to the gaze of these concealed watchers. Their concealment was, indeed, exemplary. Could it be that the Gutman family anticipated this? Ing pondered, a mix of confusion and admiration stirring within him. Had he not adhered to Phil's directive and conducted a thorough search beforehand, he might never have unearthed these hidden observers. However, now that he was aware of them, their presence became inconsequential. Ing quietly infiltrated the Gutman estate, carefully observing the guards within the wealthiest family among the 3 prominent clans of Moore City. The Gutmans employed formidable protectors. Teams of guards patrolled diligently, and Ing began to discern the patterns Phil had described. Every family's guards possessed their own protocols during patrols. This not only eliminates blind spots, but also facilitates effective management of the security personnel. After careful observation, Ing finally identified the so-called patterns and felt a surge of understanding. No wonder that fellow, despite his lack of exceptional stealth, has never been discovered. There is indeed wisdom in his methods. Ng silently commended. As he easily pinpointed the vulnerabilities within the guards' routines. By exploiting a temporal discrepancy, the guards seemed to vanish altogether, a notion that intrigued him, though his own abilities could allow him to pass by these guards undetected. Employing the strategies articulated by Phil would undeniably be the safest approach. Utilizing the timing of the guards' training and the interplay of their locations, Ng maneuvered through the Gutman estate's outer defenses. Akin to an assassin with minimal stealth capabilities, effortlessly entering the inner sanctum at each juncture, he meticulously sought opportunities to exploit, contemplating how to leverage seemingly inconsequential elements that could prove effective with the right approach. The excitement within Ng grew, for he realized that compared to the assassination missions he had previously undertaken, his prior methods now appeared woefully crude in comparison to Phil's teachings. The inhabitants of the Gutman family were unusually quiet, perhaps due to the recent spate of events subtly linked to them. Even within their abode, they maintained a low profile, while the servants moved about with utmost caution. Ng scoured every nook and cranny of the Gutman residence. A feat only he could achieve. Every layout, every arrangement, and the potential for utilization during an assassination crystallized in his mind. As the entirety of the Gutman estate's information unfolded before him, a sudden epiphany struck him. The Gutman family was laid bare before his eyes. From the strategically placed guards to the patrols and the various arrangements within the estate, he felt an unmistakable clarity. He had located OS and thoroughly assessed the surroundings of OS's residence. Following various lines of thought, he discovered at least a dozen methods to ensure OS's demise would be shrouded in obscurity. Enlightened, Ng followed Phil's strategic layout, only to realize that the assassination techniques he once prided himself on would pale in significance under such a framework. Indeed, his sword could remain sheathed. Truly, the art of assassination is remarkable, Ng murmured, as a new path to assassination unfurled within his mind, beckoning him into an entirely new realm. What a formidable individual! No wonder he managed to outwit me so effortlessly, Ng mused with a wry smile. His understanding deepening with each revelation. Exiting the Gutman estate, he felt invigorated. Even without his innate stealth, the intricacies of the estate were now etched into his memory, allowing for a seamless retreat. A sense of liberation washed over him, free from the trepidation of sudden discovery. Although Ying's stealth was formidable, it was not infallible. Thus, he had always exercised caution during missions. Yet now, with a comprehensive understanding of the surroundings, a lightness filled his heart, a feeling of having everything firmly in hand. Were it not for the necessity of remaining undetected, he would have been tempted to shout in exultation. He recognized that through this practical experience within the Gutman home, he had undergone a transformative journey, significantly elevating his assassination prowess. Diverse thoughts and methodologies illuminated Phil's philosophy on assassination, with no need for blades or close combat, as long as the layout was appropriately devised. The target's demise was inevitable. This was the essence of wisdom, the wisdom of an assassin. Reflecting on the enigmatic fates of Rolls and Yanko, whose deaths remained unresolved enigmas, Ng eagerly anticipated how he would feel after orchestrating such an assassination. As he prepared to depart the Gutman estate, a sudden impulse compelled him to reconnoiter the vicinity once more, discovering that the hidden sentinels remained in place. These individuals are clearly skilled. Why do they not position themselves within? A sense of perplexity gripped Ng. Within the Gutman estate, he had encountered no hidden observers comparable to those outside. This peculiar arrangement of external strength and internal vulnerability raised questions about the Gutman family strategy. Ng found it difficult to comprehend. Typically, all defenses must either be uniformly tight or relaxed externally while fortified internally to effectively safeguard the target. Yet here, the Gutmen seemed to rely on capable sentinels outside while neglecting their inner security. Did they believe they could eliminate threats solely from the outside? Analyzing the positions of these hidden watchers, Ng readily identified their flaws. It appeared they were not there to defend against attacks on the Gutman family, but rather to surveil them. Surveillance. Ying's expression shifted. Could it be that these individuals were not placed there by the Gutman family? A realization dawned upon him. Chapter 55. The Bloodblade emerges if those positioned outside the Gutman residence were not agents of the Gutman family. Then who were they? Ng pondered. Could there be others harboring ill intentions toward the Gutman family? Or were they preparing to confront the Gutmans? Ng hesitated to draw conclusions, aware that his knowledge was insufficient. Unsure, he deemed it pointless to linger within the Gutman estate and swiftly made his way toward Phil's residence. What do you mean? Someone is surveilling the Gutman family. Phil inquired, his expression betraying confusion. Indeed, they are exceptionally well concealed. Had I not been particularly observant, I might never have uncovered their presence. Ing confirmed, nodding. Throughout his journey, he had contemplated this very issue. Intrigued by the hidden methods employed by these individuals, which rivaled those of typical assassins. Ing, return and monitor them. It would be ideal to ascertain their identities, Phil instructed after a moment's thought. Are you certain? Ing queried. Perplexed, even if someone was surveilling, his abilities would make it a simple task to eliminate OS. Indeed, keep a discreet watch on them. Once you discern who they are, inform me immediately, Phil replied earnestly. With Ying's capabilities, few could evade his scrutiny. Without uttering another word, he swiftly vanished from Phil's view. Phil watched with a tinge of envy as Ing disappeared. Such innate stealth was not a skill one could easily cultivate. Curious about the mysterious figures that had emerged, he awaited Ying's return to uncover their origins. Outside the Gutman estate, Ing quietly settled into a corner. In his perception, nearly half of those concealed there had not escaped his notice. This was the innate talent of the Dark Clan. Although Ing was only half of their lineage, he had inherited a significant portion of their abilities, perhaps even excelling in some respects. As time passed and dawn approached, the hidden figures remained motionless, further fueling Ying's suspicions. Typically, aside from assassins or thieves, practitioners of martial arts or spiritualists seldom trained in the art of concealment. Yet here were over 10 individuals exhibiting such skills. Had he not been part of the Kester assassin group himself, he might have suspected that members of that very organization were executing a mission here. As daylight gradually broke, the veiled figures finally stirred. With half of them commencing their withdrawal, leaving behind those positioned in locations that would remain elusive even during daylight, silently shadowing their movements, Ing possessed an unparalleled skill in stealth. The mysterious figures, unaware of their follower, executed their withdrawal with utmost discretion. All of them seemed to be headed in a singular direction, piquing Ying's curiosity. Undoubtedly, these individuals were dispatched by an unknown force, proficient in the art of concealment and stealth. Far superior to ordinary assassins, perhaps even more adept than Phil's own skills in this regard. Where on earth do these individuals hail from? Pondered Ing, his mind brimming with questions. In Moore City, the territory of the Keisto assassin organization. No other assassin group could survive. This was an unwritten rule that a locale could harbor but a single assassin organization, and should another seek to undertake a mission in that area, it must negotiate with the local faction or outright supplant it. A formidable challenge. Considering each assassin organization possessed its own formidable capabilities, since its inception, the Keister assassin organization had never lost its territory, instead continuously expanding its reach. Soon, 7 or 8 enigmatic figures navigated the less conspicuous parts of Moore City. Arriving at a secluded area on the outskirts, typically inhabited by common folk, chaotic and diverse, thus unlikely to draw attention. Ing followed closely, increasingly convinced that these individuals were indeed professional assassins. They a premier assassin trained by the Keister group. If he could not discern their nature after such a prolonged pursuit, he might as well take his own life. The mysterious individuals halted before a spacious residence, concealing themselves in various locations. An anti-surveillance tactic they had employed throughout their journey to avoid detection. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Ing, a natural master of concealment with dark lineage. Moments later, once assured they were not being followed, they crossed past the large residence and proceeded towards a smaller house next door. Vanishing within its confines, Ing stealthily followed, and upon entering, he discovered numerous defenses against infiltrating assassins. However, he had long since mastered such challenges, effortlessly circumventing them to conceal himself in a shadowy corner, not far ahead. A figure was hiding, nearly 3 meters away from him. What meticulous defenses! Ing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This place was undoubtedly significant, otherwise such arrangements would be unwarranted. The estate of the Keister organization bore a similar setup, some of which he had personally orchestrated. In comparison, this location exhibited far more vulnerabilities, presenting no challenge for Ing. The residence was enveloped in silence. It was early morning, and most inhabitants remained asleep. Ing was in no rush, choosing to remain still. From his vantage point, he could observe the majority of the residents without arousing suspicion. Finally, after 2 hours, the inhabitants began to stir. A middle-aged man, around 40, emerged from a room, lazily engaging in rudimentary morning exercises. Suddenly, Ying's gaze sharpened, fixating intensely on a hidden mark beneath the man's collar. A blood-red dagger insignia, cleverly concealed. had the man not been performing various loosening movements. Ing might have missed it entirely. Could it be the Bloodblade? These individuals are members of the Bloodblade assassin group. How did they come to be here? Ying's heart raced with astonishment. The Bloodblade assassin group boasted a more formidable reputation than the Keister group across the continent. Typically, members of Bloodblade did not operate within the Kingdom of Croatia, where Keister reigned supreme, especially in the district of Siskoto. Yet here they were, in Moor City, lurking near the Gutman family, the very target of a Keister mission. This was indeed intriguing. Ing continued to observe, soon spotting 5 more middle-aged men, each displaying the Bloodblade insignia beneath their collars. He could ascertain with certainty that they were all members of Bloodblade, and their ranks were not trivial, while he maintained his distance. He could roughly gauge their strength. 3 were of the martial sect, and 2 of the thought sect, but their exact levels remained unclear. It was sufficient information. Caution prevailed. The presence of thought sect members made Ing wary. Their perceptive abilities were formidable, and even he could not guarantee absolute invisibility. The 5 middle-aged men gathered for a meal, after which a man in his 30s entered, one of the mysterious figures Ing had been tracking. Regrettably, despite having a clear line of sight, he could not ascertain their conversation. As noon approached, Ing seized an opportunity to exit the estate. In the past, discovering Bloodblade operatives in such proximity would have compelled him to immediately report to the overseer, confident that these assailants would not see the day through. However, now he was no longer solely in service to the Keister group. His life was also in Phil's hands. Thus, he hurried back to Phil's residence. At that moment, Phil was entertaining patrons in the tavern adjacent to his inn, weaving captivating tales in the manner of a bard. Ing watched from a distance, intrigued by Phil's graceful movements and emotive voice. As a bard, Phil proved quite successful, his stories uniquely adapted to enthrall the audience, rendering the tavern silent save for his voice. The tavern and proprietor, Kain Sang, beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum, exhilarated by his astute decision. Young and talented bards like Phil were rare, and given the allure of his stories, Kain Sang was certain that his business would soon flourish. As Phil reached the climax of his tale, he politely bowed to his audience before extricating himself. Having not performed for several days, he felt somewhat rusty. This time, he encountered no obstacles or invitations, and upon learning of Phil's intention to remain at the tavern, the patrons graciously allowed him to leave, eager to return. This encapsulated the essence of a bard's value, the ability to draw patrons through storytelling. In simple terms, a skilled bard guaranteed popularity. Upon entering his room, Phil discovered Ing awaiting him, and a smile broke across his face. Knowing Ing bore good news. Those individuals are from the Bloodblade assassin group, totaling around 40, residing in a manor on the western side of the city, and many of them are formidable. Once the door was closed, Ing divulged, Bloodblade assassin group. Phil mused, recognizing the name as one of the prominent assassin factions. The Bloodblade, along with the Keister and Blackthorn groups, constituted the 3 major assassin organizations within human society. It was said that Bloodblade's overall strength eclipsed that of Keister. Each group maintained its territory, typically avoiding mission conflicts, a fact Phil was well aware of. Yet now, the presence of Bloodblade operatives in Moor City was anything but ordinary. Moreover, it was particularly concerning that they were monitoring the Gutman family. Ing, return and keep watch over them. See if you can uncover their intentions, Phil instructed suddenly. Ing offered no objections, understanding that Phil's request was made with purpose. After Ing departed, Phil remained deep in thought. The sudden emergence of the Bloodblade group instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Suddenly, a realization struck, from Rolls to Yanko, and now to OS. There loomed an unseen individual or force orchestrating events. The pattern of these assassination missions suggested someone was systematically targeting Moor City's 3 noble families. What was even more peculiar was the close timing of these tasks, each merely days apart. Just after his arrival in Moor City, he received the assassination task for Rolls, which had a 2-month timeline. He completed it swiftly, initially feeling unconcerned. However, shortly after, he was assigned the task to eliminate Yanko, again with a 2-month deadline. And now OS's mission followed suit. It seemed as if someone was impatiently seeking to eradicate the heirs of Moor City's 3 noble families. Coincidentally, he had undertaken all 3 assignments, which struck him as odd. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Phil pondered, only to dismiss his hypothesis quickly. 1 or 2 tasks might be attributed to chance, but this was the 3rd instance, and it was precisely during this 3rd mission that he encountered the Bloodblade operatives. As fellow assassins, Phil could not fathom that they were there to provide protection. Protection? Phil furrowed his brow as memories of his past life resurfaced. He recalled a time when he was a special forces operative, tasked with a mission strikingly similar to the one at hand. They had been on the hunt for an exceptionally skilled assassin, setting a trap with a fellow operative as bait and offering a substantial reward. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit, successfully capturing the target. Could it be that the true aim of the adversary was not to kill anyone? Phil sensed that the situation had grown more intricate. "Kid, what are you pondering? Get back to your training." Delrose's dissatisfied voice echoed in his mind. Phil shook his head, realizing that the information at hand was too scant. Overthinking would do him little good. He plunged his consciousness into the sea of awareness, where he found Delrose fuming with furrowed brows. Ever since he had embarked on learning the art of concentration with Delrose, Phil had been subjected to relentless training whenever he found a moment to spare. Currently, he was still in the phase of sketching thought symbols in the realm of consciousness, as Delrose would put it. A thought must manifest into a symbol for one to truly grasp the essence of a technique. And mastering the application of that technique would be the focus of future training. With Delrose's guidance, Phil was honing his command of thought symbols directly within the sea of awareness, a distinct advantage that other practitioners of the art lacked. Most practitioners would accumulate mental energy to a significant degree before pursuing the art, which appeared to yield better results. However, Delrose firmly rejected such an approach. The art required thought symbols to activate mental energy, and the swifter one could sketch these symbols, the quicker the technique could be executed, a fundamental principle of the art. Delrose was an absolute master, while he had yet to allow Phil to attempt any techniques. He insisted on forcing Phil to sketch each symbol meticulously, imposing strict requirements that demanded the thought to create a symbol, a feat not easily accomplished by the average individual, even among the practitioners. Few could instantaneously unleash their techniques. Nonetheless, Phil understood that Delrose's intentions were for his benefit. If he could successfully form thought symbols with his mind, he would achieve instantaneous execution of techniques in the future. A truly impressive feat. At present, Phil had only managed to grasp two symbols, one for enhancing agility and the other for inducing slowness. The agility symbol expedited the movements of the target, essential in moments of escape or confrontation, while the slowness symbol rendered the opponent sluggish. Phil had always prioritized safety in his considerations, whether in assassination or in learning the art. Now, he could sketch the two symbols he had mastered without the need for physical motion, with merely a thought. The symbols materialized in the sea of awareness. Should he infuse them with mental energy, they would become techniques, though he had yet to test this. The city was replete with practitioners, and Phil preferred not to practice the art in public to avoid drawing suspicion, making Delrose's approach perfectly aligned with Phil's desire to conceal his identity and maintain a low profile. "Kid, if you aspire to be a great practitioner, you must train incessantly. You won't get far with your current habits," Delrose bellowed. Phil typically reserved his training in the art for the evenings. After completing his cultivation of ethereal energy, during the day, he either frequented the library or engaged in the life of a wandering minstrel. Delrose was fully aware of Phil's activities and had long berated him for squandering time. He often insisted that if Phil had questions, he should simply ask him. "Delrose, can I practice in peace?" Phil retorted, unwilling to engage in a verbal spar with the old sage, who seemed to have little else to occupy his time other than to chastise him. Shadow returned to the residence, noting that the defenses had grown even more stringent. However, this posed little challenge for him. He stealthily slipped back to the location he had occupied earlier in the day, discovering several middle-aged men still deep in conversation, though he could not overhear their words. Scanning the surroundings, he cautiously descended from the eaves and slipped beneath a window adjacent to the hall, finally catching snippets of their dialogue. "This stalemate cannot continue. Kester's men have yet to make an appearance. Our operatives can maintain surveillance for a day or two, but if this drags on for 2 months, we will face significant issues," a sharp voice declared. "We won't have to wait much longer. Based on previous occurrences, they have always completed their missions within days. Their efficiency is truly remarkable. I am almost curious to know how they achieve it," another voice responded. "I am certain that Kester's operatives possess assassination techniques that we are unaware of. Otherwise, they could not have evaded our setup. It is a pity about the 200,000 gold coins. Not a single life was lost," a third voice lamented. "This is precisely what concerns me. To evade our probing while stealthily eliminating the target without anyone being the wiser. No one has yet discerned how they accomplish this. If we could grasp their techniques, it would be of far greater value than the success of our current mission," another voice sighed. "It's only just begun. Patience is essential. Unfortunately, Kester's operatives are concealed too well, and we have yet to locate their stronghold. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a predicament," a voice lamented. Shadow remained silent beneath the window, his heart gradually filling with astonishment. People occasionally passed by the courtyard, yet none noticed Shadow eavesdropping. He had become intimately familiar with the traps and hidden placements set by Bloodblade, and with his abilities. They would never suspect that their stronghold had been infiltrated without their knowledge. As the day drew to a close, Phil ventured out again in the afternoon, playing the role of a wandering minstrel for a time. Upon returning after dinner, he found Shadow had already returned. Shadow had spent the day eavesdropping on Bloodblade and gathered some intel. "What did you find out?" Phil casually inquired, gesturing for Shadow to take a seat. "I have essentially pieced together the situation. The Bloodblade operatives are targeting us, or more accurately, the Kester assassin group," Shadow explained, having conducted a preliminary analysis based on the discussion he had overheard among the 5 middle-aged men, completely unaware of his presence. Phil paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implications, though he was not overly surprised. "What do they intend to do?" he asked. "They plan to issue high-level assignments to lure Kester's assassins into action. Initially, it seemed they intended to pit our operatives against the Bolster family's masters to deplete our strength. However, after you thwarted 2 consecutive missions, they have now deployed personnel to the Gutman family." Intending to take matters into their own hands, Shadow replied. Having listened for an entire day, Shadow discerned that Bloodblade's interest in assassinating Phil was exceptionally keen, and they held a considerable amount of apprehension towards him. The fact that Bloodblade was dispatching elite operatives with such thoughts indicated that Phil's actions as an assassin had been notably successful. Phil swiftly comprehended the underlying strategy. It was a plan to weaken the enemy financially while inflicting harm. The method employed by Bloodblade was rather clever. If the Kester assassins engaged in combat with the 3 major families during their missions, the military might of those families would undoubtedly inflict significant casualties upon Kester's assassins. When that moment arrived, Bloodblade would swoop in to pick up the pieces, making it exceedingly difficult for Kester's operatives to recover. Phil could not help but feel a hint of admiration for the architect of this plan. However, now that he was aware of it, Bloodblade's operatives would not have an easy time ahead. Phil narrowed his eyes, revealing a gentle smile that sent a shiver down Shadow's spine, without needing to think. He understood that Phil was concocting some scheme. Chapter 57. Magnus' suspicion. A gentle smile graced the face of an assassin, yet it did not strike Shadow as odd. The situation was inherently peculiar. "Shadow, how many assassins can Kester mobilize in Moore City?" Phil inquired, blinking a few times. The notion that Bloodblade aimed to deplete Kester's assassins did not surprise Phil. Both were assassin organizations, and competition leading to absorption was inevitable. However, Bloodblade's approach was rather innovative. In the vicinity of Moore City, there are 3 Earth-tier assassins, 20 Mysterious-tier assassins, and 50 Yellow-tier assassins, if given sufficient time to rally the subordinates of the Moore City branch. "We could amass up to 200, Shadow calculated before responding. Moore City was a crucial branch of the Kester assassin group, and indeed, there were considerable numbers of operatives. However, when distributed across the various towns beneath Moore City, the numbers would dwindle significantly. What about summoning assassins from other locations?" Phil probed, as he was not well acquainted with the internal dynamics of Kester's organization. At his current level, he was only required to execute assassination missions. At most, we could summon an additional 100 assassins, primarily of the Mysterious and Yellow tiers. However, many of them are stationed operatives and cannot be easily mobilized, Shadow elucidated, thoroughly familiar with the situation of Kester's assassin group in Moore City. As one of the 3 Earth-tier assassins, Shadow, while not the branch's supervisor, had participated in its management. Among the 3 Earth-tier assassins, the most formidable one was the branch supervisor, known as the Stabber. This individual had a storied career, having orchestrated numerous assassinations and once igniting a wave of terror in the Kingdom of Croatia. His true strength remained unknown, as few were deemed worthy of his efforts anymore. Rumor had it that he was one of the most likely candidates to ascend to the realm of Heavenly Tier assassins. Another assassin of the Earth Tier, nicknamed Ming, stands in stark contrast to Phil's dark persona. This particular assassin typically approaches his targets in a most straightforward manner, even revealing his identity as the assassin before delivering the fatal blow. He embodies an exceptionally unconventional type of assassin. Nevertheless, it is precisely this uniqueness that has allowed him to thrive, a testament to his formidable strength. Apart from these 3 Earth-tier assassins, the operatives under the jurisdiction of the Kester organization in the Moore City branch are all quite capable. In the realm of assassination, those lacking in skill have long been eliminated, leaving only the elite. Convey the situation regarding Bloodblade to the supervisor. Inform him that while you were tracking me, you stumbled upon traces of Bloodblade and subsequently identified their operational targets, much to the chief's chagrin, Phil remarked with a smile. Ing displayed a look of confusion, unable to grasp Phil's reasoning behind this directive. Just do it, Phil added, leaving Ing with little room for protest. After following Phil for several days, Ing had instinctively come to believe that Phil's actions were always driven by some inscrutable purpose. Even though he had now received guidance from Phil, he remained oblivious to the latter's true intentions. Outside the manor, the supervisor regarded Ing with a grave expression, taken aback by the news he had brought back. Ing, are you certain they are indeed members of Bloodblade? The supervisor inquired once more. The emergence of Bloodblade sent a chill through him. Kester had previously clashed with them, though that had occurred in territories controlled by both parties. In certain areas, the assassination trade was not as thoroughly dominated by Kester as it was in Moore City. Indeed, I cannot ascertain their strength just yet, but their numbers exceed 30, Ing replied, casting a discontented glance at the supervisor. Although he too operated under the supervisor's authority, both were Earth-tier assassins, and the doubt cast upon his intelligence rankled him. The supervisor nodded, remaining unfazed by Ying's disapproving gaze. Over 30, is it? Such ambition to topple a division of Kester. Bloodblade's appetite is rather insatiable, the supervisor chuckled. A smile breaking across his face, one born of encountering a long-awaited rival. As one who had long since ceased to be a mere assassin, he had not tasted the thrill of action in quite some time. And now Ing had unwittingly bestowed upon him a worthy opponent, igniting an excitement he had not felt in ages. Ing, return for now. Keep a close watch on him, but do not disclose this matter to him. If Bloodblade intends to ambush our assassins, it would be prudent to observe how he navigates this task. The supervisor seemed to have uncovered a rather amusing scenario. Understood, Ing replied without objection. As the organization's appointed supervisor in this locale, the supervisor possessed the authority to make such decisions without seeking consensus. Ing vanished into the shadows, yet he did not depart entirely. Instead, he concealed himself just outside the manor, aware that the supervisor could sense his presence. Ing dared not draw too close, yet he was confident that the supervisor would take action upon receiving the news. Otherwise, he would not be a competent assassin supervisor. Soon, several figures emerged from the manor into the night, dispersing in various directions. These were the messengers of the manor. A slight smile graced Ying's lips. The supervisor was indeed setting plans in motion. Though the specifics remained known only to him, within the Polster household, old Polster sat in the grand hall, facing a young man who appeared to be around 17 or 18, resembling Rolls by a notable degree. Boston Polster, Rolls' younger brother, stood as the second son of the Polster family and the primary heir following Rolls' demise. Having been studying at the Royal Capital's Martial Academy, Boston had returned upon receiving news of Rolls' death to attend the funeral. Now that the funeral had concluded, he was due to return to his studies. Boston, your elder brother has departed. Henceforth, this family shall be yours to inherit. You must strive diligently, lest you disappoint your father, old Polster remarked. Aged considerably by the loss of his most outstanding son, who had been slain, his second son, who had always displayed a hint of timidity, now bore the weight of responsibility, and old Polster knew he must cultivate this still youthful boy. Father, rest assured, I shall endeavor to do my utmost, Boston replied, feigning strength despite the uncertainty in his eyes, which elicited a sigh from old Polster. Some individuals were simply born thus. Reshaping this child would require a long and arduous journey. It is commendable that you think this way. I shall arrange for protection at the academy. Starting tomorrow, you must present yourself as the heir. Do you understand? Old Polster advised earnestly. The younger generation of the Polster family was scant, aside from the 17 or 18-year-old Boston. The other 3 children were still too young to be nurtured. Yes, father, Boston responded, somewhat timidly. Previously, with Rolls paving the way, his life had been relatively comfortable, yet now, the weight of responsibility rested heavily upon his shoulders, and he regrettably lacked the requisite courage. Sir, the head of the Gutman family seeks an audience, the old steward announced as he entered the room. Briss, what brings him here? Old Polster queried, somewhat taken aback. Allow him to enter. Boston, you may leave, old Polster commanded after a moment of contemplation. Boston felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, bowing in respect before hastily exiting, as he always felt a twinge of trepidation in old Polster's presence. When Briss Gutman finally appeared before old Polster, The latter made no move to stand or greet him, an act that could be deemed disrespectful. However, in this moment, Old Polster was hardly inclined to engage in such pretentious gestures. A flicker of annoyance crossed Briss's features, yet he chose not to retaliate. He was not here to pick a fight. "Magnus, will you not offer me a seat?" Briss suppressed his indignation at Old Polster's rudeness. Old Polster regarded Magnus with several scrutinizing glances before, with a stoic expression, gesturing towards a nearby seat. "Briss, sit. What brings you to seek me at this hour?" Old Polster's tone was notably frigid, though there was no evidence linking Rolls' death to the Gutman family. They remained the prime suspects, and Old Polster did not anticipate any pleasant tidings from this visit. Briss's countenance darkened. His family had recently endured unwarranted misfortune, yet he found himself unable to voice his grievances. Now facing what felt like Old Polster's contempt. "Magnus, I have received word that someone is plotting to kill OS." Briss fixed his gaze upon Old Polster, stating coldly. This news had just reached him. An informant within the underground organization had finally reported the assassination mission to him. Briss had harbored suspicions, and now, hearing this news, he could no longer remain seated. "You do not suspect that I have put out a bounty on your son's life, do you?" Old Polster retorted with derision. Though he would relish seeing the Gutman family pay a price, he was not so lowly as to resort to hiring an assassin. "I indeed harbor such suspicions." Briss maintained his steely gaze upon Old Polster, his tone unwavering. Just as Old Polster prepared to explode in anger, Briss continued. "However, I am even more inclined to suspect that someone is targeting our three families." Old Polster's fury faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" he queried. Not a fool by any means, he could detect the implications in Briss's words. "Regardless of whether you believe it, your son's death has nothing to do with the Gutman family. Likewise, neither does Yanko's demise. Now, it seems my son is next. Do you not find this a rather ruthless plot?" Briss scoffed. The world assumed that Rolls and Yanko's deaths were orchestrated by the Gutman family. But was that truly the case? The thought of this injustice fueled Briss's fury. Now it seemed others were targeting his son, and if he remained oblivious to the underlying machinations at play, then he was unworthy of his status as a merchant. Unlike the Polster and Findestone families, the Gutman family possessed ample wealth, making it relatively easy to acquire clandestine information. Chapter 58. Phil's scheme. Old Polster scrutinized Briss with skepticism, seemingly unconvinced, and it was hardly surprising, as this was merely Briss's own assertion. "Magnus, do not regard me with such doubt. In my lifetime, I have never deceived you or leak. Although we may be adversaries, I have never stooped so low as to bring shame upon myself, and this instance is no different. Upon receiving this information, I promptly discerned that there were numerous unidentified individuals surveilling my estate. Had I not been prepared, I would have remained oblivious. Yet one must wonder, who could these individuals be?" Briss nearly shouted, his frustration palpable. This period had been exceedingly stifling. The deaths of other sons weighed heavier on him than the loss of his own, and he had endured pressure from the Polster and Findestone families. Briss had been forced to swallow his grievances, a situation he had never before experienced. Old Polster finally began to take Briss's words seriously. Based on his understanding of Briss, it was unlikely he would hire assassins to target the heirs of two equally formidable families. Such a course of action would be sheer folly. It was feasible to lose one heir, but inciting the wrath of two families would yield no benefit for Briss. "Briss, tell me what you know," Old Polster finally said. Briss sighed in relief, realizing that Old Polster was beginning to accept his words. "You are likely aware of the existence of the Underworld organization, a clandestine alliance comprising assassins, thieves, and various other unsavory factions. That I have informants within this organization, dedicated to monitoring any news that may pose a threat to my family. Just the day before yesterday, I received a piece of intelligence indicating that someone had commissioned the Kestrel assassin group to eliminate OS. Subsequently, I discovered that assassins had encircled my residence, yet they have yet to take action." Briss explained. Old Polster was finally moved, regretting that the Polster family had failed to recognize such a vulnerability within their ranks, unlike the Gutman family, who had informants embedded within the underground circles. As a lineage with a long-standing legacy, he was well aware of the machinations of the underworld and even had the capacity to liaise with them for clandestine missions. However, he could not extract secret information as Briss did. Thus, it stands to reason that the assassins who attempted to eliminate Rolls and Yanko might very well be the same ones now targeting OS. Kestrel, That wretched assassin organization. Old Polster's expression darkened with anger. As one of the three major assassin groups on the continent, he was familiar with Kestrel, yet he had not anticipated that someone would mobilize them in a wonder roles and Yanko met such mysterious ends. Briss, who do you suspect is orchestrating these attacks against our three families? Assassinating the second-generation heirs seems unlikely to yield any substantial gain for them, does it not? Old Polster remarked, furrowing his brow. The three prominent families of Moor City were feared within its confines, yet beyond its borders, they wielded significantly less power. If someone were indeed targeting them, the logical targets would be the three elder statesmen, not the heirs who had yet to assume their familial responsibilities. Such a course of action appeared ill-advised unless it was part of a larger scheme, which seemed implausible, given that each family had multiple young heirs. The hidden adversary should have understood this as well. I too find it perplexing. From a merchant's perspective, this endeavor is entirely imprudent unless there exists a personal vendetta against OS and his companions, prompting someone to hire assassins for their demise. Yet, that seems improbable. Briss echoed his confusion. Nevertheless, despite the uncertainty, action must be taken, for the current target was his son, and his anxiety was palpable, given the strength of the Gutman family. They might struggle against such assassins. Hence, Briss intended to seek the assistance of the Polster and Fendoston families. Should his suspicions prove accurate, these two families would have no reason to remain passive, especially since their own sons had perished at the hands of these assassins. This was perhaps their only chance for vengeance. While uncovering the mastermind might be impossible, they could certainly identify the direct killers and would have no justification for inaction. Let us pay a visit to Lake. It has been far too long since we last convened. The three of us old fellows. Old Polster was not one to linger. He understood the gravity of the situation, whether the threat was directed at the younger generation or the families themselves. The individuals behind it were unforgivable. He had come to trust Briss's words. Briss took a deep breath to steady himself. At last, the storm seemed to be passing. That he had endured tremendous strain in recent days. In the stillness of the night, in a small town named Lyme, several miles from Moor City, the house of a moderately wealthy merchant suddenly echoed with the low hoots of three night owls. The once dark residence was abruptly illuminated, and a somewhat portly middle-aged man, squinting through sleep, opened the door and made his way to the study, only to find a figure clad in black already awaiting him. The dark figure produced a plaque-like object and tossed it to the middle-aged man. After a brief inspection, the man signaled, and the black-clad figure returned the gesture before retrieving a sealed letter from his cloak. The middle-aged man, not daring to delay, promptly opened the letter in front of the black figure, his eyes widening in astonishment. The instructions are clear. Execute immediately, the cloaked figure stated before swiftly departing, disappearing into the darkness. Cursed fate, to encounter such misfortune, the middle-aged man muttered as he incinerated the letter, his weariness replaced by a fierce determination. Soon, he emitted a secret signal to summon his subordinates, calling forth a cadre of assassins. Indeed, this man was a minor chief within the Kestrel assassin group, on par with the overseer whom Phil had encountered upon exiting the training grounds, overseeing dozens of assassins. The assembly of assassins in Moor City was a rare occurrence in recent years, yet now it was unfolding, leaving many bewildered. However, as it was an order, all assassins were obliged to comply unconditionally. Positioned outside the estate of Moor City, a figure known as Shadow was counting the personnel dispatched from the manor. Through his knowledge of the area, he had surmised the number of individuals summoned by the overseer. In response to the provocation from Bloodblade, it was inevitable that there would be a fierce counterattack. Thus, this was merely the opening. As dawn approached, Shadow returned to Phil's residence, only to find Phil meditating within his chamber. He smirked. Phil was diligent in his training, seizing every opportunity to refine his skills. Although Shadow was unaware of the specifics of Phil's practice, he could ascertain that it was no simple endeavor to control one's own darkness. Despite the absence of any discernible aura of mystical energy, Shadow knew Phil had been training in such arts at the training base. However, he had recently witnessed Phil unleash a formidable mental technique, one typically elusive to practitioners, which deepened Shadow's unease regarding Phil's capabilities. As soon as Shadow returned, Phil opened his eyes, having instructed Delrose to remain vigilant for Shadow's return. Thus, the moment Shadow appeared, Phil was aware of it. "Shadow, has there been any movement from the organization?" Phil inquired, gesturing for Shadow to sit, as he preferred not to have others standing, a basic sign of respect. Shadow had grown accustomed to Phil's mannerisms and settled down. The overseer has dispatched agents to establish contacts in various locations. Although he did not specify, I believe he will be able to gather 100 assassins within a day or two, sufficient to confront Bloodblade's forces. Shadow responded, based on his familiarity with Kestrel. The overseer could easily summon such numbers at will. 100 or so? It seems Bloodblade's faction is in for a rough time. Yet, this doesn't seem entirely advantageous, Phil murmured, his voice barely above a whisper amidst the stillness surrounding them. Shadow regarded Phil with confusion. Why would Bloodblade's misfortune be viewed as unfavorable? Shadow, do you believe that the contract binding us is known solely to the assassins? Phil posed a question he had previously pondered. Shadow immediately grasped Phil's insinuation and looked at him with astonishment. It appears you are also unaware, but that is of little consequence. We shall take our time to explore this. Phil's enigmatic smile suggested that things were becoming increasingly intriguing, and he recognized that the time for action was nigh. Shadow, I need you to scout the Polster, Findoston, and Gutman families to ascertain the extent of their capabilities and determine how many skilled individuals they can muster. I have a use for this information, Phil instructed. This task was best suited for Shadow, as Phil maintained a public persona as a wandering bard, while secretly being an assassin who could not afford to be absent for too long. In contrast, Shadow could seamlessly blend into the shadows, excelling in such covert operations. Shadow's eyes widened as a bold idea formed in his mind. Phil's approving nod confirmed his suspicions, yet it also filled him with trepidation. Phil's intentions thrilled and frightened Shadow in equal measure. Perhaps you might consider providing them with a subtle hint. It would be a shame to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, Phil added, further solidifying Shadow's belief in his own conjectures. What exactly was Phil plotting? Shadow contemplated the indistinct figure cloaked in darkness, shivering at the realization that he had underestimated this assassin known as Shadow. While he had discerned certain elements of Phil's plan, the ultimate goal remained elusive, leaving him uncertain about the larger scheme at play. Shadow's eyes suddenly gleamed, reminiscent of two ghostly green flames flickering in the darkness. A sight that could indeed instill fear. Chapter 59. The Killing Game, Part 1. Moore City remained a bustling hub, with the majority of its inhabitants engrossed in their daily pursuits. The common folk toiled through their day. The nobility indulged in their lavish lifestyles, merchants peddled an array of goods, and adventurers and mercenaries sought leads on the elusive killers. Yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents were already brewing. Under the persuasion of Briss and Mangus, the beleaguered Governor Lake soon recognized that the three prominent families were in peril and swiftly acquiesced to their decision to unite. Moore City belonged to the three families, and with both the Polster and Findoston families having suffered setbacks, if they did not retaliate, the unknown adversary would likely escalate their attacks. Lake was convinced by Briss's assertions, as the governor of Moore City, if he failed to notice the Gutman family under surveillance, he would be unfit for his role. The three quickly reached an agreement to join forces. Although the true identity of the enemy remains shrouded in mystery, their awareness of the situation has undoubtedly instilled a sense of confidence within them. With the formidable foundation of their three prominent families in Moore City, they believe that no one can easily vanquish them unless they engage in a brutal conflict among themselves. In fact, they nearly reached that very brink. As the Bolster and Findostone families contemplated the elimination of the Gutman family, should they succeed, the remaining two families would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, leaving them vulnerable to the machinations of the hidden adversary. Fortunately, they have now discerned the enemy's plot. The three families have discreetly begun to rally their forces and strategize. Bryce has even employed OSI as bait, assuming the role of a vanguard. Given that the heirs of both the Bolster and Findostone families have perished, it now falls upon the Gutman family, compelling Bryce to demonstrate sincerity, lest he fail to gain the trust of the Bolster and Findostone families. The fate of OSI's survival remains uncertain, known only to fate itself. With the three families' stronghold in Moore City, the clandestine mobilization of troops to establish a lethal trap is within their grasp. At present, they are only aware that the assassins have been surveilling the Gutman family, which is the sole piece of information they possess. Their immediate objective is to capture this batch of assassins and interrogate them regarding the puppet master behind the scenes. If they can extract information, the hidden enemy will undoubtedly face the wrath of the three families. Even if they fail to unveil the mastermind, the three families can still take precautionary measures against future attacks. The three individuals are seasoned and cunning, and their collaborative efforts are swiftly bearing fruit. Soon, members from each family have clandestinely converged around the Gutman family estate, some even disguising themselves under various pretenses to infiltrate the household. The city guards controlled by the Findestone family and the Bolster family's city militia stand ready to provide support, all while maintaining an outward appearance of calm. Although the Bloodblade assassins have kept a watchful eye on the Gutman family residence, their limited numbers and unfamiliarity with the area have prevented them from perceiving the rapid deployment of the three families, who have meticulously laid their plans overnight, lying in wait for the assassins' arrival. Meanwhile, outside the city, hundreds of assassins have gathered at the Kester Assassins Guild Manor, where Ing has been summoned back to provide a thorough briefing on the Bloodblade's activities within the city. The chief assassin's expression remains unperturbed, despite the weariness that has settled in from the influx of nearby assassins overnight. No one dares voice their discontent in light of the Bloodblade's encroachment. Another ground-level assassin, Ming, has also returned, a formidable man in his 30s, exuding the presence of a mercenary or adventurer rather than that of a typical assassin, aside from Ing and the two others. All the assassins don masks to conceal their identities. "What are your plans, Sia?" Ming inquires, idly toying with a dagger, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He had been vacationing elsewhere, but rushed back overnight. Fatigue evident in his demeanor, and his patience is wearing thin. Unlike Ing, the inexperienced youth, Ming's credentials as a ground-level assassin are equally formidable, and he does not shy away from expressing his dissatisfaction. "Kill. Since the Bloodblade has arrived, let them remain forever," the chief assassin coldly asserts. Any assassin organization faced with such provocation can only resort to lethal measures, especially in their own territory. The Bloodblade's intent to deplete the Kester assassins through missions is undeniably nefarious. Yet they have encountered an assassin who plays by unconventional rules. To date, they have expended significant resources with no returns. "I heard that this mission was assigned to that little brat. Ing, do you think it can make it out unscathed?" Ming appears particularly intrigued by this assassin, whose name contrasts with his reputation. Though he is not directly involved, he is well aware of the happenings within the division. In fact, he serves as the deputy manager, albeit with a tendency to remain uninvolved. There shouldn't be any issues. Anne's assassination methods differ from others. At least I can't see through them. However, with the Bloodblade waiting for him, we should expedite our plans. Otherwise, if it strikes suddenly, we may lose our advantage, Ing replies. Among the three ground-level assassins, his rank is the lowest. Yet within this division, he holds the third highest authority, affording him a certain degree of decision-making power. "This is becoming increasingly interesting, CI. Why not let me take on this task? And isn't suited to rouse the hidden snakes. If we wish to eliminate those bothersome individuals in one fell swoop, Ing's prowess is insufficient," Ming proposes after a moment's thought. The chief assassin glances at Ming in surprise. When did this fellow become so benevolent? He had been pondering how to draw out all the Bloodblade members. Based on the intelligence gathered by Ing, the enemy harbors ill intentions and possesses numerous formidable individuals, should one or two escape. Uncovering the Bloodblade schemes in the future would prove difficult. Moreover, while Anne's assassination skills are indeed uncanny, their allure is lacking. Even if Anne successfully eliminates the target, if he fails to draw in the Bloodblade members, or if they remain oblivious to Anne's presence, it would still constitute a failure for Kester's operation. "Ing, what do you think?" the chief assassin inquires. Ming is aware that Ing has been shadowing Anne's assassination endeavors. He also acknowledges that Ing could indeed succeed in eliminating the target without arousing the Bloodblade's suspicion. Ing nods. Such an arrangement would be advantageous for Feyre, and he would not refuse. Initially, he harbored concerns about how Feyre would act under the dual scrutiny of the Bloodblade and Kester assassins. But now that Ming has proposed using himself as bait to lure in all the Bloodblade members, it is the most favorable outcome for Ing. His fate is intertwined with Feyre's, should Feyre perish. So too shall he, and he naturally does not wish for Feyre to take unnecessary risks. Then let us inform that little brat. Had it not been for him forcing the Bloodblade to reveal themselves, you might not have discovered their presence. One could say, and has contributed significantly, the chief assassin remarks, clearly in good spirits. Although Ming has taken over the task, he nonetheless praises Feyre. Had another assassin been assigned the mission, they would likely have fallen prey to the Bloodblade schemes long ago. Yet Feyre has managed to evade capture twice, compelling the chief assassin to acknowledge his capabilities. Ming nods. To be honest, he remains fascinated by Anne's assassination techniques. However, among the three, only Ing is suited to observe without detection. Otherwise, Ming would have intervened. The hundreds of assassins are oblivious to the discussion regarding it. A figure in their organization who has garnered admiration from the three leaders. Yet, such matters are beyond their concern. Their sole duty now is to follow orders. Upon returning to the city from the manor, Ing finds Fei just finishing his lunch. Hearing that his mission has been cancelled, Fei can't help but laugh, utterly taken aback. This unexpected turn of events allows him to sidestep the peril of walking into a trap set by the Bloodblade. Now, he can simply sit back and observe the unfolding drama. Ing, have there been any movements from the Gutman family? Fei inquires, having instructed Ing to monitor the actions of the three families and to discreetly relay any intelligence at an opportune moment. A sly smile creeps across Ying's face. And you underestimate the three families. They have already begun to stir. They likely know someone is plotting to assassinate OSI. Last night, I noticed an intriguing occurrence. The residents of the houses surrounding the Gutman family have covertly changed en masse. Yet the Bloodblade members remain utterly oblivious. Truly foolish, to be deceived right beneath their noses. Ing states, last night, he ventured to the Bolster family, only to discover that their elite members had donned disguises, ultimately lying in wait around the Gutman estate, joined by operatives from the Findestone family. Clearly, the three families have united, saving him considerable effort. Fei expresses mild surprise, but quickly dismisses the matter, if others are eager to take center stage. He, now distanced from the fray, shall merely enjoy the performance from the sidelines. Ing, how confident are Kester's members in confronting the Bloodblade? With the three families involved, who do you think will emerge victorious? Fei queries. His understanding of the three factions is not entirely comprehensive, but Ing possesses the insight necessary to provide an informed perspective, making him the most suitable person to consult. Fei's inquiry carries an undercurrent of scrutiny, as Ing has effectively become a member of his inner circle, and he wishes to assess Ying's capabilities. It's difficult to say. The Bloodblade is certainly in for a rough time. However, how many from Kester will emerge unscathed remains uncertain. After all, this city is the stronghold of the three families, and they are well prepared. Most critically, neither the Bloodblade nor Kester is aware of this. That is the crux of the matter. Ing responds with a satisfied grin, realizing that without his intelligence, Kester's network in the city would be insufficient to comprehend the strategic deployments of the Gutman family and others. Orchestrating such an elaborate play has only heightened Ing's intrigue. Chapter 60. The Killing Trap, Part 2. Within the Gutman family estate, Bryce furrows his brow, holding a small note that provokes profound irritation. I shall claim the head of your son, OSI, within 3 days, Ming. This succinct message leaves Bryce feeling extraordinarily vexed. The audacity of the assassin to deliver such a direct challenge, flaunting their name, is a blatant affront to the Gutman family. However, it was precisely this assassination notice that weighed heavily on Bryce's mind. Ming, a notorious assassin, was a name that Bryce had heard before, and he was well aware of the formidable reputation that preceded this particular assassin. While other assassins preferred the shadows to carry out their killings, Ming, as evidenced by the current situation, boldly issued a notice and directly sought out his target, demonstrating a level of audacity that was hard to ignore. Father, you called for me, came the voice of OS. Bryce lifted his gaze to see OS standing respectfully by, evidently having arrived some time ago. He handed the notice to OS. Contemplating how to communicate this dire news to his son, OS initially assumed it was an invitation from someone, but upon reading the contents, he was taken aback, his hands trembling involuntarily. Father, what is this? OS struggled to maintain his composure, as it was his first encounter with someone audacious enough to demand a life through an invitation. Someone has offered a bounty on your head. This assassin named Ming is a master from the Kester assassin group, who has brazenly eliminated no fewer than 50 individuals, all of whom were under heavy protection, and he managed to escape unscathed. Bryce explained, his network of information was extensive, and for someone as flamboyant as Ming, secrecy was out of the question. OS's complexion turned pale as he discerned from Bryce's eyes that his father held little confidence in his safety. Through recent events, OS had matured significantly, but this was merely a mental growth. The reality of a death threat was enough to unsettle him. Father, what are your plans? OS ultimately steadied himself, realizing that anxiety and fear would be of no use. The key was to survive the assassin's onslaught. Rest assured, as long as you remain indoors, no matter how skilled the assassin may be, he cannot harm you. I have bolstered your protective measures. For the next 3 days, do not step outside your courtyard. Understood? Bryce said sternly. He refrained from disclosing the arrangements involving Polster and the Findestone family to OS. To avoid complications, OS nodded, though a glimmer of fear still lingered in his eyes. Master, the Kester group is finally making their move, reported Shueisha, the leader of the Bloodblade assassin group, upon receiving good news. For several days, the Gutman family had remained silent, which had tested the patience of Shueisha and his fellow assassins. However, they had yet to uncover any leads on the Kester group and were left waiting. When is Kester planning to act, and how many will they deploy? Shueisha inquired. Having been in Moor City for nearly a month, this was already their third mission, yet there had been no results. Even with Shueisha's esteemed position within the Bloodblade, repeated failures were intolerable. Today, someone delivered an invitation, stating that they would claim OS's life within 3 days. The assassin reported, having observed that the Gutman residence was heavily guarded both inside and out. Allowing them to ascertain the situation within, delivered an invitation? Could it be that Ming is personally taking action? Shueisha mused curiously. Although he had struggled to locate the Kester's base, he was familiar with some of its renowned assassins. And Ming was one such figure. Xian, what is your take on this? Shueisha asked one of his subordinates. Xian was his trusted aide, known for his tactical prowess and ability to set traps for targets. Master, it seems peculiar. The previous 2 assassinations were clearly not executed by Ming. Why, then, is he appearing now? Could it be that Kester's people have sensed something amiss? Xian, known for his sharp intellect, quickly identified the inconsistencies. Even if it is Ming, what of it? Can he really contend with so many of us single-handedly? I have heard that Ming typically engages in straightforward assaults. The Gutman family is no easy target. They are likely to have summoned considerable reinforcements to await Ming's arrival. At that moment, we can take advantage of the chaos and eliminate Ming, severing Kester's influence here. The loss of a master assassin would be significant for Kester. Another assassin, Zidao, chimed in, recognized for his close-quarters combat abilities among the 5 elite assassins present. No, I believe we may be overlooking something. Otherwise, Kester's people would not have changed their assassins so suddenly. Mang, a silent observer, finally spoke up. A rare breed among assassins, Mang was a seer who had achieved mastery in his craft. Proving to be a challenging opponent, Shueisha frowned. Kester's sudden maneuvering demanded caution. In terms of sheer power, they were no match for the Kester assassin group, which had been operating in the area for decades. Every step needed to be taken with care. Liaoya, what is your perspective? Shueisha queried his last subordinate, who had remained silent thus far. Liaoya, revealing his characteristic fangs, smiled in a rather unpleasant manner. Regardless of whether it's Ming or not, let Kester send as many as they wish. We shall slay them all. Are we to merely observe as they complete their assassination and depart? Shueisha shook his head, fully aware that Liaoya would not offer any constructive insights. Yet, he could not help but wonder why Kester had altered their choice of assassin. Could it be that Kester's people have genuinely discovered something? Shueisha felt a headache coming on, lacking sufficient information to make a sound judgment, leaving him in a predicament without a viable strategy. Continue monitoring. Mang, you and Xian should investigate, with you 2 on the case. I feel more at ease. Shueisha finally made his decision. Mang excelled in stealth, while Xian was adept at strategic planning. Their collaboration was well established, and Shueisha trusted them. If it were only Ming, their entire team would not need to mobilize. But to prepare for any eventualities, Shueisha deemed it prudent to have contingency plans in place. Ing had been lurking near the Bloodblade stronghold, and after discreetly informing Phil of the change in mission, he had engaged in the confrontation with Bloodblade. With Kester possessing only 3 elite assassins in Moor City, Ing knew that without his intervention, Kester would not escape unscathed. Phil, however, had been deemed unsuitable for action, as the Overseer had overlooked him, not fully understanding Phil's assassination style. Thus, he was spared the danger, much to the agreement of both Ming and Ing. Fortunately, Ing provided Phil with timely updates, allowing him to remain informed about the evolving situation within the city. Observing 2 of the 5 elite assassins departing from their gathering, a smile crept across Ying's lips. With Ming's invitation delivered to the Gutman residence, the Bloodblades operatives were poised for further action. Ing swiftly relayed this information, knowing that Kester had established numerous clandestine channels throughout the city for rapid communication, and he trailed closely behind the 2 departing assassins. Mang and Xian moved adeptly, evading the bustling crowds of Moor City, soon arriving near the Gutman residence where they made contact with Bloodblade operatives. Ing, remaining discreetly behind, noted that it was daytime, and only skilled assassins like them could navigate unnoticed amidst the throngs of people. Once he saw that the two had successfully concealed themselves, Ng shifted positions. However, this area was not solely occupied by Bloodblade assassins. The three prominent families had also deployed their own experts nearby. While these individuals could elude the novice assassins of Bloodblade, they were no match for Ying's acute sensitivity to such presences. After a thorough search, Ng discovered that the number of hidden experts had increased by over 10. With the three families' operatives now totaling over 100, these individuals concealed their energies and mental powers, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to perceive their true nature. However, Ng, with his innate sensitivity and unparalleled stealth, had witnessed their covert infiltration the previous evening, gaining a clear understanding of their presence. With over 100 from the three families, more than 40 from Bloodblade, and over 100 assassins mobilized by Kester, Ng contemplated relaying the layout of Bloodblade's operatives as Ming prepared for the assassination. It was crucial for him to be aware of Bloodblade's positioning. Just as Ming had stated, he served as bait to lure out the hidden Bloodblade operatives, and the subsequent actions would fall to the other assassins dispatched by Kester. Currently, those assassins had yet to infiltrate, primarily due to Ying's lack of detailed intelligence. Now was the opportune moment for Kester's forces to enter the city. Ng intentionally omitted information regarding Polster and the other three families. As previously agreed upon with Phil, he anticipated that once Ming initiated his assassination attempt, the three factions would inevitably escalate the situation. Regarding Ming, Ng did not possess extensive knowledge, yet he understood that Ming was even more challenging and formidable than others. Witnessing Ming's assassination firsthand, particularly under the circumstances where adversaries were laying traps, piqued Ying's curiosity as a fellow elite assassin. Just as he had once followed Phil, he recognized that each assassin's unique skills could offer valuable insights.